In the bitter winter of Jianglin City, snow had yet to fall, but the chill was already deeply felt. The bustling crowd filled the square like a vast sea. Towering amid them was a massive black stone, on which the characters Wu Dao were boldly engraved, as if 1,000 armies charged directly into one soul. Today was the enrollment day for the Wuan Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. The registration list of boys under 18 stretched across Jianglin City. Passing the test meant stepping into the academy, and after 3 years of cultivation, one could be officially recognized as a warrior in honor revered by all. Next up, Lu Fan. The examiner's loud voice cut through the cold wind, breaking the noisy murmurs of the crowd. A slender figure emerged slowly from the throng, dressed in a white martial arts uniform adorned with the emblem of the Lu family from Jianglin City on his chest. His eyes were steady and focused on the black stone. He was Lu Fan, the young master of the Lu family, yet regarded by many in his clan as a failure. His footsteps were steady, slow, and silent, but each one felt as if he were walking on the edge of an invisible precipice. When he stopped, clenching his fists, he suddenly swung a heavy punch directly at the stone. The black stone flashed a bright inscription, Body Refinement Level 3, Low Grade. The harsh reality reverberated across the square like a thunderclap, accompanied by bursts of scornful laughter. Only Body Refinement Level 3? What a joke to show up here. The Lu family's shame, truly a disgrace. Almost 18, and he can't even cultivate the slightest force. A failure will always be a failure. The jeers and noise shredded Lu Fan's dignity. In the cold wind, he gritted his teeth hard, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. His gaze shifted to a silent middle-aged man by the square, the Lu family's Gang Hu, his father. Once a vigorous man full of ambition, now he displayed nothing but disappointment. His sigh was soft yet cruel, landing sharply in Lu Fan's ears. Grinding his teeth almost to breaking, Lu Fan turned and quietly walked off the stage. Next, Lu Ming. The examiner cried out excitedly. A confident young man stepped forth, close in age to Lu Fan, but walking arrogantly. As he passed Lu Fan, he deliberately brushed against him with a sneer. Loser, open your eyes and see what a real warrior looks like. Lu Fan staggered slightly but remained silent, enduring the insult. Again, the black stone glowed, and the characters appeared. Body Refinement Level 8, High Grade. The crowd erupted with cheers and praise. Lu Ming truly is the Lu family's prodigy. Body Refinement Level 8's definitely the future head of the family. Haha, Jianglin City having such a youth is something even the Martial Arts Academy should be proud of. Lu Ming basked in the applause, arms raised in pride. Even a teacher from the Martial Arts Academy clapped with evident admiration. Becoming Body Refinement Level 8 at 18 wasn't extraordinary, but clearly marked the boundary between talent and failure. Lu Fan could only watch silently, clenching his fists once more. Just as Lu Ming was showing off, the examiner's voice rang out again. Next, Zhang Yuan. From the crowd came an elegant breeze carrying an extraordinary presence. A young woman stepped forward gracefully, her ruby lips and apricot-colored face framed by flowing black hair that fluttered slightly in the cold wind. Her steps were confident and poised. Standing before the stone, she clenched her palm and pushed with fierce strength. The inscription appeared, Body Refinement Level 9, High Grade. The square fell silent briefly, then the crowd gasped and murmured in awe. Level 9. Zhang Yuan is Body Refinement Level 9. She's my goddess. Clearly a genius of the Zhang family. The Zhang clan will surely rise. The Martial Arts Academy teacher stared fixedly at Zhang Yuan, finally revealing a rare bright smile. The Zhang family patriarch beamed proudly, while two neighboring family heads stood to congratulate him. The scene was lively and festive. Facing the overflowing praise, Zhang Yuan smiled politely and bowed with elegance. Yet when her gaze swept across the crowd and briefly met Lu Fan's, there was a subtle flicker of emotion. But the fleeting expression vanished quickly. She withdrew her eyes and turned away. Lu Fan followed with his eyes, unease rising in his chest. He hurried after her. Rounding a few corners, they reached a deserted alley where Zhang Yuan stopped. Lu Fan stood several steps behind her and, voice low and restrained, asked, Yuan, what's wrong? She lowered her head, struggling within herself for a moment before biting her lip and looking up to say words that pierced Lu Fan's heart like a blade. Lu Fan, we can't be together anymore. That sentence plunged Lu Fan into an abyss. Shock and heartbreak surged. He bore it silently, every word stabbing as though with needles. Why? He asked hoarsely, nearly trembling. Zhang Yuan grit her teeth and said, because from today on, I got into the Martial Arts Academy. We're from different worlds. Know you're a failure, and am a warrior. Her tone was cold and final, whether intentionally cruel or simply resolute, as if indifferent to how deeply it tore at him. Lu Fan's gaze grew icy. Is it because I'm a failure? She fell silent a moment, her eyes giving him the answer. Pain welled inside Lu Fan as he clenched his teeth and spat angrily. But it's because of me you reached Body Refinement Level 9. Got into the academy. You forgot the herbs? I gave them to you in secret. Her hands slowly clenched as she whispered, I know. But he'll repay you. When I succeed at the academy, he'll bring back even more. Then we'll be even. Lu Fan's expression darkened with complexity as he stepped back 2 paces. He hardly recognized the cold, ruthless woman before him. Zhang Yuehan pulled a jade pendant from her chest and placed it in his palm, the very gift he had given her. Why was she letting go of it and everything between them so easily? Her voice was chilling and resolute. Lu Fan, after this, please don't say we were ever involved. Think of this as one last favor to me. Lu Fan's voice dropped, firm and steady. Don't worry, we never were. He looked once more at the pendant, then suddenly smashed it onto the ground. Silent cracks spread like their relationship shattering in soundless ruin. A flicker of struggle flashed in Zhang Yuehan's eyes, but she eventually stepped back and said her last words. Lu Fan, be realistic. There's no future for us. Goodbye. Then she turned and left. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure vanish. Her coldness and resolve turned every sweet memory into nothing but illusions. He stood frozen for who knows how long as snowflakes began to fall. Things had changed. Everything had collapsed. Returning to the square, Lu Fan's eyes fell on Zhang Yuehan talking to Lu Ming, the cousin, who had just openly humiliated him. Lu Ming even handed her a sword, which she accepted with a faint blush touch between her brows. So that was the reason. That was the cause. A bitter, self-mocking smile crept across Lu Fan's lips as he turned and left, his chest aching with a mix of icy cold and burning hatred. One day, you'll regret this. One day? After winding through twisty paths, Lu Fan arrived at a small shop. It was an unnamed little tavern, its wooden door peeling and worn. The old signboard by the counter was faded beyond recognition if it ever had a name. Now only a faint trace remained. On most days, the place was so quiet you could hear the wind whistling through the cracks. Business depended solely on selling a few plates of simple snacks and some jars of strong liquor. The owner was a wrinkled old drunkard whom Lu Fan always called Old Wu. No matter the season, the old fellow slept with his head on a liquor jar, reeking of stale alcohol, and now was no different, snoring loudly behind the counter. The door's wooden sign creaked as it swung, and the old tables and chairs, swollen and warped from dampness, were falling apart at the edges, leaving wood chips scattered with every touch. Dust stirred in thin clouds over the floor, and a few rats peeked from the corners, playing. But Lu Fan liked this place precisely because it was quiet. No one laughed at him here, and he didn't have to hear bitter sarcasm. Old Wu, pour me some wine, he said, tapping the counter. The old man opened his bleary eyes and clumsily reached out. Lu Fan tossed some copper coins onto the counter. Old Wu grabbed the coins, slipped them into his sleeve, then pushed over a black lacquered jar half full of liquor, grumbling hoarsely. There's only half left, but it's cheap for you. If you don't finish it, you owe me. He then produced a chipped crude pottery bowl and slammed it on the counter. Lu Fan picked up the jar and bowl, found a table that was still sturdy, sat down, peeled the sealing mud from the jar, and poured. The bowl quickly overflowed. He tilted his head back and gulped the fiery liquid, its sharp heat shooting down to his stomach. Suddenly, warmth surged through him like a flame igniting in his chest. Good stuff, he exclaimed sincerely. The second reason he liked this place was this fierce liquor couldn't find its matching strength anywhere else. Old Wu grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Proud, of course. You didn't even ask who brewed it. Old Wu glanced at Lu Fan's expression. Hit another rough patch? Lu Fan smiled wryly, shaking his head. When am I not? Don't say that. Old Wu waved his cup. It's a miracle you're still alive. I remember the first time you came in, you were as skinny as a little monkey, barely holding together. The doctors said you wouldn't live past 12. But now you're 17, and still going strong. Lu Fan laughed out loud. Maybe it's your wine that saved me. Old Wu's eyes narrowed, as if hiding a secret. Naturally. My wine's always been the best. Suddenly Lu Fan sighed. My woman called me useless, she left me. A cold flash flickered in Old Wu's squinting eyes. She'll regret that someday. Lu Fan raised his cup with a bitter smile. Thanks, Old Wu. That's the closest thing I've had to comfort. Trust me, that's no comfort, Old Wu said quietly. Lu Fan refilled his bowl, drank it in one go, murmuring, too bad, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your wine anymore. Old Wu's grin vanished instantly. He staggered from behind the counter and sat across from him. Leaving? Yeah, Lu Fan nodded. I failed the Martial Academy exam again this year. I'm already 17, only one more chance left. My family can't afford to keep me around. After the annual ritual, they're sending me away somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm sure I won't come back. That bad? Old Wu steadied himself on the table, the smell of alcohol swirling. Yeah, that bad. Lu Fan pursed his lips wryly. Before I leave, I have to buy some more of your wine, something to hold on to on the road. Old Wu says, no problem. He'll make sure to keep a few more jars for you. But honestly, I think you don't need to leave just yet. Why not try again next year? Maybe you'll pass this time. Lu Fan looked up, a self-mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Pass. I've long stopped hoping for that. Old Wu lowered his voice. So, you want to keep practicing martial arts? Suddenly, Lu Fan's eye sharpened. Martial arts I will always practice. It's everything to me. Even if I never manage to form the gang gene energy in this life, I am proud to call myself a martial artist. Old Wu paused, caught off guard by Lu Fan's fierce resolve. Then he softly recited, last night, cold wind and a waning moon. This morning, bleak rain and sorrowful snow. When will the waves of this sea of bitterness ever cease? A single drunken stupor solves 1,000 woes. Recalling 10 years of martial path, tears fall into the cup. With heart vast as the heavens, some depart, first who knows who stays, who leaves. The quiet poem echoed under the dim lantern light. Lu Fan's eyes darkened with sorrow as he lifted the wine jar and drained it in one long gulp, wine dripping down his chin. Finishing the last lines, Old Wu rose and walked back to the counter. He bent down and retrieved a small jar from beneath it. Here, Lu Fan, drink this jar. I've been saving this wine for 20 years. Tonight, we'll drink until we forget our troubles. As the clay seal was broken, a pure, rich fragrance quickly filled the tavern. Old Wu poured a bowl full. To Lu Fan's surprise, the liquor shimmered a pale jade green. His vision blurred from the drink. Lu Fan laughed loudly. Why is the wine green? Old Wu's expression was calm, no hint of drunkenness. You've had too much. That's right, I'm drunk. Let me see what makes this wine different. Lu Fan tipped his head back and down the bowl in one go. A fiery blaze scorched his throat, heat surging through his chest. His face flushed bright red at once. Old Wu filled another bowl. Keep going. It's strong enough, right? Swallowing the fierce liquor, Lu Fan finally squeezed out 2 words, strong enough. Without hesitation, he raised the bowl again and drained it. The burning liquor surged fiercer, bones creaking as blood rushed, his vision blurring more. He swayed to his feet. Old Wu, I'm really drunk. I should get going. Stumbling toward the door, Old Wu called after him. Remember to come back in a few days. This jar will be waiting for you. Don't worry, it'll definitely come. Lu Fan waved goodbye. Old Wu watched his retreating figure, whispering softly, of course, you will. With a gentle motion, the jar seemed to lift unseen, floating quietly back to the counter. Fingertips tapping on the wood, Old Wu hummed low. 8,000 miles of rivers and mountains, swords and wine. 90,000 miles beneath the vast sky, dreams and awakening. 3 cups unlock the great way. 1 jug reveals heaven and earth's harmony. In the yin yang cup, there's delight. In life's wine, there's feeling. At dawn, who will depart? Who laughs at me, and who do I laugh at? The night wind swept snowflakes against the door. On the way home, the north wind howled, sharp snowflakes slashing at his face, but Lu Fan hardly noticed. Far off, he saw the dark gate of the Lu family estate. His legs gave out, and he fell heavily onto the snow-covered ground. Lying on the cold earth, he felt his limbs weak and empty. Only a fiery heat churned inside. His consciousness rapidly blurred, so he stopped struggling. Snowflakes gently fell, slowly covering his back. Suddenly, a faint light flickered inside his body, then vanished just as quickly. A low chant rose from him. Pores dilated as a swirl of energy spun around his form. If a martial arts master happened to pass by at that moment, they would be shocked. For Lu Fan's state now closely resembled the legendary transformation known in martial lore as rebirth. The strange phenomenon lasted a full hour before Lu Fan slowly came to. The biting cold wind pressed the accumulated snow against his shoulders, his body stiff as if frozen solid. Any movement made his joints crack loudly. Brushing the snow off himself, he faintly sensed a subtle change in his internal strength, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Lu Fan stepped forward, crunching through the snow, and climbed the familiar stone steps back to the Lu family's main gate. In the front yard, Lu Ming was strolling arm in arm with Zhang Yuehan, surrounded by a group of Lu family youths. Lu Fan knew some of them well, others he had only met a few times, but none left a good impression. The sound of footsteps drew their attention. Lu Ming turned and, upon seeing Lu Fan, immediately curled his lips into a mocking smirk. He pulled Zhang Yuehan closer and raised his voice. Come on, useless cousin, let me introduce you. This is Miss Zhang Yuehan. Say hello. Zhang Yuehan lowered her head demurely, seemingly shy but clearly avoiding Lu Fan's gaze out of fear. Lu Fan said nothing and turned to leave, intending to go around. Lu Ming's brow furrowed in anger. How dare this useless cousin ignore him? To him, that spelled trouble. Just then, a slightly stout young man stepped directly in front of Lu Fan, blocking his path. Cousin Lu Fan, you just want to leave without saying a word? The stout youth sneered. That's rude. Don't bring shame on the Lu family. Don't tell me you're disabled to the point of being mute. Lu Ming and the others burst into laughter. Lu Fan looked up. The youth was Lu Tiangang, a distant cousin and Lu Ming's close ally. His voice was low. None of your business. Move. Lu Tianggang's face darkened, and he shoved hard. With his body refining stage 5 strength, he could have knocked Lu Fan down. But Lu Fan simply shifted his stance, steady and unyielding. Looking him in the eye, Lu Fan calmly asked, you want to fight? That question froze Lu Tianggang's raised hand midair. The family rules were strict, and the gravest one forbade bullying juniors. Lu Fan was a year younger and under 18. If Lu Tiangang made a move, he'd be confined for at least 100 days, a harsh punishment for any young man full of bravado. Grinding his teeth, Lu Tiangang hissed, "Lu Fan, just wait. On the annual ceremony day, you won't run away. He'll beat you until you're bleeding all over." Lu Fan glanced at him coldly, dismissive, and walked off without another word. Lu Tiangang steamed with rage and took a step to block him again, but was stopped by Lu Ming raising a hand. "Forget it. Why bother with a useless nobody?" Lu Ming deliberately raised his voice to make sure Lu Fan heard every word. He patted Lu Tiangang's shoulder. "Wait for the annual ceremony. You can really teach him a lesson." Lu Tiangang grinned fiercely. "Don't worry. I'm going to beat him so badly he won't be able to take care of himself. Won't even be able to get out of bed." Their laughter erupted again. Even Zhang Yuehan, standing close by, laughed along. Lu Fan walked back to his courtyard. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had a small yard overrun with weeds. Compared to the grand, ornate mansions of Lu Ming and others, this place looked pitifully shabby, broken bricks and tiles, weeds reaching up to his knees. But he didn't mind. In the center stood a gray-white training stone about his height, its pitted and weathered surface bearing witness to his daily practice. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan settled into a horse stance and suddenly thrust out a punch. A dull thud echoed like a drum. The stone's surface dented deeply, and a clear fist-shaped imprint pressed into it, delicate spiderweb cracks spreading instantly. Lu Fan froze at his current third-stage body refining strength. This sort of damage was impossible. Only upon reaching the fourth stage could one achieve this. Could it be I've already reached the fourth stage? He looked down at his fist, heart pounding. He had been stuck at third stage for years, unable to advance. Today, without any warning, the barrier had finally broken. Though the difference between third and fourth stage was just one level, it represented a fundamental shift within the body. Refining realm levels 1 to 3 were low tier, 4 to 6 were mid tier, and 7 to 9 were high tier. A mid-tier practitioner could easily overpower 3 low-tier opponents. To confirm, he struck the stone again. His fist slammed into it, creating a second imprint with overlapping cracks and scattering chips of stone. The solid feedback assured him he had indeed stepped into the fourth stage. Clenching his fist and raising his arm, his excitement was hard to contain. Years of tedious training and humiliation seemed to vanish in that moment. Yet confusion arose. Every past breakthrough had brought agonizing muscle pain as if torn apart. But this time there was no pain at all. What was going on? As these thoughts churned, he suddenly recalled the strong liquor Oldwood handed him earlier that day. Could it have been that wine? Before he could dwell further, firm footsteps came from outside. The door creaked open, and a stocky, middle-aged man stepped in. About 40 years old, streaks of gray in his hair, his brows heavy with fatigue. Lu Fan immediately composed himself and respectfully clasped his fists. "Father." It was Lu Fan's father, Lu Hao. He lowered his voice to speak calmly. "Lu Fan, I want to talk with you." A heaviness sank in Lu Fan's heart as he guessed the purpose, gritting his teeth. "Please speak, father." A trace of sadness flickered in Lu Hao's eyes. "The family just held a meeting. After the annual memorial, those who have not reached sufficient cultivation will be assigned to outlying towns to manage family businesses." Lu Fan silently nodded, offering no protest. "Father, please don't blame yourself. It's my failure. I have let you down." Lu Hao waved his hand, his tone full of regret. "No, Lu Fan. The fault lies with me. You were weak and sickly as a child, your vitality poor. You shouldn't have trained martial arts. But I stubbornly pushed you into the spotlight, making you the family's laughingstock. I have seen your efforts. You are not to blame." His father's frankness brought a flush to Lu Fan's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Lu Hao continued, "Now the family gives you 2 choices. If you wish to leave, I can arrange for you to go to the best town, to manage important family business there, rich, safe, and no one will bully you. No." Lu Fan shook his head slowly, eyes blazing. "I want to stay. Are you sure?" Lu Hao's voice fell low. "I will do my best." Lu Fan nodded firmly. Lu Hao stared at his son with pride and apology mixed in his gaze. "Good. You are truly my son, undefeated in spirit, steadfast as a rock. I will do what I can to help." With that, he took a small blue and white porcelain vial from his breast pocket and handed it over. "This is a power concentration pill. Take it tonight. It will increase your strength by several %." Lu Fan froze. Pills. On the Gongwu continent, alchemical pills were rare treasures, crafted only by a handful of refined qi practitioners. Though they possessed warrior strength, their skill lay mostly in alchemy. Even the lowest grade pills' market value exceeded that of several prime shops downtown. The annual auction in Jianglin City only ever circulated 1 or 2 at most. He didn't know what price his father had paid to get this. But those strands of white hair spoke of the toil behind it. Lu Fan accepted the vial reverently, voice hoarse. "Father, I will not disappoint you." Lu Hao nodded gently and turned to leave, his figure heavy under the moonlight. Lu Fan watched his father's departing back and clenched the pill vial tightly in his hand. The night was crisp and clear, with a bright moon and scattered stars. Lu Fan sat alone in the small courtyard, inhaling deeply, then slowly exhaling, like a steadily pumping bellows, forcing the lingering stagnant air out of his chest inch by inch. He had only a single precious concentration pill, and tonight, he had to extract its full potency. Every breath was measured with exact precision. Once his breath settled into the optimal rhythm, he carefully took out the pale blue pill inscribed with faint medicinal patterns and gently placed it on his tongue. The pill dissolved instantly, a wave of coolness rushing straight to his dantian. Almost immediately, countless tiny aches bit at him like swarms of ants, torturing his meridians, bones, and muscles in an unexpected surge of pain. Lu Fan frowned slightly, but did not utter a single groan. Had endured far greater torment before. This tearing sting was nothing to shake him. In an instant, a scorching tide surged from deep within his dantian. The warmth thundered through his meridians, burning like hidden flames, but accompanied by an intoxicating richness reminiscent of Old Wu's homemade strong liquor. A faint smile tugged at Lu Fan's lips before he quickly composed himself, focusing intently on his inner altar to carefully sense the flow of the medicinal power coursing within. The waves of heat repeated again and again, gradually weakening in intensity, but with each pass, they carved stronger muscles and added a thicker halo of energy along his meridians. His organs bathed in the warmth as if draped in indestructible armor. Entering his inner vision, Lu Fan clearly saw his once emaciated body visibly expand and solidify. Muscles thickened like iron cables, bones gleamed like jade, and his organs radiated strength under a golden glow. He was stunned. Just one single pill had transformed his physique so profoundly. Only days ago, at his first attempt at inner vision, he had seemed like a fragile bamboo stalk shattered by the wind. Now he was as upright and mighty as an ancient pine almost reborn. As the medicinal power fully integrated into his flesh and blood, the scorching energy finally settled without a trace. Lu Fan exhaled slowly, then stood up, loosening his shoulders and back, feeling his clothes stretch tightly over his now bulkier frame. He clenched his fist, hearing the slight crackle of bone joints. A faint gleam flickered in his eyes. His once thin form had grown robust, nearly doubling in size, and his strength had soared beyond expectation. Without hesitation, he dropped into a solid horse stance and launched a punch at the practice stone in the courtyard. The blow sliced through the air like a whip and struck with a thunderous crash. Shards of stone scattered as a deep imprint sank into the heart of the boulder, cracks radiating outward instantly. Compared to the shallow dent he had left during the day, the stone's surface was now on the verge of shattering. Examining his knuckles, Lu Fan grinned. His power was far more than just doubled. As for his cultivation level, he pondered silently whether he had merely reached the peak of the fourth layer of body refinement or had actually stepped into the fifth. A light laugh escaped his chest, echoing into the open night. When the laughter finally faded, he gathered his emotions. Though his strength had skyrocketed, he still lacked a proper martial skill. After reaching the fourth layer of body refinement, if he had no techniques to supplement it, he would merely be a brute relying on raw power. Fortunately, the Lu family was a martial lineage with a sizable library in their estate, filled with all manner of martial arts manuals, body movement techniques, and secret scrolls, strictly reserved for family descendants to study. Although most of the martial techniques were of low rank, with only a few at the human level, and legendary spirit level techniques beyond human rank were rare among them. Only the Lu family's secret art, the blazing golden body, was ever mentioned. These lowest tier human level techniques were more than enough for Lu Fan, who had yet to form his Zonjing energy. The night was deep and dark as he stepped toward the library pavilion. Passing through the quiet Lu family backyard and following the winding garden path, a few weeping willows cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Only a handful of patrolling servants with lanterns passed by. No familiar faces appeared. Before long, the tall, pitch-black inkstone outside the pavilion came into view. His first task was to test the strength he had rapidly gained. It was said that this inkstone had been modified by martial masters with secret arts to accurately reflect one's cultivation level. Lu Fan took a deep breath and stood before the stone, shoulders slightly lowered and fists clenched at his waist. Suddenly, his power exploded as he struck the stone with a punch. After the muffled impact, the stone glowed faintly with light body refinement stage 5, medium level. 2 levels of progress in a single day. Lu Fan clenched his fists excitedly, throwing 2 punches into the air. If not for fear of disturbing others, he might have howled toward the sky. Regaining his composure, he pushed open the pavilion door. An elderly man with white streaked hair sat beside the doorway, quietly reading a book. Lu Fan recognized him as Elder Sun, the library's caretaker, and respectfully greeted him, Elder Sun. The elder looked up, eyes clouded but clear. Looking for martial techniques? Lu Fan, you've reached body refinement stage 4? Lu Fan was surprised the old man still remembered him after all. It had been years since his last visit, which ended in disappointment after a quick glance through the books. Yes, I've reached stage 4. The elder nodded, voice hoarse but steady. To your left, in order, are books on saber, sword, fist, and body techniques. On the far right are uncategorized miscellaneous texts. Choose what you need and register them. With permission granted, Lu Fan bowed again and turned away, his excitement barely contained. Saber and sword techniques were not in his plans for now. The Lu family's greatest fame lay in body techniques. He intended to first train in body techniques and fist techniques, both close combat arts, to solidify his foundation for eventually breaking through to the blazing golden body. Though still uncertain whether he could master the blazing golden body, preparing early could never hurt, just as he never expected to reach stage 5 before age 18, but somehow had done so. Life was unpredictable. Surprises could come at any moment. He began at the body techniques bookshelf, pulling out one book after another. They mostly contained basic footwork, evasive moves, and general conditioning exercises, mostly mediocre. Some movements he had even seen among clan members, more for show than substance. After searching several shelves with no luck, disappointment crept in, and he turned toward the fist techniques. Stone rolling fist, power fist, bull strength energy, even their names revealed they were very basic methods. Lu Fan flipped through dozens of books, but still hadn't found what he was looking for. The more he searched, the more anxious he grew. There was only 1 month left until the Lu family's annual ceremony, where the trial would determine who stayed and who was cast out. Even though he had reached the 5th level of body refining, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be exiled. If his martial skills were inferior, his peers would show no mercy. Getting beaten was one thing, but being banished was a fate far worse. What Lu Fan needed was a powerful martial technique that could be mastered quickly, but such coveted skills were usually hidden and obscure. An hour passed, the shelves in disarray, yet he came up empty-handed. Closing the last scroll, he took a deep breath, turned back to the table, and went straight to the point. Head caretaker, I want to ask you, do you have any martial techniques here that can be learned quickly? The old man lowered his half-rimmed glasses, stacked the scrolls neatly, and said with a faint expression, young man, aiming too high and rushing the path isn't the true way of cultivation. I understand, Lu Fan replied firmly, but I only have 1 month left. If I delay any longer, the annual trial will be my only chance to turn things around. I hope you can understand. That determined look made the old man pause. He had spent most of his life guarding the Lu family's library and had seen many talented but arrogant youths. Few had ever looked so urgent yet calm. After a moment of thought, the old man finally nodded. There are quick training techniques, but almost no one practices them. Are you sure you want to try? I do. More than anything, Lu Fan said without hesitation. The old man smiled, slowly standing up with a limp, and shuffled toward a pile of miscellaneous books in the corner. Covered in dust and forgotten for years, he bent down and pulled out a yellowed booklet from the bottom. Brushing off the dust, he handed it to Lu Fan, saying simply, read it yourself. 3 large characters greeted him: Mount Breaking Fist. The name alone was imposing, making Lu Fan's heart race. He flipped it open immediately, and his pupils contracted sharply. The first step of this fist technique was smash stone with your arm. 8 hours a day, every day, striking rocks with all your strength from different angles. After 1 month, you could achieve basic proficiency. Below, a cold warning read, any slackening risks cracked bones or even a shattered arm. No wonder no one dared practice it freely. This was practically a road leading to broken limbs. After a brief silence, the old man smiled warmly. Will you train in it? It's a high-level human martial skill with formidable power if mastered. Lu Fan clenched his teeth. Others had a head start of several years. If he didn't endure hardship, how could he catch up? Closing the booklet, he took a deep breath. This is it. Head caretaker, please register me. The old man's expression shifted slightly as he double-checked. Are you sure? Have you fully understood the training method? I have. There's no shortcut in martial arts. I can handle the pain. With a booming laugh, the old man shoved the booklet into his arms. Take it. This book is yours. No need to register. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, about to thank him, when the wooden door creaked open. A graceful young girl stepped in. It was Zhang Yuehan. Their eyes met briefly, and she visibly startled, stopping in her tracks. Lu Fan glanced at her indifferently and immediately turned away, clasping his fist toward the old man. Thank you, head caretaker. I'll take my leave. His footsteps were steady and crisp as he exited. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Yuehan murmured softly, why is he here? Isn't this martial art only for those at the 4th level of body refining and above? Only then did the caretaker look up. Girl, what are you doing here? You're not a Lu family member. Outsiders aren't allowed to read in the library. Quickly, Zhang Yuehan raised the long sword at her waist. I'm here to help Lu Ming. No help for anyone. You must leave. The old man waved her off. It's late. Rest early. Helpless, the girl stepped out of the loft with a soft stomp. As she turned, her gaze lingered on Lu Fan's departing silhouette. Brows furrowed. What was he doing here? Wasn't this martial technique only for those above the 4th level of body refinement? The next morning, the sky was clear and endless, bathed in golden sunlight. The streets were covered with a fresh layer of snow from the night before, like a silver carpet. The morning breeze was sharp, yet pedestrians bundled tightly in their coats kept bustling about. Lu Fan stepped onto the crisp snow, its crunch beneath his feet echoing as he headed straight toward the herbal shop in the main city. The pouch at his waist swung slightly, heavy with gold coins, almost all his savings. Last night, he had just received the manual for the mountain-breaking fist from his master. He spent the entire night studying it intently, first understanding the moves, then analyzing the force, and finally practicing. The scroll repeatedly emphasized that true progress didn't depend on arm strength alone, but on the aid of a special herb, the flameleaf grass. Without this herb, striking rocks with bare arms was no different than self-inflicted torture. Realizing this, he had decided to buy the herb first thing at dawn. Coming from a martial family, Lu Fan was familiar with common spirit herbs. Unfortunately, although his own Lu family ran an herbal store, their prices were sky-high. Even family disciples could barely afford it. His funds were limited, only about a dozen gold coins, so he hoped to find luck at a street vendor. The main street was bustling with activity at that hour. Shops lined both sides. Steam from taverns mingled with the calls of hawkers, rising in white mist against the cold air. Pedestrians' footsteps crunched rhythmically on the snow. Lu Fan pressed forward against the wind, eyes scanning the stalls. If he could find flameleaf grass at a roadside stand, it would surely be cheaper, and he could bargain. After half the street, he only saw common herbs. The fiery red flameleaf grass was nowhere in sight. Its leaf veins are bright red, its roots snow white if top grade, blue streaked as second quality, and fully crimson when most common. Patiently, he examined every stall until, near a weapons shop, he spotted a bamboo basket quietly holding a pile of bright red herbs. His heart lifted, though he feigned casual indifference as he bent over to inspect them, brushing off fine snow from the leaves, counting the stalks inconspicuously. Fearing suspicion, he idly toyed with other roots before picking one up to ask, "How much for this?" A frosty voice came over his shoulder. 5 silver coins each. 5 silver coins, a typical family of 3's monthly spend. Lu Fan frowned. With only about a dozen gold coins, buying the whole basket was impossible. He set the herb down and turned away. Too expensive, he'll keep looking. Seeing the sale slipping away, the seller hastily leaned forward. 4 silver coins each. If you want more, I can go lower. Young master, this stuff is hard to harvest. You won't find prices like this elsewhere. Lu Fan turned back, rifling through the flameleaf grass, his mind racing with calculations. Would this basket last him a month? Suddenly, his fingers brushed against some distinctly colored roots, pure white as jade. His chest surged with warmth. Snow-white flameleaf grass, worth 10 times the common red variety. The manual said that supplementing training with this grade could double his progress. Fighting to keep calm, he smoothed his collar and held out 3 fingers to the seller. 3 silver coins each. He'll take all of these. The vendor gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and said, "Deal." Lu Fan immediately pulled out a silver note and handed it over, then gathered the bundle of blazing flame grass radiating intense heat into his arms. Just as he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, someone suddenly slammed into his shoulder hard. He turned to see a young man in a blue martial artist uniform standing before him. The man had a square jaw and broad shoulders, with the distinctive emblem of the Martial Arts Academy embroidered on his collar, clearly proud of it. Lu Fan recognized him. Mo Yunfei, the youngest son of the prestigious Mo family, the top martial arts clan of Jianglan City. "Oh, if it isn't Lu Fan, the Lu family's good for nothing," Mo Yunfei sneered. "Out early trying to gather herbs for your family? Weren't you supposed to be collecting herbs on West Mountain?" Behind him, several Mo family servants jeered loudly, their laughter sharp and mocking. Mo Yunfei reached out and snatched 2 stalks of flame grass from Lu Fan's arms. Lu Fan snatched them back roughly. "Mo young master, you do your business your way, I'll do mine. No need to disturb each other. Goodbye." With that, he turned to leave. But several servants stepped in front, blocking his path completely. Mo Yunfei sized him up with a contemptuous smirk. "Toughened up a bit in a few days, huh? Even Lu Ming wouldn't dare talk like that in front of me. What do you think you are?" Calmly, Lu Fan replied. "Mo young master, you should say that to Lu Ming." "Good one." Mo Yunfei clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "He'll find a way to teach him a lesson. Look at your Lu family still keeping trash like you around and thinking you can compare to us Mo's? You're not even close." Before he finished, he slapped Lu Fan's arm hard. The bundle of flame grass slipped from his grasp and scattered across the stone street. The fiery red blades rolled amid the dust and dirt. Lu Fan clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, fury burning in his eyes, but he forced himself to stay composed. Mo Yunfei's strength was at least cultivation body stage 8 or Ninian opponent he couldn't confront. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and carefully picked up each stalk of flame grass one by one. Mo Yunfei crossed his arms and watched coldly, occasionally making snide remarks, laughing brazenly. Passers-by stopped to watch from a distance, not daring to intervene. The contrast between powerful and weak was painfully clear. Here stood Mo family's heir, and there, the Lu family's infamous loser. Some even joined in with the crowd's jeers. Look at Lu Fan, crawling like a dog. Trash deserves to be bullied. Son, remember that, don't be like him. The Lu family must have no shame letting him wander around. The murmurs stung Lu Fan's ears like needles, but he bit back all emotion and focused on gathering the herbs. At last, the entire bundle was secured again in his arms. Looking up, his voice hoarse, he asked, "Can I go now?" Mo Yunfei shrugged off his sleeve, tired of the amusement. "I'm not interested in bullying trash anymore. Get lost." With a wave, his servants stepped aside. Lu Fan left clutching the flame grass. Mo Yunfei's laughter fading behind him. The sunlight cast sharp shadows across his thin face, but his eyes glowed with a cold, fierce light. In this world, the strong can trample the weak at will. For over 10 years, he had been weak, but now for the first time, he glimpsed a chance to grow stronger no matter the cost. He would become powerful. Today, Mo Yunfei's actions ignited the fire in his chest, a fire that one day would rage into a blazing inferno, consuming the whole world. Outside Zhonglin City, on the western mountain, heavy snow blanketed the peaks. The gray-white flakes weighed down the pine branches until they bent, while mist wandered through the forest. From deep within the mountain came a dull thudding, like a drumbeat or distant thunder. Before a massive iron stone as large as a house, Lu Fan stood bare-chested, his feet pressing on frozen ice, his eyes bloodshot. He clenched his fists and hammered them down fiercely. The rock's surface instantly dented, shards flying in all directions. His knuckles and finger bones were soaked in fresh blood, droplets falling onto the snow, blooming into dark red patterns. His arms swelled high. The initial sharp pain long faded into a dull, cramping numbness. Yet he continued applying the power technique from the mountain-cracking fist, punch after punch. Nearby, a small mound of blazing flame grass burned steadily. Dry firewood, spare clothes, and sharpened stone tools were neatly arranged. Several chunks of frozen jerky lay tossed casually in the snow. Time slipped quietly past as Lu Fan endured hours of grueling training. Compared to his expectations, the mountain-cracking fist was not complicated in form, but it demanded smashing the rock with bare fists. He gradually found the rhythm of exerting force, but every punch tore into his body. At last came exhaustion. His heavy arms felt like 1,000 pounds, unable to lift, with faint cracking sounds echoing from his bones. Bent over, he bit off a piece of blazing flame grass and chewed it slowly. The intense medicinal heat burned its way down his throat, and after a moment his whole body felt as if being roasted, his skin reddening rapidly, heartbeat pounding like a drum. But this was only the first step. After ingesting the herb, he still needed to apply it externally to truly transform muscles and bones. With great effort, he lifted a barely mobile hand and grabbed a tool, crushing the snowy, water-rooted blazing flame grass into powder and evenly spreading it across his bloodied, mangled arms. The moment the powder touched the wounds, a piercing agony exploded like a red-hot iron rod driven into his bone marrow, contorting his features in torment. Cold sweat froze into thin ice. Gritting his teeth, he muttered fiercely to himself, "Endure. This will work." Through the pain, blood and herb powder rapidly blended, and the skin began visibly knitting together, the swelling easing slightly. The healing power of the white-root blazing flame grass was truly remarkable, and a quiet relief bloomed in his heart that he had chosen the right remedy. Yet this was only the start of the cycle. At the peak of the herb's effect, he forced himself to continue punching. When his fist slammed into the iron stone again, the newly healed flesh was ripped open immediately, fresh pain layered over old, as if lightning had struck his nerves twice. His vision darkened, nearly blacking out, but a rough curse pulled him back from the brink of collapse. His heavy breath steamed in the icy mountain wind as Lu Fan swore and trained relentlessly with no pause. The book clearly stated that drug potency was seeping deep into the tissues now, and wasting even a moment would be loss. The true essence of the mountain-cracking fist was to destroy first and rebuild next, shattering the periosteum with extreme force, then reconstructing with blazing flame grass, so the bones and tendons transformed into iron fists and arms strong enough to crack mountains. He had expected immense pain, but not such a torturous extreme. Yet having made his choice, he refused to turn back. To save the trouble of repeated trips, he packed enough food, herbs, and tools to spend weeks in, maybe 20 days in this sealed western mountain until the mountain-cracking fist truly took effect. In the snow-covered woods, the roar of curses mingled with the pounding of fist against stone echoed through the valley, reverberating again and again as Lu Fan trained relentlessly for hours. The sun dipped below the western horizon, twilight deepened, and light snow began to fall again. Snowflakes drifted softly, settling on the treetops and also on Lu Fan's burning hot shoulders. He had been punching until his arms ached and felt too heavy to lift, finally gasping for breath as he paused. Night quickly engulfed the mountain forest, the cold biting through to his bones. He used his foot to gather scattered dry branches, then sparked a fire by striking flint with his foot. Sparks flew, Flickering flames licked the kindling, and at last a small campfire was kindled. The dancing firelight warmed the frozen hard rations, releasing a faint scent of wheat. Lu Fan curled up deep inside the cave, chewing slowly, yet his gaze never left the snowy landscape outside. This cave could shield him from the wind and cold. That was the main reason he chose it as his training ground. Late into the night, his numb arms regained slight feeling. Struggling, he lifted one hand to sprinkle medicinal powder on his injured arm. The powder seeped into the broken skin and flesh, burning sharply, but he only grunted softly and leaned back against the cold rock wall with closed eyes to meditate. The harsh mountain wind howled through the cave opening. He opened his eyes to gaze at the snow, fatigue clinging stubbornly to him. For the next 20-plus days, it was as if he was sealed inside the mountain forest by the wind and snow, sinking into frenzied training. Day after day, his fists bloody and battered were repeatedly scorched by the medicine and fire, tearing apart and then healing again. At first, the pain from the powder made it hard to sleep. After 10 days, he could fall asleep the moment the medicine touched his skin. He could feel his strength visibly swelling inside, muscles growing denser, bones heavier, every punch slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. That morning the snow still fell as he stood outside the cave by a frequently used ironstone. His fists rained down relentlessly, dense and unforgiving, cracking lines spiderwebbing across the once smooth stone surface. Suddenly, he pulled back and gathered energy, lowering his hips, then hammered both fists forward like heavy hammers. A piercing, sharp wind sound cut through the air. Boom! The ironstone, about a person's height, was blasted backward several yards, snapping into two pieces midair with a sharp crack before crashing heavily into the snow-covered ground. Snow flew in all directions, stone fragments scattered everywhere. Watching this scene, Lu Fan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He lowered his gaze to his reddened arms, wounds curling but tougher than before, showing progress. According to the scrolls, the mountain-breaking fist is listed as a complex martial technique, but is in essence a single devastating punch that unleashes maximum power in an instant. The elaborate forms are only to teach practitioners how to unleash this explosive force from different stances, angles, and timing. After 2 weeks experimenting, he had finally grasped the key. That punch was the best proof. Yet he was not content. The book said that at the small success stage, a punch should scatter stones everywhere. He had only broken it into 2 pieces. It was far from enough. Lu Fan didn't know that this advanced human-level martial art normally required developing Ganqi first. Given his level at refining body stage 5, he should have been able to shatter huge rocks, already beyond small success. Still, he frowned and turned to look for the next stone. In these days, he had smashed many stones. Early targets were riddled with tiny cracks from long pounding and useless to keep training on. As for the ironstone just now, it was ruined within half a day. Now he stood before a cliff face littered with broken rocks, constantly selecting stones as practice targets. Looking around, stones about a person's height were almost all broken by him. The remaining ones were either too large to move or too small and fragile, only suitable for tossing around. After scanning the area, Lu Fan finally spotted a stone by the cliffs that met his standards. Reaching out to move it, Lu Fan found the stone larger than he had expected. With a strong lift, he pulled the entire rock free. As the stone shifted aside, a dark, yawning cave entrance suddenly appeared before his eyes, like the open jaws of a beast. Lu Fan's heart stirred. He gently set the stone down and stepped inside. The cave was surprisingly deep, his footsteps echoing down the narrow passage. The further he went, the wider the space became. The ceiling, laced with some kind of mineral, cast flickering, dim lights that danced like candle flames in the wind. Just as Lu Fan swept his eyes warily around, a dazzling silver gleam caught his attention. A plant bathed entirely in silver light stood silently. Its slender, willow-like leaves layered delicately, with a tiny silver-white flower no larger than a fingertip at its center. A earth spirit flower. The patterns from the book instantly aligned with the scene before him, almost making his heart race uncontrollably. Medicinal herbs were ranked in 9 grades. Any above grade 4 qualified as spiritual herbs, and their defining trait was a kind of consciousness. When a person or beast approached, they instinctively contracted. Now, just as he moved closer, the earth spirit flower snapped shut in an instant, its leaves tightly enclosing the blossom. A grade 6 spiritual herb. Such a treasure would fetch a price on par with a top-tier pill at auction. More importantly, according to ancient records, the earth spirit flower significantly enhances a warrior's physical recovery. Lu Fan's chest surged with excitement, yet he stepped cautiously. He gently unfolded the layers of leaves, pinched the tiny silver bloom between his fingers, and slipped it carefully into his pocket. He didn't touch the roots. This was a cardinal rule of herb gathering. Damaging the roots disrupts the natural balance and forever sully one's reputation. By preserving the root, another flower might bloom years later. Done. Lu Fan sat cross-legged. With the treasure in hand, selling it felt wasteful. It was better to use it immediately. Thinking so, He tilted his head back and swallowed the flower whole. A cooling medicinal force instantly rose inside his belly, like an icy spring flooding his limbs and marrow. In the next moment, that chill surged into a fierce torrent, violently scouring his bones and blood. Lu Fan's body trembled. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin, blood seeping from every hair pore. He had underestimated the overwhelming power of a spiritual herb. Clenching his teeth, unstoppable muscle spasms racked him from the intense pain. Unlike pills refined by chi cultivators, whose power releases gradually, he had swallowed the raw plant, directly doubling the risk. If he failed to temper this flood of energy, his only fate would be explosive death. Suddenly, a wave of scorching hot air blasted his face, like someone breathing close. Every nerve in Lu Fan's body tensed, but he dared not move. Any motion would unleash even wilder power inside him. Sweat slid from his forehead down his nose. Through flickering cave light, he glimpsed a massive shadow shifting on the rock wall. A wild beast. Cold sweat dripped from his palms as realization struck. The giant stone he moved was actually a door, and this cave was the lair of a wild beast. Each year the great families of Jianglin City sent warriors to clear the nearby wilderness, yet no one had discovered this place. The shadow approached, each heavy breath heating the air around him. Surging medicinal power inside, wild beast looming. Two dangers pressed on Lu Fan's blood-red heartbeat. Was this the day he met his end? Unwilling to accept defeat, he steeled himself to fight on. Lu Fan held his breath, silently praying that this wild beast was blind and couldn't see him. From deep inside the cave, faint footsteps suddenly echoed, and a creature stumbled into view. Lu Fan had braced himself for a terrifying monster with savage fangs, but froze the moment he saw it was actually a disabled little dog with an endearing appearance. It walked upright, its two front legs weak and short, and big, shiny black eyes blinked innocently. It looked harmless, nothing like the fearsome beasts of legend. Lu Fan's tension eased slightly as he focused on suppressing the turbulent medicinal power of the earth spirit flower within him. The little dog slowly approached, and the few remaining leaves of the earth spirit flower seemed to recognize an old friend, wrapping gently around its body. A soft glow seeped through the leaf veins into the dog's body, making it let out a comfortable whimper. But the light soon dimmed, and the dog realized the flower was completely picked clean. Its eyes flashed with anger as it glared at Lu Fan and bared its still-developing fangs. In the next moment, it surprised him by charging upright like a human, clamping its jaws around Lu Fan's wrist. A sharp, burning pain spread instantly as blood poured out. Lu Fan dared not breathe openly. Dying at the hands of a powerful beast would be one thing, but falling to a mere little dog? That would be utterly embarrassing, beyond imagining. At that very instant, the medicinal energy inside him, which had been raging, suddenly calmed, as if guided, and surged through his bloodstream into his wrist. The dog's entire body was bathed in a radiant glow as it ravenously absorbed that power. Moments later, it seemed sated, releasing its bite with a few threatening snarls before stumbling back into the depths of the cave. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh through his tears. She had been threatened by a little dog, yet in doing so had resolved the crisis of his excessive medicinal power. Now the remaining power inside him was no longer harmful. Sitting cross-legged, he waited quietly as his body gradually absorbed it. His breathing steadied, and he closed his eyes to meditate, the faint twinkling light of the earth spirit flower shimmering around him. He remained like this for a full day and night. When he finally opened his eyes, two beams of sharp light shot out. Moving slightly, his bones crackled like pearls popping. Lu Fan raised his arm with a fierce shout and smashed his fist against the wall, the mountain crumbling fist. The dull roar reverberated in the cave, the rock face instantly covered in cracks as stones tumbled down. A deep pit appeared prominently in front of him. Grinning broadly at his achievement, he thought, the mountain crumbling fist had reached a minor mastery, and his strength had greatly improved. Was now just one step away from the 6th stage of body tempering, advancing 3 stages in 1 month. Even Lu Ming, the prodigy of their clan, couldn't keep pace. Suddenly, a pungent stench invaded his nostrils. Upon closer sniffing, he realized the source was himself. Indeed, he hadn't cleaned up in many days. Lu Fan hurried out of the cave entrance and grabbed handfuls of snow to wipe off haphazardly. Training was done, it was time to go home. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, a waste, isn't he? This New Year's ceremony will bring you all a huge surprise. I'm curious to see who can still chase me away. A long shout pierced the silence of the mountains. Lu Fan sprinted forward, his robe billowing behind him, and soon he vanished into the dense forest. After the dust settled, a skinny stray dog cautiously peeked out from a hidden den, scanning its surroundings warily before retreating back into darkness. A few days later, Jianglin City was decked out in bright decorations, with every household painting their doors and windows, hanging lanterns, and the crackle of firecrackers rising one after another. For the people of the Wuan Kingdom, no festival was celebrated more grandly than the New Year's Eve. The Lu family took it even more seriously 2 days ago. Their mansion doors had been thrown wide open, long tables stretched in endless rows, inviting everyone regardless of wealth or status to sit and enjoy the endless food and drink. This had been a tradition passed down for generations. Tonight was the final day before the new year, when the most important ceremony would be held, paying respect to heaven and earth, praying for a bountiful harvest, and testing the cultivation progress of the Liu family heirs over the past year. In previous years at this time, Liu Fan was always mocked, quietly retreating to a corner to celebrate alone. But not this year. He sat steadily among the guests, a small cup of wine exuding a faint fragrance before him. The singing and dancing on stage was lively, and for the first time, he felt genuinely at ease. Celebrating the new year could actually be quite enjoyable. Useless cousin, how do you plan to embarrass yourself this year? Lu Ming sneered from behind, followed by the laughter of Lu Tiangang and the others. Lu Fan didn't even bother to turn around, focusing solely on the stage. Lu Tiangang came up beside him, pressing heavily on his shoulder with his palm and lowering his voice. Ready to get beaten tonight? Lu Fan looked up calmly and replied, I'm ready whenever. Big talk. Just wait until you end up begging on your knees. With that, Lu Tiangang flicked his sleeve and walked away, while others cast disdainful glances at Lu Fan. He met their gazes steadily, setting down his cup. Gently begging on his knees was something he had never done before and definitely wouldn't do now. Night fell, and the mansion was brightly illuminated, the arrival of the New Year's hour imminent. In the main hall, beneath the golden family emblem hanging high, Lu Haoran, head of the Lu family, sat in the chief seat wearing a black robe, his expression stern and commanding. On either side sat Lu Ming's father, Lu Feng, Lu Fan's father, Lu Hao, and several uncles. The singing and dancing gradually ceased, leaving only the lingering echoes of drums in the air. Lu Haoran stood, raising his cup, his voice resonant. Lu family heirs, we honor heaven and earth. Everyone responded in unison, rising to raise their cups. At the start of the new year, may martial spirit endure. As the patriarch's words faded, hundreds of wine cups tilted simultaneously, spilling clear liquor onto the green stone floor with a crisp sound. The ceremony complete, Lu Haoran resumed his seat and gestured. Several servants quickly brought forward the prepared ink stones black as mirrors, emanating a faint chill. Then, one of Lu Fan's uncles stepped to the center with a booming voice. Lu family heirs, begin the test. All the younger members echoed, standing in formation. Lu Feng then began calling names one by one, summoning them forward. Among the Lu family heirs called up, some looked uneasy while others appeared completely relaxed. On the training platform, the morning breeze swept past the tall stand where Lu Haoran stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing those below. Every time he saw the younger generation of the Lu family growing stronger day by day, he felt a surge of pride. Nearby, Lu Hao's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Lu Fan while Lu Fan maintained a calm expression. Lu Hao was so nervous his palms were sweating. Lu Hao, you seem a bit restless. Lu Haoran suddenly turned his head. Yes, I am a little uneasy, Lu Hao admitted. Because of Lu Fan. You gave him the precious elixirs you worked so hard to get. Lu Hao smiled bitterly. As a father, every time I can help him is a chance, but I'm afraid I won't be able to next time. Lu Feng, fanning himself nearby, chuckled lightly. Big brother, you're just too soft-hearted. Either Lu Fan is too lazy to train, or he's got poor talent. A single elixir won't fix that. Lu Hao frowned, about to argue, but Lu Haoran raised a hand to stop him. Each generation has its own fate. If he really can't make it, living far from the family might be better for him. Lu Hao nodded silently. He hadn't told anyone that elixir was actually the merit reward pill Grandpa gave him for securing a large market for the family last time. Lu Haoran obviously wanted to use it to give his grandson another boost. After all, the old man cared for Lu Fan, even if the boy was disappointing. The tests downstairs were nearing their end when a shout broke the crowd's thoughts. Lu Tiangang, step forward for testing. Lu Tiangang stepped out from the crowd, his muscles coiled like knots. With a punch, he struck the inkstone hard. Body refining stage 5, moderate. The numbers appeared, and disappointment crossed his face. He still hadn't reached stage 6. It was a bit risky, but if he could knock out 2 or 3 opponents in the upcoming matches, he'd be safe. Lu Ming, step forward for testing. All eyes turned to Lu Ming. The young man sparkled with energy, throwing punches at the inkstone. Its light flared brilliantly. He was still body refining stage 8, but the cracks on the stone had widened significantly since last Tamiya, clear sign his month of hard work hadn't been in vain. On the platform, Lu Feng was excited, raising a cup in congratulations. Lu Haoran smiled as well. Lu Ming is progressing rapidly. Lu Feng, once he returns from the academy next year, he'll probably be able to cultivate the Gang Qi. Bring him to me then. He'll personally teach him the blazing golden body technique. Lu Feng beamed and bowed. Yes, father. Watching the cheering clansmen, Lu Haoran thought privately, barring accidents, Lu Ming would be the third-generation heir of the Lu family. The only worry was his brashness and restlessness. Sooner or later, he'd have to learn patience. Lu Ming quickly returned to the line, still receiving loud applause as the Lu family heirs looked up to him as a role model. Lu Fan, step forward for testing. The moment had finally arrived. Lu Fan rose slowly, surrounded by a mixture of mockery and sighs. Many turned their heads away outright. Was probably the last time this waste would appear on stage before being sent away to do menial tasks on the family's edges. Lu Fan approached the inkstone, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. This punch would slam down every ounce of his pain and the scorn had endured all these years. Bang! With a dull thud, the inkstone suddenly flared with intense light. Massive characters appeared, making everyone's hearts skip a beat simultaneously. Body refining stage 6, moderate. An eerie silence descended like death itself. All eyes were fixed on the line of golden, shimmering characters carved into the inkstone, expressions shifting rapidly like a revolving lantern. Moments later, only the sound of synchronized deep breaths filled the air, as if no one dared to believe what they had just witnessed. In the middle of the stance, Lu Hao suddenly sprang to his feet, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, chest heaving with excitement. Lu Fan had really done it. He had really done it. Standing beside him, Lu Feng froze in place, mouth slightly agape, utterly unable to accept the fact that the waste Lu Fan had risen so dramatically in an instant. Even the usually composed clan leader Lu Haoran stood abruptly, leaving his seat. Reaching the 6th level of body refinement was not the absolute peak, but what was terrifying was that just a month ago, Lu Fan had only been at the 3rd level. Lu Haoran knew full well how effective the power concentrating pill he had given Lu Hao was at best. It could at most boost 1 level. Yet now, Lu Fan had managed to jump 3 entire levels. This defied all logic. Lu Ming, who had come to see Lu Fan humiliated, now stood rooted, mouth open wide enough to fit a chicken egg, unable to utter a single word. Around them, Lu clan youths seemed to lose their reason all at once, shouting loudly, "Impossible! No way!" Yet those 4 golden characters' refinement level 6 beat against their hearts like a drum. No one could deny it. Fists unclenching, standing firm. Lu Fan's chest rose and fell, quickly returning to a calm steadiness. Years of humiliation had taught him how to control his emotions. He strode back to his place with steady steps, each footfall striking as if it landed squarely on the faces of those who had just mocked him, forcing their complexions to flush with embarrassment. Looking around, very few of his peers could reach refinement level 6, let alone match his astonishing speed of progress. Above, Lu Feng ground his teeth nearly to shards, then abruptly turned to Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, exactly what pill did you give him?" For once, Lu Hao was unusually pleased, smiling so brightly his eyes gleamed. "The power concentrating pill, didn't you know?" Lu Feng replied grimly, "Impossible. The power concentrating pill definitely can't boost someone 3 levels in a month." "You're right, it can't," Lu Hao said slowly. "Tishi achieved all this through his own hard work. Not only that, he's very smart." Those words were like a slap to Lu Feng's face in front of everyone. I had insisted that Lu Fan would always be a waste, yet reality shredded that claim effortlessly. Lu Feng's face turned ashen, unable to find a reply. "No, he must have used some trick to fool the inkstone. I don't believe he's at refinement 6. Lu Fan, you liar. Stop trying to fool everyone with dirty tricks. A waste is always a waste." Lu Tiangang shouted hysterically. At just refinement level 5, 1 level below Lu Fan, the stark contrast drove him to rage beyond reason, shaking even Lu Ming beside him. Before Lu Tiangang's voice had fallen, Lu Hao shouted fiercely, "Lu Tiangang, what do you think you're doing?" His tone carried a powerful force. A gust swept through the air, making others' eardrums throb, and silencing Lu Tiangang abruptly, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Haoran's gaze was steady as he swept across the crowd. Lu Tianggang's furious shame, Lu Ming's pale face, and the mixed expressions of jealousy, fear, and confusion on the young clansmen all were taken in. A silent wave of disappointment grew in his heart. Is this the new generation of the Lu family? There was not a trace of the calm composure expected from a scion of such a prominent family. Only Lu Fan, the cause of it all, remained completely steady throughout, his expression serene and unreadable, neither sorrowful nor joyous, embodying the dignity of a true gentleman. Watching that slender yet upright figure in the center of the arena, Lu Haoran sighed inwardly. It seemed he still knew too little about this grandson. If Lu Fan's strength were just a bit greater, his talent a bit higher, perhaps the mantle of the 3-generation heir would belong to no one else. With that thought in mind, Lu Haoran raised his voice and declared, "No one can fool Monsieur, not even the people from the Martial Arts Academy. Do you really think Lu Fan can? Watch your words, you are all Lu family descendants, and so is Lu Fan." With those words, the matter was settled like a hammer striking the anvil. Lu Tiangang clenched his teeth, bowed his head in respect to the family head, and dared not argue further. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with Lu Haoran. "Lu Tiangang, you didn't believe before, right? This year's challenge qualification is assigned to Lu Fan. If you win, there's no reward. If you lose, you will serve a year guarding the forest lands of Pinshan County. Deal? Lu Haoran spoke calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Lu Tiangang. Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Tiangang would never accept such an uneven wager. But seething with anger today, he did not hesitate. Clenching his fist, he firmly responded, "Family head, I accept. I will challenge Lu Fan right now." In the stands, Lu Tiangang's father's face changed dramatically. He was about to speak, but a single look from Lu Haoran silenced him. The family head took his seat and raised his hand to signal, "Begin the contest. It will serve as the opening for the family tournament." Lu Tiangang tore off his shirt abruptly, muscles taut, and stepped forward with heavy footsteps. Lu Fan drew himself straight like a blade, sword in hand, and calmly walked to the center of the arena, glancing indifferently at his opponent. "Lu Fan." Lu Tiangang ground his teeth, voice barely audible through clenched jaws. "I said I'd make you kneel and beg for mercy. He'll make sure everyone sees you are nothing but a useless fool." Lu Fan raised his eyes, his tone chillingly calm. "Finished saying nonsense?" Rage blazed in Lu Tianggang's eyes. He burst forth with the force of thunder, his right fist cutting through the air like a storm as it smashed toward Lu Fan's nose, a textbook straight punch. Lu Fan only swayed his body slightly. The rushing fist brushed past the tips of his hair. Not giving up, Lu Tiangang followed with a left punch, but Lu Fan raised a hand and caught it effortlessly. His arm barely twitched as he neutralized the power, then pushed with an effortless shove. Bang! Lu Tiangang was slammed backward several steps before regaining his balance. In the stands, Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was pure strength overwhelming the opponent. Lu Tiangang was certain to lose. Lu Tiangang steadied himself on his toes, shock finally flickering in his eyes. Could that powerful force really be from Lu Fan? Refusing to believe it, he stamped his foot hard, sending stones flying, and launched himself like an arrow straight back at Lu Fan. A charging punch. Lu Tiangang unleashed his martial skill, concentrating all his strength into his right fist as he charged forward. The moment his fist connected with his opponent, an explosive force would erupt. This technique was taught to him by his father, military combat, training far superior to ordinary martial arts. His footsteps quickened violently, scattering gravel in every direction. His sleeves fluttered like wings, and his right arm was like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash its power at any moment. But in the next instant, it felt as if Lu Tiangang was facing his doom. Confronting his fierce punch, Lu Fan neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he raised his own fist to meet it heat in, his voice low but clear, mountain-breaking fist. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash that shook the air, followed by the sharp crack of bones breaking. Lu Fan's fist seemed forged from iron and stone, carrying unstoppable force that instantly shattered Lu Tianggang's forearm. Agonizing pain surged wildly along his nerves. Lu Tianggang's chest heaved as he was blasted backward more than 10 feet, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending up a cloud of dust half his height. The terrifying strength displayed far exceeded what should be possible at the 6th level of body refining. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Even Lu Ming, seated at the head table and himself an 8th level body refiner, instinctively rose in alarm. This punch would have crushed him just as easily. "Well done." Lu Haoran suddenly spoke, slapping the tabletop with his palm and a smile breaking across his face. With his seasoned insight, he clearly understood how much blood and sweat it took for someone Lu Fan's age to refine his bone strength to such an extent. Lu Tiangang staggered to his feet, the world tilting wildly before his eyes. The one he had long dismissed as useless now stood like a war god gazing down at him. Jealousy, regret, and fear surged through his mind as he heard the faint sighs and pity from the crowd. He wanted to continue fighting, but couldn't even stand steadily. Lu Fan stepped forward calmly, unwavering. "Still want to fight?" Lu Tianggang's lips trembled, his gaze flickered, and then his arm went limp. He collapsed to the ground as if his skeleton had vanished, losing consciousness. His fall landed like a heavy hammer blow on every person who had once mocked Lu Fan. Lu Fan raised his head to scan the room, his eyes cold and sharp. His voice was quiet but carried throughout. "Anyone else want a challenge?" Every Lu family member caught under that gaze lowered their heads shamefully. No one dared meet his eyes. At last, Lu Ming could no longer hold back and stepped forward. "Lu Fan, I'll go against you." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Feng abruptly stood, signaling repeatedly with his eyes. "Lu Ming, stand down." With Lu Feng's skill, it was obvious Lu Fan hadn't used his full power yet. If Lu Ming took action now, it would not only break etiquette, but also seem like bullying the weaker opponent, possibly damaging his reputation in front of the elder Lu. For the greater good, he had to stop his beloved son. Lu Haoran also sensed the tension and raised his hand to gesture. "Lu Ming, step down. This isn't your fight today. Lu Fan, you two step back." "You did well." "Yes." Lu Ming and Lu Fan bowed simultaneously. Lu Ming stormed back to his seat, seething with anger, while Lu Fan walked directly to the table, grabbing several plates of food and wine. leaving the banquet alone as he had in years past. Only this year, the sharp edge people saw in his departing figure was impossible to ignore. Lu Haoran turned and looked at Lu Hao with a satisfied smile. Lu Hao, you've raised a fine son. Lu Hao laughed heartily, sweeping away the gloom that had weighed on him for over a decade. Firecrackers crackled through the air, bidding farewell to the old year, while laughter and cheer welcomed the new one. Lu Fan carried 2 jugs of aged wine and a basket of hot dishes. Stepping over the red firecracker remnants still littering the street, he didn't head home to his small courtyard, but instead passed through the gates of the Lu estate and made his way toward Old Wu's little shop in the west of the city. Lanterns hung high across Jianglin City, every doorstep piled with discarded firecracker paper. Steam rose from the sugary coating of candied hawthorn skewers sold on street corners. Children darted about, their cheeks flushed red by the biting cold wind. Lu Fan felt lighter than ever, a smile playing at his lips as he handed out candied dates and peanuts to a few kids along the way, their crisp thanks and ringing laughter filling the air. Old Wu's shop, glowing warmly beneath a cluster of red lanterns, stood out in the evening. From a distance, Old Wu sat near the door, his gray cloth jacket open, swaying a wine jug in his half-drunk hand. His face flushed by the lantern light. He squinted with recognition and waved to Lu Fan as he approached, laden with wine and food. Old Wu, this time you get to taste the Lu family's cooking and wine, Lu Fan said, setting the basket on the table, releasing an immediate flood of savory aromas. Rare to see you this happy, Old Wu said, patting a stool beside him and settling in. The hot dishes steamed as Lu Fan broke the wax seals, pale wisps climbing the beams. He poured himself a cup and asked, "Where's that good jar of wine from last time? Bring it here." Old Wu's eyes flickered, but he stayed seated, looking up to ask, "Lu Fan, I suppose you won't need to wander far from home anymore. Have you reached the 5th or 6th level of body refinement?" Though casual, the question struck deep in Lu Fan's chest. He had suspected Old Wu knew something, but hearing it out loud still surprised him. Setting down his cup, he lowered his voice. "Old Wu, were you the one secretly helping me?" Old Wu pointed to Lu Fan's chest. "Not me. It was you yourself. I just gave you a chance." With that, he flicked his sleeve, and the jar of wine Lu Fan had been talking about buzzed to life, floating through the air to land firmly on the table with a crisp clink. The wax seal stayed intact, but the fragrance poured out. Lu Fan's pupils constricted telekinesis was a technique only practiced by those with profound cultivation. "Don't be startled," Old Wu smiled faintly. "I'm no warrior, just a fallen chi refiner." The words hit Lu Fan like a thunderclap. Even a low-ranking chi refiner held more status than someone who had simply formed strong muscle energy. He had never imagined that the longtime owner of this modest wine shop carried such an identity. He swallowed hard, disbelief written all over his face. After a moment, he drew a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Why give me a chance?" "Because you're worth it." Old Wu wiped a smear of wine from his mouth and took a long gulp, letting drops slide down his beard. He glanced toward the sparse fireworks outside and continued quietly. "I still remember the first time you came into my shop, a sickly boy who had just lost his mother, clutching despair and ordering a whole jar of wine. The first sip choked you red-faced, but you stubbornly drank it all. The next morning, still hungover and barely able to stand, you gritted your teeth and went back to training, even knowing it might be futile and that others mocked you." Old Wu laughed self-deprecatingly. "You probably forgot the question I asked you then." Lu Fan frowned. "What was it?" "See, you don't even remember." Old Wu shook the wine jar. "I asked, with a body so weak, maybe you won't live 2 more years. Why keep training?" He laughed out loud. "You said, even if you die tomorrow, you train because only by becoming stronger does living have meaning." Lu Fan was silent. That conversation, like an ancient, weathered stone tablet, suddenly felt vivid in his mind. His fists clenched, palm turning damp. And even now, that sentence hadn't changed, it remained his guiding creed. Old Wu pointed at Lu Fan's nose and said, "It's hard to imagine a child of 11 or 12 having such fighting spirit. Because of your words, I believe you deserve this chance." Then he solemnly declared that every time Lu Fan visited, he would share a portion of his own homebrewed liquor with him, gradually strengthening his body day by day until, with the help of this entire jar, he would achieve a complete transformation. Lu Fan stood frozen, only now understanding why he had changed from a sickly child to a robust young man, and why his martial training had gone so smoothly, all thanks to this jar of liquor. Old Wu raised his hand and gently pushed a black ceramic jar, half a person's height, in front of Lu Fan. The sealing wax on the jar's mouth was broken, revealing a dark green liquid rippling slightly inside, releasing a faint fragrance. Lu Fan cupped the jar, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. The fiery spirit burned going down his throat, instantly igniting a blaze surging through every limb and bone. He could even feel his blood rushing faster through his veins. The power it granted was far more noticeable than the energy pill his father had given him. There was no doubt about this liquor's value. Suddenly, he stood up, circled the table, and knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse but determined. I will never forget this life-saving kindness. Old Wu smiled and waved him off. Get up, after living half a lifetime. I can't stand such formalities. With a gentle swing of his arm, a soft but powerful energy wind lifted Lu Fan's body effortlessly, leaving no room to resist. The marvels of a chi cultivator were perfectly displayed in Old Wu's every move. Their eyes met, and Old Wu's smile faded into seriousness. He lowered his voice and asked, Lu Fan, are you willing to accept me as your master? Without hesitation, Lu Fan replied, yes, absolutely. Master, I pay my respects to you. With that, he knelt on both knees and bowed his forehead to the ground 9 times, each hit striking the courtyard stones crisply. Good, good, good. Old Wu repeated 3 times and slowly straightened his back. His originally stooped posture became sharp and upright like a spear, his eyes flashing with a commanding light as an aura of supreme confidence naturally arose. He raised his palm to rest on Lu Fan's head, solemnly vowing, the great path of the living, the boundless 9 heavens. Today, I, Wu Chun, accept Lu Fan as my disciple and vow to pass on my lifetime of knowledge to him, leaving no regrets. After the ceremony, Wu Chun Old Wu's Real, named personally, helped Lu Fan to his feet, his smile returning. Lu Fan, from today on, you are a disciple of the 9 heavens sect. As he spoke, he pulled a dark golden ring from inside his robe and handed it to Lu Fan. The words 9 heavens were clearly engraved on the ring's surface. This is the leader's ring of the 9 heavens sect. I now pass it to you. Lu Fan's eyes widened. Master, the leader's ring for me? Wu Chen took a sip from his wine gourd and replied calmly. Yeah, why not? Right now, it's just the 2 of us in the 9 heavens sect. It's either you or me who leads it. By the way, this ring is also a spiritual artifact with storage space. Lu Fan rubbed his forehead speechlessly. So this was the legendary 9 heavens sect? Secretly, he wondered if had been too rash to become a disciple, but the heavy storage ring in his hand gave him some comfort, so he decided not to think too much about it. Master, does this mean you will start teaching me chi refinement from today? He asked with a respectful fist salute. Wu Chen looked up, his tone calm, but full of deeper meaning. You want to become a chi cultivator and not just a martial artist? Lu Fan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. What difference does it make? Both involve training hard, both make you stronger. Wu Chen said, there's a big difference. You should keep focusing on cultivating your martial path for now. The cold wind slipped through the bamboo fence, stirring the iron pot on the stove and making a faint sizzling sound. Lu Fan looked up, frowning slightly. Just now, Master hadn't said he was a chi refiner, so why was he now telling him to continue on the warrior's path? Swallowing his doubts, he asked, Master, then what kind of martial skills do you plan to teach me? Martial skills? Wu Chen pushed the firewood aside and looked up, asking in return, what are you talking about? I'm a chi refiner. I don't understand martial arts. Lu Fan's face tightened as if slapped in the face. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he asked again, then Master, what exactly do you want to teach me? I'm going to teach you something special. Wu Chen reached out and took 2 jars of aged wine from the wood rack beside him. His gaze lingered on his disciple with a quiet intensity. Lu Fan, do you want to be the very first person in history who is both a chi refiner and a warrior? Lu Fan was stunned. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The firelight flickered in Wu Chen's pupils like 2 dancing flames, radiating a terrifying brilliance. Wu Chen whispered, combining the power of Gang Jin with vital energy, training both inside and out, becoming invincible in the world. The bold, ambitious declaration struck Lu Fan deeply. He lowered his voice, unable to hide his disbelief. Master, you're not joking, are you? Of course not. Wu Chen gently traced the sealing clay on the wine jar, his expression serious. This is a lifelong study of mine. I never succeeded, but I am confident in you, it will work. A spark flew from the charcoal fire. Lu Fan nervously swallowed hard, his throat dry. What do you mean by confident? Wu Chen smiled without answering, simply pushing the wine jars closer. You think all those years of making you drink were just for healing? Imachi refiner me wine is my elixir. Those words were like waking from a dream. Lu Fan clenched his fists, vaguely understanding he was stepping onto a path of no return. But since all he had achieved so far was thanks to his master, why not go all out? Even if he failed, he could always start over. After a moment's thought, he nodded firmly. All right, Master, whatever you say, I'll follow. What's the first step? The first step, Wu Chen suddenly relaxed, a childlike smile spreading across his face, is to drink a good drink with me and celebrate the new year. With that, he raised the wine jar. The fragrance of the wine mingled with the smell of firewood, warm and bold. Lu Fan lifted his jar as well. The ceramic rims clinked crisply together. In an instant, the 2 streams of wine poured down their throats, spicy, yet mellow, flowing straight to their stomachs. The master and disciple drank heartily, laughter bursting forth like thunder. Their voices soared to the heavens and drifted away on the wind. The next morning in the small courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Fan frowned slightly as he watched a group of craftsmen bustling in and out of his yard. The continuous sound of hammering and the moving of wooden planks filled the air, while carts piled high with expensive lumber were stacked outside the walls. Beside him, Lu Hao stood energetically, pointing at the materials and asked, Lu Fan, do you prefer rosewood furniture or Wangwali? My old place was actually fine, Lu Fan replied calmly, though he couldn't fully hide his discomfort. No, that was too shabby. Lu Hao waved off his words with a serious look. Before, father couldn't help you. But now with grandpa personally ordering your status to be raised, your yard should look like that of a wealthy family's son. Grandpa originally wanted you to move to the bamboo garden at the back, but since this is where you grew up, I decided to expand this yard, replace the furniture, and renovate the house. As he spoke, he inspected the craftsman's progress once more and added casually, for the next few days, you'll stay with grandpa. He wants you to live there at night and learn more. Once the yard's fixed up, you'll come back. He lightly patted Lu Fan's shoulder, making the meaning clear, wanted Lu Fan to focus on cultivation with grandpa. Last night's test had completely changed Lu Haoran's view of Lu Fan. Lu Hao fully understood his father's intention, to give Lu Fan a period of intensive training. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. All right, father, he'll go tonight. Only then was Lu Hao satisfied and left, handing Lu Fan a small pouch before he left. When Lu Fan loosened the opening, a row of gleaming gold coins appeared, more than a dozen in total. Lu Fan smiled to himself and put them away, thinking, even all the money I've saved over more than 10 years can't compare to this one gift. Money really is invaluable, you can't get anywhere without it. Since the yard wouldn't be peaceful enough for cultivation, he decided to set out for his master Wu Chen's place, hoping to pick up some real skills. Although they got drunk together last night, Wu Chen had confidently promised that as long as Lu Fan trained diligently, he would help him master both Gang Qi and Yuan Qi within a year, laying a foundation for so-called dual cultivation. If he could reach the 8th level of body refinement before the annual ritual next year, he might even be able to enter the martial academy. That was a childhood dream. Thinking this, Lu Fan quickened his pace. Along the way, Lu family members whispered and stared as he passed by, eyes filled with envy or admiration. Lu Fan paid no attention. His performance last night had wiped away the label of useless Lu Fan and replaced it with demonic Lu Fan. Rising 3 ranks in 1 month wasn't just a miracle, it was monstrous talent. He heard the new nickname, and rather than resenting it, he accepted it willingly. Demonic or not, being more demonic can only be better. Passing the training ground, he saw Lu Ming talking with Zhang Yuehan. Zhang Yuehan had just returned from her family during the new year and came to the Lu household today. Lu Ming greeted Lu Fan with a cold scowl, while Zhang Yuehan regarded him with a complicated expression. She had heard about the astonishing test last night, but still found it hard to believe this was the same waste Lu Fan from before. Lu Fan ignored them and continued towards the main gate. Suddenly, a sharp voice shouted from behind, Lu Fan, stop right there. Lu Fan stopped and turned to face Lu Ming. What's the matter? Lu Ming said coldly, you injured my brother. What do you want to say for yourself? Lu Tiangang still can't move his arm. Lu Fan frowned. By blood, he was actually closer to Lu Ming than to Lu Tiangang, but Lu Ming sounded like he was defending an outsider. So what do you want to do? Lu Fan asked calmly. Nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand, his gaze sharp. I'm heading to the academy soon. No time to deal with you now. But 3 months from now, several big families from Jianglin City will go hunting in the western mountains. They'll definitely be back. Then we'll have a proper fight. I want to see if you really aren't a useless waste anymore. Lu Ming's provocation was cheap, and Lu Fan had no interest in responding. Yet the western mountain hunt wasn't bound by the Lu family's rules. If someone targeted him, there'd be nowhere to hide. Do as you wish, Lu Fan said coldly and turned away. Watching his back, Lu Ming gritted his teeth in a low voice. If my father hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten him up last night. Who does he think he is, just because he reached level 6 training? Zhang Yuehan, standing nearby, listened intently. She had kept her eyes fixed on Lu Fan, but realized he hadn't glanced at her once since the start. Yuehan, are you okay? Lu Ming noticed her distraction. Shaking her head, Zhang Yuehan said softly, I'm fine. But what really happened last night? How did he suddenly get so strong? Who knows? Lu Ming said irritably. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at Wu Chen's shop. Seeing him enter, Wu Chen locked the door behind him and said, follow me. They walked past the counter into the backyard. Under the courtyard wall were rows of ceramic wine jars. At the innermost corner stood a simple hut, obviously Wu Chen's quarters. In the center of the yard stood a towering black, 3-legged cauldron. 8 dragon heads gaped open, imposing and solemn. Wu Chen pointed at the cauldron. From today on, you'll train here. Lu Fan paused. Master, train here in the yard, or inside the cauldron? Inside. Wu Chen's tone was calm. The first stage for a Qi refiner body refinement. If you can't pass it, don't even think about condensing primordial energy your entire life. The words body refinement sent a chill down Lu Fan's spine. He couldn't help wondering if he was going to be cooked like an ingredient. Standing by the cauldron, Wu Chen continued, take off your clothes and get in. Today is just a test, see how long you can hold out. With your talent, Becoming a chi refiner is tough. Even though it'll cleanse your essence, refine your marrow, and transform your body, you're still barely there. This first level is critical. Endure as long as you can. Only then did Lu Fan recall the legend. Chi refiners were all extraordinary talents, beyond ordinary people's reach. But what exactly did extraordinary talent mean? He asked, Master, what kind of talent does it take to become a chi refiner? To be in harmony with heaven and earth, with abundant primordial yang or yin, Wu Chun explained. Those born able to control water and fire, unafraid of thunder, or command the wind, these are the gifted ones. Lu Fan listened in stunned silence. That was true talent, and compared to them, he was as ordinary as dust. Master, do I even have a chance to become a chi refiner? I'm so ordinary, so average. Wu Chen chuckled softly, a confident expression crossing his face. Other chi refiners might not be able to take on a disciple like you, but I can. Back when I started, I was just an average talent. I built myself up step by step. The path of cultivation is all about relentless effort. If you lack natural talent, then make hard work your talent. The world is full of gifted people, but what's rare is those who never give up. Your job is to keep moving forward, not to grow complacent and stop. Lu Fan responded solemnly. Yes, master. Wu Chun raised his hand with a wave. All right, step inside. Lu Fan stripped off his clothes, revealing a bare upper body, and stepped into the large black bronze cauldron in the courtyard. The mouth of the cauldron was wide enough to fit a dozen people without feeling cramped. As soon as he steadied himself, faint purple runes lit up on the inner walls. The characters seemed to ignite, flames roaring to life and instantly enveloping Lu Fan in a cocoon of purple fire. Outside the courtyard, Wu Chun clenched his fists to fuel the flames, his left fist steady as an iron hammer, his right palm fanning the fire. Air currents swirled through the yard, fanning the blaze higher, sending purple flames skyward. Inside the cauldron, the scorching heat seared through to Lu Fan's bones. The pain was several times worse than when he had previously trained the mountain-crushing fist on West Mountain. A few times he tried to leap out of the cauldron, but he suppressed the impulse, his mind focused only on Master's words. Hold on as long as you can. Amidst the blaze, Lu Fan concentrated inward with his spiritual sight. His meridians and bones were being tempered by the purple fire, tiny cracks seeming to be hammered smooth rather than damaged. Instead, they grew tougher. His whole body trembled violently, but he clenched his teeth stubbornly. Wu Chun retracted his hand movements and stood silently by the cauldron. Years ago, he had made a name for himself with the purple heart heavenly fire, and now reopening the gentle flame cauldron, he wielded it as skillfully as ever. This heavenly fire was originally meant to burn a person's origin, but at a gentler temperature. It could temper the body and also stimulate both primary yang and yin energies, forcing the internal vital energy to pour outward. Results varied by individual, but if one endured, time could make up for lack of talent. This was Wu Chen's unique method for turning ordinary people into chi refiners. The timing, the heavenly fire, the rhythm all had to be precisely controlled, and right now he kept everything at the edge of what Lu Fan could bear. Wu Chen estimated that if Lu Fan could endure for the length of one incense stick this first time, that would already be rare. Then he would gradually increase the duration. If Lu Fan could sustain it for half an hour daily within a month, it would awaken his dormant talent and allow his physical refining realm to leap forward dramatically. One incense stick burned down, but Lu Fan remained motionless. 2 sticks passed, still no sign of movement. Half an hour later, heavy but steady breaths came from inside the cauldron. Wu Chun raised an eyebrow. This kid might actually have a natural resistance to pain. He stopped speaking altogether and watched silently to see how far he could go. Time slowly passed. After 2 hours, the purple heart heavenly fire finally burned out, the purple flames withdrawing and vanishing. As the fire died, Lu Fan suddenly leapt out of the cauldron, his skin bright red as if bathed in molten iron, veins bulging. He howled toward the sky as if trying to expel all the pain, then swung his fist to smash the ground. Bang! His fist dragged a streak of purple flame as it crashed down, leaving a deep crater. The flame scorched the shattered stones jet black before fading to nothing. Wu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, utterly shocked that after just one physical training session, Lu Fan had already given him such a huge surprise. As the flames receded, Lu Fan collapsed onto the ground, drained of strength. The crimson glow fading rapidly from his skin, he tilted his head back, gasping for breath and forcing a bitter smile. Master, that fire really hurt. How long did I last? Wu Chun composed himself, speaking calmly but with quiet approval. 2 hours. Better than I expected. Lu Fan made a soft O, but couldn't quite decipher what better truly meant. Wu Chun stepped forward, placing a palm on Lu Fan's shoulder. A gentle white light flowed from his hand into Lu Fan's body. In an instant, the soreness and fatigue vanished completely. Lu Fan marveled inwardly. The art of qixing refining really was mysterious. Throw another punch. Let me see, Wu Chun said, pointing at the large black bronze cauldron beside them. Give it your full strength. Punch the cauldron. Lu Fan stood and moved in front of the cauldron. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced up and sheepishly smiled. Master, if I break the cauldron, you won't blame me, right? Wu Chen chuckled and waved a hand. If you really break it, he'll become your disciple. Now go, give it your all. Lu Fan took a deep breath and powered both arms explosively. Mountain-shattering fist. His fist slammed against the cauldron's wall with a ringing clang. Lu Fan clearly felt a surge of scorching energy burst from his dantian, instantly igniting brilliant red flames around both fists. The cauldron didn't budge an inch. Instead, a terrifying recoil exploded from its belly, sending Lu Fan flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the floor, teeth gritted from the pain, bones aching like they were scattering. Wu Chen's gaze sharpened, already forming his conclusion. If the first time the fists ignited was coincidence, this second time left no doubt. Lu Fan, he said with a smile he could barely suppress, your talent is even stronger than I imagined. Lu Fan rubbed his arms as he got up. Really? Just now I saw flames on my fists. What's going on? That's the talent I spoke of. Wu Chen explained. From this moment on, you qualify as a qixing refiner. But don't mistake the faint thread inside you for true spiritual energy, it's far from that. He then pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to Lu Fan. Since that's the case, you need to speed up your training. Hey, race a task. Procure all these medicinal herbs. Starting tomorrow, come here daily to enter the cauldron for body refinement, and learn alchemy with me. Lu Fan glanced down. The paper listed over a dozen basic herbs, each requiring several pounds. Even the simplest lantern grass called for a large pack. Master, should I buy them now? I'm afraid I don't have enough money. Wu Chen shrugged. Don't look at me, don't have any either. If you want to learn alchemy, figure it out yourself. Just make sure you're here at this time tomorrow. Lu Fan nodded helplessly. No wonder qixing refiners were so rare. Even beginner-level training was expensive, ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. He turned and left. The yard emptied except for Wu Chen, who stood silently. After a moment's thought, he quietly revised the training plan he had drafted earlier. This disciple was much more outstanding than he had imagined. Wu Chen smiled softly, dragging his slightly lame right leg back inside. He bent down and pulled an old, dust-covered book from beneath the table, blowing the dust away. Looks like I'll have to teach him some special techniques, he murmured. Opening the book, the clear title on its pages read, Infinite Divine Refining. On the street, Lu Fan ate hastily while starting to gather medicinal herbs. From morning until dusk, he had visited almost every stall and herbal shop in the city, comparing prices first, then bargaining tirelessly, sparing not even the inconspicuous street corners. After a full day of hard work, he had only managed to collect half of the items on his list, and all his silver was already gone. At this rate, there was no way he could complete the task. With no other options, Lu Fan headed home, wondering if he could ask his father for more money. But if his father asked why he needed the herbs, he wouldn't have a good answer. He didn't want to reveal that he had already taken a master or that he was about to become a qi refiner. Keeping a low profile was always his principle, and he wasn't sure how his father would react, most likely disbelief. Rather than waste words, it was better not to mention it. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Just as he stepped through the main gate, a guard of the Lu family hurried over and blocked his way. Young Master Lu Fan, the grandfather is waiting for you in the backyard. He's been waiting a long time, so please hurry. And by the way, you were impressive last night. I always knew you were hiding your true strength, and that you'd soar someday. The guard's flattering smile was unmistakable. Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Oh really? Then why didn't you help me when I blacked out at our doorstep a month ago? Don't tell me you weren't on duty that day. The guard's smile instantly froze. Lu Fan was too indifferent to respond further. After all, the guard was a fair-weather ally and not worth wasting words on. If he bullied others just because his strength had grown, how would he be any different from someone like Lu Ming? Calmly, he said, noted. He'll go now. With that, he strode toward the backyard while the guard quickly wiped sweat from his brow. Back when they looked down on Lu Fan alongside Lu Ming, insults were rare, but the disdainful glances never ceased. Fortunately, young Master Lu Fan wasn't vindictive otherwise. Today might have been unlucky for him. The guard silently reminded himself, never underestimate others. In the Lu family backyard, pavilions and towers were nestled under the moonlight, surrounded by artificial hills and water features. Small fish swam in the illuminated lake. In the central pavilion on the lake, Lu Haoran practiced slowly but with focused intensity. Every movement seemed deliberate, sending ripples through the air. Compared to this, Lu Fan had yet to surpass the inner strength stage after the body refinement stage. While Lu Haoran was a top expert at the 9th level of inner strength, an enormous gap between them. Seeing his grandfather from a distance, Lu Fan stopped and called out loudly with respect. Grandson Lu Fan pays respects to grandfather. Lu Fan, come here. Lu Haoran's voice was calm. Lu Fan quickened his steps into the lake pavilion and stood politely to observe. At his current level, he could only vaguely sense the overwhelming present slow movements that created an irresistible illusion. After a moment, Lu Haoran finished and said, Lu Fan, come, spar with me for a bit. Yes, grandfather, Lu Fan replied respectfully, bowing, then stepping back to assume a stance. He moved his left foot back, lowered his center of gravity, and his eyes sharpened, his whole body tensed like a drawn bow. Give me your full strength punch, Lu Howren said casually, hands behind his back. Lu Fan took a deep breath, gathering power, muscles tightening. Lu Howren nodded inwardly. Not bad. The momentum was promising, quite interesting. With a sharp shout, Lu Fan charged forward, throwing a punch straight at Lu Howren's chest. He gave it his all, knowing full well that with his current strength, he couldn't actually hurt Lu Howren. This was all just so his grandfather could see his true potential with his own eyes. When his fist was just an inch away from Lu Howren's lapel, Lu Fan suddenly felt it slam into an invisible barrier. That barrier was made of a fierce energy, so intense it created ripples in the air that anyone could see. A bright light flickered in Lu Howren's eyes. Again, he said sharply. Lu Fan grounded himself, gathering power in both arms. In the next instant, he unleashed two punches at once. The mountain-splitting fist. All of his strength burst out in an instant. Even fiercer than the time he killed Lu Tiangang. The gust from his punches surged like a hammer striking a lake, sending the air whipping violently and almost obscuring Lu Howren's figure. Lu Howren's heart leapt with joy. Such power was already close to a casual strike from a warrior who had mastered the fierce energy. Even Lu Ming probably couldn't do this. Just as he thought the trial was over, a thin flicker of flame suddenly burst from Lu Fan's fist. The fire was small but radiated an intense heat, making Lu Howren frown in surprise. At the same time, Lu Fan felt a sudden emptiness in his dantian. The delicate thread of true energy within him was completely drained. Before he could recover, Lu Howren swayed his sleeve lightly, sending a wave of soft energy that pushed Lu Fan back 3 steps before he regained his balance. Lu Howren's expression grew excited, as if he had found a priceless treasure. What was that last punch? How did you manage to produce fire? Lu Fan shook his head honestly. To be honest, I'm not really sure. It came from training with my master before. I noticed that whenever I put in too much strength, it would flare up. I only just figured out how to control it recently. Good, good, good. Lu Howren repeated 3 times, his voice trembling with emotion. Heaven has truly blessed the Lu family by granting us such a genius. Lu Fan was confused and asked, Grandpa, what's going on? Lu Howren took a deep breath to steady himself and suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart. Lu Fan, do you understand what it means to conjure fire with your fists? It means you're naturally suited to cultivate our family's blazing golden body technique. For so many years, no one has been able to perfect this martial art. But now with you, the Lu family will surely return to its peak. Lu Fan opened his mouth, still a bit lost, but seeing his grandfather so happy, he couldn't help but grin foolishly in return. Calming down, Lu Howren turned and motioned him along. Come with me. With that, he strode towards the family's hidden library loft. Lu Fan jogged to catch up. Grandpa, where are we going? Do you really have to ask? Of course, the library loft. Lu Howren replied quickly, eyes shining. Lu Fan, I have failed you by not seeing that you are the true genius of the Lu family all these years. But rest assured, from today on, I will do everything in my power to nurture you. Whatever you need, I will bring it to your fingertips. First, I will teach you the blazing golden body technique. Lu Fan froze for a moment, then clenched his fist in excitement. The blazing golden body technique. A martial art he had dreamed of since childhood. He followed Lu Howren as they hurried along, a secret joy swelling in his heart. This was one of his lifelong dreams. And judging by his grandfather's current mood, asking for some money would probably be no problem either. The Lu family's hidden library loft was still brightly lit. A night breeze swept down the corridor, making the lantern light flicker between the wooden pillars. Lu Howren's footsteps flew like the wind. With one hand, he pushed open the heavy vermilion door of the loft and half pushed Lu Fan inside, loudly calling out, Uncle Sun, hurry and bring out the fiery golden body technique. Beside the door, an oil lamp cast a long, thin shadow of Elder Sun. He closed the ancient book in his hands and glanced askance at Lu Howren, his voice low but clear. Noisy. At your age, don't you know what steadiness means? Which youngster here is qualified to practice the fiery golden body technique? Let me have a look. His gaze shifted forward, landing on Lu Fan's figure stepping into view. A flicker of surprise crept across Elder Sun's brow. Lu Fan, didn't you just recently begin martial training? Has it only been a few months, and you're already qualified? His tone held doubt. Then his eyes flicked back to Lu Howren, silently saying, Don't try to fool me. Lu Howren's smile didn't waver, his voice filled with certainty. Uncle Sun, Lu Fan indeed just reached the 3rd stage of body refining a month ago, but in that time he's grown by leaps and bounds. Now he's already at the 6th stage. Is that so? Elder Sun frowned, his voice dropping slightly. Rapid progress, yes, but a mere 6th stage of body refining still isn't enough to qualify for the fiery golden body technique. Lu Howren raised his hand with confidence. Lu Fan, show Uncle Sun what kind of talent the Lu family has produced. Lu Fan's eyes flickered. The mysterious energy inside him had long been exhausted, and the flames on his fist were the last trace of that energy converting. Unsure if he could ignite it again, he had no choice but to move forward after all. Lu Hauren had already made a promise for him. Softly agreeing, he stepped over the threshold and stopped before the inkstone testing steel. Elder Sun folded away his previous ease and stood beside Lu Hauren at the doorway, watching Lu Fan with keen interest. The night was silent. Lu Fan closed his eyes and focused. All that remained was the sound of his heartbeat and breathing. Time ticked away slowly, but he remained perfectly still. Elder Sun snorted softly. He's not going to stand there all night, is he? Standing practice is one thing. Mastering the fiery golden body technique is quite another. Lu Hauren glanced at him, voice resolute. Uncle Sun, just watch, you won't be disappointed. At last, a faint warmth quietly stirred within Lu Fan. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slammed his right fist forward. The rushing punch struck the inkstone with a roaring wind. The steel suddenly glowed brightly. 4 large characters appeared. Body refining stage 6. But Elder Sun barely noticed, his eyes fixated on Lu Fan's fist. In the next instant, the energy surged out violently, and orange-red flames instantly wrapped around the fist. The fiery light illuminated the night, distorting the air like intense heat waves. Scienti on fire! Elder Sun exclaimed, rushing forward, grabbing Lu Fan's fist in his hand. The flames burned his palm, yet he didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes shone with a fierce light. Heaven has seen fit to bless the Lu family with a peerless genius. Overcome with emotion, he held Lu Fan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Only then did Lu Hauren step forward a few paces, smiling as he reminded, Uncle Sun, it's time to bring out the fiery golden body technique. I want to witness the day Lu Fan fully masters it. At those words, Elder Sun wasted no time. From his chest, he drew an ancient scroll bound in old woodgrain covers and carefully placed it into Lu Fan's palm. The cover bore 4 bold characters, fiery golden body, the ink worn but still warm to the touch, making Lu Fan's heart leap. Lu Fan, this is the spiritual martial art of the Lu family, the fiery golden body technique. Elder Sun spoke quickly but clearly. You can't take the book away. Only tonight must you memorize it all. If questions arise later, come to me anytime. He lifted his gaze, eyes blazing as if lit by that same fire. Elder Sun's eyes gleamed brightly, and the smile on his lips was unmistakably genuine. Originally, Lu Hauren had planned to speak as well, but since Elder Sun had already said it, Lu Hauren saw no need to repeat himself. After all, Elder Sun's cultivation was higher, and if Lu Fan could practice under him, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan respectfully bowed, then settled cross-legged, focusing intently on reciting the secret manual. Though the thin volume seemed brief, every word was essential. The night breeze gently swept through the courtyard. Candlelight flickered as Lu Fan's voice remained low and steady, reading line by line. Inside the library, Lu Hauren and Elder Sun walked side by side. Rarely moving from a corner, Elder Sun produced a small jar of aged wine and retrieved 2 old porcelain cups. The clear spirit poured with a crisp sound. Inside, the 2 elders toasted to celebrate Lu Fan's fortunate chance. Outside, the youth concentrated deeply on memorizing, undistracted. Thus, the night quietly passed in tranquility and warmth. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed down the streets. Brimming with energy, Lu Fan pushed open the wooden door of Wu Chen's small shop, footsteps lively. Far from weary after last night's all-nighter, he was instead filled with excitement. Master, I'm here, he called out. Wu Chen looked up, smiling gently. Did you gather all the ingredients? Lu Fan shook the spatial ring in his hand with a bright reply. All gathered, no problem at all. I nearly fell short, but I did well last night, not only mastering the family secrets, but also earning quite a lot of money. Quite a lot. Wu Chen's tone was calm. Enough to buy those herbs multiple times? Hearing he still needed more money, Lu Fan rubbed the dozens of gold coins in his pouch and grimaced. More to buy? Of course. Wu Chen spoke unhurriedly. Without herbs, what will you use to refine pills? If you don't refine pills, how will you become a refining chi practitioner? This batch is only the beginning. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, thinking, so it is. But then he reminded himself of the value of being an alchemist. Just refining a single pill could sell for thousands, so he could eventually recoup the cost of the herbs. Master, what are we refining today? He asked eagerly, gathering his focus. Body tempering powder, Wu Chen answered. Lu Fan frowned. Doesn't sound like a pill at all. That's because it isn't a pill, Wu Chen explained. To refine pills, you need to have yuan qi first. Now pour out all the herbs. They passed through the front hall into the backyard. Dew hung on withered leaves, and the furnace was already prepared. Lu Fan took the herbs out of the ring one by one, more than a dozen varieties arranged in 2 neat rows, their colors bright and fresh. Wu Chen inspected them carefully and nodded in approval. Well chosen. He picked up a handful of lantern grass and gently rubbed it in his palm. White smoke wafted between his fingers. The green leaves instantly turned into fine powder, yet didn't fall to the ground, but hovered in midair as if held by invisible force. One by one, he crushed the remaining herbs similarly, the powders floating layered in the air, distinct in color. Remember the order and dosage, Wu Chun instructed as he worked. One wrong step and the effect of the body tempering powder will be halved. Finally, with a snap of his fingers, a thread of clear water appeared from nowhere, blending into the floating powders. With a swirling motion, the powder completely dissolved into the clear water. Then, Wu Chun flicked his fingers again, summoning the purple heart flame. After burning for only a few breaths, the water's surface churned with dense red and black bubbles. The once crystal clear liquid instantly transformed into a thick, glossy medicinal paste, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. Immediately after, a half-man-high wine jar appeared out of thin air, gently set down on the table as if held by an invisible hand. Wu Chen flipped his palm and poured the entire batch of medicine into the jar. With a heavy thud, a rich medicinal aroma wafted forth, stirring the blood and quickening the pulse. "This is the tempering powder," he said, tapping the jar's mouth confidently. "For a rookie like you at the early body refining stage, taking one mouthful a day will allow you to develop gang gene power as fast as possible. This jar will last you for a month or two. The remaining ingredients, you'll refine on your own." Having heard it could speed up cultivation, Lu Fan didn't hesitate to rush forward, wrapping his arms around the jar and tilting his head back to gulp a large mouthful. The medicinal paste slipped down his throat, surprisingly flavorless, rushing straight to his stomach. Within moments, a violent force burst through his limbs like a floodgate breaking. His entire skin began to itch unbearably, a sensation worse than needle pricks, like countless tiny ants gnawing under his flesh. Wu Chen smiled and warned, "Forgot to mention, the tempering powder remodels your meridians and bones, so your body will change quickly. The itchiness is the clearest sign. Remember, don't scratch otherwise you'll tear your own skin off." Lu Fan's fingers froze midair, forced back by sheer will. "Master, you want me to train with this itching all over me?" "That's right," Wu Chun said calmly. "If you don't endure some pain, the refining process won't stick in your memory. More importantly, I want to train you to cultivate both qi and martial prowess." Throughout history, the first to train two completely different powers was someone who mastered multitasking. That's the foundation. Enough talk, start refining. When you can produce the first batch of top-grade tempering powder in this state, it'll formally teach you qigong. Lu Fan clenched his teeth. Head rather bear the agonizing pain than the soul-drilling itch. Gripping the first herb, he ground it forcefully into powder, his fingertips trembling. After only a couple of stirs, the itching pierced deeply into his marrow, ants tearing away inside him. He couldn't help but howl, throwing a fierce punch to release the pressure. Wu Chun didn't stop him instead. He encouraged, "If it's unbearable, practice your martial skills. Didn't you say last night you learned a secret family technique? Perfect timing now." Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat as the incantation for the fiery golden body lit up in his mind. He lowered his waist, planted his stance, and adjusted his breathing according to the formula. Step 1: Unite martial and heaven, using heaven and earth as the forge to temper oneself. Spiritual martial skills differ from ordinary ones. Insight, talent, and effort are all required. Lu Fan struggled to push aside the itch and absorb the primordial energy, but each breath felt like needles rubbing inside him, cold sweat streaming from his temples. Wu Chun watched him enter meditation with a faint smile, then turned and went inside to bring out an old rocking chair, sitting calmly in the courtyard. In reality, he had never told Lu Fan this. Most people only need a few drops of tempering powder, which causes mild itchiness, even a pleasant sensation. But Lu Fan's huge gulp was essentially courting death. If he could endure it, the benefits would be equally remarkable. Wu Chun had intentionally refined a whole jar and placed it in plain sight, hoping Lu Fan would accidentally drink more than a few mouthfuls. As for how Lu Fan would react when he eventually found out the truth, Wu Chun could already imagine, probably furious enough to gnash his teeth. For the next month, Lu Fan dedicated himself entirely to this rigorous training. The small courtyard behind the shop was silent, with the morning mist gently stirred by his slow, deep breaths. With every inhalation and exhalation, a faint dark red glow flashed across his skin, a sign that the initial stage of his blazing fire golden body technique was taking root. To see such progress in just 30 days, Lu Hauran or Master Sun would surely be left speechless in amazement. On the desk lay an array of medicinal herbs. Lu Fan's fingers moved swiftly and precisely, measuring out several powders and mixing them into the crucible. In moments, a thick, sticky liquid swirled inside, mottled red and black. With a subtle twist of his left palm, a dark red flame burst forth, wrapping the base of the crucible. The faint, elusive thread of spiritual power within him had now strengthened enough to briefly sustain a real flame. He could finally refine medicine properly. The herbal scent thickened as a fine crystal film formed at the edges of the liquid. When the viscosity reached the level he envisioned, he curled his 5 fingers, extinguished the flame in an instant, and poured the mixture into a jade bottle prepared in advance. Master, take a look at this bottle. Lu Fan tossed the jade vial to Wu Chun. Wu Chun caught it effortlessly and glanced over it with a faint nod of approval. Not bad. This batch is quite good. A month of effort, and you've finally learned to refine the tempering body powder. Hearing this praise, Lu Fan exhaled deeply, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Wu Chun asked again, how is your progress with the blazing fire golden body technique? Rubbing the residual warmth in his palm, Lu Fan grinned, definitely progressing. This tempering body powder is extraordinary. It actually accelerates cultivation. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Wu Chun nodded knowingly. Though I am not a martial artist myself, cultivation always demands enduring hardships to gain benefits. That is an eternal truth. Lu Fan's gaze swept across the courtyard. Discarded herb dregs covered the ground, and rows of small jade bottles were neatly lined up against the walls. Test results from these past days. He casually picked a few from the front row and stored them in his ring. Master, can I sell these? We're running low on materials and I don't have money to restock. Go ahead, Wu Chun reminded him. But keep your identity concealed. Even the lowest ranked chi refiner in Jianglin City can cause a stir. If you want to avoid unwanted attention, act with discretion. Understood, Master. Suddenly, Wu Chun raised a hand to stop him. Wait, I want to give you something first. Before Lu Fan could reply, a flame flickered in Wu Chen's palm, enveloping the jade bottle containing the tempering body powder. The bottle instantly shattered, the red-black liquid floating in midair. The fire flared, causing the liquid to contract and condense swiftly. Wu Chen's left hand moved as though grasping air, pulling a dazzling light seemingly out of nowhere and plunging it into the fire. Boom! The black-red liquid shimmered golden in the light's baptism, then condensed into a smooth pill at the heart of the flames. The pill emitted a soft hum, leapt gracefully out of the fire, tracing a perfect arc, and landed steadily in Lu Fan's palm. The Aurora Tempering Body Pill, top quality, first grade. Take it. Lu Fan stared in awe. Such a dazzling alchemical technique was truly the mark of a master. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, releasing a cooling flow that coursed through his limbs and bones. Under the pill's power, his sinews slowly transformed. The irritating itching that had tormented him for a whole month instantly vanished, replaced by a bone-deep, refreshing coolness. For the first time in a month, he was free of that maddening itch, overwhelmed by an incredible sense of relief. Lu Fan could see the red glow on his body intensify, surging outward from his chest to his limbs. When the blazing light finally covered his entire skin, the first stage of the flaming golden body was complete. Though he had always trained at a swift pace, now with the help of the pill's power, his progress advanced almost visibly. In just moments, the medicinal power was fully absorbed by his flesh and blood. Lu Fan stretched his arms lightly. His muscles and bones trembled with a crisp, bamboo-like crack, a clear sign of breakthrough. He had reached the 7th level of body refining, officially entering the advanced ranks of this realm. Feeling elated, he punched fiercely into the air. His fist carried a scorching heat wave as it sliced through the wind. Ever since forming the flaming golden body, his punches radiated warmth. Once perfected, a single straight punch could burn a black scorch mark onto an enemy's flesh. Thinking about this, he smirked. Climbing one level every month at speed was truly remarkable. In 2 months, the great clans of Jianglin City would begin their annual West Mountain hunting expedition. If he could advance another level during this time, his odds of success would greatly improve. He turned to Wu Chun beside him and bowed respectfully. All set, Wu Chun nodded with a smile. Sell off those half-finished body refining pellets quickly and gather more silver coins. Next, they'll teach you the chi refiner's cultivation method. You'll need to prepare plenty of herbs for it. Yes, Master, they'll get on it right away, Lu Fan replied, pushing the door open. Sunlight poured over the street corner as he headed to the marketplace. His earlier purchase of the second batch of herbs had nearly exhausted his savings, but the remaining silver coins were still enough to buy a loose-fitting dark gray robe and a cold, hard iron mask to cover his face completely. Dressed head to toe, he made straight for the Dingxing auction house, the only place in Jianglin City where body refining pellets could fetch a high price. At the auction house gate, a guard stopped him with crossed arms. Sir, the auction hasn't started yet. Please come back in the evening. Lu Fan lowered his voice. I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately relaxed and gestured respectfully. Right this way, please. He led Lu Fan around to a side door and rapped on the heavy iron gate. Brother Shun, we have a visitor. The door slowly opened and a young man's face appeared, beaming with a bright smile. A guest, eh? Come on in. He motioned Lu Fan inside with his right hand. Inside was an elegantly furnished small private room and 8 immortal table, sandalwood cabinets, a soft couch all meticulously arranged. A food cabinet in the corner bore the characters Dingxing. The guard stepped back and quietly closed the iron door. The young man sat down at the table and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Shen Qiming, the appraiser of Dingxing Auction House. If you have any treasures, feel free to show them to me. An appraiser was usually a seasoned elder familiar with all kinds of rare items, but Shen Qiming was only in his early 20s. For him to hold such a position, he must have considerable skill. Lu Fan slowly took 2 porcelain bottles from his sleeve and placed them on the table. These were the body refining pellets he had refined over the past 2 days. Although slightly inferior to today's batch, they were largely comparable. Body refining pellets? Shen Qiming's eyes brightened as he reached out to pick up one of the bottles. Let me have a look. These are quite the prized items. Shen Qiming opened the bottle carefully and took a gentle sniff. Under the warm yellow light, the dark brown liquid trailed slowly down the glass walls, releasing a medicinal aroma tinged with a faint spiciness that instantly hit his nose. After confirming the scent, he looked up and asked respectfully, "Sir, may I taste a drop? Don't worry if it passes inspection. I will compensate you at full price for this drop once it's sold." Lu Fan nodded slightly. His eyes behind the metal mask were calm, with no hesitation at all. Shen Qiming took out a small white porcelain cup about the size of his thumb, steadying his wrist so that only one drop fell into the cup's bottom. The drop seemed almost alive, emitting a faint glow visible to the naked eye. He sipped it, closing his eyes to feel its effect. His eyebrows twitched twice subtly as the medicine's power surged. After a brief moment, he exhaled a breath of warm air and declared confidently, "Excellent. This is definitely authentic Chui Tea San. The medicinal force is strong, a top-grade product." Behind the iron mask, Lu Fan showed a faint smile. What his master considered medium grade had somehow become top grade here. He lowered his voice deliberately, making it hoarse as if his throat were constricted. "Do you think it can sell?" "No problem." Shen Qiming immediately beat his chest. "It'll be up for auction tonight. Starting price 500 gold coins per bottle. There will definitely be buyers fighting for it." 500 gold coins. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. That was nearly his entire allowance from years past. Cultivators really do not worry about money. After a brief pause, he added, "Not just one bottle, I want to sell many." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out more than 20 bottles of Chui Tea San from his spatial ring. The glass bottles lined up in the candlelight, refracting a cold radiance. Shen Qiming's breath caught. It took him a moment to regain his composure. "Yes, sir, who exactly are you?" Lu Fan said nothing, silently watching. Immediately, Shen Qiming realized his rudeness. Obviously, the man in the mask did not want to reveal his identity, and his question had only invited trouble. On Gongwu continent, angering a cultivator is akin to digging your own grave. Suddenly, the private room door slid open. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman stepped out. Her voice was gentle yet authoritative. "Sir, please forgive my brother's bluntness. If he offended you, I hope you will pardon him." Shen Qiming quickly stood up. "Sister, what brings you here?" The woman glanced at him. "If I hadn't come, you really would have offended this gentleman." Then she gestured to Lu Fan to take a seat. "Sir, we, the Dingsheng auction house, will take all 20+ bottles. They will be auctioned tonight with a starting price of 500 gold coins each. Since it's our first cooperation, we'll only charge a 5% commission. What do you think?" 5% is definitely low, Lu Fan nodded. "But a few of these Chui Tea San have slight flaws. Some might not reach the 500 value." The woman smiled lightly. "Just a few bottles, no big deal. If you agree, I can draw up the bill now." "That works," Lu Fan agreed. She immediately took a document from her bosom and neatly wrote down Chui Tea San. Starting price 500 gold coins, quantity 23, then stamped it with the red seal of Dingsheng Auction House before handing it over. Lu Fan pocketed the bill and said, "He'll come back tonight. We look forward to your visit." The woman rose to see him off and introduced herself. "I'm Shenyun." Lu Fan strode out of the room and disappeared down a side hallway. Watching him leave, Shenyun finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Shen Qiming came closer, lowering his voice excitedly. "Sister, this is a huge deal. Who in Jianglin City could be bold enough to make such a big move?" Shenyun whispered sharply, "That's not for you to ask. Can't you tell he's a high-ranking cultivator? If we offend him, Dingsheng Auction House will suffer. Go post the notice. Tonight's auction will be a blockbuster." "Yes." Shen Qiming turned and ran off to arrange the staff. In the private room, only Shen Yun and the row of sparkling Chui Tea San bottles remained. She brushed back her hair and murmured, "Tonight's going to be lively, it seems." Night quietly settled in. Outside the Dingsheng Auction House, the lanterns flickered on one by one as carriages and riders flowed steadily by. Lantern attendants weaved through the streets, bathing the whole long avenue in a warm golden glow. The auction notice posted that afternoon was impossible to miss, drawing nearly every wealthy and powerful family in Jianglin City. At this moment, the crowd's conversation centered on only one thing: the evening's grand finale item, body-tempering pills. "Have you heard? These pills were made by a chirofiner, with effects rivaling real elixirs. Don't just listen to the auction hype. I had someone verify it. Honestly, the quality is still a step below true elixirs." "Then why is everyone rushing here? Are they trying to fool us?" "Simple. Though not as good as authentic elixirs, these pills definitely work for those at the body tempering stage. Plus, The key point tonight, they're auctioning off 20 bottles at once. 20 bottles? Just a few drops can boost your realm? That's enough to push an ordinary fighter up several levels. Exactly. If divided wisely, a whole clan of young warriors could benefit. Alright, I'm bidding on a few bottles. Money's no object. I've got plenty. Huh, me too. Lu Fan stood just outside the bustling crowd, his eyes crinkling behind his mask in amusement. He hadn't expected a single batch of tempering pills to stir the entire city into such a frenzy. If these people knew had been training all month using only premium body tempering pills, would they be green with envy on the spot? In just a few moments, he saw the Mo family, the Zhang family, and even his own Lu family trickling in. Especially the Lu side. His father, Lu Hao himself, had come in person. Thankfully, Lu Fan's loose black robe and alloy mask concealed his identity. As he joined the queue, two armored guards hurried over. One bowed and said, "Are you Iron Mask, sir?" Madame Xinyun instructed that as a VIP you need not queue. "Please, follow me." Lu Fan nodded and, under curious and envious gazes, stepped directly inside. Up the stairs, the guard led him to a window-side private box, then took from his pocket a violet crystal card and respectfully handed it over. "Iron Mask, this is your VIP card." Lu Fan took it in hand. The crystal's clarity caught the light, identical to the card his father held, the kind issued only to the clan's elders. Somehow, he had been granted one too. The auction house clearly valued the identity of Kai refiners. If one day he truly succeeded in refining elixirs, the treatment he received might be on a whole other level. The gap between people was truly wider than between men and beasts. The private box was not extravagant, but understated and elegant. Mountain and water paintings adorned the walls, a bronze censer smoked gently in the corner, and cut fruit and warm wine were set on the table. The large wisteria-carved armchair in the center was plush and faintly warmed, calming the mind the moment one sat, with a perfect vantage point overlooking the entire auction hall. Lu Fan scanned the nearby boxes. The Lu and Mo families took the most prominent spots on either side. As expected, what surprised him was that the Zhang family, usually just wealthy merchants, also had a box, almost certainly thanks to Zhang Yuehan's influence. As expected, the influence of the martial arts academy remained tremendous. Just because the Zhang family had produced one Zhang Yuehan who qualified for the academy, they instantly climbed into the top tier of Jianglin cities, clan, truly a case of rising tide lifting all boats. Leaning against the railing, Lu Fan surveyed the crowd, aware that many were quietly scrutinizing him as well. His cold, iron mask stood out prominently in the VIP box at the center of the second floor. The auction house's willingness to reserve its best-positioned VIP room for him alone spoke volumes. This iron-masked man was no ordinary figure. The clan's minds all raced, unanimously linking him to the supplier of the refining body powder up for auction. Immediately, some gave orders to their attendants. This man was to be befriended, never provoked. Once all the guests had taken their seats, the spacious auction hall was packed to capacity. Moments later, a stunningly graceful woman appeared on the stage. It was Xinyun, whom Lu Fan had encountered before. Wearing light makeup, a snug purple robe accentuated her alluring curves, and the high slit at her skirt side revealed glimpses of alabaster skin with every step, exuding a captivating charm that made hearts skip. Several wealthy bidders below instantly fixed their gazes on her, hypnotized as she smiled and glanced back. With such a charismatic host in charge, even a mere rock could fetch a sky-high price. Lu Fan, however, remained composed in his wisteria chair, eyes closed as he regulated his breath, quietly practicing the blazing fire golden body technique. To him, skill was the product of constant accumulation, and even here at the auction, not a second could be wasted. Nearby, Xinyun expressed gratitude to the guests in a gentle voice before officially beginning the auction. The first items up were several blades, all forged by the city's master craftsman, Feng Xinji, the master blade forger. Their icy gleam dazzled the onlookers, but Lu Fan didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Finally, the weapons sold for over 600 gold coins, whispered Yang Tian into his ear. Next came several carcasses of wild beasts. Every part of these feral creatures' bones, flesh, tendons, and blood had medicinal uses, which piqued Lu Fan's interest somewhat. However, these beasts were of ordinary grade, and thus not exceptionally valuable, selling for 400 gold coins. Among the crowd, a warrior with a somber expression sighed lowly, likely the exhausted hunter who had caught them. The third round featured rare medicinal herbs. The auctioneer presented 4 or 5 exotic treasures, glowing green lingji mushrooms, fragrant qian grass, and others Lu Fan had only heard named in his master Wu Chen's teachings. Since overcoming his strange itch ailment, Wu Chen had taught him drug properties subtly during potion making, honing his ability to multitask. These days of immersion allowed Lu Fan to recall effects and usages the moment he heard a herb's name. Several of the herbs fetched high prices, prompting a smile to curl on Xinyun's lips, enhancing her allure even more. When the hammer fell, Xinyun gracefully gestured. Next up, the penultimate item, the Swohuo fruit. As soon as she spoke, she unveiled a crimson fruit about the size of a fist, dark red, and emitting an almost ominous aura. Lu Fan's body tensed instantly, his gaze locking fiercely on the dark red fruit by Shun Yun's side. Shun Yun smiled as she introduced the mysterious fruit. This is a rare and magical fruit from the depths of the ancient mountains, guarded by the scaly beast. 2 high-level body cultivators gave their lives to obtain it. It ranks at grade 4. Consuming it can enhance a warrior's physical toughness, increase strength, and harden the skin just like the scaly beast's armor. The starting bid is 700 gold coins. Let the auction begin. No sooner had Shen Yun finished than Lu Hao raised his hand without hesitation. 1,000 gold coins. Before his words faded, a voice called out from the Mo family's seat. 1,200 gold coins. The bidding instantly jumped beyond 1,000, causing other families to hold back nervously, watching silently as the 2 great houses battled over the price. 1,500 gold coins. Lu Hao remained calm as he raised the stakes. He understood perfectly that this fruit was exactly what the Lu family needed. Hardened skin and improved defense were a natural complement to their unique martial art, blazing golden body. Only a few in the Lu family knew that Lu Fan had begun training this technique, and Lu Hao was among them. Acquiring the fruit would give his son a crucial advantage. 1,800 gold coins. Mo Lin responded with a light laugh and no hint of backing down. He knew the fruit's worth and understood what it meant for the Lu family. Causing the Lu family trouble was something he welcomed. A few thousand gold coins was no big deal to the Mo family. Lu Hao was about to raise the bid again when an unexpected voice came from the side. 2,000 gold coins. The iron-faced man Lu Fan spoke with a hoarse but clear voice that echoed through the room. All eyes immediately fixed on the cold, hard iron mask covering his face. Mo Lin and Lu Hao both frowned, and the whole room fell silent. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as she raised her voice. The iron-faced gentleman bids 2,000. Anyone else willing to continue? She shot a flirtatious glance at Lu Fan. Though charming, Shen Yun never offered such looks without reason. To those watching closely, this was almost an open signal. The iron-faced man was someone extraordinary. Mo Lin and Lu Hao instantly made the connection. Only someone extraordinary would bring such a large stock of refining powders to auction all at once, and the iron-faced guest before them was most likely a chi refining practitioner. Lu Hao hesitated briefly, gritted his teeth, and spoke again. 2,100 gold coins. For his son, he had to try once more and hoped the other had no determination to win at all costs. Mo Lin leaned against his chair back with a lazy smile. Whether or not he got the fruit was unimportant, but making enemies with a chi refining expert would be disastrous. Better to let Lu Hao take the risk. Lu Fan himself was also surprised. He could tell his father had guessed that he was probably a chi refining practitioner. Yet, Lu Hao still dared to raise the Biden immature move in this situation. Lu Fan paused thoughtfully before speaking again. 2,101 gold coins. That single extra coin expressed his absolute determination to win. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Hao's heart sank. He sighed deeply and gave up. Pushing further would mean openly provoking a chi refining master. He finally understood priorities. Both families fell silent. No one else made a move. Sold. Shen Yun exclaimed joyfully, announcing the false fire fruit was now the iron-faced man's. Lu Fan silently clenched his fist inside his sleeve. When he first told his master he was training the blazing golden body, his master's immediate reaction was, if you can find the false fire fruit, it will greatly accelerate your cultivation. Now the fruit was finally in his hands. He could almost see the early success of the blazing golden body beckoning him forward. Having obtained the virtual fire fruit, Lu Fan leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, a broad smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. No one could see through his bronze mask to read his expression. All they saw was him sitting quietly, as if detached from the whole scene. On the raised platform, Shun Yun raised his hand to signal the attendants to bring out the final auction item. A small silver-trimmed cart slowly glided out from behind the curtain, revealing more than 20 milky white jade medicine bottles that shimmered softly under the lights, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Nearly every family in the hall had come for this item, and their gazes fell uniformly on those rows of medicine bottles. With a smile, Shin Yun introduced, I'm sure I don't need to explain their value. These are the body-tempering pills. Today they are auctioned in groups, 3 bottles per group, 8 groups total, 24 bottles. The effects vary. The first group starts at a base price of 1,500 gold coins. Lu Fan paused briefly, almost laughing aloud. The auctioneer's tactic of grouping different effects perfectly solved his big problem. This batch of body-tempering pills he had prepared was uneven in quality. The earliest few were only mildly effective. He had worried they'd be hard to sell, but now they were artificially bundled with premium bottles to drive up the price. 1,500 gold coins was just the starting bid. He shook his head with a quiet sigh. 2,000 gold coins, Mo Lin called out decisively, raising the bid by 500 immediately. Zhang Yan, head of the Zhang family, followed with a loud 2,500. As if adding less would be a loss of face, Imo Lin glanced back at Zhang Yan and said firmly, 3,000 gold coins. Though the Zhang family was less wealthy than the Lu and Imo clans, they still had substantial means. Zhang Yan promptly raised it to 3,500. Imo Lin frowned slightly. That price neared his limit, and he thought raising further would not be worthwhile. His hesitation lasted only a moment before Lu Hao, the Lu family's young master, spoke loudly, for 1,500 gold coins. He jumped the price by a full 1,000, his tone commanding enough to make Zhang Yan pause. After a brief moment's thought, Zhang Yan, aware that his daughter was friendly with Lu Ming, saw no need to offend a potential in-law now. He smiled faintly at Lu Hao and withdrew. Imo Lin moved his lips, but seeing Lu Hao's unyielding determination, he remained silent. Shen Yun surveyed the room and called out loudly, for 1,500 gold coins. Any other bids? He repeated the question a few times, but no one responded. The gavel fell. The first group sold for 4,500 gold coins. Watching his father pay a high price for the practice batch of pills he had crafted, Lu Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When his father eventually learned the truth, he'd probably be upset enough to lose his appetite for days. But for now, Lu Hao was in excellent spirits, beaming with joy. The second group went up, quickly surpassing 3,500 gold coins, finally settling again at 4,500, as if that figure had become an invisible benchmark. The following groups went successively under the hammer, with the excitement growing. The third to last group reached 4,800 gold coins, and the last two groups even sold for over 5,000 gold coins each. The prices made Lu Fan smirk inwardly, especially seeing that the last two sets were snatched up by two obscure minor families. It was clear that Jianglin City never lacked wealthy bidders. In the blink of an eye, all 8 batches of the body tempering powder had been sold. The Mo family secured 3, the Lu family took 2, the Zhang family 1, and the remaining 2 fell to those 2 small clans. A rough calculation told Lu Fan he had made at least 50 to 60,000 gold coins this time. Getting rich overnight warmed his heart. From now on, it seemed he would never have to worry about money again. The auction ended amid enthusiastic applause. The flame spirit fruits Lu Fan won, along with a gold coin card, were delivered to his private room by the auction's host, Shen Yun. Sir, here is your gold coin card. The service fee has been deducted, Shen Yun said, handing over the card. Its surface gleamed with a soft purple gold light, and the back bore the robust inscription Gang Wu Ba Fong. Lu Fan took the card, lightly scratching his fingertip across it, letting a drop of blood seep into the metal's grooves. In the next moment, blood-red numbers only visible to the cardholder subtly appeared, accurate and unmistakable. Holding the card, he felt certain, wherever he went, as long as he found a bank, he could withdraw this massive fortune anytime. He nodded with satisfaction and stood to leave. Shen Yun escorted him all the way to the auction hall's main gate. Outside, the bright lights and buzzing crowds all turned their eyes on Lu Fan. The mysterious qi refining practitioner at the auction had suddenly become the center of attention. Lu Fan paid them no mind, thinking that none of them could recognize his true identity anyway. Just then, Imo Lin hurried up, clasping his fists in salute. Sir, thank you for providing the body tempering powder today. I am Imo Lin of the Imo family in Jianglin City. May I have the honor of inviting you to my residence for a friendly chat? Imo Lin's attitude was extremely respectful, but Lu Fan didn't even bother to look him in the eye. He snorted coldly in his heart. Did they really think he was an outsider? He knew Imo Lin's reputation as a ruthless schemer well, and the Imo family and Lu family had never been on good terms. He had no interest in attending a feast. Clearing his throat hoarsely, he replied, no need. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Imo Lin's face, but he forced himself to stay composed. I must have been impolite. If you have time another day, our doors are always open. Saying that, he bowed and stepped back. On the other side, Lu Hao also walked out of the auction and strode up to Lu Fan, cupping his hands in greeting. Sir, if I offended you just now, please forgive me. Then he actually bent forward in a formal bow. Having one's own father bow to you was no joke. Lu Fan quickly steadied him, inwardly wincing at how taxing that was on his lifespan. He hoarsely answered, no need, Mr. Lu. Lu Hao frowned slightly. Sir, you know my surname is Lu? Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, nearly revealing the truth. Thinking quickly, he added, I am somewhat acquainted with the young master, so naturally I know. You know Lu Fan. Lu Hao was even more surprised. He could hardly imagine what connection his son had with this mysterious qi refining practitioner. Lu Fan nodded lightly in response. Lu Hao hurried on. In that case, please do visit the Lu residence. If my son has offended you, it would be good for him to apologize in person. Lu Fan waved his hand. You're too courteous, Mr. Lu. The young master is quite impressive. I have urgent matters, perhaps another day. Before finishing, he turned and quickly left, afraid that saying anything more might give him away. His hoarse voice was uncomfortable, but if his father found out he was playing him, there would be no good outcome. It was best to leave. Lu Hao watched the mysterious qi refining practitioner's retreating figure, lips moving slightly as he repeated the phrase quite impressive over and over. Then a smile appeared on his face. That little brat actually knows a chi refiner and didn't tell me. Not bad at all, Lu Hao murmured to himself, feeling a sudden surge of pride. Could it be that I, Lu Fan, also have the talent to become a chi refiner? The thought sparked a bright gleam in his eyes as he strode quickly back to his residence, a wide smile spreading across his lips. Nearby, Mo Lin watched the scene with a dark expression. The mysterious iron-masked man showed him no respect, yet chatted so freely with Lu Hao, as if they were old friends. Anger simmered beneath Mo Lin's skin, almost compelling him to order his men to investigate the iron-masked stranger immediately. But reason prevailed after all. He was just a passing chi refiner. With a cold snort, Mo Lin thought, I don't believe the Lu family can really win over someone like him. Saying this, he flung his sleeve and left in a huff. Night was falling. Around the corner by the herbal shop, Lu Fan lingered in the shadows for a moment to make sure no one was following him. Only then did he quietly strip off his black cloak and iron mask, tucking them safely into his arms. Pale moonlight touched his brows, barely concealing the proud curve of his smile. He pushed open the door and found Wu Chen already sitting inside, sipping wine. You're back? How did it go? Wu Chen set down his cup and regarded his apprentice with a warm smile. Seeing Lu Fan's lively expression, he didn't even need to ask. Master, whatever herbs you need, just say the word. I promise to bring them all back for you, Lu Fan said, eyes sparkling as he sat opposite him. Wu Chun waved his hand with a chuckle. Getting this excited over a little profit, and you still claim to come from an esteemed family, huh? Lu Fan grinned and lowered his voice. Master, I didn't just make money, I found something good. He carefully pulled out a fist-sized, deep red fruit, the suhua fruit. Wu Chen's eyes lit up, wrinkles creasing his smiling face. You actually found it. That's excellent, excellent. With this, your cultivation can advance even more. Quick, close the door. At once, Lu Fan locked the door behind him. Turning around, he saw his master gently cupping the suhua fruit in his palm. Lu Fan, today you'll see the true art of alchemy from a chi refiner, Wu Chen said calmly. In the next moment, a delicate flow of air appeared in Wu Chen's hand, a faint blue spirit light swirling around. The suhua fruit seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand as its skin dented and twisted. Then, Wu Chen spread his 5 fingers wide, and 5 beams of light materialized in the air: azure wind, jade water, violet thunder, crimson flame, and rich earth. In an instant, they converged into his palm. With a low shout, the fruit shattered instantly amid the swirling winds, black powder sprinkling downward impurities forced out. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he witnessed this miraculous purification up close for the first time. Suddenly, the shop's floor trembled gently. Wind swept through the cracks in the walls, faint sounds of water surging echoed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled overhead, sparks flying. The ground itself seemed to hum low. The 5 elemental lights merged simultaneously into a pure herbal mass. The radiant glow rolled and surged, condensing within a blink into a single pill the size of a fingertip, glowing fiery red all over. The shimmering light burst through the dim shop, then quickly receded. The alchemy was complete. Wu Chen raised his hand, revealing a pill that radiated intense warmth. Su Dan, 2nd grade, he announced, handing the pill to his apprentice. Lu Fan caught it carefully. The fiery red pill pulsed faintly in his fingertips as his mind replayed the stunning scene from moments ago. Master, your alchemy skills just now were incredible. This technique is called Heaven and Earth Pill Transformation, Wu Chun said casually as he raised his cup. Once you become a spirit chi master, you can learn it. Lu Fan nodded solemnly, then looked down at the pill. Master, should I take this pill now? Up to you, Wu Chen replied with a smile. After a moment's thought, Lu Fan carefully tucked the pill into his chest. I just took a 1st grade pill a few days ago. I need to absorb the remaining energy from it first before steadily using this one to advance. Wu Chen looked at his disciple's calm wisdom with pride and nodded gently. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. The morning breeze brushed his face, refreshing and clear. Lu Fan pushed open the door and let his gaze sweep across the courtyard filled with flowers and plants, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had worried the expanded yard would feel stiff, but now it seemed he had been overthinking. The flower beds were arranged with natural irregularity, the gravel paths wound sinuously, and even the newly placed sandalwood lounge chair exuded a faint fragrance that alone could melt away exhaustion. Still, he quickly regained his composure. Enjoyment was merely a reprieve and must never become a breeding ground for dulled ambition. Before heading to the library loft to consult Elder Sun today, he needed to verify the sensation he felt last night, whether he had truly entered the 7th level of body refinement. The courtyard corridors were spacious as he strode forward. The Lu family younger generation who passed bowed their heads in greeting, their voices low, carrying respect tinged with envy. Such treatment was once only a dream for him. Now it had become routine. The library loft stood in the northwest corner, its red lacquered wooden door firmly closed. With no one around, it was the perfect moment to test himself. Lu Fan positioned himself in front of the over 1 yard tall black stone tablet. He staggered his feet into a horse stance, expanded his chest, and drew in a long breath of pure air. The next instant, he exploded with power mountain-crushing fist. The force of the punch cracked the black stone's surface in a spiderweb pattern. Then golden light appeared, forming a line of large characters. Body refinement level 7, advanced. The moment he saw the words, the joy nearly overwhelmed him at this rate. He would surely stand out in next year's Martial Academy tests. Lu Fan, such diligence to consult Elder Sun so early. A familiar voice came from behind. He turned to see his father, Lu Hao, and grandfather, Lu Haoran, walking side by side with steady steps and smiles on their faces. Grandfather, father. Lu Fan bowed respectfully. Lu Haoran waved off the formality with a laugh. No need for that between family. How has your training been lately? Before he could finish, both he and Lu Hao's eyes fell upon the black stone. You reached body refinement level 7? Lu Hao blurted out. Lu Haoran laughed heartily, his eyes full of pride. Lu Fan could only mutter humbly, a lucky breakthrough. There's no luck in cultivation, Lu Hao said, patting his shoulder. Advancing another step in just 1 month, your speed is simply extraordinary. When I reached this level, it took me. He shook his head with a wry smile. Better not say. As they spoke, the library door creaked open and Elder Sun, his hair white, stood at the threshold with a gentle gaze. Lu Hao, hand him the items, Lu Haoran signaled. Lu Hao nodded, retrieving 3 jade bottles from his chest and passing them over. Body tempering elixir, excellent for strengthening the flesh. I planned to add a fire essence fruit, but unfortunately couldn't get it last night, missed it by a hair. Otherwise, your cultivation speed could improve another 20%. For now, use this and strive to form your steel chi as soon as possible. Holding the cool jade bottles, Lu Fan froze briefly. His father had even risked offending a chi refiner to buy these pills, all for his sake. Though icy to the touch, his heart warmed in a mix of laughter and tears. He had secretly sold these very items last night, and now they had returned to him. What a strange twist of fate. His thoughts turbulent, he finally bowed steadily. Thank you, father. Lu Hao noticed the flicker of emotion in his son's expression and furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He exchanged a brief, meaningful glance with Lu Haoran, as if they had confirmed a silent understanding. Lu Hao suddenly spoke with solemn seriousness. Lu Fan, yesterday I saw a man with an iron mask. Do you know him? Lu Fan's heart tightened sharply, but he forced down his emotions and quickly replied, I don't know him. Lu Hao lifted his arm and adjusted his sleeve, then smiled lightly. You don't know him? Well, forget it then. If you actually knew this iron-masked man, that would have been great. Rumor has it he might be a chi refiner. To make friends with a chi refiner is an honor for our Lu family. All right, go back and focus on your training. Don't wander outside so much. When you have time, go to the martial arts arena and teach those lazy juniors what hard work really means. Yes, sir. Lu Fan cupped his fists and walked briskly away, disappearing around the corner in an instant. No sooner had he gone than Lu Haoran leaned in and whispered, he's not just out for a walk. He definitely knows him. That kid hides it well, meeting a chi refiner and not giving away a single clue. Lu Hao chuckled, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Lu Haoran stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe that iron-masked man discovered his talent for cultivation. If that's true, then he's a great benefactor to our Lu family. Do you think he's already taken him as a master? Lu Hao half joked. Hard to say. Maybe yes, maybe no. Lu Haoran shook his head without a conclusion. The old master, listening quietly, closed his book and said coolly, you two go do your own thing. Lu Fan has his own fate, let him be. As for that martial arts arena training, you don't understand it. He then shut the door to the library with a slam. Lu Hao smiled awkwardly and left together with Lu Haoran. Outside the Lu family gate, Lu Fan hurried all the way, heading straight for Wu Chen's small shop. Clutching 3 bottles of his own body tempering powder, he sighed wryly. Well, if I made it myself, I might as well drink it myself. He popped open the bottles one after another, the spicy powder burning down his throat. After a while, his skin tingled slightly, but the effect was weak. After a month of taking it, he had almost become resistant. The medicinal powders that his master held were just a level beyond what he could make. At the alley corner, unexpectedly, a simple wooden cart was parked outside the shop. Looking up, Lu Fan saw there was a guest inside today. It was a middle-aged woman dressed plainly yet elegantly. Phoenix-shaped eyes, sword-like eyebrows extending to her temples, full red lips shaped like apricots, radiant beauty. She wore a dark green long robe that touched the ground, her figure graceful. Leaning on her left side was a vivid green bamboo flute, and on her right wrist hung a purple gold handbell that gleamed softly. Wu Chen sipped his wine, seemingly expecting Lu Fan's arrival. He glanced at him without much expression, then said to the woman, Suman, you should go. I've already hidden from the world. No need to stir up dust again. The woman called Suman frowned slightly. Retreating just means preparing to come back out, doesn't it? I can cure your ailment. The body is just a shell. The shell can be saved, but who can cure the sickness of the heart? Wu Chen slowly set down the wine cup. Sumin sighed softly, brushing her robe sleeve. If that's so, just consider I never came. You never really came. Wu Chen's gaze dropped to the wine, his tone calm. Sumin stood and walked to the door, stopping in front of Lu Fan, appraising him from head to toe before turning back to ask, "Is this your disciple?" Wu Chen only nodded slightly. Sumin smiled faintly. "I really thought you'd take your skills to the grave. You may not come out of seclusion, but your disciple must." With that, she took out a smooth jade token and placed it in Lu Fan's palm. "From an old friend's disciple, keep it safe." The jade bore only the character Dao for Great Way, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Sumin turned lightly and soon vanished toward the street's end. Holding the jade, Lu Fan looked up in confusion. Wu Chun stared at the token with a fleeting daze before regaining his composure. "Put it away. You'll need it someday." Lu Fan nodded solemnly, carefully tucking the jade into his robes. Wu Chun looked around the shabby shop ruefully. "Too bad this place has been found out. I can't stay long." Lu Fan blinked in surprise. "Master, do you mean we're leaving? Moving somewhere else?" "The shop has to close. We'll go into the mountains." Wu Chun began packing jars. "Good timing. You're about to enter your second stage of cultivation and need peace. Help me pack, then return to the Lu family to report, and pick up supplies before we meet in the mountains." "Second stage?" Lu Fan's spirit lifted. "Master, will you teach me something new? Different medicines?" "Not just medicine." Wu Chen shook his head. "It's time I passed on some life-saving techniques for chi refiners. From today, you'll come up the mountain with me and won't come down for months. Pack everything first, then go." "No problem," Lu Fan replied eagerly. Wu Chen suddenly stopped, his expression serious. "This cultivation might cost you your life. Are you ready?" Lu Fan clenched his fists, eyes blazing with determination. "If I survive, what realm can I reach? In the shortest time, you can forge gang-level strength and primal energy." Lu Fan grinned widely. "Is that so? I've been preparing for over 10 years. 3 days later, deep within the old forest of the Western Mountains. Before a cliff, a waterfall hung like a silver ribbon, plunging straight down 3,000 zhang with a deafening roar. At the base of the falls, only a single smooth green stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen by the rushing water, remained exposed. Lu Fan stood bare-chested, toes gripping the center of the stone. His muscles were taut, and he strained every ounce of strength just to resist being swept away by the torrent. Beneath the waterfall, the once clear and cool stream now boiled and churned violently at the bottom. A thin violet flame flickered faintly like a strand of hair. Though small, the purple heart fire heated every drop of falling water to unbearable scorching. Raindrops hitting Lu Fan's skin burned like countless red-hot iron beads, instantly branding large patches bright red. He held his breath, focused his spirit, and tried to channel his internal energy to his feet, transforming it into a supportive wind to lift his body from below. This was a common technique for chi refiners. A single thread of energy could manifest as the 5 elements, endlessly transformable. Yet presently, Lu Fan could barely maintain even the most basic wind condensation. Within moments, the airflow supporting his feet dissipated suddenly, and he staggered, tumbling back into the scalding water. The boiling river instantly enveloped his limbs. His flesh seemed pierced by countless sharp needles all at once, the pain forcing a muffled groan from his throat. Clenching his teeth against the burning agony, he frantically clawed his way back onto the stone. If it were merely hot water, the pain would be tolerable, but the purple heart fire's heat was like burning marrow in his bones. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan steadied himself, reminding himself that his true cultivation was only just beginning. About 10 zhang from the waterfall, Wu Chen busily reinforced the simple wooden hut. He selected trees as if gathering raw material. Then with fluid ease he carved rough logs into tables, chairs, and benches. Throughout, he didn't even glance in Lu Fan's direction, as if Lu Fan being boiled alive was utterly irrelevant to him. For Wu Chun, this grueling training was merely the appetizer. And so, Lu Fan battled the waterfall all day long. As night fell, the forest filled with gentle insect calls while the waterfall continued roaring. Lu Fan didn't rest for a moment. He had to prepare Qingyuan powder under the cover of darkness to heal his burns. Wu Chen had taught him the refining method on the very first day he arrived. At that time, Lu Fan thought it was just ordinary alchemy practice, never expecting it was meant to extend his survival. Qingyuan powder had no fixed recipe. It depended entirely on an understanding of medicinal properties and refining techniques. Every herb carried innate 5-element attributes, often involving several transformations. Lu Fan's task was to break down the elements within the ingredient and selectively recombine the needed parts. If understood fully, even common herbs could yield a high-quality Qingyuan powder. Yet he was only a novice. The varied dried grasses and leaves scattered across the table had been purchased randomly at Wu Chen's suggestion. Lu Fan barely recognized their names, let alone their traits or refinement timing. Occasionally Wu Chen would pass by, offer a few casual pointers, then return to his own work, leaving everything else for Lu Fan to figure out on his own. That first night, Lu Fan toiled late into the candlelit room, filled with medicinal scents, before barely producing a small batch of murky Qingyuan powder. The powder eased the pain only slightly, but it was the sole hope to face the waterfall again the next day. In the days that followed, by day the waterfall beat him until his skin was torn and raw. By night he forced himself, through aching limbs, to refine medicine. Without progress, the torture of the next day would only grow worse. Meanwhile, Wu Qin busied himself daily with an unknown herb, apparently refining something, though no one knew exactly what. After several days, Wu Qin's fatigue became apparent. 5 days later, Lu Fan was covered in bruises and cuts, with barely an inch of skin left unscathed, yet this was the result of his cultivation of the fiery golden body. That powerful technique had shielded him from the fiercest heat waves. Any ordinary person would have been severely injured and bettered in long ago. As night fell, he carefully climbed down from the smooth, worn boulder beneath the waterfall and staggered back inside. His arms were too sore to lift, but he gritted his teeth, steadying himself on the edge of the table to continue refining the Qingyuan powder. Over the past few days, he had experimented with many extraction methods and finally began to grasp the process. Grinding the pestle pulverized the herbs into a fine, smoky powder. Purification: the mixture was gently roasted, impurities forming dark clumps to be removed. Blending: the liquid medicine was dripped in, causing the powder to swirl and fuse. Shaping: the solution was cooled in shallow dishes to crystallize. Each step was painstakingly slow, yet he managed to fill small porcelain bottles within an hour. Several times his vision blurred, and he had to lean against the wall, taking deep breaths, biting back the pain. Once ingested, the powder's cool sensation shot through his limbs, cutting away the searing pain so visibly that it seemed torn flesh was healing and swelling anew. Lu Fan exhaled a breath of hot air. Tonight's batch is the most stable yet. Next time I'll stick to this formula. With his strength partially restored, he retrieved the virtual fire pill from his ring, something he had held onto for days. After such intense training, his old medicinal energy was drained dry. Just the right time for this pill to take effect. Taking a deep breath, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. Instantly, steam seemed to rise from his skin as if kissed by flames. The pill's fierce power flooded his meridians and bones. Focusing on his breathing, he guided the energy to circulate throughout his body and slowly entered a meditative state. Scabs on his wounds cracked and fell away, revealing fresh, rosy new skin, like a serpent shedding its old husk. At some point, Wu Qin arrived at the doorway. Seeing Lu Fan's transformation from afar, he nodded approvingly and gently closed the door behind him. Lu Fan spent the entire night focused on absorbing the medicinal energy. At dawn, warm sunlight streamed through the window, waking him. He moved slightly and heard the crisp sound of last night's dead, gray-brown skin cracking and falling away. Disgusted, he flicked off the flakes and stretched his limbs, feeling a surge of power. He swung a fist through the air, his palm wind burning hot. A punch struck the wooden door. It was pierced clean through. The edges of the hole were blackened and curled from the heat, smoke swirling as charred fragments fell to the ground. Lu Fan raised his fist with a smile. The fiery golden body had reached a new level of refinement. Eagerly, he dashed toward the waterfall. With a light push off his toes, he soared through the forest like a swift swallow, his internal energy far stronger than before. He stood firm on the slippery boulder beneath the rushing water, steady as a rock. The pounding water felt like war drums on his skin, yet he remained unmoved. Ha! He threw back his head and laughed aloud as a red glow flashed beneath his flesh. The fiery golden body blazed at full intensity, causing the icy water to hiss and steam on contact. His laughter echoed into the clouds, startling flocks of birds into flight. In the following days, his training became much easier. Occasionally the torrent would knock him down, but the scalding water no longer fazed him, and the lingering pain was manageable. Unfortunately, this streak of progress didn't last long. Seeing that this training no longer challenged Lu Fan, Wu Qin immediately switched to a new cultivation method. At the waterfall's top, Wu Qin placed a strand of purple flame into the water. Instantly, the clear spring cascading down the cliff roared to a boil, transforming into churning hot water that sent waves of heat crashing forward. After finishing this, he pulled out a pre-prepared irregular stone, tossed it to Lu Fan, and fastened it around his neck. The cold, rough stone pressed against his skin like a weight, and Lu Fan felt immense power surge through his limbs. Lifting his hand felt like hoisting a heavy cauldron. Wu Qin smiled and explained, "This is called a sealing stone, an ancient relic. It's very difficult for qi refiners to make. Its only purpose is to suppress the wearer. In the old days, these were used to imprison cultivators. A true sealing stone can immobilize high-level martial artists, causing excruciating agony that leads to death. Yours is just a miniature version." Lu Fan's eye twitched sharply. Such a terrifying suppression, and this was only the mini version? He barely managed to steady himself, unable even to nod easily. Wu Qin looked toward the boiling waterfall, his voice calm. "Next, with it on, climb up through the water to the top of the waterfall. Use any means necessary. Reaching the summit ends this phase. I'm leaving behind an alchemy manual that contains the way to remove the sealing stone. Whether you find it or not is up to you. With that, he patted Lu Fan's shoulder, folded his hands behind his back, and walked away, leaving only the steaming mists and roaring waters behind. Lu Fan froze in place and stood there for an entire day, sweat blending indistinguishably with the hot water. By the 5th day, he managed to take a step, though his gait was slower than a toddler learning to walk. On the 10th day, he fed himself with chopsticks but kept his gaze fixed on the heavy alchemy book, red light flickering deep in his eyes. Day 15, he dared to dash through the waterfall, only to be swept into the raging torrent, nearly suffocating. On day 20, he braved climbing amid the scalding torrent, veins bulging in his arms, yet he fell after climbing just 10 yards. By day 25, he had mastered converting his internal true chi into wind energy, first attaching it to his soles, then spreading it through his body, which finally stopped feeling like a heavy anchor. His thick muscles grew even denser under the stone's pressure. A light tap of his fingertips could carve deep holes into the rock face. A month later, Lu Fan sat quietly at the waterfall's base, his whole body enveloped in a faint red glow. The splashing water parted automatically an inch above his head, revealing a protective shield of true chi. With every breath, heat and steam radiated outward, his veins swelling like drums and muscles trembling rhythmically with growing strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Brilliant light burst forth. He raised his fist sharply and struck the water curtain below. His aura ignited like fire, and where his fist landed, the water instantly vaporized into white mist. On the shore, Wu Chan appeared without a sound, a slight smile curving his lips. Lu Fan, you've entered the 8th level of body refining. Clenching his fist, muscles rippling, Lu Fan laughed low and deep. This time, let me see how high I can climb. With that, Lu Fan faced the waterfall and leapt upward, climbing with the steadiness of a rock just like his martial path. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 months had already passed. The winter snow had just melted, and new grass at the foot of the mountain had grown past ankle height. Orioles pecked at the dew on the branches, and the entire western mountain was wrapped in the gentle hues of spring. Amidst the dense forest, a young man pushed through the vines, his deep blue short robe bearing a prominent Lu on the chest. Young Master Lu Fan, Young Master Lu Fan. He called out as he walked, his voice echoing repeatedly through the layers of leaves, yet no response came. His fingers brushed over his throat, feeling a burning dryness. As a low-ranking guard of the Lu family, he was ordered by his clan to find Lu Fan, and he was determined to do so. Just as he shouted again, the bushes to his right suddenly trembled. The young man's spirits lifted. Young Master Lu Fan. Before he could finish, a blue-eyed wolf burst through the foliage. The wolf's shoulder height matched that of a grown man, its fur black and glossy. 2 emerald green eyes gleamed with a chilling, murderous intent. His heart pounded wildly. He quickly drew his long sword from his waist. The adult blue-eyed wolf was comparable to a 6th-tier body refinement warrior, while he was only at the 4th-tier fighting Hedon was almost suicidal. The wolf circled him slowly, low growls scraping his eardrums like a whetstone. Cold sweat trickled down his temple as calls to find the young master had only attracted this beast. What a disaster. Suddenly, the wolf's muscles bulged as it lunged furiously, jaws wide aiming for his throat. The young man shouted and swung his sword, but the wolf bit down hard on the blade. With a fierce shake of its head, the blade flashed cold and flew from his grasp into the grass. Disarmed, the youth retreated several steps, alarm rising in his chest. The blue-eyed wolf crouched low, preparing to pounce again. Just as the thought him done for crossed his mind, a powerful gust of wind sliced through the air. Bang! The wolf was blasted midair and crashed heavily to the ground. The young man's eyes widened. A tree branch thicker than an arm had been precisely driven through the wolf's skull, blood rapidly soaking the fallen leaves. To pierce a wolf's head with a branch like a hidden weapon, what terrifying strength must that be? Before his shock could fade, a figure stepped out slowly from the deeper shadows of the trees. The man's face was elegant yet muscular, his skin marked by a patchwork of old scars and fresh wounds. Around his neck hung a small gray stone, no larger than a thumb. There was no doubt Lu Fan. Young Master Lu Fan. It really is you. The youth's voice trembled with excitement. Lu Fan smiled lightly. That's me. You're from the Lu family, right? What are you looking for me about? Young Master, today is the Western Mountain Hunt of the major clans. The family heads are all waiting for you on the high platform at the foot of the mountain. I must ask you to come. The youth spoke rapidly, afraid of missing any detail. Lu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, had been so absorbed in his cultivation recently that had completely forgotten about this. Nodding, he said, all right, let's head down. He strode toward the foot of the mountain, each step steady and rhythmic like a drumbeat. The youth clenched his still numb hand and hurried to catch up. His gaze flicked back and forth between Lu Fan's retreating figure and the dead wolf, silently thinking. This time, young Master Lu Fan is probably going to give everyone a surprise, or maybe a scare. At the mountain base, The high platform had been fully set up. Every year around this time, the prominent clans of Jianglin City gathered here for the hunt and martial contest. In previous years, the hunts had been necessary to drive out the rampant western mountain beasts threatening the city, forcing warrior families to purge the mountain for safety. But now, the wild beasts were almost entirely hunted away. What remained were only common animals, like the blue-eyed wolves. Over time, the great families gradually entrusted the tradition of hunting to the younger generation. To prevent the old covert rivalries from escalating into violence, they established a formal martial contest to settle disputes. This tradition lasted for decades, and Jianglin City evolved from a place where 10 prominent families vied for power into a rivalry dominated by the Lu and Mo clans. However, this year brought new upheaval. Zhang Yuan's sudden rise gave the Zhang family the right to compete for dominance. Below the raised platform, rows of seats spread out along the steps, each of the great families taking their places in order. This gathering was second only to the annual ceremony in Importancia, a grand event where the wealthiest and most renowned clans gathered, clinking glasses amid smiles and laughter. The most prominent seats on the stage held the heads of the Lu, Mo, and Zhang families seated side by side, spaced about 10 meters apart. Lu Hao Ran, the old patriarch of the Lu clan, wore a dark expression. Mo Tian, head of the Mo family, sat with a composed smile, while Zhang Yan of the Zhang clan looked confident and proud. Old Ghost Lu, your younger generation really can't measure up, Mo Tian scoffed, swirling his wine cup with unabashed mockery. Lu Ming spent 3 months at the martial academy without advancing a single rank. Truly disappointing. His insult landed easily, since Mo Yunfei was on the verge of breaking into the Gangjin realm, just one step away. In contrast, Lu Ming remained stuck at the 8th stage of body refinement, unchanged from 3 months ago. Without expression, Lu Hao replied coldly, your Mo Yunfei has been at the academy for a year and still hasn't mastered Gangjin. We're even. Mo Tian chuckled lightly. Old Ghost Lu, are you really fooling yourself? You know perfectly well Yunfei is about to achieve Gangjin. Have your eyesight deteriorated that badly? Lu Hao snorted, refusing to respond further. Seeing this, Mo Tian's smile grew even wider with triumph. Turning slightly, Lu Hao lowered his voice and asked Lu Hao behind him, where's Lu Fan? That kid still hasn't returned? Feeling the surge of anger from the old man, Lu Hao didn't dare delay and quickly answered, we've sent people to look for him. He should be here soon. Before he finished, footsteps approached from behind. Lu Hao turned to see Lu Fan hurrying over with 2 Lu family guards. The crowd by the arena noticed immediately. Lu Fan's clothes were ragged, mud stained his hems, sleeves torn open, and his pants ripped so badly his calves showed. He looked far too disheveled to be a noble youth attending such a prestigious event. Who's that family's son? Can't even dress properly. Haha, pants all torn. Was he attacked or something? I remember, that's Lu Fan of the Lu family. What's that loser doing here, making a fool of himself? I heard he showed his face at the annual ritual. Do you believe that? Probably made up by the Lu family themselves. A loser is a loser. The mocking voices rose up around him, but Lu Fan remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the jeers as he walked straight to Lu Hao. Lu Hao's face revealed a few lines of helplessness, while Lu Hao's eyebrows twitched irritably, thinking how this kid brought shame to the family the moment he appeared. Lu Fan stood behind Lu Hao and respectfully said, Father. Lu Hao motioned for him to sit first, then lowered his voice. How did you get into this state? This is in front of all the major families, remember? Lu Fan scratched his head slightly, offering a sheepish smile. Training things get messy sometimes. Lu Hao waved his hand. Forget it, no need to dwell on that. How's your cultivation coming along? Lu Fan grinned broadly. I won't let you down. The last time he had said that, it had brought great hope to the Lu family. Lu Hao patted his shoulder, his smile full of expectation, hoping this time would be no different. Mot and I glanced at Lu Fan with a smirk and said, Old Lu, your family's way of upbringing is truly something. Didn't they ever teach you to wear decent clothes? Lu Haoran snorted coldly, glared right back, matching his tone. Old Mo, don't you think you talk way too much nonsense? This is called being unruly. I know you used to run around naked when you were young. Do you think I don't know? Before he finished speaking, Mo Tian's expression instantly darkened. Caught off guard and exposed in public, he let out a heavy snort and deliberately averted his gaze, no longer bothering to argue with Lu Haoran. Standing next to him, Zhang family head Zhang Yin leaned in with interest and whispered, Master Mo, you really used to run naked like that? Mo Tian shot him a sharp look. Seeing this, Zhang Yin chuckled lightly and fell silent, though a sly grin still lingered on his face. Suddenly, on both sides of the high platform, war drums were struck heavily and simultaneously, dong dong. Their continuous booming echoes startled flocks of birds flying out of the forest. The drumbeats signaled that the youths who had gone hunting in the mountains had returned victorious. Everyone on the viewing stand stretched their necks and stared down the mountain path. Through the misty dust, dozens of figures gradually came into view, youths from various clans who had entered the forest today. At the front of the group, Mo Yunfei, and Zhang Yuehan walked side by side. Their arms were nearly stuffed with game wild wolves, deer, and roe deer hung from their hands, blood still fresh. The guards quickly stepped forward to respectfully take the heavy spoils and began counting them. In contrast, the other hunters had much poorer harvests. Most carried only 1 or 2 wild animals and stood far behind. The Lu family members anxiously scanned the crowd for Lu Ming, silently praying that he had caught more than Mo Yunfei and Zhang Yuehan. Otherwise, the Lu family would lose the first round. The second round was a martial contest, and given Lu Ming's skills, he was almost certain to lose. They had to rely on this hunt to salvage some face. But reality was ruthless. At the end of the line, Lu Ming staggered forward, disheveled, hands empty, without even a single catch. The sight made even Lu Fan's brow furrow involuntarily. No matter how bad Lu Ming was, it wasn't supposed to be this embarrassing. Lu Ming's father, Lu Feng, paid no mind to others and hurried over, grabbing his son's shoulder. He growled low, "Lu Ming, what's wrong? Where's your game?" Lu Ming looked up, eyes full of bitterness, his gaze fixed on Mo Yunfei. "They took it from me. Mo Yunfei, and that wretched girl." His voice was low but echoed clearly through the silent valley. Mo Yunfei sneered. "Poor skills, and still complaining?" Zhang Yuehan's expression remained indifferent. She didn't even glance at Lu Ming and turned to sit beside her father, Zhang Yan. Lu Ming's face flushed with fury. Overcome with anger, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did everyone notice his chest was dented. A deep punch mark was shockingly visible on his clothing. Lu Haoran's eyes turned ice cold as he stared at Mo Tian, resorting to violence to take spoils. Good tactics. Truly a son of the Mo family. Mo Tian responded lightly, bowing his hands. "You flatter me. You flatter me." Then he raised his voice and said, "Master of ceremonies, may we announce the winner of the first hunting round?" The master of ceremonies respectfully stepped onto the platform, unrolled a scroll, and loudly read. In the first hunting round, Mo Yunfei from the Mo family and Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family each hunted 10 wild beasts, tying for first place. Hearing the result, Mo Tian's brow twitched. Zhang Yuehan tying with Mo Yunfei was somewhat unexpected. Zhang Yan, however, beamed broadly and clapped softly, and the Zhang family's accompanying clansmen cheered enthusiastically. The master of ceremonies announced again boldly, "The first hunting round has ended. The second round, the martial contest, officially begins." Lu Feng helped Lu Ming back to his seat. Lu Ming looked pale and spoke softly, "I'm sorry, I don't think I can compete anymore." Lu Haoran sighed deeply. Could the Lu family face total defeat in this Western Mountain hunt? At that moment, Lu Fan suddenly spoke softly. "For the contest, let me go." Lu Fan's voice was steady and commanding. In an instant, Lu Hao and the others all turned their attention toward him. Suddenly, Lu Ming scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You? With just a 6th level body refinement, you won't even be able to block a single move on that stage." Before he finished, Lu Feng raised his hand and lightly patted him, signaling him to stop. Lu Ming froze for a moment, wondering if he had misspoken. Lu Haoran ignored Lu Ming and locked sharp eyes onto Lu Fan. "Are you confident?" "I am," Lu Fan replied calmly, uttering only one word. Lu Haoran then glanced at Lu Hao. "What do you think?" Lu Hao paused thoughtfully, then nodded. "If Lu Fan is that confident, let him go up. At worst, he'll lose." "Just lose?" Lu Ming could no longer hold back, raising his voice. "If he goes up, he'll only embarrass the entire Lu family. People will think we have no one worthy." Lu Feng frowned and sternly warned, "Lu Ming, watch your words. Lu Fan is your cousin." Lu Ming sneered with disdain but pressed on aggressively. "I'm just telling the truth. Don't think that a slight improvement in your cultivation means you can carry the family's honor. Mo Yunfei is almost mastering Gang Qi. Against him you'll be crushed. On that stage, it's life or death. No one will pity you if you get beaten to death." "I understand," Lu Fan responded, his tone still composed. Lu Ming saw how calm and indifferent Lu Fan remained and became even more furious. Taking a step forward fiercely, he challenged, "Let me see if you're really qualified to get on the stage." Whoosh! A fist charged forward, filled with fiery anger, its power enough to shatter stone. Clang! Lu Fan barely moved, simply raising a hand with fingers slightly curled to firmly catch the punch. He remained seated, showing no intention to stand. "You'd better stay sitting and get some rest," he said flatly. After speaking, his wrist trembled slightly. Visible ripples of force swept along Lu Ming's arm. Bang! It was as if an immense weight had fallen on him. Lu Ming's whole body sank back, and he was slammed solidly into his chair. Everyone present was stunned. Lu Ming's eyes widened, mouth open but speechless. Lu Feng was equally shocked, momentarily forgetting to breathe. A sudden light sparked in Lu Haoran's eyes. "Good. Lu Fan, we're counting on you now." Lu Fan released his grip. Only then did Lu Ming look down and see 5 distinct finger marks pressed into his knuckles, the skin bruised purple and bone aching faintly. At that moment, he could not accept if Lu Fan, who was considered a weakling 3 months ago, had become this powerful. Lu Ming's face twitched, and his chest heaved violently. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was grinning from ear to ear. No matter how Lu Fan performed next, that one moment alone was enough to keep him happy for days. On the high platform, the matches had begun. Youngsters from several small families fought fiercely. Most were only at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. The scene was noisy but lacked spectacle. At that moment, Emotion turned his head toward Lu Haoran. Old Lu, who from your family will step up next? Have you decided yet? In my opinion, no matter who takes the lead, they're bound to lose. It's better to leave early. Emotion wore a confident smile, as if the outcome was already in his hands. Lu Haoran's eyes flickered, and after a brief pause, he smiled and said, Old Ghost Emo, since you're so confident, how about raising the stakes? Old Ghost Lu, are you serious? Could it be that Lu Ming is not the strongest among your younger generation of the Lu family? Emotion raised his eyebrows, his tone full of interest. Interesting. What do you want to bet? If your Mo family wins first place, they'll give you 2 shops in our city, Lu Haoran said steadily, emphasizing the last few words. Emotion readily agreed. All right, but he'll choose which 2 shops. Lu Haoran's pupils constricted slightly, but he still nodded. No problem. But if we Lu family win, you owe me something. Emotion snorted. Not shops? What else in the Mo family could catch your eye? Lu Haoran smiled lightly. Nothing special, I just want to see your Mo family's little destruction fist. The smile on Emotion's face vanished immediately. So you're interested in our martial art? After a moment, he nodded again. All right, it's a deal. Lu Haoran's lips curled slightly. Emotion sneered. I want to see what tricks the Lu family still has up their sleeves. The 2 shops are mine for sure. Zhang Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly raised his hand. Mo family leader, Lu family leader, may I join your bet? Emotion glanced over. Zhang family leader wants in? Fine. What stakes are you offering? Zhang Yan thought for a moment. Our Zhang family isn't as wealthy as you two, and we have no notable martial arts. How about betting 20,000 gold coins? Emotion shook his head, smiling wryly. Like we're short of money? 20,000 is too little. Make it 100,000. 100,000 gold coins would seriously damage the Zhang family's resources. Zhang Yan frowned, but Zhang Yuan beside him nodded slightly. Understanding, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth. All right, 100,000 it is. Emotion nodded approvingly. I have no objections. Old Ghost Lu, what about you? No problem with me, Lu Haoran said. The 3 then sealed the deal. Emotion instructed the steward to write the contract in 3 copies. All 3 families signing on the spot. As soon as the contract was signed, Lu Haoran turned to Lu Fan and muttered, Lu Fan, did you see that? I don't want to lose those 2 shops. When you go up there, don't hold back. If we win, that little destruction fist manual is yours. Lu Fan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. Lu Haoran's bet was about pride in public, but truly it was to win the martial art for himself, and Lu Fan understood that well. Meanwhile, the other minor clans were wrapping up their matches. On the stage, the young master of the Su family from the south of town raised his arms triumphantly. His 7th level body refinement was unmistakable, sparking cheers from the crowd. Emotion nodded slightly, signaling the Mo family disciples to step forward. A burly man strode onto the stage's square-jawed face and thick muscles, none other than Mo Hong, the Mo family's second strongest. With just a few punches and kicks, the Su family's young master was sent tumbling off the stage. Mo Hong spread his arms wide and roared like thunder. Who's next? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Emotion stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Mo Hong is really gaining momentum. Behind him, the others from the families laughed and said, Mo Hong of the Mo family is starting to look more and more like a bear. On the stage, the shifting light patterns hadn't yet faded, and the massive figure stood like an iron tower at this moment. No one dared step onto the arena. Anyone with eyes could tell that Mo Hong's aura was just half a step away from the 8th level of body refinement. Let alone the younger generation from small families. Even those with some reputation could hardly match him. The crowd's attention naturally shifted to the Lu and Zhang families. Now, the only ones who could possibly take Mo Hong down were these 2 powerful clans. However, Lu Ming had just coughed up blood publicly and was clearly unable to fight again anytime soon. So, who was left in the Lu family? People exchanged glances and all shook their heads. Most agreed that no one else from the Lu family would step forward. Just when everyone assumed the Lu family would quietly withdraw, Lu Fan, who had been sitting quietly in a corner, slowly rose to his feet. His thin frame first stretched his shoulder blades lightly. Then he suddenly pushed off the ground and shot onto the platform like an arrow. For a brief moment the arena fell silent, but as people recognized him, laughter exploded. The Lu family actually sent Lu Fan? Isn't that just throwing in the towel? Hey, Lu Fan, better put your clothes on first. You won't get a chance later. You useless fool. Are you deliberately looking for death? Your boat is shot and your brain's gone. These jeers rained down like stones on the Lu family's seats, making many of their younger members flush with embarrassment. Except for a few sitting in the front row like Lu Hao and Lu Haoran, no one dared speak in Lu Fan's defense. Lu Fan's stunning performance at the clan's annual ritual was a well-kept secret within the family. Outsiders barely knew of it. On top of that, many Lu family members held a grudge against Lu Fan in their eyes. He was the family's laughingstock who had brought disgrace, and now he was representing them in battle? Utterly ridiculous. Amid the noisy chatter, Lu Hao frowned slightly. A bunch of short-sighted fools, nothing but frogs in a well. Lu Haoran patted his shoulder. Ignore them. After today, they'll be proud to know Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao smiled. Of course. On the arena, Imo Hong laughed heartily, clutching his belly. You dare step up? Don't make me laugh so hard I die. Lu Fan remained calm, hands hanging naturally at his sides, seemingly indifferent to the raucous jeers. Imo Hong continued laughing uncontrollably, and Imo Yunfei and Imo Lin in the audience were similarly delighted. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan, head of the Zhang family, also laughed and teased Zhang Yuehan. Yuehan, look at Lu Fan, what a character. Daring to come out now, it's hilarious. Zhang Yuehan smiled faintly, her gaze upon Lu Fan tinged with a momentary flicker of pity, but it passed quickly. Amid all the commotion, only Mo Tian, head of the Mo family, did not laugh. He finally noticed the scars covering Lu Fan's bare upper body, crisscrossing wounds, some deep enough to see bone, others fresh scabs, all shocking to the eye. Mo Tian knew well that only someone who endured grueling daily training and repeatedly faced life-and-death battles would bear such marks, proof of an indomitable spirit and a body honed through blood and flesh. But he could not understand. Wasn't Lu Fan the biggest joke in Jianglan City? How could such scars exist on him? Could Lu Fan actually be the Lu family's true hidden young powerhouse? He hoped he was wrong, but looking at Lu Fan standing like a rock, with a faint aura quietly emanating from him that suppressed fighting spirit, doubted it. Lu Fan calmly looked at Mo Hong and said, had enough laughing? Ready to start? Mo Hong's smile faded, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked audibly. Since you're eager to die, I'll grant your wish. His voice was low and thunderous. Before the words even finished, he took a step forward, stone dust scattering beneath his feet. Bulging veins traced his arm muscles as he swung a heavy punch straight at Lu Fan. The fist tore through the air, kicking up grit and pebbles, the sharp sound of stones striking fabric almost audible in the wind. But Lu Fan didn't budge an inch. To him, Mo Hong's punch seemed to slow, as if dragging through quicksand. Just as the massive fist was about to strike his face, Lu Fan suddenly lifted his leg. Swift as lightning, his toe landed hard on Mo Hong's lower abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped Ma Hong, accompanied by the dull thud of bones and flesh trembling. Like a giant hammer blow, Ma Hong was sent flying, tumbling over several meters and kicking up dust. The crowd's laughter abruptly stopped. Mouths and nostrils flared in shock. Silence fell so deep they could hear their own heartbeats. Nearly everyone's mind screamed the same thought: how is this even possible? Ma Hong staggered to his feet, legs weak, body swaying. Dark footprints marked his chest and stomach. Pain and fury twisted his face, amazement at Lu Fan's terrifying strength, anger that such a prestigious prodigy from the Ma Hong family was knocked down by one kick. His expression darkened as he grew serious. Throwing back his head, he unleashed a furious roar, shaking dust from the air. In the next instant, he lunged like a wild bear, arms spread wide, his massive frame crashing forward like Mount Tai toppling. Flying tiger fist. He bellowed, his punch howling through the air, cloth flapping in the fierce wind. Lu Fan pointed his toe, stepping back lightly half a pace. His waist twisted, a whip-like kick arced out, swinging like an iron chain. Perfect in speed, power, and angle. Smack! A flash of red light as Mo Hong's cheek was struck solidly. The stone platform cracked beneath him, collapsing into a deep pit, rocks flying everywhere as his huge body slammed in. The crowd watched in stunned silence, as if a heavy hammer had smashed the face of the mocker just moments before. Fear, envy, admiration, disbelief, their expressions flashed wildly. That's Lu Fan, the useless guy we laughed at? All doubt vanished instantly. If this is useless, then what are they? The arena fell utterly silent except for sharp inhales. Knocking down a warrior near the 8th level of body refining with just 2 kicks left no room for questions. Those loudest before now clamped their mouths shut and slipped quietly toward the back, ready to run. With Lu Fan's true power, they weren't even a speck on the battlefield. The ones who cursed the loudest always fear the hardest hits. Only now did everyone recall the rumors the Lu family had spread recently. Turns out they were all true. Lu Fan had transformed completely. He was no longer the yesterday's weakling, but a beast poised to strike. At the very front, Lu Hao ignored the crowd's gazes, throwing back his head and laughing loudly. In just half a year, Lu Fan had jumped from level 3 to nearly level 8 in body refining. Those 2 kicks just now were proof enough. Such progress wasn't just impressive, it was terrifying. Lu Hao stood tall, pride burning bright in his eyes. This was his son, Lu Hao's own son. On the other side, Zhang Yan, Imo Lin, and Imo Yunfei's faces darkened to the point of sourness. Not only had they misjudged him, but Lu Fan's disguise had left them utterly clueless. Mo Yunfei suddenly recalled the scene months ago at the market then. Lu Fan clearly had power, but had chosen to back down. Apparently, he had been playing the fool all along. No wonder Lu Fan was so calm that day. Sitting beside Zhang Yan, Zhang Yuehan's heart was thrown into a storm of turmoil. She could hardly believe that Lu Fan had changed so drastically. Her fingers trembled, knuckles whitening from the strain, yet her gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on the figure standing atop the platform. Noticing his daughter's unusual expression, Zhang Yan lowered his voice and asked, Yuehan, what's wrong? Zhang Yuehan's breathing faltered slightly, but she forced herself to look away and quietly replied, nothing. In the center of the arena, Mo Hong had already lost consciousness and was being carried off by the Mo family guards. Mo Tian's face darkened as he turned to Mo Yunfei and commanded sharply, Yunfei, go finish him. Don't hold back. If anything goes wrong, I've got your back. Mo Yunfei rose without hesitation, his expression grave as he stepped onto the stone platform. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers, their roaring enthusiasm drowning out the previous noise. Once he stood firm, his eyes locked onto Lu Fan like iron, his voice cold. I didn't expect you to be hiding so deep. I underestimated you, Lu Fan. Lu Fan remained calm, lifting his gaze to meet him directly. Underestimate? Not quite. Mo Yunfei, are you ready to face defeat? Think you can take me down? You don't have the skill for it yet. Mo Yunfei sneered. Before finishing his sentence, he sprang forward, moving with blinding speed. At almost the same moment, Lu Fan also moved, the two figures colliding like arrows shot from opposite ends, meeting instantly at the platform's center. Little annihilation fist. Mountain smashing fist. A heavy, explosive crack like thunder rolled across the platform as their fists crashed together. The powerful gust sent ripples through the crowd's clothing. Mo Yunfei's pupils constricted sharply. He had unleashed his full strength, aiming to crush Lu Fan in one blow. Yet the incoming force was just as fierce and unrelenting. Their muscles bulged, veins corded tight like dragons. Fists and elbows flew fast as lightning, then came the second punch. Bang! Mo Yunfei's iron fist struck Lu Fan's chest, while Lu Fan's left fist slammed hard into Mo Yunfei's cheek. The heavy thuds echoed above the platform. Mo Yunfei staggered violently, barely steadying himself after 3 heavy steps back. Lu Fan just paused briefly, stepping back half a pace. His body like forged iron, his skin flushed briefly with a red glow beneath before fading, as if rooted to the ground. Good. Watching closely, Lu Haoran couldn't help but shout, drawing all eyes to him. Just from this exchange, the outcome was clear. Using his human-level mountain-smashing fist, Lu Fan matched the spirit-level little annihilation fist blow for blow, even overpowering it with sheer force. The crowd suddenly realized Lu Fan must possess body refinement to at least the 9th level. Breath held in the crowd. They had expected Mo Yunfei's strength. His reputation as a prodigy entering the martial arts academy a year ago was well known, but Lu Fan's hidden depth far exceeded expectations. Lu Fan, take him down. Lu Fan, you're the strongest. Invincible Lu family. Invincible Lu family. The Lu family youths first shocked, now roaring in fervent support like a tidal wave. In contrast, Lu Ming's face went ashen, all color draining. Everything he had once been proud of now seemed like a knife twisting mockingly in his own side. Lu Feng patted his son's shoulder and sighed softly, a dragon hidden in water, silent until it soars 9,000 miles. Lu Ming bowed his head and closed his eyes. From this moment on, the title of youngest genius of the Lu family was no longer his. He recalled the jeers and scorn he had cast on Lu Fan before, and a sudden shudder ran through him. Was it possible his own mockery would one day turn back to haunt him? He wasn't sure if he could bear it. On the platform, Mo Yunfei gritted his teeth tightly. Lu Fan was even stronger than he had imagined. His family's inherited spiritual martial art made his little destruction fist powerless against him. Mo Yunfei felt a jolt in his heart and immediately regarded Lu Fan as a true rival. With a slight tilt of his toes, Mo Yunfei's whole body seemed like a willow leaf lifted by the wind, silently drifting. This was the drifting leaf void walking technique. Below the stage, Mo Tian's eyes glinted sharply as he immediately recognized it. That was a high-level movement technique from the Martial Arts Academy. He hadn't expected Mo Yunfei to have mastered it so skillfully. The elusive steps made it hard for Lu Fan to lock onto him. Just as Lu Fan's gaze fixed on the left, Mo Yunfei had already floated to the right, moving as freely as if riding a breeze. Lu Fan unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling with each strike, but all missed their mark. Suddenly, a powerful shadow swept diagonally from below, a fist thrust aimed straight at Lu Fan's chin. Lu Fan raised his elbow to meet it, but the punch transformed at the wrist into a palm strike that slid along a strange arc, slamming heavily into his chest. His sternum jolted, and before he could recover, a gust of wind whipped up behind him. He was forced to dodge left and right, his movements momentarily clumsy. Under the stone platform, Mo Tian laughed triumphantly. Lu Haoran frowned deeply and sighed quietly. acknowledging that Lu Fan's training in martial arts was still relatively shallow. The Mo family disciples shouted in rising excitement. Zhang Yuehan watched quietly, silently hoping for Lu Fan's defeat to prove her judgment right. On the stage, Mo Yunfei had clearly gained the upper hand. Seeing Lu Fan's steps falter, he suddenly stopped, thrusting out both fists again to unleash the little destruction fist with even greater force than before. At the moment the two fists landed, a dazzling red light suddenly burst from Lu Fan's body. His skin seemed wrapped in blazing flames, steam rising in waves of heat. With a dull clang like hitting black basalt, Mo Yunfei felt his knuckles ache as a fierce recoil numbed both his arms. In the next instant, Lu Fan clenched tightly, grabbing Mo Yunfei's arms with both hands. The scorching heat instantly scorched bones. Mo Yunfei cried out in pain. From below, Mo Tian abruptly stood up and shouted, blazing fire golden body. Lu Fan's eyes turned cold and sharp. His arm's strength trembled as he followed with a fiery mount-breaking fist crashing towards Mo Yunfei's face. The scorching wind howled with the blow, hitting squarely on the bridge of the nose smoke, and dust erupted. Mo Yunfei flew backwards 3 meters, crashing down at the edge of the stone platform. The crowd fell silent. Even the Lu family disciples had never expected Lu Fan to have mastered the blazing fire golden body. Seeing his entire figure glowing red and exuding fierce energy, everyone's eyes filled with awe. Lu Haoran cheered loudly, praising the wisdom of entrusting the blazing fire golden body to Lu Fan. Lu Hao trembled with excitement. Lu Fan strode forward, fist raised to finish the match. At that moment, a shadow dashed onto the platform. Mo Tian stepped between the two and shouted, no need to fight anymore. We admit defeat. Mo Tian's actions immediately drew waves of hissing from the Lu family, hisses like a rising tide that made his face flush with embarrassment. Without hesitation, he dragged the badly injured Mo Yunfei down from the stone platform. Lu Haoran stood up, his expression cold and fierce, staring straight at Mo Tian. Old ghost Mo, you openly broke the rules. Do you really think the 1,000-year-old family creed of no killing in martial fights is just for show? Mo Tian clenched his teeth and wiped the sweat from his brow. No need to remind, may know the rules well enough. Tomorrow, he'll personally deliver a spiritual herb to the Lu family. That should make things right, yes? That's more like it. Lu Haoran's icy gaze softened as he then nodded at Lu Fan with a smile, clearly saying, well done, there will be rewards when we're back. Lu Fan retracted his blazing golden aura as the molten gold flames sank back into his body. His robes fell silently around him, and he stood proudly upright. All the Lu family disciples were now on their feet. Many raised their fists and cheered loudly. This was the first time in years that the Lu family had the upper hand over the Mo family during the Western Mountain hunting competition. Lu Fan is invincible. Lu Fan is invincible. Lu Fan glanced around at the crowd with a faint smile playing on his lips. Just months ago, these same people had openly insulted him as useless. Now they were cheering him on. Fate is truly unpredictable. Who knows what tomorrow might bring? In the audience, Lu Feng nudged his stunned son Lu Ming to stand and cheer as well. Lu Fan had become the hero of the Lu family and was sure to be named an official heir in the 3rd generation once he turned 18. No matter how much Lu Ming resisted, it was useless. Lu Feng sighed silently. Everyone has their own destiny. He had hoped Lu Ming would inherit the family legacy, but everything had changed so drastically in just a few months. Lu Ming forced himself to stand but remained silent, his face a mix of anger and sorrow. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Feng sighed again deeply. The competition on the stone platform was not over yet. Lu Fan still had one final match. He turned aside to look at Zhang Yuehan with a calm, unreadable gaze. Zhang Yuehan's eyes flickered before she stepped onto the platform. Her voice was soft, but resolute. Lu Fan, I really don't want to fight you. Lu Fan bowed slightly, his tone steady. No need for words, Miss Zhang Yuehan. Please. Hearing Miss caused a slight tremor in Zhang Yuehan's expression. The crowd below was puzzled. Did these two share a past connection? Zhang Yuehan suppressed her emotions, and her face instantly turned cold. With a flick of her slender wrist, a 3-foot soft sword slipped out from her sleeve like a serpent. At the same time, a milky white aura surged around her body, a shimmering shield that clung and rotated close to her skin. That's Gengjin. The crowd erupted. Even the experts in the back pushed forward to get a better look. Zhang Yuehan had already cultivated Gengjin. Faint glowing veil was the symbol of a martial artist crossing the true threshold, the first layer of inner Gang. Lu Fan's gaze darkened with thought, surprised at Zhang Yuehan's exceptional talent. Lu Haoran's shoulders trembled slightly, realizing that with such a daughter, the Zhang family's fortunes would surely rise. No wonder Zhang Yin had bet by had a sure win in hand. The same thought flickered through Mo Tian's mind. Seeing Zhang Yuehan's Gangjin, Mo Tian felt a deep shame. Losing to the Lu family was one thing, but losing to the Zhang family, a decades-long rival, was even more humiliating. Unexpectedly, even the Zhang family, originally only a mediocre clan, had produced a genius far surpassing Mo Yunfei. Mo Tian's knuckles turned white, his fist nearly digging into his palm. Below the stage, Lu Hao clenched his shirt tightly although Lu Fan could easily defeat Mo Yunfei at the 9th body refinement level. Once facing Zhang Yuehan, who had already glimpsed the secrets of Gangjin, Lu Fan's chances plummeted. At this moment, everything depended on whether Zhang Yuehan could skillfully wield that elusive yet deadly internal Gangjin. It was Lu Fan's only hope. At the center of the stone platform, Zhang Yuehan stood tall with her chin raised, her gaze looking down on everyone. Her Gangjin was still in its early stages and artificially accelerated through secret techniques, but she had ultimately crossed the critical threshold between life and death. The internal Gangjin realm is the internal Gangjin realm, and the difference in strength was clearly visible. She slightly lifted her chin and looked at Lu Fan. No one else can bring you down, so I'll do it myself. Lu Fan, watch this. Before she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a released arrow. The soft sword sliced through the air like a spiritual snake, a cold gleam showering down on Lu Fan like sudden rain. Lu Fan dared not underestimate her. With a flick, the fiery golden body was instantly activated, crimson true chi surging over his surface. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously, the sword tip striking his steel-like skin, scattering sparks. Yet the dense sword light still tore through his defense. Suddenly, the sword's edge radiated a milky white halo. Zhang Yuehan's fierce slash pierced through the fiery golden body, slicing a bloody wound across Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan groaned and countered with an iron fist smashing against the blade, trying to shake the weapon loose with brute force. Zhang Yuehan, however, moved fluidly with her sword, her steps spinning as the soft sword attacked again like a serpentine dance. The fiery golden body was pushed to its limits. Lu Fan suddenly bent low and landed a punch on the stone platform below the mountain-splitting fist. With a thunderous boom, the stone platform cracked into a pit, and countless stone fragments roared forth on a fierce gale, aiming to push back Zhang Yuehan. But before the stones could reach her, an invisible layer of Gangjin blocked them all. Seizing this brief opening, Zhang Yuehan's sword lightly hummed the dragon swimming sword technique. Her body seemed nailed in place, but her sword's shadow became like a great dragon coiling around, striking Lu Fan from all directions with attacks indistinguishable between real and fake. Struck by several sword hits, Lu Fan was forced to retreat several steps. With Zhang Yuehan pouring true chi into her sword, the Gangjin wrapping the sword light flickered continuously, intensifying the pressure. Lu Haoran watched anxiously on the sidelines, helpless to intervene. The dragon swimming sword technique was a legacy martial art of the academy. Even if Zhang Yuehan had only just grasped its basics, combined with Gangjin, she could easily crush anyone at the body refinement stage. The gulf between internal Gangjin and body refinement was not something a halfway fiery golden body could bridge. Lu Fan seemed on the verge of defeat. In the crowd's eyes, Lu Fan no longer had any chance of turning the tide. Yet among the 1,000 intertwining sword shadows, he suddenly reached out and precisely grasped the spine of Zhang Yuehan's sword. His flaming red palm scorched the blade, instantly turning it red hot. Zhang Yuehan's expression turned cold, but she did not release her grip. Immense Gangjin surged into the sword, insulating it from the heat. Give up, Lu Fan. The gap between us is like a chasm. Her voice was icy cold. A corner of Lu Fan's lips curled. It's not over yet. As he spoke, his 5 fingers tightened sharply, and his palm ignited with blazing flames. Zhang Yuehan was momentarily stunned and instinctively tried to withdraw her sword. Gangjin flowed into the blade like a tide, attempting to shake off the iron-like grip, but Lu Fan's hand remained unmoving. The flames distorted the air, and the blade emitted a low, mournful wail under the intense heat. The fiery palm was already starting to warp the sword's shape. Zhang Yuehan, unable to retract her long sword, stepped forward and launched a rapid combination of palm strikes and kicks at Lu Fan. Her fists and palms struck with fierce wind, consecutive blows raining down, while her legs cracked like whips, sweeping relentlessly. Yet Lu Fan didn't take a single step back. The surging force of her attacks slammed against his chest, barely causing his clothes to flutter. In shock, and before she could withdraw her moves, Lu Fan's low voice slowly came through. Your energy is too weak. As he spoke, he raised his hand and forcibly tore off the dark gray stone pendant from his neck. The thumb-sized sealing stone dropped, smashing into the hard ground and gouging a deep pit, shards scattering everywhere. In the next moment, an intense current of energy surged around Lu Fan's body. Flames burst forth beneath his skin, instantly transforming him into a burning war god. Is this his true power? Lu Haoran's eyes widened with fury, a chill running down his spine. He suddenly realized that Lu Fan had been suppressing his strength all along and all because of that tiny stone. Nearby, Mo Yunfei staggered to his feet, face pale as death. The Lu Fan who had fought him before hadn't even been trying. The flames roared higher, the ceiling stones binding completely broken. Lu Fan's aura skyrocketed to its peak. Anger surged through him as he thought of that thing Master Wu Chun had told him to find an unsealing method in the herbal manual, but it was clearly just a joke. The real solution was simply to remove it. Scorching red, heat blasted forward. Zhang Yuehan's sword hissed as it was baked by the flames. Afraid to hold it any longer, she stepped back several paces. Lu Fan stomped hard on the stone platform, the ground roaring as cracks spread like a spiderweb. His figure blurred into a streak of light, moving faster than Zhang Yuehan even when she used her energy. This was the ultimate speed of a body-refining cultivator. Zhang Yuehan's hastily gained energy foundation was too shallow to withstand this. His left fist shot out, wrapped in blazing flames, crashing heavily against her energy shield. Bang! Zhang Yuehan's body trembled violently, the glow of her energy immediately dimming. Clenching her teeth, she summoned every last bit of true qi and barely formed a palm strike in response. Yet Lu Fan seemed to drift as if weightless, sliding half a step past the wind from her blow. Such a floating dodge was impossible for an ordinary martial artist that was actively channeling the unique true qi of a qi refiner, turning it into wind to push himself aside. He followed with a fierce kick, the fiery gust howling. Zhang Yuehan's energy barrier shattered like thin ice scorched by fire. She groaned, blood trickling from her mouth, her clothes charred black around the waist, wisps of smoke rising. The crowd watched in stunned fascination. This back-and-forth duel had their hearts pounding out of their chests. Zhang Yuehan, who possessed energy cultivation, was being completely overwhelmed by Lu Fan. This sight ignited the buried passion of the Lu family disciples. Lu Fan is invincible. The battle cry surged through the air like a tidal wave, deafening everyone. Lu Fan tossed aside his long sword, now bent and blackened by the heat, the sharp clang of metal making Zhang Yuehan's pupils tremble. Immediately, an iron fist pierced the air, its cold gleam threatening. At that critical moment, Zhang Yuehan suddenly screamed, "Lu Fan, have you forgotten our mountain oath and sea promise?" Her words struck like a sharp arrow, halting Lu Fan's punch midair and freezing the entire arena. In a flash, a cruel glint flickered in her eyes. She suddenly lifted her knee, gathering her last bit of energy in her toe and delivered a vicious kick to Lu Fan's lower body. Just as she nearly landed it, Lu Fan twisted his body slightly, narrowly evading. He countered with a palm raised, his iron-like fingers clamped tightly around Zhang Yuehan's neck. Her face went pale, her eyes reflecting the flames burning in Lu Fan's gaze. He spoke softly, "I remember, of course. But I remember your betrayal even more." With that, Lu Fan threw Zhang Yuehan off the stone platform as if she were garbage. The Zhang family hurried forward to help Zhang Yuehan to her feet, their faces etched with complicated emotions. Zhang Yin bent down and lowered his voice, though his anxiety was hard to hide. "Daughter, is what you just said true? Were you really involved with Lu Fan?" Blood still stained the corner of Zhang Yuehan's mouth, her hair disheveled, and her eyes burning with a bittersweet ache. She bit back the rest of the words. "Father, please don't say any more." "All right, no more for now. We'll discuss it later." Zhang Yin sighed deeply and signaled everyone to compose themselves. The Zhang family then supported her as they swiftly left the arena. Around the stands, murmurs spread among the various clans like invisible blades cutting into Zhang Yuehan's ears. So she had been with Lu Fan all along. But wasn't she seen with Lu Ming just recently? First Lu Fan, then Lu Ming. What a questionable character she must be. Looks so pure on the outside, but underneath. Sigh, morals really are in decline these days. The harsh whispers flushed Zhang Yuehan's pale face crimson. The words she had blurted out in desperation not only destroyed her reputation, but also handed victory over to Lu Fan on a silver platter. The double blow caused her to tremble uncontrollably, and the Zhang family, too ashamed to stay, bowed their heads and quickly walked away. The Mo family had thought they were the losers in this match, but seeing the Zhangs in an even worse state stirred mixed feelings in them. Mo Tian turned to his son and asked sternly, "Yunfei, you didn't get involved with Zhang Yuehan, did you?" Mo Yunfei paused for a moment before replying with two words, "Almost did." Mo Tian's gaze darkened. "As long as you didn't, keep your distance from her in the future." "Yes." Mo Yunfei nodded, masking all his emotions. Mo Tian stood up, leading the Mo family away from the arena. Above the stage, under Lu Haoran's gaze, the announcer loudly declared, "Lu Fan is the winner." Just as Mo Yunfei was about to exit, he glanced back at Lu Fan standing in the center of the arena. His eyes held both resentment and respect as he muttered, "Lu Fan, you've won this time. Once I master the Gangjin technique, they'll challenge you again." Mo Lin, standing beside him, patted his son's shoulder in encouragement. At center stage, Lu Fan raised his hand in a wave toward the Lu family's seats. Suddenly, the Lu family's young men erupted into thunderous cheers and applause, shaking the night sky. From this moment on, Lu Fan's name was destined to become a legend in Jianglin County. Starting tomorrow, rumors about how he transformed from a useless nobody to a prodigy, whether by miraculous metamorphosis, sudden awakening, or secret planning, would spread like wildfire through every street and alley. As night fell, the Lu Manor was brilliantly lit and filled with the sounds of song and dance. Tonight belonged to the Lu family, and especially to Lu Fan. At the main table, Lu Fan sat beside his father, each flanking Lu Howren. Lu Howren's face was flushed with drink and excitement as he eagerly recounted his youthful adventures in the martial world, sneaking into the famed Qinglu 18 blocks at night, dueling with swords until dawn. He told the same 3 or 4 stories over and over. Lu Fan could only smile politely and listen. Nearby, Lu Hao watched with quiet amusement, had endured the same torment from their father, and now took secret pleasure in seeing his brother get the same treatment. Throughout the banquet, Lu family members continuously approached Lu Fan with cups of wine, either to toast or to chat casually. Lu Fan raised his glass to each one, keeping a gentle smile. But what he heard the most, not Lu Howren's old tales, were countless sincere, low apologies. Nearly every person who came over said with regret, "Brother Lu Fan, I'm sorry. At first, I was blinded by prejudice, but you're truly the pillar of the Lu family. I owe you 3 cups as self-punishment." Lu Fan listened quietly to the toast and apology, his expression indifferent. There was a time when he fantasized about making all those who had mocked him line up to apologize, but now, faced with this moment, his heart was calm and unmoved. Years of humiliation and pain had not only tempered his spirit, but also refined his martial skills. Looking back now, he even felt a strange sense of gratitude. Suddenly, a broad-shouldered figure pushed through the crowd. Lu Tiangang, the very man Lu Fan had knocked down with a single punch years ago. With a burly build and upright posture, Lu Tiangang raised his cup as he approached. He bowed deeply and said in a solemn voice, "Lu Fan, I used to call you worthless. Now I realize I was dead wrong. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, just to apologize face to face. The Lu family's Lu Fan is a genius, not a loser. If anyone dares speak ill of you in the future, I, Lu Tiangang, will be the first to oppose it." With that, he tilted his head back and poured the strong liquor over his own face. The liquid trickled down his temples as he bowed once more and strode away with decisive, resolute steps. The hall fell silent, then murmurs broke out quietly. Lu Howren raised his cup, smiling as he nodded at his son. "Lu Fan, I didn't expect your fight today to win over every member of the Lu family." "Maybe," Lu Fan replied coolly, raising his glass lightly to clink. Before the words settled, Lu Feng approached, his face darkened. Lu Howren gestured for him to sit, and casually asked, "Where's Lu Ming? Why isn't he here?" "Lu Ming, he returned to the martial academy overnight," Lu Feng sighed in answer. Lu Howren frowned. "Can't even handle such a small setback, and already running back to the academy?" Beside him, Lu Hao advised, "Father, Lu Ming is still a hot-blooded youth. This defeat shook him badly. It might be good for him to rest at the academy." Still, Lu Howren's expression remained displeased. To him, Lu Ming was the one who owed Lu Fan an apology, yet he left first. Sensing the patriarch's thoughts, Lu Feng lifted his glass and said earnestly to Lu Fan, "On behalf of Lu Ming, I apologize to you. We are family, please don't hold it against him." Lu Fan's expression was calm as he drank the cup dry as silent acceptance. At that moment, a guard hurried in, bowing and reporting, "Master, someone is outside requesting to see young Master Lu Fan." "Who?" "If it's just to offer congratulations, tell them to come tomorrow. We're refusing all visitors tonight." Lu Howren frowned instinctively. "It's Miss Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family," the guard answered. Hearing the name, Lu Howren hesitated and looked instinctively toward Lu Fan. The latter frowned slightly, paused, then stood and said, "I'll go see." Lu Hao reminded, "Lu Fan, remember, you have great things ahead. Women like Zhang Yuehan are not suitable for you." "Don't worry, father. I know what to do." Lu Fan nodded calmly, but with unmistakable resolve. With that, he strode out decisively. Just before leaving, Lu Howren called the guard over and whispered, "Stand close. Record every word these two say and report back truthfully." "Yes, sir." The guard obeyed and followed closely. The night wind was cool, lanterns swayed faintly outside the courtyard gate. Zhang Yuehan stood quietly, her long hair dancing lightly in the breeze, her floor-length robe catching the moonlight and glowing with a silvery sheen. She seemed to have applied light makeup today, delicate powder, arched brows, and crimson lips strikingly vivid under the moon, yet the worry etched between her brows was unmistakable. When Lu Fan stepped out and saw this familiar figure, his gaze faltered for a moment. He remembered had seen her dressed like this before. "I vaguely remember it was a night just like this when he met Zhang Yuehan, holding the precious herbs his father had painstakingly obtained for him." A cool night breeze blew in from the alley entrance. Lu Fan stood firm before the heavy iron gate of the mansion and handed over the bundle, still fragrant with the scent of plants and grass. He watched Zhang Yuehan take it with her arms. As the package settled in her embrace, it was as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. His voice was steady yet distant. "What do you want from me?" Zhang Yuehan's garment fluttered in the wind as she replied softly, Lu Fan, I want to talk with you. Why don't we go to that shop at the far end of City Gate Street? We can have some wine, sit down, and talk. How about that? If you have something to say it here. Lu Fan's voice was low but unyielding. Biting her lip, Zhang Yuehan hesitated for a moment, then reached out to grab his wrist. Lu Fan twisted his sleeve and silently pulled away, looking at her coldly. Miss Yuehan, show some respect to yourself. Those words cut through Zhang Yuehan like a sharp blade. She drew in a deep breath and whispered, Lu Fan, I'm sorry, let's start over, please. Lu Fan looked up, his pupils cold in the moonlight. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and spoke softly. Zhang Yuehan, if you came here tonight just to say that, then you can leave now. Desperation crept into Zhang Yuehan's voice. Lu Fan, what do you want me to do so you'll forgive me? There's no question of forgiving, he said calmly. It's late. If you have nothing else, you should go. His tone clearly implied something unspoken. Zhang Yuehan's eyes flickered, yet she pressed on. You know what's going on with me? How could I not? Lu Fan sighed lightly. Your father, Zhang Yan, lost 10,000 gold coins to my grandfather in a bet. You came to ask me to plead for you, right? To get an extension or a reduction? His penetrating gaze forced Zhang Yuehan to take a step back. She gave a bitter smile. Lu Fan, you're so clever. How come I never realized it before? There's plenty you don't know, he said evenly. Zhang Yuehan gritted her teeth and looked up earnestly. Will you help me? Your reputation is at its peak, Lu Fan. Just one word from you might erase that debt. They'll do whatever you want. He raised his hand to stop her. All I can tell you is that I'll speak on your behalf. Zhang Yuehan, no one should demean themselves like that. Many things in this world aren't transactions. It's better to rely on yourself than beg others. With that, he turned and started back toward the mansion. Zhang Yuehan's voice trembled. You say I'm lowly? Lu Fan looked back, his gaze still calm. After everything I said, you only heard those 2 words? Her eyes flickered with pain and confusion. Lu Fan, is there really no chance at all between us? A moment of silence, then Lu Fan spoke. From today on, our statuses will be worlds apart. Be realistic. You know well enough there's no future for us. Goodbye. Those words were the very same she had spoken when she first suggested breaking up years ago. Now, Lu Fan returned them verbatim, each syllable stabbing her heart like a blade. His unwavering gaze made her feel utterly defeated. Lu Fan strode away briskly and signaled the guards to close the gate. The heavy iron door slammed shut, cutting off his figure from sight. Zhang Yuehan stood motionless, staring blankly at the iron gate. In the darkness of the night, her eyes slowly welled with tears. The sparkle of crying soon gave way to a dark, bitter resentment. After a moment, Zhang Yuehan turned and quickly walked away. The noise must eventually cease, and life returns to calm. 5 days later, deep in the old forest of the western hills, a cool mountain breeze stirred. The clear green stream mirrored the towering waterfall above. Lu Fan planted his feet firmly like a rock, letting the crashing water pound his shoulders. Droplets splashed across his face, yet he stood completely still. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, sharp as lightning. With a powerful thrust from his legs, he launched himself upward, soaring 30 feet in an instant. A whirlwind rose from his feet as he hovered briefly midair, then lightly tapped the waterfall's curtain with his toes. Using the water's momentum, he surged upward again, climbing straight up without using his hands. The waterfall roared like an iron chain of 1,000 soldiers, but could not block his figure. Just as he was about to reach the summit, the cascade suddenly reversed, gathering into the shape of a snarling water tiger. The beast's gaping maw seemed ready to swallow Lu Fan whole. Unfazed, his eyebrows didn't twitch as blazing flames erupted across his skin. His right fist smashed forward, carrying a scorching wave of heat. The flame mountain punch. With a thunderous crack, the water tiger exploded into countless sparkling droplets. At the same time, his left palm, like an iron hook, dug into the cliff face to steady his stance. He flipped and leaped again, landing atop the waterfall amidst shattered spray. Not bad. That's a lot faster than yesterday, Lu Fan said, wiping water from his brow with a low laugh. Looks like waterfall training is almost done. Good speed, came a voice. Wu Chun stood at the waterfall's edge, hands folded behind his back, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Panting, Lu Fan clasped his fists. Master, you don't have to be so harsh. The water forms get fiercer each time. Last time it was a deer. Now it's a tiger. Wu Chun smiled and shook his head. How can I know your limits if I don't push you? Hand me the sealing stone from your chest. Lu Fan took off the gray-black stone pendant hanging around his neck and passed it over. Master, does that mean I won't need it anymore? You will, of course, Wu Chun said, stroking the stone. But this one restrains you now. It needs to be reforged. We're still missing some ingredients. Keep this for now. He handed Lu Fan a small white flower about the size of a palm. Its petals were translucent like jade, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. The Longxian flower, one of the rare spiritual herbs the Mo family had sent to settle debts. That day, The Mo family's young master had thrown this flower and a damaged copy of the Small Destruction Fist Manual at Lu's family gate, scowling like he wanted to devour them. Unfortunately, the Longxian flower only preserved beauty, and the Fist Manual was incomplete, and unreadable Mo's apology was more an insult than remorse. Still, it was better than the Zhang family, who didn't even offer compensation. At the time, Wu Chun had shown interest in the Longxian flower, so Lu Fan gave it to him without hesitation. Now, the master was handing one back. Master, what do you want me to do with this? Wu Chun gently shook the flower, releasing its subtle fragrance. Although the Longxian flower is usually used in beauty tonics, it has a little-known power summoning wild beasts. I've added a few rare scents to unlock its full potential. His eyes shone with intensity. You've hit a bottleneck in your training. What you need now is a life-or-death battle. Don't think that the fight you had in the arena a few days ago was a life-or-death battle. Although I didn't watch it, I know it was far from that. Wu Chun said this as he stood in the center of the training ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he were trying to see right through Lu Fan's soul. Then, without beating around the bush, he said, your cultivation task is to take the dragon's saliva flower and find something for me. What exactly? Lu Fan instinctively clenched his fist. The Ice Heart meteorite. Lu Fan opened his mouth in surprise. He had indeed heard that name before several years ago. A small clan in the Western Mountains found a piece in a mineral vein and sold it for an astronomical price at auction. Wu Chun nodded. Looks like you've heard of it. I can tell you, the Ice Heart meteorite never appears as just one piece. It's scattered across the same region. If you dig through the valley and still can't find any, it means wild beasts have swallowed it. At that point, you'll have to kill those beasts and bring back any undigested Ice Heart meteorite fragments or the beast's crystal cores. Lu Fan took a deep breath. Got it. Sounds pretty challenging. It is. Very challenging, Wu Chun said calmly, but with a warning tone. One wrong move, and you'll lose your life. Before you begin cultivation, you must prepare a few things. As he spoke, he pulled a small, dark cauldron about the size of a palm from his chest. The surface was engraved with intricate flame patterns. He handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan scrutinized it for a moment, then exclaimed, this is the Wenhua cauldron? That's right, Wu Chun confirmed. With this, you'll be much faster at refining pills. And in critical moments, you can activate your inner energy to retreat inside the cauldron for protection. It's simple to use, just flood it with your true qi. Your current level is enough to control it. Lu Fan took the little cauldron carefully and stowed it in his ring. Wu Chun then took out a thin book with a black cover worn pale by time. Before handing it over, he stared at Lu Fan one last time to confirm. Now comes the most important item. Before I give it to you, I have to ask again, are you truly willing to train in both qi and martial arts? It may cause you to achieve nothing in your lifetime. Lu Fan replied in a low voice, since I've decided, I will not change. Master, please rest assured. Wu Chun smiled with relief and passed the book across. Good. This is the core of dual cultivation Wu, Ji, Lian, Shinju Ultimate Fusion Spirit Method. I need to tell you first, it's an extremely strange qi refinement technique. Except for its creator, no one else has ever practiced it. Lu Fan flipped through the pages and asked, what happened to the creator? After a moment of silence, Wu Chun rolled up his sleeves. His pale arms were marked by bulging veins tangled in knots around his elbow, above which was a patch of sallow, lifeless skin. He lowered his sleeve and spoke as if recounting a story about someone else. The creator is me. The price was this: blocked meridians, poor blood flow, a reversal of the universe within. My power is gradually leaking away, until one day my dantian shatters and I die violently. Lu Fan swallowed and quietly asked, can it be cured? It can. But the required medicine is so rare that I've searched the world for 20 years without success. Wu Chun gave a bitter smile. Maybe someone else in the world can gather all the herbs and refine the pill. But definitely not me. Don't worry about me. As long as I don't overexert, I can hang on for decades. His eyes gleamed as he asked again, now, do you still want to practice it? Lu Fan was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up with firm determination. My master wouldn't intentionally harm me with the cultivation method he created. If you want me to practice it, you must have confidence. Wu Chen's eyes shone brightly. Of course. When I first created it, I made a grave mistake. Wu Chen's voice was low, tinged with self-mockery. He had already stabilized his form through the path of qi cultivation, yet he forcibly injected the warrior's fierce energy into his body to transform it. These two forces clashed and repelled each other, causing his cultivation to fail catastrophically and leaving him gravely injured. But even so, I succeeded. Look, Wu Chun raised his hand, a thin wisp of milky white qi flowing from his fingertips. The qi was as delicate as feather threads, yet it danced like flames at his fingertips, flickering with intense heat. He smiled faintly. The warrior's fierce energy, combined with the primordial energy of qi cultivation, fuses to form gang qi. After speaking, he swept his palm forward, hurling the stream of gang qi. It arced through the air and plunged into a nearby waterfall. Boom! The waterfall, once steady and smooth, violently exploded with a deafening roar like thunder. Water splashed in all directions, scattering like shattered pearls. Lu Fan even saw the water momentarily split into countless sharp arrows, striking the cliff face and leaving a dense pattern of watermarks. Wu Chen stared at his creation, his eyes burning with zeal. It carries both the explosive power of fierce energy and the universe-commanding control of qi cultivation. Its power is unparalleled. Lu Fan was stunned at first, then a burning yearning ignited in his chest. Master, this power, it must be very dangerous, right? Indeed, very dangerous, Wu Chen nodded. If someone forces the fusion after the fact, like I did, they suffer backlash. But if someone cultivates fierce energy and primordial qi simultaneously from the very beginning, allowing both to be born and merge and sync, they will avoid the painful price I paid. As they cultivate forward, I cannot imagine the heights they will reach. Lu Fan clenched his fists, his heart focused on one thought. Life only offers a few chances to fight for greatness. He gritted his teeth. Master, teach me. No regrets? None at all. Wu Chen laughed heartily and handed the Wu Ji Lian Shinju to his disciple's palm. Don't worry, I will watch over you until you produce your first strand of Gang Qi. I won't let my tragedy repeat itself. Lu Fan nodded solemnly and opened the manual. The large characters on the first page seemed carved in gold. Wu Ji begets Tai Ji. Tai Ji begets the two forces. The two forces beget the four symbols. The four symbols beget the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams beget all things. He sat cross-legged, immersing his mind deeply into the scripture. Wu Chun turned away, his gaze passing over the treetops to distant mountains stretching across the horizon. The vast land, the red sun, and the gentle breeze stirred a faint hope in his heart. From this moment, Lu Fan embarked on a new and unknown path, one even he could not foresee where it would lead. A flock of birds soared up from the forest, rising straight into the clouds. On the western mountains, clouds drifted like ever-changing patterns. The green peaks remained unchanged, and the clear waters flowed endlessly. 2 months later, deep within the primeval forest of the western mountains, branches whipped wildly, and the roars of beasts thundered through the air. Continuous crashing sounds mingled with fierce, scorching flames, rising without end. Damn these demonic spotted leopards. You think a little fire will turn me to ash? I'll get lost. Let's see how many of you are left. Lu Fan's furious roar pierced the forest. Before his words had faded, a demonic leopard covered in black scales was sent flying by a single punch from Lu Fan, smashing through 3 ancient trees as thick as a bowl before collapsing motionless to the ground. Around him lay 5 bodies of the same kind, scattered chaotically, blood and scorch marks staining the earth. An adult demonic leopard possessed strength comparable to a 9th-level martial refining cultivator, with razor-sharp claws and the ability to spew demonic fire in life-or-death moments. For an ordinary new martial refining level 1 warrior, killing even one without injury was a huge challenge, let alone slaughtering an entire pack single-handedly. But today, their opponent far surpassed all expectations. Lu Fan's whole body blazed with crimson flames as he gripped the neck of the last leopard. The fire seared through its scales, the scent of burning flesh mixed with beastly roars lingering in the air. His clothes were reduced to tatters, his hair uneven and singed, blood streaking his cheek claw marks from the leopard's attack. I light my own fire and it can't even ruin my hairstyle. But you guys managed to give me a bad haircut, Lu Fan muttered angrily. His arm muscles tensed, faint white light surging deep within his meridians a sign he was about to cultivate his martial refining energy. Crack! The leopard's spine snapped under his grip, the flames died out, leaving only a charred corpse. After finishing, he grabbed a crystal-clear, fragrant dragon saliva flower nearby, shaking off the ashes. Master, this thing is incredible. Planted in the ground and wild beasts flood the area like a tide for miles around. I didn't realize the western mountains hid so many savage beasts. I've killed nonstop for 2 months, yet their numbers just keep growing. With that, Lu Fan reached out and gathered a stream of pure water streaming from thin air, tilting his head back to swallow it down. The energy of the 5 elements circulated within him, a cool, shimmering light dispelling the burning pain, the result of his continuous training in the limitless spirit refining technique. Standing quietly a short distance away, Wu Chun folded his hands behind his back, seeming one with the earth and sky, even the grass and trees avoiding stepping beneath his feet. He smiled and nodded. Consider yourself lucky you didn't attract even fiercer beasts. If a rock-armored dragon turtle shows up again, you're in big trouble. Don't mention that thing. At the words rock-armored dragon turtle, Lu Fan's eyelids twitched sharply. A month ago, that massive beast, its body as hard as stone, was drawn here by the dragon saliva flower. He was completely overwhelmed and fled in disgrace. Throughout it all, Wu Chen merely observed silently without intervening. What puzzled Lu Fan most was that, despite his master standing so close, no wild beast dared attack him. After pressing Wu Chun repeatedly, he finally learned this was a rare body technique, body merging with heaven and earth. Lately, Lu Fan had also practiced it for a few days, but with minimal results. Gathering his focus, Lu Fan dragged the 6 leopard corpses into a clearing. With hands turning into blades, muscles rippling, he expertly carved open their abdomens, searching for precious beast core crystals. These small wild beasts mostly possessed fierce appearances, but rarely harbored core crystals inside. As Wu Chun had said, only monsters of strength comparable to mid-level martial refining cultivators or above like that rock armor dragon turtle could be expected to yield core crystals with every kill. Lu Fan dissected 5 or 6 before finally finding a crystal core the size of a thumb. He handed the crystal core to Wu Chun, who turned it over in his palm for a moment and sighed softly. No ice heart meteorite. Looks like we'll have to go further in. Can't we use something else instead? Lu Fan asked quietly. You could substitute something, but the results would be much worse. The ice heart meteorite paired with the sealing stone is the best combination for suppressing power and accelerating the absorption of heaven and earth's primal energy. It's the same whether you're practicing martial arts or refining chi. Lu Fan nodded and exhaled deeply. All right, then let's keep looking. Master, I feel like I could break through at any moment. The gang energy is almost about to leave my body. I know, Wu Chen's gaze was steady. But you have to suppress it now. Wait until your yuan qi and gang energy reach a perfect balance, then push through in one go. That's the safest approach. I'll do my best to hold on. The yuan qi is about to manifest too. I've already seen 4 colors of energy flow in my dantian and just one more to go. One more color is enough. Wu Chen smiled approvingly. Even I didn't expect you to progress so fast in qi cultivation. Maybe I'm a natural at qi training, Lu Fan joked. As they spoke, Lu Fan took out the palm-sized Wenhua cauldron from his ring. He infused it with true qi, and with a hum, it quickly expanded to the size of a water barrel. Several hunted spotted leopards were tossed into the cauldron, followed by wild herbs he had gathered along the way. With a flick of his left hand, a strand of red flames sank to the bottom, and the fire quickly brought out the fragrant aroma of herbs and the rich grease of meat. Since discovering on the first day that this cauldron could roast anything, Lu Fan had treated it like a mobile kitchen much better than hard, teeth-breaking dried rations or charcoal-blackened meats. The cauldron's food came out crispy on the outside and tender inside, and he loved it. Wu Chun watched his apprentice move swiftly and sighed. Such a good alchemy cauldron, and you treat it like a big cooking pot, but when the smell wafted over, he still picked up a piece, nodded quietly in approval. The two soon ate their fill, then stored the leftover roast meat in the ring to heat up again later that night. Pressing deeper into the dense forest, branches and leaves overlapped layer upon layer, slicing the sunlight into fragmented shards. Lu Fan sometimes wondered if they had actually left the Shishan mountain range already. After another half-day's walk, the path suddenly opened up. A small fiery red lake lay quietly in a valley, shaped like a crescent moon. Along the shore, a few wild beasts lounged in small groups. At the sight of them, Lu Fan immediately ducked behind a tree shadow rockshell dragon turtles. The last time, one had nearly smashed him into a meat pancake. Each dragon turtle stood nearly 3 meters tall, its shell jagged like rugged rock, and a single horn atop its head crackled with purple electricity. They were even larger than the one head faced last time. Lu Fan's heart pounded. Larger beasts were more powerful and dangerous. It might be safer to avoid them altogether. Just as he hesitated, Wu Chun whispered beside him, Blood Moon Lake. There's actually a Blood Moon Lake here. The surprise in Wu Chen's voice was unmistakable. It was the first time Lu Fan had ever heard his master sound so stirred. He quickly lowered his voice and asked, Master, what's so special about Blood Moon Lake? Wu Chen smiled and said, Lu Fan, your luck has arrived. The waters of Blood Moon Lake have the power to enhance qi cultivation. He raised his hand and pointed to the lake's surface, faintly glowing red under the blood-colored moonlight, his voice brimming with excitement barely contained. Find a way to train in the lake, and in just a few days your vital energy will condense. Even better, the lake water can temper your physical body, helping you break through both cultivation paths simultaneously. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled as if about to shine with light, but a glance caught several dragon turtles covered in rock-like armor by the shore, and his happiness instantly faded. Those guys blocking the way are a real problem. He gritted his teeth. Looks like he'll have to lure them away. Wu Chen didn't seem concerned. He gave a light chuckle. Better draw them far off, so they won't disturb your training later. Or just kill them all while you're at it. Can I do that now? Lu Fan frowned. Believe in yourself, Wu Chun said, patting his shoulder before adding, your cultivation method, the infinite spirit refining, can merge both gang energy and vital energy, and you can even try fusing other types of power. I once tried merging qi cultivation techniques. Haven't you been practicing that incomplete little destruction fist recently? Why not see if you can fuse martial arts techniques too? Lu Fan took a deep breath and nodded. Really? Well, I don't see a better way. He'll give it a shot. He flashed into the forest, using the night as cover to find a hidden spot among vines and scattered rocks. Squatting, he planted a dragon's saliva flower into the soft earth. Instantly, the petals bloomed, releasing a milky white mist carrying a strange fragrance. This was the dragon's saliva incense that Wu Chun had secretly enhanced with his secret arts. The scent rippled outward like water waves and soon drifted into the nostrils of the moonlit, stone-armored dragon turtles. The normally lazy beasts sprawled on the sandy shore suddenly lifted their heads, their red eyes fixating sharply. In the next moment, several rock-armored dragon turtles charged forward like arrows shot from a bow, their stout legs gouging deep furrows into the earth. Lu Fan hid in the treetops, watching carefully. Two went off course and crashed into the dense woods beside them, smashing trees with their massive armor. Two more charged so fiercely they burst beyond the reach of the fragrance and kept running wildly. Only one stopped under the tree, its nostrils flaring heat as it searched around. Now was the moment. Lu Fan suddenly dove down, gang energy surging as flames erupted around him. Blazing mountain-crushing fist. Boom. His fist struck the dragon turtle's armored forehead, shards flying. The turtle howled in pain but didn't fall, its heavy defense only pushing it back a few steps before it regained footing, blood-red eyes flashing with rage as it counterattacked. Last time you threw me off, but not this time. Lu Fan growled, gripping the curved horn atop the dragon turtle's head. The huge momentum dragged him sliding backward, gouging deep trenches in the soil as his feet sank into the earth. Milky gang energy surged in his arm as he swung another punch. Little destruction fist. Crack. Cracks spread across the armor, but at that moment the turtle's horn crackled with bright lightning arcs dancing around it. Just as the situation turned dangerous, Wu Chen's calm voice echoed from the treetops. Guard your dantian with qi, command infinity with spirit, blend all things as one. Lu Fan recited the 12-word mantra silently, his mind instantly clearing. Subtle energies from the world flowed into his arm, weaving together with gang energy, flames, and his fighting intent. He took a deep breath and unleashed his third punch with a resounding roar. Destruction, mountain-crushing fist. The dragon turtle's horn shattered instantly from Lu Fan's strike, and with a thunderous crash the armored beast collapsed to the ground. Awesome. Lu Fan laughed out loud, his arm tingling slightly, but that punch had been thoroughly satisfying. The fallen rockshell dragon turtle convulsed violently, black blood spurting from its broken horn. In the distance, the roars of the other rockshell dragon turtles echoed relentlessly, as if they had caught the scent of their companion's blood and were scattering to converge. Lu Fan grabbed the broken horn fragment and stuffed it into his pouch, then casually tore up a root of dragon saliva flower before darting up the tree canopy. Wu Chen saw his heavy breathing and asked with a smile, feeling good, huh? Very good, but it really takes a lot out of me. Lu Fan wiped his sweat. You just lack training. Wu Chen waved his hand. You haven't mastered the essence of the little destruction fist yet, so it's easy for it to blend with other fist intents. Trying it once, and it worked, that's fate. If you combine more martial arts in the future, you might become a grandmaster. Maybe. Lu Fan grinned. At that moment, the remaining rockshell dragon turtles were prowling beneath the trees. Lu Fan held his breath, staying still could only face one at a time. If they unleashed their thunder power together, he would be seriously wounded on the spot. Fortunately, the rockshells were dull-witted. After pacing beneath the tree for a while, they dragged their still-breathing companion away. Lu Fan climbed swiftly like an ape, bounding several jumps to cover a mile. He planted another dragon saliva flower root into the soil to lure a new target. Soon, a lone rockshell dragon turtle charged fiercely over while the others were still feasting on the fallen one's horn. Once certain it was alone, Lu Fan leapt down, his arm energy exploding as he threw a punch. Destruction, mountain-crushing fist. A full day later, the rockshell dragon turtles lay dead by the lakeside, their stench so heavy it was nauseating. Their carcasses piled into a small mountain, scaring off nearby wild beasts so they wouldn't disturb Lu Fan's cultivation. Although the fierce battle was over, Lu Fan was wounded. The last dragon turtle made a desperate counterattack before dying, lightning striking his right hand profusely while his left cheek was scorched black. Thankfully, he had broken off its horn spike in time, or the damage would have been worse. He lifted his hand to stop the bleeding, staggering into Blood Moon Lake. The injury was nothing major, but what truly surprised him was the moment his foot touched the lake water. What a rich power, he whispered. Visible blood-colored energy seeped into his pores, cool yet lingering, strengthening each meridian it passed through. His flesh rapidly grew tougher. By the shore, Wu Chun stared intently at the lake's center, unusually tense. In his heart he knew that what awaited beneath was Lu Fan's toughest challenge yet, and the success of all his lifelong efforts depended on this moment. As the water deepened, Lu Fan was fully submerged. He held his breath and closed his eyes to cultivate, releasing all his dantian energy to draw in the primal energy of heaven and earth. Using this energy connection, Lu Fan could breathe underwater as if standing on land. Deep beneath the lake, a blood-red energy flowed through his entire body like a stream. Lu Fan embraced Shou Yuan as his consciousness slowly sank. The power of the five elements merged within him, and his breathing shifted into a slow, fetal rhythm. His body continued descending until only 3 inches above the lake bed, where an invisible force gently supported him, holding him steady. In the dark depths, only the flickering crimson glow around him illuminated the misty water with a scarlet hue. The blood-colored energy surged again, like a tide irresistibly drawn toward him, rushing into his body. His form twisted like a whirlpool, endlessly absorbing the spirit energy coagulated like blood. The swirling four-colored chi in his dantian gave birth to a fifth new hue at that moment. Meanwhile, the fierce energy on his body roared and expanded, seeming ready to burst forth at any time. Lu Fan's cultivation soared inch by inch within this lake water, while the surface stayed as calm as a mirror, beneath which fierce currents raged silently. Above the shore, Wu Chun sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting Lu Fan's emergence from seclusion. Days turned into nights, stars wheeled through the sky, and a full month passed. During that time, the corpse of the rock-armored dragon turtle by the lake had rotted and grown foul. Reluctantly, Wu Chun disposed of it and took on the sole responsibility of guarding the place. Over the month, 5 feral beasts had ventured near, each driven off by his thunderous strikes. Though these small beasts were no match for his strength, a heavy-handed attack would shorten his lifespan, so he restrained himself. At the first light of dawn, Wu Chun remained seated, practicing quietly by the lake, but an uneasy feeling nagged him amid the lake's stillness. If not for sensing Lu Fan's stable and unshakable energy deep beneath the water, he would have long since dived in to save him. Yet Lu Fan's excessive calm only fueled Wu Chen's fear that something had gone wrong. Suddenly, Blood Moon Lake changed. The once crimson water began to fade from the shore, the murky bloodlust dissipating rapidly as the water turned crystal clear. A vortex formed at the center, drawing in the primal energy of heaven and earth, surging like a tide toward the lake bed. He's about to emerge. Wu Chen shot to his feet, eyes fixed on the lake's depths. At that moment, Lu Fan opened his eyes and moved slightly, feeling the power inside him boil up. A fierce, dominant energy burst forth first, forming a faint white light around his body as a protective layer. Then the five-colored energy in his dantian surged rebelliously, breaking through the energy gate. These two utterly different forces collided like fire and water, instantly erupting within him. Back in his body refining stage, they had remained separate and unconflicted, but now both vied aggressively for dominance, ignoring his physical limits to wage war inside. The muffled bursts of energy echoed continuously at the lake bottom, shaking stones loose from the bed. Wu Chen's sharp ears immediately understood Lu Fan was entering the most perilous phase of his trial. He pressed his palms together, summoned all the energy in his dantian, and roared fiercely, "Embrace all things, infinite divine refinement." His thunderous shout penetrated the water and slammed into Lu Fan's ears with roaring force. Lu Fan's spiritual realm quivered with sudden insight, instantly activating the infinite divine refinement technique. Dividing his focus in two, under his strong will, a strand of fierce energy and a strand of primal chi intertwined like a swirling vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded, and Lu Fan not only had to accelerate its rotation, but also carefully maintain the balance between the gang chi and the vital energy. For every strand of vital energy absorbed into the vortex, he precisely supplemented it with an equally strong portion of gang chi. These two forces spiraled along the surface of his body, flowing through his meridians back into the dantian. As this counterflow and recirculation continued, the surrounding lake water churned violently, forming a massive whirlpool visible to the naked eye. Wu Chun descended through the sky, lightly stepping on the thin air, hovering just above the lake's surface. From above, the water swirled layer upon layer under his gaze, while at the vortex's center, Lu Fan sat cross-legged. His hair whipped wildly, robes billowed, and small currents of air circled him. Milky white gang chi and colorful vital energy interwove and surged like two fierce giant serpents, constantly shifting in a flash. Inside Lu Fan's body, his meridians and dantian were stirred into intricate microvortices by these forces. Deep within the dantian, the largest vortex shimmered radiantly, almost illuminating his internal organs. When the final strands of gang chi and vital energy fused completely, the vortex suddenly thrashed violently, showing signs of losing control. The intense pull nearly tore the dantian's walls apart, while his bones and meridians emitted low, unbearable groans. The terrifying suction no longer drew only from the lake's blood-colored energy, but forcibly pulled even the subtlest spiritual traces from heaven and earth. Seeing Lu Fan reach his limit, Wu Chun raised his hand and flicked out a concentrated strand of gang chi. It sliced through the air and entered Lu Fan's crown, plunging directly into his dantian. The moment the gang chi entered his body, the wildly spiraling vortex rapidly slowed. In that brief instant, Lu Fan seized the chance. His mind sharpened intensely as he exerted every ounce of effort to compress the vortex. That single strand of Gang Qi ignited like a spark, fusing with the internal cyclone and immediately setting it ablaze. Countless small vortices within the Dantian solidified swiftly, eventually transforming into burning milky white flames. At this moment, Lu Fan's Gang Kai true, complete Gang Qi was formed. Boom. A blaze of searing white energy burst forth from his body, forcibly pushing the surrounding lake water back 3 zhang. The lakebed's blackened rocks were exposed. Lu Fan could clearly sense every pulse of energy in heaven and earth, even discerning the wind flowing through his fingertips and the patterns traced on the water's surface. This crystal-clear resonance with the world around him lasted only briefly before receding into calm. With a sudden stomp, Lu Fan struck the lakebed with the force of Gang Qi, launching himself into the air and landing on the shore almost simultaneously with Wu Chun. In the next moment, the lake exploded loudly, sending a towering water column skyward. Lu Fan looked at the billowing milky white Gang Qi surrounding him and let out a heartfelt laugh. Wu Chen smiled and nodded. Lu Fan, congratulations, you've succeeded. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Fan's knees buckled and he turned to kneel, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master. Wu Chun placed his hand gently on Lu Fan's head, gazing up at the sky as he softly said, the foundation of the sect is set, the dual cultivation technique perfected. My heart is the heart of heaven, this life is well lived. Wu Chun helped Lu Fan up from the ground and carefully brushed the dust off his clothes with his own hands. Lu Fan, starting today, you're about to walk a path no one has ever taken before, he said solemnly yet gently. As your master, I can only teach you a few qi refining techniques. Everything else you'll have to figure out on your own. Lu Fan nodded firmly. If things go smoothly, we'll continue to look for the ice heart meteorite, Wu Chun said, patting his apprentice's shoulder with a smile. And you can try out the Gaunt Qi you just mastered. It should be far stronger than ordinary Gaunt Qi or even Yuan energy. Lu Fan grinned, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fist tightly. I can't wait. If I meet that rock-armored dragon turtle again, I promise he'll knock it flat with just one punch. The surging power inside him filled him with confidence. But before he finished speaking, Wu Chen's face suddenly darkened. He grabbed Lu Fan and leapt onto a thick tree branch nearby, whispering urgently, don't make a sound. Someone's coming. At once, pale light shimmered in Wu Chen's palm as he used the secret technique body merges with heaven and earth on them both. The surroundings blurred and faded away in an instant. The mountain wind passed through Lu Fan's body, and he felt as if he had turned into a wisp of smoke, becoming one with the world around him. Though he didn't fully understand the method, Lu Fan held his breath and focused, marveling at its mysterious power. At that moment, a blazing white streak shot down from the horizon and slammed heavily onto the shore of Blood Moon Lake. The light faded and revealed 2 figures, one old, one young. The old man's hair and beard were pure white, and he wore a dark Yinyang warrior robe. His aura was steady and deep like mountains and seas. The young woman was about Lu Fan's age, with delicate features and a high ponytail. She wore a fiery red warrior uniform that highlighted her heroic spirit, and in her hand was a short blade forged entirely from blazing gaunt light. Lu Fan held his breath. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable. On the gaunt martial continent, only warriors who reach the Yin-Yang realm are worthy of wearing such robes. Gaunt energies are cultivated through 5 levels: inner gaunt, outer gaunt, Yuan gaunt, earth gaunt, and heaven gaunt. Only by passing all 5 can one enter the Yin-Yang realm. Warriors of legend at this level can command the heavens and the earth, burn mountains and seas, transform into streaks of light, and travel hundreds of miles in an instant. These are their defining marks. This was Lu Fan's first time seeing genuine Yin-Yang realm warriors, and his blood boiled with excitement. What shocked him further was that the young woman had already reached the peak of inner gaunt. Her gaunt energy, having turned into a blade, and she looked no more than 18. Her talent was unimaginable. Stupid master, I think you got the wrong place again. There's nothing here. The girl pouted in complaint. The old man frowned deeply. Impossible. I definitely sense strong energy fluctuations nearby. The residual marks haven't fully dissipated. Raising his hand in a vague grasp, a galaxy of twinkling lights appeared over Blood Moon Lake, shimmering in multicolored radiance. There's the aura of gaunt energy, as well as traces of Yuan energy. Strange. Has someone here created a unique new technique, or is some treasure about to emerge? The old man muttered to himself thoughtfully, but the girl grew impatient and lightly kicked him, bluntly urging, stupid master, there's nothing here. Why keep looking? Hurry up and do what we came for. Didn't you say we were coming for treasure? The old man's train of thought was interrupted, and with a resigned tone he said, all right. We'll go look for the treasure. You young miss have no patience at all. Just wait until you hit the bottleneck of the outer gauntlet stage. Let's see how you handle that. The girl smiled faintly, showing 2 mischievous tiger-like fangs, and whispered, isn't master here? What do I have to be afraid of? The old man shook his head with a sigh. In an instant, his figure transformed into white light, enveloping the girl and shooting straight up into the sky like flowing radiance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan lowered his voice. Master, who are they? Don't speak. Wu Chun gently patted his shoulder and led him to hide among the treetops. The forest was quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling leaves. After a short while, the streak of light reappeared, gliding through the trees as the old man and girl returned to the riverbank. Scanning the surroundings, the old man looked slightly disappointed. Seems like they really have gone far. If there truly is a hermit expert here, I wouldn't mind exchanging techniques with him. The girl stuck out her tongue. You silly master, all you think about is fighting. Fighting and fighting, yet you still haven't broken through the yin-yang realm. The old man awkwardly scratched his beard. The yin-yang realm isn't so easy to break through. You'll understand once you reach it. Ah, whatever. Let's go, let's go. Time to find the treasure. The two turned and disappeared into the forest, this time without flying away by riding the wind. Only then did Lu Fan understand why his master asked him to stay perfectly still. If not for that warning, they would have been discovered already. After confirming the others had completely left, Wu Chun removed the body melding with heaven and earth technique and smiled as he watched their backs. Yin-yang realm martial artists. It's been a long time since I saw any. Didn't expect even this small Wuan kingdom to have such experts, though it's a pity his yin-yang realm isn't fully formed. Lu Fan's heart jolted. His master's tone suggested he had encountered countless yin-yang realm mighty warriors. He couldn't help but ask, Master, before you were injured, what realm were you at? Were you a spirit chi master? Wu Chun raised an eyebrow. Spirit chi master? You're underestimating me. Have you heard of the Qinquan realm? Lu Fan's mouth dropped open. The path of chi refinement mirrors the martial path. Chi refiners, chi masters, spirit chi masters, chi controllers, and immortal chi masters, the five major realms. Beyond these lies the Qinquan realm, comparable in power to yin-yang realm warriors, known as the Qinquan Venerable. Wu Chun snorted coldly. A Qinquan realm chi master would still have to call me senior in front of me. Lu Fan's breath quickened. Had never known his master to be so formidable. Wu Chun waved his hand. Heroes don't dwell on past glories. That was long ago. Now, I'm barely on par with a spirit chi master. With a gentle sigh he added, let's go, Lu Fan. Well, follow them. Follow them. Master, are we really hunting for treasure too? Are you sure it's safe? He wants since my body melding with heaven and earth. There's no danger. I'm curious why a yin-yang realm warrior would show up here. Since they're looking for treasure, we'll tag along and maybe pick up some profit on the side. Seeing his master's confidence, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. But there was still another problem in front of them. Master, can we really keep up? They can move like streaks of light, Lu Fan asked quietly. Wu Chun smiled faintly. Don't worry. Since this is a treasure hunt, they won't use that technique often. Even if they are faster than us, the gap won't be huge. Besides, a chirefiner in the forest has more tricks than a pure martial artist, for example, the spirits of plants and trees. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his index finger. The surrounding greenery immediately swayed as grass blades and branches bent, as if bowing in respect. Following his example, Lu Fan activated his energy and summoned the wood element. He felt the vegetation within 30 feet respond to his senses, like countless retinas unfolding to expand his vision. Seeing Lu Fan handle it with ease, Wu Chun nodded approvingly. His energy and vital force had fully merged. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then pointed to the left. Let's go. They headed this way. The master and disciple entered the dense forest on their left. The terrain twisted and turned, and the paths of the old man and young girl ahead were erratic. But under Wu Chin's powerful wood element detection, they remained completely visible. From a distance, they trailed them for a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Lu Fan stayed busy, adapting to his new energy while learning chirefiner techniques. Before, aside from alchemy, he only knew the basics of the 5-element chi transformation. Now that his energy was mature, Wu Chun began teaching him condensing chi to form matter. While walking, flames flickered in Lu Fan's palm, shaping into wolves and tigers, or turning into snakes and hawks. The fiery shadows shifted at will, ever-changing. Condensing chi to form matter is the most basic offensive technique for chirefiners, Wu Chun explained as they walked. First master the 5 elements. Then choose the element that suits you best as your main focus, others as secondary. Don't ask why you can't train in only one. That's self-sabotage, a dead end in the path to the realm of the heavens and earth. Although you'll see many chirefiners who specialize in just one element, they have limited themselves. Lu Fan nodded while transforming the fiery tiger into clear water, then instantly into a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Wu Chun stopped. A violent explosion shook the deep forest ahead, followed by a thunderous roar as a pillar of light burst through the canopy. Master, what's happening? Lu Fan began to ask, but before he could finish, a giant shadow soared into the sky. The sky darkened abruptly, clouds gathered, thunder rumbled. A dragon's roar shattered the clouds, a 6-winged, flying dragon blotting out the sun. This is bad. It's the six-winged sky-splitting dragon. Wu Chun grabbed Lu Fan and dashed backward. The boy looked up in shock, his face full of amazement. Suddenly, a fierce shout pierced the thunder. Yin-yang mystery chi slash. Black and white colors instantly appeared in the sky. The old man, who had somehow risen into midair, became surrounded by the intertwining yin-yang bagua symbol. Raising his hand, the immense bagua formed a heavenly sword, slashing down in an instant. The earth was splitting apart, and it felt as if the world might be destroyed at any moment. Lu Fan was completely engulfed in endless darkness, unable even to see his own fingers. A relentless roar thundered in his ears. He desperately stirred his energy, but he was like a lone leaf on a stormy sea, at any moment in danger of being swallowed whole. How long passed, he didn't know. Suddenly, the deafening roar stopped, and faint light returned around him. The instant his vision cleared, Lu Fan's eyes widened nearby. A colossal six-winged sky-rending dragon, as massive as a mountain, collapsed with a great crash. Its six icy wing membranes hung lifelessly among the rubble. The old man in a gray robe held the yin-yang sword and slashed the dragon's brow, opening a dark rift. He reached inside and pulled out a fist-sized, ice-blue crystal core. Lightning flickered across its surface, and bone-chilling cold radiated from it. Even from dozens of meters away, Lu Fan could feel the overwhelming power vibrating from within. "Master, what is that?" whispered the silver-haired youth Wu Chen nearby. "That's right," the old man nodded to himself. "This is the crystal core formed after the sky-rending dragon swallowed the ice heart meteorite. Looks like we definitely followed the right lead." In the heart of the battlefield, the old man carefully wrapped the crystal core in a piece of pure white soft cloth. The young girl beside him gently flapped her wings and landed lightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Silly master, that core is huge. We're going to strike it rich this time." The old man smiled at her, teasing. "It really is big. Well, take this back to the sect and give it to your Uncle Long for forging into a protective crystal." The girl nodded enthusiastically, then pointed at the massive dragon corpse. "What about the body? Shouldn't we bring it back too?" "No need." The old man shook his head. "After the sky-rending dragon dies, its blood quickly congeals and the body petrifies. If we haul it back, it'll just be a pile of stone. Let's go." With the sky-rending dragon guarding the area, there must be great treasures nearby. We should search quickly. Though reluctant to leave the carcass behind, the girl cast a few more lingering looks before following her master away. Every word of their conversation was caught by Wu Chen's keen ear. She was concealed among the vines and ruins, drawing on the power of plants. "Lu Fan," Wu Chun nodded sideways. "The opportunity's here. The warriors are focused only on the crystal core. They have no idea how valuable the whole beast is. Follow me." Before he finished speaking, he dashed off like the wind. Lu Fan hurried to keep up. The two of them circled around in an arc, slipping quietly behind the sky-rending dragon. This blind spot would be nearly impossible for the old man to notice, even if he looked back. Wu Chun pressed his fingers together like a blade, and a howling wind circled his body. On the thickest section of the dragon's scales, he carved a cut over a foot long. Thick ice-blue blood spewed out, sharp and cold with a metallic sweetness. "Quick, bring the cauldron," Wu Chun ordered under his breath. Lu Fan immediately produced a small brazier of gentle flame. Wu Chun explained, "Let the blood fall directly in. Light it as it flows to keep the temperature high, or else it'll crystallize too quickly." Flames soared, turning the brazier bright red. Each drop of dragon's blood caused crystals to form instantly, but were melted again by the intense fire. Meanwhile, the entire six-winged carcass visibly grayed and cracked, with lines of bluish-gray stone quickly spreading. When Lu Fan had gathered a full brazier of blood plasma, the giant dragon's massive body had completely turned into a stone sculpture. The blood in the brazier still glowed a faint icy blue, slowly bubbling under the flames. Sweat dripped from Lu Fan's forehead as he looked up and asked, "Master, what now?" "Bring out all your medicinal herbs." Wu Chen's eyes gleamed fiercely. "He'll name one. You add one. The order can't be wrong." Lu Fan dared not hesitate. He poured out all the herbs he had recently gathered and had left in his storage ring, spreading them on the ground. Grasses, fruits, spiritual flowers, all forming a colorful array. Wu Chen's gaze was like lightning as he quickly commanded, "Add the Qinghua vine, then the ironwood fruit, then the flame grass." He kept the flames burning steadily, adding rattlesnake tail and then a dozen different herbs one after another. The dragon's blood in the cauldron had already turned a deep crimson. The bright red liquid churned and radiated intense heat. Wu Chun raised his hand, crushed the last two herbs between his fingers, instantly blending them into a swirl of multicolored powder, then sprinkled it into the cauldron. The moment the powder touched the dragon's blood, it suddenly erupted in a roaring boil, bubbles bursting like a heavy rain. "Lu Fan, quick! Drink as much as you can." Wu Chen's laugh was hearty but carried an urgent insistence that left no room for refusal. Lu Fan hesitated for a moment, then lifted the flaming cauldron, taller than himself, and began chugging wildly. The scalding dragon's blood coursed down his throat, splashing all over his face and body with a deep flush. Strangely, the dragon's blood no longer smelled foul. Instead, it had a faintly sweet, refreshing aroma. After just a few gulps, Lu Fan felt a sudden change within. His meridians swelled painfully, bones creaked sharply, and lines of crimson patterns appeared across his skin. He forcefully swallowed over half the cauldron before clutching his stomach and setting it down. Wu Chun moved swiftly, sealing the remainder of the dragon's blood into a jade bottle, wasting not a drop. Lu Fan stood panting heavily, his chest heaving as if hot currents might burst forth at any moment. How do you feel? Wu Chun asked calmly. Master, I need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. Lu Fan grimaced, veins bulging at his temples. Hold it in. Fully absorb the dragon blood first, Wu Chun instructed steadily. Lu Fan had no choice but to stiffen in place. The crimson patterns continued to spread and intertwine, eventually forming a complete dragon shape. When the lines finally sealed, he saw his skin take on a stony sheen. Touching it, he found it felt like solid rock. Feeling that? This is the Dragon Clan's bloodskin. Impervious to blades and guns, resistant to water and fire. Unless your enemy is far stronger than you, breaking through this defense is nearly impossible. Plus, your recovery speed has increased several times over, Wu Chen explained. Lu Fan was amazed. I never knew dragon's blood could do all this. Your limited knowledge wouldn't understand the art of refining dragon blood. In the Qi cultivation world, this is a technique far beyond ordinary mortals. Wu Chen shook his head, then ordered, all right, put the cauldron away, we have important matters to attend to. Lu Fan nodded quickly, wiping sweat from his brow as he stored the cauldron in his pouch. Meanwhile, the dragon patterns on his body swiftly faded until they disappeared entirely. Wu Chen paused thoughtfully. You saw the crystal core they dug out. The Ice Heart meteorite must be nearby actually. It's very likely inside the dragon's lair. Dragons like to collect shiny things. Your guess is probably right, Master. But where exactly is the dragon's lair? Lu Fan looked around. Wu Chen chuckled softly. This is where you see the difference between a Qi cultivator and a martial artist. Watch closely, this is how a Qi cultivator finds things. Before he finished speaking, colorful light surged from Wu Chen's body, spreading through his feet. As the light passed, plants swayed, and the wind shifted abruptly. He pressed a palm onto Lu Fan's shoulder. In an instant, Lu Fan's mind was flooded with a vivid panorama spanning dozens of miles. The age rings of trees, flow of water, drifting dust, all clearly laid out. He felt as though he had become the wind, the water, the trees, the dust itself, one with the world. Suddenly, he spotted a hidden cave in a crack of the rock face. Inside, shimmering lights flickered like a sky full of star's sparkling brilliance that sent a shiver through Lu Fan's entire body. Wu Chun withdrew his hand and smiled. Did you see it clearly? Lu Fan opened his eyes, still immersed in the incredible scene he had just witnessed. Master, what's that move called? It's unbelievably powerful. It's called Heavenly Eye. Wu Chun gave his sleeve a shake. Once you've fully mastered body melding with heaven and earth, you'll be able to use it. Come on, if we delay any longer, we'll be late. With that, the master and disciple blurred into two afterimages and burst out of the forest. Before long, a towering sheer cliff suddenly appeared, piercing the sky like a giant blade slicing the earth. Midway up the cliff was a deep recess, a dark, endless void that was the nest of the six-winged, sky-cracking dragon. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. They had come to the right place. But before they could get closer, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the trees and landed at the cave's entrance. It was the pair they had seen earlier, a seasoned old man and a young woman. Haha, you're really blind, Master. I have better eyes than you. If we'd wasted our time wandering in the woods looking, we never would have found it. The young woman brandished her short blade and scrutinized the entrance. So this is the dragon's lair? Nothing special. The old man stroked his beard with a smile. You can't see the secrets from outside, but inside it's another story. Come, let's go find the treasure. Down below, Wu Chen's expression darkened. As expected, someone had beaten them to it. He lowered his voice to Lu Fan. I'll go lure them away. You move quickly and make sure to retrieve the Ice Heart meteorite first. Don't let them get it. Before finishing, he vanished in an instant. Boom. The blue sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds as thunder rolled and lightning flashed. A huge face formed from black clouds in the sky, its voice booming like a great bell. Ignorant youths, leave at once. This place belongs to Lord Wuji. The old man at the cave entrance turned to shield his disciple and bellowed. This wild mountain, this dragon's den, how can it be anyone's territory? If you covet the treasure, just say so. I am Lin Feng. I have never feared anyone. He unsheathed his yin-yang sword with a metallic ring and slowly rose into the air. The young woman's eyes darted quickly and, seizing the chaos, slipped inside the cave. Above in the sky, the cloud face sneered coldly. Pathetic. Dare you battle me for 300 rounds? Multicolored thunderbolts rained down. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed fiercely as he laughed. What do I have to fear? Before his voice faded, he shot up like a streak of light. Lu Fan knew his chance had come. Taking a deep breath, he pressed close to the cliff wall. The countless hours spent scrambling waterfalls for training now gave him a speed advantage. In a few leaps, he reached the cave's recess and slipped inside. The cavern was vast and shadowy, but his dragon blood-enhanced vision banished the darkness. Clusters of dragon saliva flowers glowed softly, filling the air with fragrance, but he had no time to stop and gather them. He sprinted forward. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. He rushed out of the narrow passage and into the main chamber. Gold, silver, pearls, and jade piled high, sparkling coldly. As his eyes were drawn to the treasure's gleam, a scorching gust of wind rushed at him along with the flash of a blade. "You little thief, prepare to die." The young woman's short blade sliced through the hot air. Lu Fan barely raised his arm to block. With a deafening clang, he was slammed backward, crashing hard into the treasure pile. Looking up, he saw the girl already rushing in again, brandishing her short blade with deadly intent. Ignoring the sharp pain in his arm, Lu Fan's feet flew like the wind as flames surged around him. With a roar, he unleashed the blazing mountain-crushing fist, smashing directly into the dagger coming at him. Instantly, a violent spiral force burst through his fist and coursed along his meridians, shaking his bones. He was hurled back violently, slamming hard into the stone wall behind him. Rocks scattered everywhere, and he appeared nailed to the surface. The little girl across from him was pushed back several steps by that punch. The edges of the dagger, forged from her concentrated energy, began to crack and dim. Lu Fan felt a metallic sweet taste in his throat, the bitter blood rising, but he clenched his teeth and swallowed it down. The flames on his body instantly vanished, leaving only a thin layer of energy pulsating slowly. The girl steadied herself and scrutinized Lu Fan with a cold snort. "Your energy is so weak, yet you actually blocked me? Not bad. But why does your energy look like this?" With that, she stepped closer. Lu Fan glanced around the cave, realizing with dread that his inner energy at this level was no match for this girl's peak mastery. His only chance was to grab the Ice Heart meteorite and escape immediately. Suddenly, among a pile of shining objects, he spotted a flash of icy blue, a small cluster of rocks that had to be the Ice Heart meteorite. The girl had reached him, but Lu Fan sprang up suddenly, throwing a punch with explosive force. Annihilation, mountain-crushing fist. The air exploded as he struck. The girl flickered and blurred, splitting into two perfect afterimages right before him. His fist hit nothing but air, hovering briefly midair as the illusions faded. Lu Fan barely dodged as the girl spun around, slashing at him with the dagger. At the moment the cold blade came down, Lu Fan's toes landed precisely on the dagger, using it as a lever to blast backward with lightning speed. This was exactly the opening he had been waiting for. In a flash, he lunged over the Ice Heart meteorite, grabbing a piece with one hand, ready to rush out of the cave. But the shard in his left hand didn't budge, stuck as if caught on something. His momentum stopped abruptly. Looking down, he saw a small black dog with short front legs locking onto the icy blue stone, snarling fiercely at him. Lu Fan was taken aback. Wasn't this the strange dog from the Nian festival in the Western Mountains? It had grown much larger now, its black fur gleaming, and it was surprisingly strong. His mind racing, a fierce wind blew behind him. The girl, enraged at being outmaneuvered, raised her dagger again, wrapped in red light. Murderous intent, blazing phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. One dagger, cleaving the sky. The air ahead of the blade twisted into a vortex. Before it could strike him, a gust of wind cut against Lu Fan's skin painfully. Even with dragon-blooded skin, it was hard to fully withstand. At the critical moment, the little dog suddenly howled sharply, then sprayed a stream of black flames from its mouth. The closest to the flames was Lu Fan, who immediately suffered terrifying black fire engulfed his entire body, causing intense pain, and he hastily released his grip. A scorching wave hit in full force. The girl who rushed forward was caught in the black flames as well. The dagger she had formed from her energy suddenly turned to ashes with a faint sage sound. She gasped and retreated, only to find the black fire clinging to her like flesh-eating worms, burning away layers of her thick protective energy inch by inch, until only a thin layer remained. Then the flames finally dispersed. Lu Fan's condition was slightly better. The energy inside him seemed immune to the black flames. With a powerful shake, he expelled the fire. Coupled with the rapid healing from his dragon-blooded skin, his burning flesh was visibly regenerating. But the girl was too frightened to advance again. Yet the little dog clearly had no intention of letting her go. Suddenly, 2 wings of black fire burst out from its back with a whoosh, lifting its small body into the air. Lu Fan was then certain this dog carried dragon-blood. It even let out a low dragon roar, not very loud, but heavy with natural authority. The dog opened its mouth, gathering a ball of black fire, aiming straight at the girl. Fear flashed in the girl's eyes. She knew she absolutely could not withstand this attack. She activated her agility and transformed into a swift afterimage, darting toward the cave wall. But in the next moment, the black fire spewed by the dog no longer flew in a straight line. It exploded into a raging sea of flames, engulfing the entire cave and turning it into a boiling black furnace. Lu Fan pushed all his energy to his surface. The black flames rolled against his protective aura. He smelled the acrid scent of his scorched skin and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this dog is stronger than I thought. Suddenly, a painful cry came from behind. Lu Fan turned to see the girl's figure flickering faintly in the flames. She had somehow retreated behind him, trying to use him as a shield, but the dog's attack had transformed into a firestorm. The girl collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Lu Fan's heart Hardenetta could never bear to see a woman die before his eyes. He dashed over, scooping the girl into his arms, pulling her tightly inside the small area covered by his protective energy. In his urgency, his palm pressed against her waist, gripping instinctively yet firmly. After a moment, the black flames suddenly retracted. Lu Fan felt like he'd been roasted alive. The smell of burnt meat filled his nostrils. The dog descended to the ground, its flaming wings dissipating, blowing out 2 rings of black smoke before flopping onto its side, as if drained of all strength. Most of the treasures in the cave had melted away, the air thick with the scent of scorched metal and stone. Lu Fan tried to move, but unbearable pain felt like his body was splitting apart. The girl glared at him, but was also immobilized, her energy completely spent, too weak even to lift a finger. At that moment, the wind suddenly stirred outside, and a figure burst through their master, Wu Chun. Lu Fan, how are you? Wu Chen's face changed instantly when he saw his apprentice's charred form, rushing over with urgency. Lu Fan stiffened but forced out words. Master, I'm fine, just burned. You have to hurry and get something. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen immediately removed the ring from Lu Fan's hand and quickly ransacked the remaining treasures. He was clearly a seasoned looter. His fingers moved so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, he had gathered all the leftover valuables from the cave into the ring. Once finished, Wu Chun raised his palm and released a pure surge of energy into Lu Fan's body. The previously exhausted meridians instantly reactivated. Lu Fan's joints crackled as his mobility was restored. He hurriedly bent down and gently set the fainted girl down, whispering, "Sorry, I really need these things too. Let's go," Wu Chen urged. "I only distracted that little old guy at the early yin yang stage. I'll be back soon." Lu Fan nodded and strode toward the cave entrance. Passing by the unconscious puppy, he hesitated briefly but then picked it up. "Come on." Wu Chun grabbed Lu Fan's shoulder and transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping into the dense forest. Just as they landed, a streak of black and white light shot past and back into the cave. Alarmed, they quickened their pace and fled swiftly. Inside the cave, the old man fell to the bottom of the nest, anxiously calling out, "Huan Yue, Huan Yue." The black and white energy wind surged, and he soon found Huan Yue lying on the ground. Pressing a hand to her forehead, he sighed with relief. Luckily, it's just exhaustion. Injecting a wisp of black and white energy, the girl softly hummed awake. "You idiot, master. Why are you only coming now?" The old man smiled awkwardly. "I didn't expect the other side's show of force to be all bluff." Huan Yue leaned against the stone wall and glared at him. "You fell for such a simple bait? You call yourself a yin-yang stage expert, aren't you ashamed?" The old man blushed under her scolding. Huan Yue pointed at the now empty nest. "See, the treasures have all been taken. We got nothing." The old man sighed. "Nothing we can do. Besides, what we're looking for might not even be here. Did you see any weapons?" "No," Huan Yue pouted. "Master, what exactly is your divine weapon? You never tell me anything." "I'm not sure either," he said with a bitter smile. "I only know that a peak expert's divine weapon has appeared somewhere, but no one knows whose it is." "Where did you hear that?" Huan Yue asked suspiciously. "Long Shu told me," the old man whispered. Huan Yue's eyes widened. "Don't tell me Long Shu divined it from the stars again?" The old man sheepishly nodded. "Most likely." The girl puffed out her cheeks in frustration and stomped out of the cave. The old man rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "That's odd. Why is Huan Yue so angry today? What really happened?" Elsewhere, after running dozens of miles and confirming they had lost their pursuers, the two stopped behind some bushes. Lu Fan dropped the unconscious puppy onto the grass and sat down heavily. Wu Chen stood nearby, handing back the ring. "Check out what we got." Lu Fan crossed his legs and accepted it. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he first pulled out a piece of icy meteorite. Its surface radiated a mystical cold blue haze. The two exchanged a smile. Suddenly, Lu Fan's fingers brushed against something else, and his eyebrows lifted. "Hey, there's a sword hidden here too?" He slowly withdrew a jet black, unusually heavy long sword. As he gripped it, the energy surging inside him felt suddenly weighed down as if pressed by an invisible mountain, instantly silenced. This is... With all his strength, Lu Fan finally pulled the sword free. The blade was over 4 feet long and more than a foot wide, its thick, polished surface flawless except for a faint yin-yang taiji symbol set into the hilt. The moment the tip left its stone pedestal, a heavy thud sounded as the sword struck the ground, leaving a dent in the earth and scattering stone dust. Only some extraordinary material could create such an astonishing weight. Wu Chen's gaze locked on the sword immediately. He reached toward it, but the instant his fingertips touched the blade, he jerked back as if shocked, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, "Xuanwu broken chi rock." Then, a faint glow appeared in his palm as he gently brushed the hilt. The Taiji symbol lit up instantly, and 8 large characters emerged on the blade. The heavy sword has no edge. Great skill appears effortless. The words struck like a hammer to the chest. Lu Fan caught his breath, overcome by a subtle, indescribable sense of mystery swelling within him. Wu Chen laughed loudly. What a blade, truly a magnificent blade. Lu Fan, your luck is quite something. This sword alone surpasses thousands of ice heart meteorites. Lu Fan scratched his head. Master, aside from the weight, I really don't see anything special about it. Feeling heavy is exactly right, Wu Chen said, pointing to the hilt. Touch it again. Does it feel familiar to you? Lu Fan ran his hand over the hilt as instructed, and an intense sense of pressure washed over him. Suddenly, he exclaimed in realization, Fengli stone. That's correct. Wu Chen nodded approvingly. The hilt is forged from Fengli stone, and the blade from Xuanwu broken chi rock. 2 rare materials blended perfect line. No wonder it cuts through chi without even having a sharp edge. He traced a finger lightly along the blade, and the faint sound of air ripping apart came through. This was likely forged by a peak warrior. The heavy sword has no edge. Great skill appears effortless. These words are probably their whole martial philosophy. Study it well. You may discover unexpected insights. He laughed again. Since you don't have your own weapon yet, why not take this one? Bring it along in your cultivation practice and learn the meaning of a heavy sword. Lu Fan wiped sweat from his brow. Master, it's so heavy, will I be able to swing it? Wu Chen waved him off. You're going to use Fengli stone to suppress your cultivation anyway. This sword's Fengli stone is purer and stronger than what I used. From today on, carry this sword while you train. Once you can wield it with ease, that stage of suppression training will be complete. Swallowing nervously, Lu Fan recalled the crushing weight that had sunk into his bones just moments ago. But since his master said so, he drew a deep breath and said, All right, I'll try. Good. Wu Chen nodded. But first give me the sword. I'll embed the ice heart meteorite into the hilt. With that, your training effect will improve even more. Without hesitation, Lu Fan handed over the sword. The terrifyingly heavy blade felt weightless in Wu Chen's hands, making Lu Fan secretly admire his master's much greater strength. A chi refiner with such immense physical strength, Lu Fan was genuinely curious to see what his master would look like if he ever regained his prime form. First, he handed all the ice heart meteorites to Wu Chen, then carefully set down the heavy Wenhua cauldron on the ground. Only then did he step aside and bend over to count the spoils they had scavenged from the dragon's lair. Unfortunately, the vast treasure trove was surprisingly meager. Apart from the ice heart meteorites and that heavy greatsword, most of the rest were cold gleaming stones, many just ordinary ores along with a few wild beast crystal cores and scattered gold coins. After searching thoroughly, there was nothing else worth taking, which made him shake his head in disappointment. With nothing to do, he picked up the small dog lying limp on the ground. The little creature was weak but still stared at him intently with bright eyes. Lu Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. You saved my life last time. If you'd breathe fire then, I'd probably be ashes by now. So, tell me, are you really a dog or a dragon? The pup seemed to understand and rolled its eyes in response. Moments later, its stomach grumbled loudly like distant thunder. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. Hungry, huh? He reached into his storage ring and pulled out some already roasted beast meat. The dog sniffed it cautiously, then looked up at Lu Fan as if double-checking there was no poison. Seeing such a clever wild beast for the first time, Lu Fan tore off a piece and ate it himself, swallowing heartily to show he meant no harm. After his demonstration, the pup finally relaxed and bit into the meat. Although its limbs were still weak, it ate quickly with its mouth and short front paws. As it devoured the food, a wild hunger glimmered green in its eyes. When the last large chunk of meat was gone, the dog trembled and surprisingly stood up, clutching the bone tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Fan smiled warmly and set it down. All right, if you can walk, go on by yourself, but don't breathe fire on me again. I've had enough of that today. The dog bared its teeth, seemingly happy, though a faint black flame flickered at the corner of its mouth. Lu Fan immediately warned it, and it obediently lowered its head. Go be your wild beast self. With your skills, you might just become the mightiest creature in the Western Mountains someday. He clapped his hands in farewell. To his surprise, the dog didn't move. Instead, it stared at him with those moist big eyes. Then suddenly, the little beast bit down hard on his arm. Hey again? I give you food, and you still bite me. Lu Fan tried to shake it off but was stunned as vivid images flooded into his mind like ink paintings. A dark cave, a lonely puppy groping in the darkness, barely surviving on the ground's spirit flower's energy, until he uncovered the stone slab and plucked the flower, giving the little dog its first sight of the outside forest. Then it was chased by wild beasts, hiding and dodging, sneaking silently along slick stone walls into the dragon's lair, falling and climbing repeatedly. And those days finally brought some peace because the six-winged rift sky dragon rarely came back there. It survived by devouring the crystal cores of wild beasts every day, and it was because of consuming so many of these cores that it gradually developed the ability to breathe fire. At this moment, the little dog clamped tightly onto Lu Fan's wrist, its crimson tongue trembling slightly, with thin waves of scorching breath seeping out between its fangs. Glowing red flames flickered deep in its throat, and vivid memories began to flood Lu Fan's mind. A pitch-black cave littered with frozen bones. It huddled in a corner, gnawing on a still warm wild beast crystal core. Each time it swallowed one, its chest grew a little hotter. After countless days, it finally managed to breathe out a faint flicker of flame, but was utterly exhausted from the effort. The scene shifted, staggering out of the cave, blinded by the harsh sunlight. As it stepped onto the wild plains, it was immediately surrounded by fierce birds and giant rats. These beasts didn't kill it, only toyed with it. Claws tore flesh, sharp beaks snapped its tail. When it was nearly dead, they cast it back to the dust. Trails of dark red blood smeared over the gravel, yet it still used its faint fire to fend off the cold night and cling to life. Lu Fan held his breath, a weight pressing on his chest. Had never heard of wild beasts sharing memories before, but now he could feel the little dog's loneliness as if it were his own. The dog seemed to sense his emotions. Its wet eyes suddenly welled up with tears the size of beans, which dropped to the ground with a soft plop, steaming in the air. The final memory froze on the moment it bit into a piece of roasted meat, juices bursting, aroma filling the air, and for the first time, the battered little dog's eyes shone like stars. This, it turned out, was the happiest moment it had known in all those days. Back in the present, the little dog released its bite. Lu Fan's wrist was stained with blood, but he paid no mind and just looked up at it. So you're a poor creature after all. The dog clearly didn't understand what being a poor creature meant, but still nodded vigorously, its ears drooping and tail softly thumping the ground. Lu Fan reached out to scratch its filthy head and sighed. Well, once is coincidence, twice is fate. Since we're connected, you might as well stay and be my pet. Life might not be easy, but at least you'll get roasted meat every day. Faced with this promise, the dog did the only thing it knew well. It nodded with all its might. Lu Fan chuckled and pulled out another steaming piece of roasted meat, tearing half off between two fingers and holding it to the dog's mouth. Then took a bite himself. The scent of meat mingled with the wind, and for a moment, the yellow sands of the wild plains seemed to freeze in time. To Lu Fan, this was merely the decision to take in a small wild beast pet, but to the little dog, this moment was eternal. Half a month later, deep in the dense forest, three figures, two men and a dog, walked steadily forward. Wu Chen shook the heavy sword in his hand, and a faint icy blue Inyang Bagua pattern shimmered on the hilt. The ice heart meteorite had been fully refined into it. The meteorite, which once weighed dozens of jin, had been ground down to just a palm-sized fragment. The huge difference in size once made Lu Fan feel a pang of regret. But as he truly sensed the power of the ice heart meteorite, that regret instantly turned to delight. The primal energy of heaven and earth was continuously absorbed, transformed, and purified by the sword's hilt. Then it flowed along the blade into Lu Fan's meridians, pure and forceful, like spring water irrigating a field. Both the energy force Gangjin and primal energy fundamentally required drawing from the world's power. But Lu Fan's Gangjin combined two different kinds of energy, doubling his primal energy demand and causing his cultivation speed to lag behind others. Without external help, it would have been very difficult for him to perfect his technique anytime soon. Now, with the Ice Heart meteorite, his cultivation speed had increased several-fold. No wonder his master insisted on finding this rare material. Months of searching had proved priceless. Lu Fan carried the heavy sword on his back, pausing briefly after every step. The thick blade nearly bent his spine into a bow shape. Sweat dripped from his chin, splashing softly on the ground. The earth beneath his feet sank half an inch, leaving deep footprints. Meanwhile, the black-haired little dog walking beside him trotted upright on its hind legs with light, brisk steps. It occasionally bared its teeth at him, as if mocking his slow pace. Wu Chen's gaze stayed fixed on the little dog, and he couldn't help but laugh. Lu Fan, how on earth did you get it to follow you? This dog, no. This Dragone's no ordinary creature. Lu Fan moved forward with difficulty, slightly out of breath. A dragon? It really is a dragon? It looks just like a dog to me. Simple, Wu Chen explained, it's a hybrid. It carries the bloodlines of both dragon and dog. Lu Fan burst into laughter. Master, are you telling me dragons and dogs have a thing? They're so different in Sazino way. The absurd mental image of a dragon tangled up with a dog had him laughing uncontrollably. Wu Chen rolled his eyes. What's so strange about that? Haven't you heard of dragon turtles? Dragons can crossbreed with turtles, so a dog is nothing. Lu Fan was momentarily speechless. The little dog seemed to understand their conversation and excitedly waved its two front paws. Wu Chen was still curious. Come on, tell me, how exactly did you get it to follow you? A piece of roasted meat, Lu Fan said, shrugging. Just a piece of roasted meat? Wu Chen was surprised. That's right, just one piece. Wu Chen shook his head in disbelief. If those beast-taming adepts knew this, they'd probably be so ashamed they'd slit their own throats. What an easy dragon to raise. What are you planning to name it? Lu Fan thought for a moment. It's so black, they'll just call it Little Black. Wu Chen frowned. What if it grows 100 zhang long? Are you really going to keep calling it Little Black? Who knows what the future holds? For now, it's small and black, so that works fine. Lu Fan stopped walking and bent down to call out, Little Black, come here. The little dog really ran over at the sound and jumped straight onto Lu Fan's head. Wu Chen was a bit speechless. He raised his hand and waved it off, saying, forget it, forget it. One wants to strike, the other's willing to take it whatever you two want. Lu Fan, if you ever meet a chi refiner skilled in taming wild beasts, be sure to learn from them about raising young dragons. For a wild beast with mixed bloodlines like this, whether it ends up a dog or a dragon depends entirely on how it's cared for. What it eats, how it's trained, nothing can be sloppy. Lu Fan nodded in understanding. Got it. After a brief silence, Wu Chen suddenly chuckled. I may not know much about raising beasts, but I can teach it something else. Didn't you say it can breathe fire? Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Really, master? What will you teach it? Just wait and see. Wu Chen teased with a playful grin. Several hours later, stars dotted the night sky. A small fire blazed next to a cauldron, whose lid had been flipped over and repurposed as a grill. Xiao He squatted at the mouth of the cauldron, forced by Wu Chen to constantly breathe out black flames. The firelight revealed its miserable dog face. Inside the cauldron, freshly hunted wild meat and some herbs were roasting. Lu Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, his heavy sword resting across his knees, smiling wryly as he looked at his master. Master, what you're teaching it is barbecue. Why not? That's a skill too. Wu Chen smiled warmly. You need to save every moment for your cultivation. Let Xiao He handle chores like hunting and grilling. I think it's clever enough. Learning to roast meat won't be hard. Xiao He, the fire's too hot. Patting down with his palm, Wu Chen immediately toned the flames from fierce to gentle. Seeing this, Lu Fan was at a loss for words and returned his full attention to the heavy sword. Since acquiring this blunt heavy sword, he had spent almost every day pondering the 8 characters engraved on the blade. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough, he always felt he was close to something crucial. Now, focused and holding his breath, his gaze slowly traced over the characters. Suddenly, in his mind's eye, a heavy sword shadow swept down like a thunderous strike. The stroke was simple and unadorned, yet it carried the power to split the sky and earth as if anything in its path would be cleaved in two. Cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Lu Fan snapped back to reality, chest heaving violently. Wu Chen asked eagerly, did you perceive something? Just a single sword move, a horizontal slash. But the momentum is terrifying, Lu Fan replied. Wu Chen patted his shoulder. It's already impressive to grasp even one move. Keep meditating on it. It might become your secret weapon in the future. Lu Fan nodded. I think so too. That power is overwhelming. Looking down at the sword again, he suddenly noticed the first character's strokes perfectly matched the feel of the sword move in his mind. Realization dawned, and he chuckled softly. So that's it. The sword's previous owner was truly a genius, embedding martial technique within these 8 characters. Now that I've found the key, I know how to cultivate it going forward as long as I can wield this sword. Meanwhile, Xiao He finally finished roasting the meat. Wu Chen picked up a chunk, though some parts were slightly burnt. Most were golden and juicy. He tore off a large piece and fed it to Xiao He, then split the rest evenly with Lu Fan. The little dog ate eagerly, eyes half closed in satisfaction. Wu Chen smiled at it. Lu Fan, think I'll try harder from now on. Lu Fan glanced at Xiao He devouring the meat. Judging by that appetite, definitely. He stood up and slung the heavy sword on his back. Enough rest, back to training. I want to be able to wield this sword properly before the annual festival this year. I still want to apply to the Martial Arts Academy. Wu Chen nodded approvingly. Exactly, and aim for the Yuan division. Why is that? Lu Fan asked. Wu Chen smiled. If I remember right, the Yuan division holds the perfect manual for your combined Qi and martial practice, the Yuan Daoju. Lu Fan smiled slightly. Then he'll keep pushing for the Yuan Daoju. He straightened up and laughed out loud. Xiao He joined in with a howling bark to the sky. Cultivating martial arts is no easy feat. In the blink of an eye, seasons come and go. As the year-end approached in Jianglin City, fine snowflakes drifted from the sky, weighing down the tree branches into graceful arcs. Today was the annual recruitment event of the Martial Arts Academy. At dawn, the spacious central square of the city was already set up with a tall, polished black stone slab, its surface glossy and dark, designated for testing true energy. Vendors pushed their carts around the stone platform, steam rising from bamboo steamers, while the clamor of voices quickly drowned out the sound of falling snow. For the next 3 days, all youths under 18 could place their palms on the black stone and be measured on the spot by examiners from the academy. Those who met the standards would be admitted to study for 3 years. The opportunity was rare and precious, so there was almost always a line of hopefuls eagerly waiting in the square. Everyone understood that only a handful would truly be accepted citywide, yet that fiery enthusiasm burned hot despite the biting year-end cold. By tradition, the first 2 days were reserved mostly for ordinary families, while the third day belonged to powerful clans like the Lu and Mo families. But this year, the major clans appeared unusually calm. They already had disciples studying at the martial arts academy, successors firmly in place, so they were confident. At such times, disciples training inside the academy would also hurry back to the city to attend their family's annual memorial rites. Lu Ming, Zhang Yuehan, and Mo Yunfei sat early beside their respective clan heads, waiting for the final day's test. On the east side of the square stood a street-facing tea house on higher ground, its windows offering a full view of the testing area. At this moment, its private rooms were fully occupied, with the best vantage points reserved for Jianglin's leading families. Outside the sandalwood lattice windows, snow speckled the black stone, accentuating its cold gleam. Copper bells on the eaves jingled faintly in the breeze. Inside the Mo family's room, head of household Mo Tian sipped warm tea casually while chatting with Mo Yunfei and Mo Lin, chuckling quietly from time to time. The atmosphere at the Zhang family's room was quite different. Zhang Yan, the patriarch, took a sip of tea and frowned, his face darkened by recent troubles. He had lost a bet against the Lu family involving 100,000 gold coins, an event that had left him sleepless and the family treasury drained. Complaints ran rampant, and it would take at least a year or two to regain footing. Thinking of all this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel bitter regret. Zhang Yuehan sat silently beside him, her gaze drifting beyond the tea table toward the cloudy sky, as if waiting for someone's arrival. In the Lu family's room, head of household Lu Haoran didn't even have time to drink his tea. He kept turning around to urge Lu Hao with a worried expression. Why hasn't Lu Fan returned yet? Doesn't he know these days are the martial arts academy recruitment period? Has anyone been sent to look for him? Lu Hao's face was drawn from being asked so many times, but he answered again. People were sent out a long time ago. When Lu Fan left, he only said he was going deep into the mountains for intensive training. No one knows exactly where in the western mountains he is, but he's determined to enter the academy, so there's no reason for him not to show up. Don't worry, master. He should be back before tonight. Lu Haoran frowned. I hope so. I'm worried something went wrong in the western mountains. Lu Hao waved him off with a chuckle. Lu Fan's strength speaks for itself. Those fierce beasts in the western mountains can't threaten him. Hearing this, Lu Haoran nodded and relaxed slightly. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Once he's back, with his level of cultivation, the test will be just a formality. Then our Lu family will be the only one in Jianglin City with 2 disciples studying at the martial arts academy. At that, he glanced at Lu Ming across the room. Lu Ming, from now on, you and Lu Fan will both be at the academy. You have to look out for each other. No matter how much you bicker at home, you share the same blood. As one family, there's no 2 households. We stand united and support each other. That's the tradition and rule of the Lu family. Sitting beside Lu Feng, Lu Ming stood up and nodded in response. Clenching his fists tightly, he looked up, intending to speak, but it felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he hesitated. Lu Haoran, standing nearby, caught the unusual expression from the corner of his eye and asked in a low voice, Lu Ming, do you have something to say? Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming's chest rose and fell slightly. Grandfather, I know Lu Fan and I have never gotten along, but what I'm about to say is not meant to harm him. Speak, Lu Haoran replied, raising a brow, his tone already sharp. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming spoke softly. When Lu Fan returns, please advise him not to take the test. His words fell like a stone dropped into the square, instantly stirring ripples of tension. Lu Haoran's eyebrows shot up. Lu Ming, do you realize what you're saying? Has your jealousy come to this? Lu Feng quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on his son's shoulder, urging his father calmly. Father, don't get angry. Lu Ming must have his reasons. Lu Ming, tell us why. Every eye in the hall fixed on Lu Ming, and the atmosphere thickened. He inhaled deeply again, lowering his voice so only the closest could hear, yet clearly enough for all to catch. I heard at the academy that Mo Yunfei bribed Nailan Ruo, the instructor sent to recruit for the academy. The sole purpose is to keep Lu Fan out. Nailan Ruo will rig the test, or perhaps even outright prevent Lu Fan from participating. At these words, Lu Haoran and Lu Hao turned simultaneously to look toward the square. Near the bustling inkstone, 3 academy instructors sat side by side. Among them was the man in white martial robes embroidered with a dragon pattern, bearing a sword wound across his face and missing a finger on his left hand, none other than Nailan Ruo, whom Lu Ming had named. Just yesterday, the Lu and Mo families had jointly hosted a banquet in his honor. Lu Ming, is this true? Lu Haoran's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. If even a single word is false, may I be struck down by divine lightning. Lu Ming raised his hand, swearing with absolute conviction. Lu Haoran frowned deeply. Nailan Ruo is the lead instructor. The other 2 won't dare oppose him. If what you say is true, Lu Fan is in real danger. But how could he rig the inkstone? Lu Hao shot back coldly. Strength is strength, how can he stop that? Foolish, Lu Haoran growled. The inkstone itself cannot be faked, but Nalen Ruah can cast doubt on the source of Lu Fan's strength. There are indeed many illicit methods across the continent that can artificially boost one's power. Such enhancements are looked down upon by society, and the Academy will never accept them. If Nalen Ruah insists on this angle, Lu Fan won't be able to defend himself. Remember, he's an instructor, his words carry far more weight than ours. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Hao's forehead as he nodded quietly. Indeed, Lu Fan's power has grown too quickly. If someone takes advantage of that, it could spell serious trouble. Lu Haoran snorted coldly. This is almost certainly Master Mo's doing. If he keeps playing dirty, we'll counter every trick. But the most important thing now is to wait for Lu Fan's return, assess his true power, then plan our next move. He'll send another group to look for Lu Fan right away, Lu Hao said, standing quickly. Lu Haoran gave a slight nod. Lu Hao turned and strode off briskly. The elder's gaze lingered on Nalen Ruah in the distance, deepening from stoic to cold like a blade slowly unsheathing. Lu Ming sat back down, hands resting on his knees, glancing at the noisy square. In truth, he too harbored a question in his heart. Was Lu Fan's strength really not gained through some illicit means? Can someone who's been a failure for over a decade really turn their life around just through effort alone? Meanwhile, Mo Yunfei leaned in and whispered a few words into Mo Tian's ear. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on Mo Tian's lips. Good, Mo Tian said, stroking his beard, his voice low and resolute. As long as Master Nalen is willing to help, no matter how talented Lu Fan is, he won't set foot inside the martial arts academy. If he misses this chance, once he turns 18, he'll never get in again. Mo Tian glanced toward the martial arena outside the window, his gaze sharp and cold. If he can't enter the academy, he'll have to wander the path of martial arts for another 10 years or more, without a famous teacher's guidance, without access to advanced techniques. One misstep leads to another only, then will it be truly perfect? Mo Yunfei chuckled knowingly. Grandpa always thinks 10 steps ahead. This time, Lu Fan is doomed. Even though he's strong, he's bound to fail in the end. He paused, frowning as a doubt crossed his mind. Grandpa, I still don't get it. Is Lu Fan really not using any dark or forbidden methods? His progress has been unbelievably fast. Maybe this time, he'll finally reveal his true nature. Mo Tian waved off the suggestion. Yunfei, you're mistaken. If he relied on dark arts, he wouldn't have lost to you in the arena that day. Dark powers might boost strength quickly, but what about the Lu family's blazing golden body technique? That's hard-earned skill, forged through real training. Remember this: while you can be ruthless and merciless against an enemy, never underestimate them or look down on them. Mo Yunfei immediately showed a look of acceptance and respect. Mo Tian let out a cold laugh. If anyone fits the bill for dark ways, it's Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family. Her foundation is shaky, her aura shallow. Even if it's not dark magic, it's definitely pushing growth unnaturally fast. It's laughable that the Zhang family actually treats her like a top prodigy. He narrowed his eyes. Yunfei, you haven't been associating with Zhang Yuehan recently, have you? Mo Yunfei shook his head. No. She's been climbing higher in the academy and has no time for me. Mo Tian scoffed. She's got talent for finding powerful men, but that's not the right path. Changing the subject, he asked, has Lu Fan returned to the city yet? Mo Lin, standing nearby, cupped his hands and replied, it seems not yet. Better if he never does, Mo Tian said, folding his arms, his voice sharp with coldness. That way, we don't have to waste more effort scheming against him. If he dies somewhere deep in the mountains, the people of Zhonglin City will remember the genius Lu Fan fondly. But if he comes back, he'll become Lu Fan the Dark Cultivator instead. With that, Mo Tian, Mo Yunfei, and Mo Lin exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter echoing through the side chamber. Outside Zhonglin City, at the foot of West Mountain, in the fading sunset, a figure slowly emerged. The man was shirtless, his muscles well-defined, carrying a huge, dark sword on his back. His broad shoulders moved like iron towers. On top of his head squatted a small black dog with glossy fur. Huh. In back Zhonglin City, Lu Fan has returned. Lu Fan raised his arm and laughed broadly, his voice resonating along the empty mountain path. He patted the black dog. Little Black, from today on, you don't have to cook or start fires for me every day anymore. If Master wants to stay in the mountains, let him stay. The golden sunlight hit the side of Lu Fan's face, highlighting his rugged features and dark eyes. The small dog perched on his head perked up its ears. Seeing the bustling city for the first time, it let out a long howl to the sky. Suddenly, Lu Fan quickened his pace, footsteps like thunder as he charged toward the city gate. The heavy sword on his back swayed slightly with his movement, but it didn't slow him down in the slightest. The ground beneath his feet wasn't even dented by his heavy load. That night, the Lu family mansion was brightly lit. In the spacious study, flickering lights cast shifting shadows as several key family members sat around a table crowded with steaming dishes. Lu Haoran smiled as he watched Lu Fan and Little Hay hungrily digging in, then quietly reminded them, Lu Fan, take it slow. There's enough food here to last you through the night. Lu Fan just nodded distractedly, chopsticks working nonstop as he wrestled with a piece of braised meat. Little Hay lay sprawled across his chair, using all four legs to tear off an entire roast chicken, grease running down his fur. After half a year of training deep in the mountains, surviving on roasted meat and wild fruit every day, no matter how precise the cooking, the monotony got to them. Now seeing such masterful cuisine, both of them couldn't stop eating. Lu Howren watched with a mix of amusement and sympathy. Half a year had definitely made the kid crave this kind of food. Remembering the serious matter at hand, he turned to Lu Ming and gestured. Lu Ming explained the situation to Lu Fan in full detail. Lu Ming furrowed his brow and stopped scrutinizing Lu Fan, then calmly but icily recounted everything that had happened. The Mo family's secret schemes, the academy mentor Nalan Ruab being bribed, the martial arts competition slots being forcibly blocked, leaving nothing out. By the time he finished, the dishes on the table had been completely devoured. Little Hay's belly was round as a balloon as he leaned back panting, while Lu Fan wiped his mouth with a napkin, his expression darkening. The Mo family resorted to such despicable tactics. What kind of strength does this Nalan Ruab have? Peak Interchong level. Lu Ming tapped the table lightly. He's in charge of external assignments at the academy and generally only reaches this level. Lu Fan nodded. Not yet outer Chong. Then. That makes things manageable. I want to see how he plans to stop me. Lu Howren returned to a serious tone. Don't underestimate him. What's your current power level? You should at least be at peak Pillar 9, right? Any hidden injuries? Pillar 9? Definitely. No injuries either, Lu Fan answered vaguely. At this, Lu Howren, Lu Hao, and Lu Feng all exhaled in relief. As long as Lu Fan was unharmed, they could handle whatever came next. Lu Howren declared immediately, good. Tomorrow I'll meet Nalan Ruah personally to give gifts and negotiate. The Mo family's offers won't be anything but gold and jewels. Although the Lu family can't match them, we can still put something on the table. Lu Fan, rest for a day first. If talks break down, then you go all out. If Nalan Ruah sinks to shamelessness, the Lu family will never stand by. Lu Fan opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Hao placed a hand on his shoulder. Rest well. Don't worry about anything else. With that, Lu Howren, Lu Hao, and Lu Feng rose together and left the study, heading toward the rear garden. Only Lu Fan and Lu Ming remained inside. Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, eyes cold. Lu Fan, do you know where Grandpa and the others went just now? Lu Fan shook his head. No, but judging by their direction, they went toward the backyard. That's right. They didn't go to chat, they went to the family treasury to get something. Because of you, the family will likely spend a large sum, possibly tapping into savings amassed over several years, maybe even a decade. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Lu Ming stepped closer, anger barely restrained in his eyes. No one knows if spending that kind of money on you is worth it. Lu Fan, be honest with me, did you gain your cultivation through some dark or forbidden means? As he spoke, Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and a cold, gleaming sword suddenly appeared at Lu Fan's neck, the blades chilled, biting into his skin. My cultivation is the result of hard, honest training. There's no room for any crooked shortcuts, Lu Fan replied calmly, his eyes steady. Lu Ming sneered. You went from low-level body refining to high-level in just a few months. No cheat or secret method could do that. How exactly did you pull it off? By pushing myself to the limit. Nothing else, Lu Fan stated firmly. I don't believe you. Neither did I at first. Their gazes locked, and the air between them seemed to freeze. After a moment, Lu Ming's sword tip lowered slightly, and his eyes flickered before he sighed deeply and sheathed the sword. Lu Fan, I hope the family's investment in you will pay off. We're about to sacrifice a lot for your sake. I trust you won't let the Lu family down. He turned to leave. Lu Fan called out, Lu Ming, why are you helping me? Lu Ming glanced back, expression indifferent. I'm not helping you, I'm helping the family. You're the Lu family's face now. If you disgrace yourself, you disgrace all of us. I hate people who embarrass the family. Suddenly, Lu Fan smiled. So that's why you bullied me back then. Now I get it. Don't worry, I don't want the family to sacrifice anything for me, nor will I ever disgrace them. Lu Ming studied Lu Fan's unshaken expression, and a flicker of trust sparked in him, but he still snorted coldly. Childish. You're not thinking of quitting the martial academy, are you? I will definitely attend the martial academy, and I'll get in on my own strength. Hope you can pull that off. By the way, Lu Fan, I still don't like you. Coincidentally, I still don't like you either. They stared at each other for a moment. Then each cracked a faint smile before Lu Ming strode away. Silence returned to the room. Lu Fan casually placed a small black creature from his sleeve onto the table. The little thing shook its head bewilderedly. Lu Fan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, do you think Nalan Ruah will try to stop me tomorrow? Somehow, I'm kind of looking forward to it. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, melting the snow that had filled the stone cracks overnight. At dawn, Lu Howren and Lu Hao led several young family members to carry two hefty black iron chests into the grandest tea house in the marketplace, placing them in a private room upstairs. Golden light and jade-like glimmers leaked from the cracks in the chests, revealing the Lu family's entire savings and treasures accumulated over years. Just as Lu Ming had said, Lu Haoran was fully resolved to spare no expense to get Lu Fan into the martial academy. No sooner had they settled the chests than a creaking sound came from a nearby corridor. Mo Tian emerged smiling slyly, his gaze falling mockingly on the chests. Old Lu, what's this? Bribing someone? When did the Lu family get this desperate? Lu Haoran's face darkened. Old Mo, you know exactly why. No need to ask. Mo Tian shrugged dramatically and sighed. Of course I do. But this little gift? Pathetic. Nailing the tutor's appetitio. It's huge, really big. He repeated the last part with emphasis before laughing loudly and slamming the door of his room shut. Lu Haoran swept his sleeves and entered the room silently. Behind him, Lu Hao whispered, what did old Mo mean by that? Lu Haoran replied grimly, what else? He's just mocking us because it's impossible to buy Nailan Rua's favor. If I'm not mistaken, they must have given Nailan Rua some benefits that we couldn't offer. The flickering light indoors cast shadows as Lu Haoran furrowed his brow. After a brief pause for thought, he continued analyzing. Most likely, it's some kind of pill. A pill? Lu Hao's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. The Lu family's resources were limited, not to mention high-grade pills. They barely had a few ordinary ones. For the Mo family to casually give pills, could it be that they have a chi refiner now? Lu Haoran shook his head, his tone low. That's still unclear for now. We'll investigate later. Lu Feng, you'll go approach Nailan Rua soon. Drop a hint that we're preparing to give him something good. If he shows even the slightest interest, immediately bring him upstairs for a detailed discussion. As long as we can get Lu Fan into the martial arts academy, it's worth paying any price. Understood. Lu Feng acknowledged the order. Nearby, Lu Ming listened silently, his knuckles turning white from gripping the table. A mixture of jealousy and anger swirled inside him. Lu Fan, didn't you say you wouldn't let the Lu family suffer? Where are you now? Meanwhile, in the brightly lit side hall of the Mo residence, Mo Tianxiao held a teacup, his mood excellent. Haha, old Lu really thinks he can bribe Nailan Rua. How naive. A mentor at the martial arts academy wouldn't be lacking money. Even if you put the Lu family's blazing golden body technique on the table, Nailan Rua probably wouldn't even look at it. Mo Lin laughed along. Might as well let Nailan take everything from the Lu family. If he wants to give, let him. What? Dare he go to the academy to collect debts? Good idea, Mo Tianxiao agreed with a smile. Go notify mentor Nailan later. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, how's that chi refiner Zhao Su doing these days? We owe this success to him. Still sleeping in the courtyard, Mo Lin replied. Have Mo Yunfei keep him company. Since he's willing to contribute, we can't neglect him. Mo Lin chuckled. Those two are like sworn brothers now. They even went to the Baifeng Pavilion together last night and had a great time. That's good. Mo Tianxiao nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Su has a bright future. With his help, Yunfei's cultivation will improve faster. Since he's at the Mo family now, let's ask him to brew another batch of pills and help our other disciples too. He'll tell Yunfei when I return. With Yunfei's introduction, little brother Zhao Su will definitely agree, Mo Lin promised. Mo Tianxiao's face was full of smiles. Their alliance with the chi refiner truly brought many benefits. At the southern square of Jianglin City, the night breeze was cool. Hundreds of ordinary civilians lined up, pressing their hands on black stone tablets. The dark stone surfaces occasionally glowed silver, revealing their potential and cultivation level, drawing repeated gasps. Nailan Rua stood silently with his hands behind his back, eyes half closed, seeming somewhat distracted. Concealed in his bosom was a jade bottle the Mo family had just slipped him, inside the pill rolling around. He felt a surge of pride. Just running an errand and getting a free pill. Totally worth it. Stopping a young man named Lu Fan from entering the academy was easy. He was eager for Lu Fan to show up so the matter could be settled, and he could safely take the pill. Suddenly, the noisy crowd fell silent as if an invisible hand pressed down on them. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. Lu Fan is here. Lu Fan is here. A shout rose from the crowd, quickly followed by cheers. All eyes focused as Lu Fan calmly made his way through the throng with steady steps. On the second floor of the tea house, the Lu family members were peering down at the square through the window lattice. Lu Haoran's gaze met Lu Fan's from afar. He suddenly stood up, shouting, "Why is Lu Fan here?" With a heavy sword slung across his back and steady steps, Lu Fan slowly made his way toward the center of the square. At his shoulder, the little black dog wagged its tail, its head turning constantly in confusion over the surrounding watchful eyes. The crowd instinctively parted to form a clear path, countless gazes locking onto the master and his companion as if they were tangible weight. On the second floor of the tea house, Lu Hao suddenly stood up, about to speak, but was stopped by Lu Haoran's raised hand. No need to call him, Lu Haoran said in a low voice. Since Lu Fan is willing to do this, he has his own plan. There's no need for us to interfere. But if he goes up to test, Nailan Rua will surely block him with ill intent. Lu Hao frowned deeply. Lu Haoran shook his head. Lu Fan isn't a fool. He would not make this decision without purpose. With that, He slowly sank back into his chair and sighed. To him, every true strong person must make their own choices, unmoved by outside forces or others' opinions. Since Lu Fan has made his decision, all he can do is support him. Lu Fan actually showed up. Did he come just to make a fool of himself? In one corner of the square below, Mo Lin sneered with disdain. Yunfei, young master Zhao Su, you've come too. Mo Yunfei stood beside him, and behind them stepped a tall, handsome man in white robe. Zhao Su. His long fingers and ethereal aura made him stand out instantly. Good thing I arrived just in time, Mo Yunfei said with a smile as he sat down. It'd be a shame to miss Lu Fan's public humiliation. Zhao Su scrutinized Lu Fan from head to toe, his eyes flickering strangely. So this is Lu Fan, who advances cultivation at a near-demonic speed. Yet why does he carry a trace of qi refinement in his aura? Am I overthinking it? Elsewhere, Mo Tian wore a gentle smile. Although Lu Fan's appearance was unexpected, it suited him well. Through the crowd, he gave a slight nod to Nalan Ruo, who sat beside the inkstone with her eyes closed. Nalan Ruo opened her eyes, a cold gleam flashing. He's here. That saves me some trouble. She curved her lips, turning to two instructors nearby. Do you see anything unusual about him? The two instructors exchanged glances and spoke in unison. There is something different, like he bears a trace of corrupted qi. Receiving their confirming nods, Nalan Ruo smiled lightly. Everything was under control. In front of the registration desk, Lu Fan wrote down his name, handed the roster to the examiner, then stepped back to wait quietly nearby. The current examinee no longer drew much attention. All the chatter centered on Lu Fan. Lu Fan must be at least at the peak of the 9th body strengthening level by now, right? During the last West Mountain hunting event, he even beat Zhang Yuehan, who had developed the hard Qi. Maybe he's reached hard energy too. Yeah, he'll definitely pass this test. The students in the front rows instinctively quickened their pace. Everyone wanted to see Lu Fan's real strength as soon as possible. The intense spotlight on him was a complete contrast to the silence from a year ago. Next, Lu Fan. The examiner called out loudly, and the square fell completely silent. Lu Fan walked forward calmly, his eyes fixed on the inkstone before him, showing neither joy nor sorrow. In the tea house, all eyes from the Lu family, the Mo family, and the Zhang family locked onto Lu Fan. Drink. Lu Fan barked sharply. His body shifted slightly, and his fist struck the inkstone like a phantom. There was no sound of breaking wind. The crowd didn't even have time to clearly see the move. In the next instant, a crisp crack rang out. The inkstone cracked with a spiderweb of fractures, and a blinding golden light erupted from the fissures. Strangely, no characters appeared. The dazzling glow nearly stung everyone's eyes before vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a dark, broken stone quietly standing in the center. No characters at all, not a single one. This implied two possibilities. First, Lu Fan had not even reached the first stage of body refinement, but this kind of light could never be produced by someone so unskilled. Second, he had surpassed body refinement and stepped into the inner steel realm or beyond, where ordinary inkstones could no longer measure rank. Could it be that Lu Fan has already entered inner steel? The crowd stirred in shock. Rising from third stage body refinement to inner steel within a year was simply astonishing. Crack. Mo Tian crushed the teacup in his hand to powder, his jaw clenching fiercely. Inner steel. This kid's talent is beyond ordinary. Mo Yunfei stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself in disbelief that Lu Fan had mastered the steel qi even before he did. Beside him, Zhao Su remained calm. Inner steel, that's nothing. The martial academy has plenty at that level. He didn't share the Mo family's shock, being unaware of how insanely fast Lu Fan was improving. Zhang Yuehan bit her lip, emotions churning. He's gotten stronger. Why? Since he left me, has his progress been so fast? Lu Haoran and Lu Hao were likewise stunned, before Lu Haoran laughed out loud. Our Lu family has gained another steel qi warrior. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Lu Ming's eyes widened with disbelief, speechless for a long moment. He had always believed that with hard work, he could surpass Lu Fan again, and had been training relentlessly recently. But the reality was right before him. Not only had he not caught up, but had been left far behind. Taking the lead at one step means leading at every step, Lu Ming thought bitterly. Lu Fan had achieved steel qi even before entering the academy, and his future cultivation speed would only become more terrifying. Catching up would be extraordinarily difficult, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. In front of the inkstone, Lu Fan stood calmly with his fist withdrawn. He had used only a fraction of his power in that strike. After all, the inner steel realm was something he had long mastered. Nalan Ruo's eye twitched slightly, but a surge of unease rose in her chest. The Martial Academy's rules clearly stated, anyone under 18 who develops steel qi can bypass all tests and gain direct admission. If it was just a matter of reaching the 8th or 9th stage of body refinement, refusal would only lead to a few questions from the academy. But if a genius had cultivated steel qi before entering the academy, that spelled real trouble. The other two instructors also looked at Nalan Ruo, unsure of what to do. Nalan Rua's fingers traced the elixir in her palm as her gaze flicked toward Emotion. Finally, she bit her lip and resolved to stop Lu Fan right here. Once this was over, the Mo family would have to offer some concessions. With that thought, she stood up sharply and called out loudly, "Wait." Lu Fan had long known Nalan Rua wouldn't let him pass easily, and he stood calmly before the inkstone. "You are Lu Fan, the test subject?" Nalan Rua asked as she slowly approached. "Yes, I am Lu Fan," he replied with a composed voice. Nalan Rua stopped in front of him and pressed further. "Last year your test rank was only triple refinement. In just 1 year, you've advanced from triple refinement to a level beyond measure by the Inkstone's test of progression unheard of." Lu Fan chuckled lightly. "Instructor Nalan, it seems you know quite a lot about me." Though Lu Fan spoke calmly, his words sounded to Nalan Rua like outright mockery. She had only heard these rumors secondhand from Mo Yunfei and was unsure of their truth. Now caught in an awkward position, she forced herself to continue. "Lu Fan, I sense a corrupt aura surrounding you. Could it be you used some forbidden method like the blood refining technique to purge your keto, enhance your strength? Our martial academy does not accept students who resort to such unorthodox practices." With that accusation, the square erupted into whispers and murmurs. Did Lu Fan really use dark arts? I'm almost certain of it. No one advances that fast without cheating. That former loser's sudden rise has to be fishy. Mockery spread quickly, though some sneered in disdain. "Ridiculous. Do you honestly believe dark arts could let him surpass Zhang Yuehan and master the fiery golden body? Open your eyes." These words came from Lu family disciples, their tone confident, but unable to cover the crowd's suspicion and scorn. Lu Fan barely spared them a glance. Smiling faintly, he turned back to Nalan Rua. "Corrupt aura? Dark arts? That's the first time I've heard such nonsense. Instructor Nalan, can you convict me on nothing but empty accusations? Do you have any proof?" "Proof is simple," Nalan Rua replied coldly. "If your energy flow is genuine, it should be solid and powerful. A true internal energy practitioner will confirm that. I propose Yuan Qi face you in 3 exchanges. If you remain undefeated, I will acknowledge your talent. If not, your energy is clearly tainted." With that, she turned to signal for Yuan Qi to step forward. Lu Fan raised a hand, stopping her. "No need. Instructor Nalan, why don't you personally exchange 3 moves with me? That will convince everyone better." Nalan Rua paused, narrowing her eyes. "You're serious? My strikes are much heavier than Yuan Qi's." "That doesn't matter," Lu Fan answered calmly. "If I can withstand your 3 moves, Instructor Nalan, you will publicly apologize to me." A gleam flickered in Nalan Rua's eyes as he said, "All right, it's a deal. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will publicly apologize to you." Lu Fan nodded slightly, gesturing with his right arm in a polite please motion, then stepped back several paces to face Nalan Rua from a distance. Though their voices were low, they rippled clearly across the crowded square, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, clearing a large open space, dust swirling up under their hurried footsteps. On the second floor of the tea house, Lu Howren frowned deeply and whispered sharply, "This is madness, pure madness. How can he dare to fight Nalan Rua? He's an instructor at the martial academy." Beside him, Lu Hao looked equally serious but still doubtful. "Lu Fan seems confident, but this decision feels reckless. Let's see how he holds up against those 3 moves. Nalan is no fool. He probably won't go all out." Downstairs, the Lu family members tensed, while across the way, the Mo family chuckled to themselves. This Lu Fan really doesn't know his place. He actually dares to challenge Instructor Nalan to a 3-move duel? Mo Yunfei laughed out loud, sparking a chorus of agreeing jeers. Mo Lin leaned in and whispered, "Yunfei, how strong is Instructor Nalan exactly?" "Definitely 9th level inner gang," Mo Yunfei answered confidently. "He's not the strongest among the academy's instructors, but more than enough to handle Lu Fan." Mo Tian nodded with a cold snort. "Good. 9th level inner gang 1 move will show him just how high the sky is. Youngsters are always so arrogant." Meanwhile, the Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Yin, lowered his voice and asked Zhang Yuehan the same question. Zhang Yuehan remained calm. "Instructor Nalan is very capable. Lu Fan is destined to lose." Zhang Yin chuckled grimly, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Good. I can't stand how cocky he is. Yuehan, your decision was right. He's definitely no suitable match. No need to lament anymore." A flicker of emotion passed through Zhang Yuehan's eyes, and she replied softly, "I understand, father." In the center of the square, Nalan Rua raised his hand. "Lu Fan, unleash your gang energy. Don't worry, as an academy instructor, I will restrain myself and won't take your life." His voice was polite, but his expression sharp with scrutiny. At the same time, he quietly infused inner energy into his arms, preparing to strike the young man down with a single blow to prove his assessment was correct. Lu Fan ignored him. With a sharp pull from behind, the massive broadsword on his back thundered free from its sheath. The blade reached his eyebrows as he stood firm, his posture steady as a mountain. An invisible pressure slowly spread out, making it hard for anyone weaker to even breathe. By the tea house railing, Lu Haoran's eyes widened in surprise. What momentum? When did Lu Fan learn to use a sword? I forgot to ask about that big blade last night. Xiao He had already wisely stepped aside, its shiny eyes spinning as it watched its master. It knew all too well that standing too close when Lu Fan wielded the heavy sword would be unwise. On the platform, Nalan Rua's brow twitched. Before moving, he could already feel the overwhelming force radiating from the youth. This kid's talent is extraordinary, he gritted his teeth inwardly. If he grows smoothly, he might develop his pressure even before fully releasing his gang energy troublesome. With that thought, he again surged his inner power, blue-white energy crawling up his arms, veins twisting like dragons. I need to leave a deep mark on him, so he won't dare come back for revenge. That resolve steeled in Nalan. His intent turned lethal. He was determined to cut off Lu Fan's future at its root. Since the line had already been crossed, it had to be settled with one decisive move. With that thought, Nalan Rua called out loudly, "Lu Fan, take my first move." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he raised his hand and thrust his fist through the empty space 10 yards away with a sudden explosive force. Even before the punch arrived, the air itself was torn apart, fierce winds howling toward Lu Fan, whipping his robes wildly. As a master at the 9th stage of the inner gang realm, even without fully releasing his gang chi externally, the power in his strike could shatter stones and split wood from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the sharp punch slammed against Lu Fan's chest. In that instant, Lu Fan's entire body suddenly burst with radiant light, gang chi coalescing into a fiery shield. He gripped his sword and swung it back. Great sword technique, Wine Breaker Strike. The sword's gleam flashed like lightning, the air exploding into a series of muffled blasts. The force of the punch was ripped apart by the sword, the residual shock shaking rubble into the air. Lu Fan's feet sank deep into the green tiles beneath him as his heavy sword struck the ground with a thunderous metallic roar. Watching from the square, the crowd only felt a gust brush past their faces, and when they looked back to the center, Lu Fan stood unharmed, having taken the first strike cleanly. Impossible, Mo Tian exclaimed, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. The seemingly simple sword stroke concealed profound subtlety. Mo Tian recognized that the trajectory of this blunt heavy sword was no ordinary sword technique. The power behind the strike was enough to force back Nalan Rua, a 9th stage inner gang master, with no effect. The scene fell deathly silent in an instant. With just this one sword strike, Lu Fan's strength was undeniable. The fiery gang chi still burned around Lu Fan's body, but he paid no heed to the onlookers. Just as his master Wu Chun had said, martial artists below the Yinyang realm could never detect any abnormality in this gang chi. Unless multiple chi refiners simultaneously used their spells, no one could see through his true card his genuine life-saving secret technique. Recently, under Wu Chen's tutelage, Lu Fan had learned far more than anyone imagined. Lu Fan slowly raised his heavy sword, the tip pointing toward Nalan Rua, his gaze burning fiercely. One move. This provocation struck Nalan Rua like a slap in the face. His eyes suddenly turned cold, anger surging wildly. Judging from Lu Fan's solid gang chi, it was likely the other was at least at the 2nd, maybe even 3rd stage of the inner gang realm. Mo Tian, Lu Haoran, and the others also understood in their hearts Lu Fan was definitely beyond just the 1st stage. Amazed, they almost spoke in unison. Freak. Only Zhang Yan, head of the Zhang family, remained silent. Though slightly weaker in cultivation, he too recognized Lu Fan's unfathomable depth, truly capable of withstanding 3 moves. His complexion shifted between red and pale, secretly relieved no one had heard his earlier underestimation of Lu Fan, or else had been mocked for short-sightedness again. Without warning, Nalan Rua surged forward, crossing the 10-yard distance in an instant. His gang chi crashed like a tidal wave as he slammed a furious punch down from above. This time, he unleashed his full strength, wrath unchecked. Lu Fan held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. The broad blade acted as a black iron shield meeting the blow. Clang! A thunderous roar filled the air. The heavy sword transmitted an overwhelming power like a mountain collapsing or sea surging. Though its blade remained unshaken, the impact coursing through it sent a violent tremor through Lu Fan's whole body. A terrifying, piercing energy surged into his palm. Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he immediately released his grip on the sword. Lu Fan, he's dropped his sword. Lu Hao cried out in shock, his voice exploding across the clearing. Abandoning one's weapon was seen by all as a suicidal move. Lu Haoran's face turned ashen, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fist. Nalan Rua was putting his full effort into a mere 18-year-old boy, completely embarrassing the academy's mentors. The heavy sword, longer than a man's height, flew from his hand with a dull, thunderous crash, the blade sinking deeply into the ground. With the heavy sword no longer anchoring him, Lu Fan's chest briefly felt empty, exposed, and vulnerable in every way. But would Nalan Rua let him off so easily? His arm gathered swirling energy like a vortex, muscles bulging as he roared. Third, move ripping wind spiral fist. Before the words had even faded, his fist cut through the air with a howl like a tiger's cry echoing through the forest. There was no doubt this was a spiritual level combat technique. The crowd held their breaths, eyes locked on the empty hands of Lu Fanby. All logic. He was finished. At that moment, a violent surge of energy burst forth within Lu Fan's body, his aura exploding wildly. Destruction, mountain crushing, fist strike. Fists collided. Flames erupted from Lu Fan's body, bathing him in a fiery red glow. The shockwave radiated from him in every direction. The stone slabs at his feet shattered inch by inch, while a meter-high block of inkstone beside him crumbled into fragments instantly. The sweeping wind kicked up dust and debris, knocking ordinary spectators off their feet, their eyes unable to open. Staggering under the impact, Nalan Rua took 2 steps back, his feet gouging deep furrows in the ground. In a brief encounter, Lu Fan had seized total advantage. What Nalan Rua's pupils constricted, he refused to believe his retreat. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their chests tightening with shock. 18-year-old Lu Fan had knocked back an academy mentor with a single punch. Zhang Yuehan covered her red lips, stunned by the unexpected outcome. The Mo family stood frozen like statues, Mo Yunfei muttering, "Impossible, this can't be." Even the proud Zhao Su was shaken. This guy's strength might rival those few at the academy, and he hasn't even enrolled yet. Lu Hao went from shock to joy, flailing his arms excitedly. He held his ground. He actually pushed back Nalan Rua. Lu Haoran exhaled deeply, his voice filled with relief. That's the spirit of the Lu family's sons. Nearby, Lu Ming no longer held any desire to compete with Lu Fan, only a bitter ache in his chest. 3 moves had passed. Lu Fan slowly withdrew his fists, his chest rising and falling violently, as over 70% of his energy had been consumed. Being suppressed by the heavy sword for so long had caused him to unleash a terrifying burst the moment he let go, but such extreme exertion was impossible to repeat a second time. Nalan Rua stared at the young man before him in disbelief. A fighter at Interching level 9, he had actually fallen behind in just 3 moves. Clenching his teeth, he forcibly suppressed his anger but maintained his composure. With a flick of his hand, he pulled a purple jade token from his bosom and tossed it to Lu Fan. This is the Academy's recruitment jade token. Take it, and you may enter the Academy to cultivate. With those words, he turned to leave. Having been defeated by a Nodia 10-year-old youth, he no longer had the face to stay. His fury toward the Mo family who had dragged him into this was immense. If word of today's events reached the school, he would lose all standing. Wait. Lu Fan spoke up, raising the jade token and shaking it lightly, his tone cool and calm. Instructor Nalan, I think you forgot something. We had a deal. Nalan Rua's expression changed dramatically. This Lu Fan, did he really want him to apologize in public? All right, Lu Fan, let's just let that matter be forgotten. The night breeze stirred as the tea house window frames gently swayed. Lu Haoran and the others leapt down from the high place, their robes billowing as they landed in a few strides beside Lu Fan. Xiao He flipped smoothly, landing firmly on Lu Fan's shoulder, its black tail flicking as it bared its teeth at Nalan Rua across from them. With a smile, Lu Haoran cupped his hands toward Nalan Rua. Instructor Nalan, 3 rounds have passed, and Lu Fan has proven he is no practitioner of any crooked teachings. There's no need for apologies. Those were just words out of spite. Let's end it here today. When Lu Fan joins the academy, we hope to receive your guidance. Nalan Rua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having to publicly apologize to a youth would have cost him his pride. Since the other party was giving him a way out, he followed their lead and eased down, of course. Lu Fan has extraordinary talent and will surely make great strides at the Martial Arts Academy. As he spoke, he pulled out a jade vial and tossed it to Lu Fan. Here is a pill, consider it a token of goodwill. In his heart, Nalan Rua knew this pill was unlikely to fall into his hands again. Unable to stop Lu Fan, and knowing the Mo family would demand it back, he both sold a little favor now and took the chance to signal the Mo family. We have no further entanglements. Lu Fan caught the jade vial and lightly waited, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, an unexpected gain that brought genuine delight. Lu Haoran tugged at his sleeve. Let's go. Time to celebrate at home. With the admission jade token in hand, and now this pill gained, their objective was achieved. Amid the cheers of the watching crowd, the Lu family members walked away steadily. Every young member from the Lu family in the crowd lifted their chests and heads high, their faces shining with pride. The losses they'd suffered during academy tests finally avenged today. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tea house, Mo Tian watched Nalan Rua toss the pill to Lu Fan, his expression turning deathly cold. Mo Yunfei gritted his teeth. How could Nalan Rua do this? That pill was sold to me by Zhao Su. It clearly belongs to the Mo family. Pressing a hand on his shoulder, Mo Tian spoke sternly. Enough. Now that the pill is in Lu Fan's possession, what can we do? Judging by the situation, Nalan Rua intends to sever ties with us, Mo family. If you try to confront him, Help pretend not to know and never admit the pill. He clenched the railing, veins bulging. Damn it, that brat managed to get a free return force pill. Zhao Su had remained silent until now. Seeing the Mo family's anger simmering, he finally spoke up. It's just one return force pill, Mo brother. No need to get upset. Although Lu Fan has already mastered gang energy, it doesn't mean you can't catch up. How about this'll brew a batch of pills for you to help you break through your bottleneck quickly? Surprise flashed in Mo Yunfei's eyes. You'd really be willing to help? Zhao Su smiled faintly. It's no trouble at all. If there are extra pills from the batch, you can use them to support brothers in the clan as well. But the rules for a refining practitioner have to be followed. One batch of pills requires one spiritual herb and one treasure. Mo Yunfei turned to Mo Tian. This decision must be made by the Mo family head. The status of a refining practitioner is clear. If you ask a first-rank refiner to brew the pills, you must supply the materials yourself, plus a spiritual herb and a treasure to seal the deal. No problem, they'll bring you the herbs, elixirs, and treasures once I return. Brother Zhao, please be sure to put your heart into it. Zhao Su raised his hand in a returning salute, smiling with confident ease. Of course, rest assured, the pills will be flawless. His words made Mo Tian nod deeply this time. If Zhao Su could successfully forge the pills, it would mark a monumental leap in the Mo family's strength. Even if others possessed rare herbs and treasures, few could tempt a Qi refiner to assist. Compared to the countless martial artists in the land, Qi refiners were alarmingly scarce. Thinking this, Mo Tian sneered inwardly. The Lu family now with a Qi refiner aiding them. Our Mo family will surely leave you far behind. As night fell, the Lu estate blazed with lights and echoed with singing and laughter. Since Lu Fan's sweeping victory at the Western Mountain Hunting event, this was the second grand banquet hosted by the Lu family. Unlike last time, tonight not only was the entire Lu clan present, but major powers from Jianglin City had also come bearing gifts and congratulations. In the main hall, Lu Haoran sat at the head of the table, surrounded by ceaseless praise and toasts. Gifts piled high before him, a rare feeling of exhilaration in his heart. Nearby, Lu Hao was swarmed by guests, cups flowing like a tide toward him. Usually known for his incredible tolerance, even he had flushed bright red from drinking, but still tilted his head back, shouting, "No going home sober." The phrase with a son like this, what more could one ask for? Made Lu Haoran laugh heartily and raise his cup again. Come on, 3 more rounds. Almost every member of the Lu family was present except the knight's chief hero, Lu Fan. He had made only a brief appearance before quietly slipping away. Everyone was used to it. For over a decade, the young man had rarely stayed long at banquets. Staying was the rare exception rather than the rule. Now Lu Fan was far from the revelry, deep into the Western Mountain, sitting by a creek under the moonlight. He had brought some fine wine and dishes and sat drinking quietly with his master, Wu Chun. Wu Chen's eyes were glazed and heavy with wine, while nearby, Xiaohei lay on his back, clutching an empty jug, snoring loudly. Lu Fan chuckled at the dog's ridiculous posture. He's quite the little drunkard. Wu Chun laughed heartily at the sight, then sobered, speaking earnestly. Lu Fan, after the New Year rites, you'll enter the martial academy. Do you still remember what I told you to do? I do. Lu Fan set down his cup and replied seriously, Martial Academy. First Yuan branch. First Yuan Dao technique. That's right. Wu Chen nodded, speaking carefully. Use every means necessary to get into the first Yuan branch. If you don't make it in, the Martial Academy won't mean much to you. Lu Fan was puzzled. Isn't the Martial Academy a sacred place for martial cultivation? How could it not matter much? It's just an academy with all its renown. It has limits. Wu Chen looked him in the eye. Do you know why your cultivation of Gang Qi makes you stronger than other pure martial artists or Qi refiners? Lu Fan thought for a moment. Because I can use 2 different skills simultaneously, offensive and defensive, and Gang Qi itself is more powerful than Gang Jin or Yuan Qi. Wu Chen shook his head. That's just the surface. The biggest advantage of mastering both Qi and martial arts is that you can consume many kinds of pills. Lu Fan looked at his master, confused. Wu Chun patiently explained. For ordinary Qi refiners, producing pills that enhance their inner energy is incredibly difficult. Such pills are nearly priceless, requiring rare ingredients and formulas. A top-tier Qi refiner may spend years just gathering materials for a single 5-element pill, and in a lifetime, rarely see 3 to 5 authentic formulas that actually boost inner energy. But making pills for martial artists is far simpler. Almost all these pills were originally invented to empower martial artists, so refining them doesn't require much effort. Lu Fan began to understand slightly, a subtle spark lighting up in his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Chun continued to explain. That's why these pill formulas are very common among Qi refiner cultivators and hardly considered secret at all. A prescription powerful enough to dramatically boost an Earth Gang warrior's strength can be bought if you pay the price. For Qi refiners, these formulas are just tools for making connections or even to exploit martial artists. But for you, they're the foundation for your own cultivation. Qi refiners can't consume these pills themselves, but you can. Others who want a single pill often have to pay hundreds or even thousands of times the cost. You just need to gather the ingredients and refine the pills on your own. A sharp light blossomed in Lu Fan's eyes, and his fist clenched quietly. I see now. My cultivation can improve both martial and chi refinement. I can take pills from both sides. If I can't find ones that increase my yuan chi, I can swallow pills that enhance gang power. It all ultimately transforms into my gang chi. Exactly, Wu Chen nodded softly. That's why I said going to the martial academy won't mean much to you. You're better off frequenting chi refiner markets and hidden stores, dealing with them more, and buying up those pill formulas one by one. The more formulas you gather, the faster you'll advance. As your gang chi grows, you'll be able to refine higher quality pills. This cycle will accelerate your strength by leaps and bounds. Instead of being stuck at the academy, you should participate more in alchemy competitions. Lu Fan nodded firmly, then furrowed his brow. But doesn't that mean chi refiners can always support the rise of powerful martial artists? They can, but only up to Earth Gang level, Wu Chun explained carefully. Beyond Earth Gang to Heavenly Gang, you have to comprehend Tao. Pill swallowing alone won't cut it. Chi refiners themselves thirst for pills that aid in enlightenment, and those are priced sky high. Don't forget, a first-rank chi refiner is usually accompanied by guards with internal gang power levels 8 or 9, which is normal. Be very cautious when you deal with them. Lu Fan slowly exhaled a breath of mixed feelings, already forming plans in his mind. Based on what you say, the Martial Academy's importance is indeed limited. Before I reach Earth Gang, I don't need to waste time on flashy martial skills. They'll focus on gathering pill formulas and ingredients, refining my own pills to advance. Don't just rely on swallowing pills, Wu Chen cautioned. Taking too many different types weakens your foundation and makes your strength hard to sustain. Remember, quality over quantity. Only choose the best. Now, I'm going to pass you my rarest chi refiner formulas. Be very careful not to show them to others. He raised his hand and touched Lu Fan's forehead lightly. A faint spiritual light flowed into his mind, and page after page of pill formulas unfolded like an imprint. Ingredients, timing, techniques all crystal clear. Lu Fan closed his eyes tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. When the light faded, he exhaled deeply, his gaze shining steadily. The world is vast and boundless, Wu Chun said solemnly as he withdrew his finger. The martial state of Wuan alone has 18,000 prefectures. Donghua Prefecture is too small to hold you back. After you enter the martial academy, don't return casually within 3 years. Whenever there are annual festivals, chi refiners gather. You should take the opportunity to get around more. In the northern part of Donghua Prefecture, not far from the academy, there's a hub where chi refiners gather regularly. Make sure to visit it often. Finally, his tone was heavy yet filled with hope. Your master hopes to see you stand at the peak of the continent one day. 1 month later, it was time for the annual ancestral ceremony again. Amidst the booming drums and swirling snowflakes, the Lu family's martial arts training ground was bustling as usual. In front of the black ink stone in the center, the younger disciples took turns stepping forward to strike with their fists, imprinting strings of numbers onto the stone's surface. At the main seat, Lu Fan sat side by side with his father, Lu Hao, both wearing calm expressions. In past years, he would have been tested himself, but now his strength far exceeded what the ink stone could record, so he had become one of the examiners. Over these days, the younger clan members looked at him with increasing respect, as if he were their elder. Off to the side, Lu Ming still sat among the younger generation, showing off his 9th level of body refining strength as usual. But this year, the applause he drew was less enthusiastic than before because everyone in the clan knew deep down that the next head of the family would be Lu Fan. So all eyes were firmly fixed on that young prodigy, with admiration, envy, and even reverence unhidden. After the tests ended, the banquet began. Xiao He darted around the table, gobbling down meat and cakes. Since he was Lu Fan's pet, no one minded, and instead they made way for him, making Xiao He wag his tail happily. The annual ceremony was the one time younger clan members could truly relax, with no restrictions on eating or drinking, and laughter filling the hall nonstop. After a few rounds of wine, Lu Hao patted his son on the shoulder. Lu Fan, once the ceremony is over, you'll go to the martial academy. The family has prepared some money and medicinal herbs for you. Take them with you. They'll come in handy there. He gestured, and a prepared package was brought over. Lu Fan opened it to find top-quality herbs and a bright gold coin carved the weight and value reflecting years of family savings. Lu Fan said nothing but accepted it solemnly. When Lu Ming left home years ago, the family had made similar arrangements. Now it was his turn, and the tradition could not be broken. Oh, by the way, Lu Hao suddenly remembered. Did you take the pill you got from Nailan Ruo? Has your strength improved? Not yet. Lu Fan shook his head. That bottle is a return energy pill, used to restore true energy during battle, not something that directly boosts power. I see. Lu Hao nodded with a smile. The atmosphere had been light, but then Lu Hao sighed suddenly, his expression darkening. Lu Fan noticed the change and asked, Grandfather, what's wrong? Nothing serious. Lu Hao waved his hand slowly. then glanced at Lu Feng beside him. Better let Lu Feng explain. Lu Feng stood and said, recently, the Mo family hired a chi refiner, which has made father worried. A chi refiner? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Not long ago, we just found out, Lu Feng continued. A few days ago, Lu Tiangang got into a conflict with someone from the Mo family over an herb. We thought it would be Mo Yunfei or Mo Hong, but after checking, it turned out to be Mo Hai, the kid who used to be far inferior to Tianganho, injured him. Lu Hao asked, is this because of the chi refiner? Lu Feng nodded and said, yes, it's precisely because of the chi refiners. The main hall was brightly lit, with dishes and wine for the annual memorial feast spread across the 8 immortal table. Steam and aromas mingled in the air, yet the older generation of the Lu family still wore worried expressions. Lowering his voice, Lu Feng continued, I've looked into it. It's not just Mo Hai. Many of the Mo family's younger members have benefited from having chi refiners, and their strength has increased significantly. Moreover, Mo Yunfei seems to have cultivated his gang energy through alchemy. I asked Lu Ming, and it seems Mo Yunfei befriended a chi refiner at the academy who helped him. He shifted tone and sighed. If this keeps up, the younger generation of the Mo family will far surpass us, the Lu family, in strength. Lu Haoran set down his wine cup and raised his hand to stop the conversation. Enough, let's not spoil the feast talk with such gloomy stuff. Then his gaze settled on Lu Fan, his tone softening a bit. Lu Fan, since you've entered the martial academy, it would be great if you could also befriend a chi refiner. Having one is a huge advantage for a small family like ours. Mo Yunfei originally wanted to catch up to you. Would have taken maybe half a year or more, but now one pill has him almost on par with you. I just hope that chi refiner only helped Mo family casually. If he stays long-term, it'll be a problem. Lu Hao shook his head and sighed. The Mo family's luck is unbelievable. There aren't many chi refiners at the martial academy, so it's surprising Mo Yunfei actually made friends with one. But that refiner has to return to the academy eventually. He can't stay. Father need not worry too much. Lu Haoran gently nodded and dropped the topic. Lu Fan was hearing for the first time that there were chi refiners inside the martial academy. Seeing his father and grandfather's worried looks, he almost revealed that he himself was a chi refiner, but finally held back that secret involved not only his own cards, but also the mystery of gang energy. Sensing the atmosphere getting heavy, Lu Haoran changed the subject and smiled at Lu Fan. You're already 18, Lu Fan. How about I start looking for a wife for you? Do you have anyone in mind? Lu Fan was quietly picking up food when he suddenly choked and coughed, embarrassed. I don't have anyone in mind, and there's really no need to rush. I'm not ready to marry yet. Lu Haoran laughed heartily. You don't need to prepare. When the time comes, they'll pick a few suitable families for you to choose from. Since you've been training in the mountains, you probably don't know this, but many have already come knocking at the Lu family doorstep to propose. At your age, it's right you should marry soon, have children, and carry on the family legacy. Lu Fan waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle. No, I absolutely don't want to marry now. Besides, hasn't Lu Ming not married either? Trying to think quickly, he used Lu Ming as a shield, only for Lu Feng to respond. You're bringing up Lu Ming? He's already chosen a wife, the daughter of the wealthy Su family, Su Hang. They'll marry at next year's memorial. Why don't you act quickly too and marry with him? Lu Fan's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg inside. No way. I'm going to look at the martial academy instead. Surely the girls there are better. He could only use that excuse to buy time. Inwardly distressed, had no idea what was really going on at the academy and just hoped to get through this awkward moment. Seeing this, Lu Haoran laughed loudly. Fine, if you can find a suitable girl at the martial academy, even better. All right, I won't push you more today. Hearing this, Lu Haoran, Lu Hao, and Lu Feng burst out laughing at Lu Fan's embarrassed expression. What had been a joyful annual festival banquet came to an end amid a cheerful atmosphere. At dawn the next day, Lu Fan slung a wooden sword on his back and quietly slipped out of the city, heading toward the western mountains. Normally, since it was still a holiday, his master would have allowed him to rest. But obsessed with martial arts, he felt restless the moment he stopped training. His father had only last night promised not to pressure him into marriage, yet Lu Fan worried. Who knew if his father might suddenly bring home a girl to arrange a match. Rather than stay anxiously at home, it was better to hide in the serene mountains to meditate and practice kung fu. The streets were unusually quiet for a festival morning. Most shops remained closed. Red lanterns cast warm reflections on the stone pavement, blending joy with the stillness. Near the city gate, the clash of weapons and angry shouts suddenly pierced the air. Lu Fan's brow twitched as he followed the noise, slipping into a side alley. At the alley's entrance, he immediately recognized the fighters as Lu family disciples. Leading them was Lu Tiangang, with whom Lu Fan had had conflicts before. Facing them were around 10 youths dressed in dark blue uniforms, each with a MO embroidered on their chests, the MO family members. The cold festival alley was already deserted, and now only these young fighters remained locked in combat. A few nearby households peered through their window frames, whispering among themselves. Lu Fan thought, It's rare to see two great martial clans brawling on the street like this. Lu Tiangang. Still sore from the last time I beat you? He'll have you bettered in for the new year again. Sneered Mo family youth wielding a long sword. His blade struck twice, leaving two bloodied slashes across Lu Tiangang's arm. Lu Tiangang stumbled, gasping, and the Lu family fighters retreated step by step. Their opponents seemed nearly a full cultivation level stronger. With greater strength, speed, and endurance, coupled with formidable Mo family techniques, the battle was clearly one-sided. Lu Fan sighed quietly. Though he and Lu Tiangang had past grudges, they were ultimately from the same family. He pushed off on his toes, and with a flash covered several yards. His fist thundered, striking squarely into the chest of the long sword wielder. The youth was sent flying like a boulder thrown, crashing down 10 yards away. Everyone stop, right now. Lu Fan shouted, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. Weapons froze midair. Brother Lu Fan. The Lu family fighters rallied behind him like finding a lifeline. The Mo family youths huddled together, their faces a mix of fear and hatred. They knew they were no match for Lu Fan. Just then, a calm figure stepped into the alley. Lu Fan, quite the commotion you're causing. Before the voice even faded, the Mo family head Mo Lin strode to the front, followed by Mo Yunfei had obviously been watching the fight from hiding. Mo Yunfei hurried to check on their fallen comrade, while Mo Lin took a step forward, voice cold. Lu Fan, how dare you harm my Mo family disciples? Lu Fan replied calmly, and what if I did? Morlin's face darkened at Lu Fan's sharp retort. He had never encountered such arrogance from someone so young. It had been years since anyone dared speak so boldly before him. Lu Fan, he growled lowly, it seems I must teach you a lesson, on behalf of your elders. Before he finished speaking, a faint halo of energy seeped from Morlin's body, layers of fierce aura surging outward. As head of the Mo family and a 7th-level inner chi master, his presence caused the ground to tremble slightly. In the next instant, power exploded beneath his feet, and his figure streaked forward like a black lightning bolt, arriving before Lu Fan and unleashing a barrage of shadowy fists. The overlapping punches moved so rapidly it was impossible to tell which were real and which were illusions, a relentless tide of steel-like force advancing steadily. Lu Fan showed no interest in distinguishing the blows. Shouldering his heavy sword, it slipped free from its sheath with a sharp clang. The blade was broad and long, its cold gleam cutting through the crowd's gaze. With a single move windbreaker strike, the sword slashed out. Clang. The heavy sword precisely intercepted Morlin's central punch. The collision echoed explosively. Air was shattered and stones hurled into the sky. The sword's advantage was its wide coverage. No subtle technique could find purchase against it. Fist met blade in a tense standoff. Neither side gave an inch. Morlin's heart sank. Here he was, a 7th-level inner chi master, yet he couldn't overpower Lu Fan's raw strength. He began to suspect that Lu Fan might have reached the same cultivation level, a chilling thought that gnawed at him. Even more unsettling was the strange force emanating from Lu Fan's heavy sword. It stealthily eroded Morlin's energy. Just touching the blade had almost torn apart his defenses. Lu Fan's momentum surged relentlessly, his aura like a wild tide. He swung the heavy sword again, wind howling with the blade's arc. Morlin stood his ground, black energy coiling around his iron fists as he charged. A dark gleam flashed. Lu Fan instantly recognized Mo family's secret technique, the little annihilation fist. Fist collided with the sword's spine, a thunderous rumble rolling out. Lu Fan staggered back 2 steps. The hidden power behind the little annihilation fist was ruthless, far surpassing the level Mo Yunfei had once summoned. Lu Fan felt a pang of surprise, but also deepened his understanding of the art. In a blur of motion, they exchanged several more strikes. Morlin threw punches, elbows, even kicks. The little annihilation fist extended its force to his lower body. Lu Fan held the sword like a wall, blocking and redirecting. A whipping kick brushed his cheek, sweeping past with a scorching gust. Spinning his blade, Lu Fan stepped back several paces, creating distance. Morlin's face darkened, black energy swirling fiercely. It was humiliating to have battled a junior for so long without gaining an edge. Around them, the reactions were stark. Lu family members were thrilled, marveling at Lu Fan's ability to match Morlin blow for blow. Mo family disciples exchanged uneasy glances, scarcely believing their uncle, a 7th-level inner chi master, was being pushed this far. Kneel. Morlin roared, striding forward with heavy steps, intent on overwhelming Lu Fan in one decisive strike. He even planned to inflict a lasting wound, one that would shatter Lu Fan's chances of entering the martial academy forever. Black light flared more fiercely as the little annihilation fist condensed once again. Just as everyone expected Lu Fan to lift his sword and meet the attack head-on, he suddenly halted, sheathing his heavy sword with a sharp clang. Lu Fan, watch out! Lu Tiangang couldn't help but shout. But Lu Fan remained calm, eyes locked on the charging fist. Flames erupted around him in a roar. Raising his own fist, he met the attack with the mountain-crushing annihilation punch. Bang! Fists collided like roaring tigers in the forest, flames instantly engulfing Morland's entire body. No one realized that at this moment, Lufon had actually used the Qixin warrior's flame transformation technique. Everyone simply thought it was a variation of his fire golden body technique. Morin's fist slammed into Lufan's chest like a giant war drum or massive hammer, shaking Lufan's blood and chi into a turbulent storm. Yet Lufan's toes were still firmly planted on the bluestone ground, unmoving by even a fraction. He even pressed his soles deeper into the stone slab. In contrast, the fiery force behind Lufan's punch swept through the air like blazing red flames riding invisible currents, forcing Morin to step back repeatedly. The tongues of fire curled and blackened the cuffs of his sleeve, while his skin burned with a stabbing pain. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the shock in his heart. Morin's pupils constricted sharply, and he cried out in disbelief. The little devastation fist you've actually mastered the little devastation fist. The chi force behind Lufan's punch was even fiercer than the little devastation fist Morin himself wielded. To think, the Morin family had handed over their family's boxing manual to the Lu family long ago, but the manual had been deliberately hollowed out, its essence stripped. By Morin's calculations, Lufon could have no way to correctly master the technique from an incomplete manual. At this moment, Morin was on the verge of madness. Brother Lufan's amazing. Brother Lufan's unstoppable. What nonsense about the little devastation fist. Our brother Lufon picks it up instantly. You call this a mess of skills you've managed to learn? Just bring every martial art you have, brother Lufon. We'll show you how it's done. The hysterical cheers of the Lu family disciples swelled like crashing waves, turning the faces of the Morin family youths ashen. Morin's expression darkened to the limit, raging fire boiling in his chest. Black energy rippled beneath his skin like venomous serpents. He finally acknowledged Lufon as a rival at his own level. Both his palms were engulfed in thick, inky chi, his momentum climbing steadily toward its peak. Lufon lightly set down the heavy sword on his back with a muffled thud. His aura ran wild like an unleashed stallion, faint fiery patterns forming over his skin. Huh! With a roar bursting out, Morin lunged like a cannonball, arms raised high, brimming with terrifying power, mighty ape arm. His heavy arms crashed down, leaving his chest wide open. Lufon paid no heed to the powerful arms thundering down. His straight punch drove hard into Morin's chest. Boom! With a dull explosion, Morin's sternum caved inward, shards of stone scattering with the shockwave. Yet Morin seemed numb to pain, his whole body unmoved, but his arms still slammed fiercely into Lufan's shoulders. The violent impact pressed Lufan's shoulders down, nearly staggering him, but his dragon-blooded physique held firm like steel. Morin's arms struck like tempered steel, ringing out with a crisp clang. Years of training with the heavy sword had made Lufon instinctively resistant to force. He withstood the blow and was about to pull back, when Morin seized his shoulders and forced his palm's energy to flood through Lufon. Lufon, caught in my mighty ape arm, you're finished. Morin gritted his teeth and growled. Instantly, Lufon sensed his internal strength being gradually siphoned off. The process was slow but undeniable. What shocked Morin even more was this. Normally, even opponents just 1 or 2 cultivation levels above him would lose 3 or 4/10 of their strength instantly from this move. Weaker foes would be completely drained of resistance. But Lufan's energy drained like a gentle trickle, and the fiery chi burning across his body didn't wane in the slightest. Morin's heart sank as he wondered if Head made some mistake. Lufan's counterattacks remained fierce, landing several punches in a row on Morin's body. Morin gritted his teeth and held firm, his palm energy intensifying again. At this moment, the contest was no longer about skill, but which of the two had deeper fundamentals and more enduring energy. Morin refused to believe that his mastery of the 7th inner energy level was inferior to a kid who had only recently entered the same realm. The two locked in a tense standoff, the wind around them swirling into spirals that enveloped both. The young heirs of the Mo and Lu families watched nervously, hearts pounding. Lu Fan's robes whipped wildly as his true energy surged within him. He could distinctly feel Mo Lin pressing down on him bit by bit. After all, Mo Lin's cultivation was deeper. Yet Lu Fan's fierce energy churned restlessly in his chest, like a trapped beast desperately drawing power from the surrounding world. I must not retreat. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Mo Lin, silently screaming in his heart, "Break through for me." In the next moment, his energy shifted abruptly. 5 colors of light flickered along his meridians, and the previously scattered force contracted into a dense, solid mass, a sign of breakthrough. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward, the air rippling visibly as if struck by a mighty hammer. Mo Lin groaned as the force sent him staggering back several paces, eyes wide with disbelief. At the same time, Lu Fan's aura condensed into an intense shield, his presence doubling in intensity. He stepped forward with sudden force, delivering a punch like thunder. Annihilation, mountain-crushing fist. A dragon-shaped force shot from his fist with a resounding roar, tearing straight at Mo Lin. Mo Lin hastily raised his arm to block, but the defense shattered on impact, shattered like earth and stone under a battering ram. He was blasted through the air, blood spraying as he fell, staining the ground a deep red. Father! Uncle Mo Lin! The Mo family heirs cried out in shock and rushed forward to catch him. But the lingering force overwhelmed them, throwing them to the ground alongside the injured man amid screams of pain. Lu Fan withdrew his fist calmly, heart soaring with joy. The bottleneck that had plagued him for a month or more was finally broken by Mo Lin's assault. In truth, he had secretly stepped into the second stage of inner gang long ago during the journey back, though outsiders still thought he was at the first. Now surging further, he was genuinely inner gang third stage. Coupled with the power boost from his Dragon Clan bloodskin, he felt no fear even against a typical 9th stage inner gang expert, let alone Mo Lin at 7th stage. Retreat, retreat. Lu Fan, just you wait. Mo Yunfei's face was twisted with rage and sorrow, but he dared not continue fighting. Though he had also just broken into inner gang and had been confident moments ago, witnessing Mo Lin's crushing defeat showed him the vast gap between himself and Lu Fan. Supporting the badly hurt Mo Lin, they fled in disarray. Haha, that's all the Mo family has got. Bring out your patriarch Mo Tianlai, you're nowhere near us. Get lost, or you might get kicked where it hurts. Lu family heirs jeered loudly, their voices harsh in the air. Seeing the Mo family retreat, Lu Tiangang hurried over to pick up Lu Fan's heavy sword lying on the ground. But the moment his fingers touched the hilt, his face drained of color. The pitch-black sword felt as heavy as a mountain, impossible to lift even with all his strength. 2 other clan brothers joined, and the 3 strained together, barely moving the blade's tip an inch, all of them gasping for breath. So that's how Lu Fan has been fighting all along with such a heavy sword. Their eyes met in awe and disbelief. Lu Fan approached calmly, grabbed the sword's hilt with one hand, and effortlessly lifted the massive blade, sliding it smoothly back into his sheath. The Lu family members gazed at him with admiration pouring from their eyes. Let's head back, he said simply, his tone calm but filled with undeniable resolve. Yes. Lu Tiangang and the others eagerly nodded, flanking him as they hurried toward the clan estate. The joy of his breakthrough roiled inside Lu Fan's chest, but soon his expression darkened again. While he was here, he could protect these clan brothers. But what if he left? Looking down at their excited faces beside him, he quietly made up his mind it was time to help the other Lu family heirs level up as well. Back at the Lu family estate, the first thing Lu Fan saw was Xiao He running around the courtyard. When he came back, Xiao He immediately leapt onto his shoulder. The front gate stood wide open, and Lu Tiangang and the others were running around excitedly, spreading the news of Lu Fan's victory over Mo Lin throughout the mansion. Relatives came rushing in upon hearing the news, cheers rising again and again in the courtyard. Their admiration nearly elevated young Lu Fan to the status of a legend. After all, those capable of defeating Mo Lin, the prodigy of the Mo family, were few and far between across Jianglan City. Before long, Lu Haoran and Lu Hao also arrived at the backyard in a hurry. Lu Haoran's eyes were sharp, and his voice low but urgent. Lu Fan, you really defeated Mo Lin? Lu Fan nodded lightly. He's completely unharmed? No tricks used at all? Lu Hao pressed further. Lu Fan nodded again. Just you alone? Lu Fan shrugged helplessly and replied, yes, just me. The father and son exchanged a glance, both drawing in a sharp breath simultaneously. After a moment, Lu Haoran threw his head back and laughed heartily. I can already imagine the expressions on the faces of the Mo family. With a genius like you emerging from the Lu family, they're probably losing sleep over it. Then he collected himself, his tone solemn. Lu Fan, tell me, what level have you reached now? NEI Gang 3rd tier. Excellent. Lu Haoran couldn't help but pound the table in excitement. At your age, to have cultivated to this extent, there are only a handful in Donghua Prefecture who can match you. The family will rise. The family will rise. Lu Hao shared the joy but also harbored greater expectations each time his son returned from seclusion. He brought surprises, and he longed to see those surprises continue until Lu Fan truly became someone extraordinary. After the brief celebration, Lu Fan composed himself. Father, grandfather, today on the arena I noticed some issues. Without me, Lu Tiangang and the others would probably struggle badly against the Mo family's disciples. Lu Haoran nodded, his expression serious. True. The Mo family has hired Qi refined practitioners, and their younger generation's cultivation levels have generally increased by 1 tier. Aside from you, the younger generation of the Lu family is indeed hard-pressed to compete. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Fan not to worry too much. You just need to enter the martial academy and focus all your efforts on cultivation. Since you can suppress Mo family's main forces, the rest of the contests don't matter much. Lu Fan paused thoughtfully, then suddenly said, actually, I also know one Qi refiner. Lu Haoran responded out of habit, then suddenly looked up sharply. What did you say? Lu Hao even sprang to his feet. Lu Fan, you know a Qi refiner? Who? He seemed to recall something, slapping his palm heavily. Could it be that iron-faced Qi refiner who set up a stall selling body-tempering pills in Jianglan City a year ago? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Fan smiled and nodded. Father, good memory. That's the one, the iron-faced Qi refiner. Lu Haoran took a deep breath and lowered his voice. How is your relationship with him? Could you ask him for help? Lu Fan considered carefully, then answered earnestly. Our relationship is very good. I'm really good. Lu Haoran understood and burst into loud laughter. I see. No wonder you soared so high. This iron-faced Qi refiner played no small part. Our Lu family's younger generation is truly lucky to have such an encounter. Then he composed himself and asked the question on everyone's mind. Does this Qi refiner have a rank? As long as a Qi refiner has rank, they can forge pills, making them highly sought after. A Qi refiner without a rank is like a martial artist who hasn't yet developed his inner strength, just an apprentice, really nothing special. Lu Fan thought about his own situation and said frankly, I definitely have a rank, but am not exactly sure what grade. He wasn't being modest. Judging by his internal energy, he would roughly qualify as a third-grade Qi refiner, but he still wasn't skilled enough to refine a genuine third-grade pill after all. He had only recently broken through to the third layer and needed much more practice. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoran's eyes lit up. Having a rank is good enough. Lu Fan, can you ask that iron-faced Qi refiner to craft a pill for the Lu family? Of course, no problem, Lu Fan replied without hesitation. It's just that the herbs are a bit scarce. Herbs? We have plenty. Lu Haoran grinned broadly and raised his hand to command. Lu Hao, bring all the best herbs. Then go to the treasure vault to pick out some top-quality treasures. By Qi refiners' conventions, one pill, one spirit herb, one treasure. Lu Haoran admitted he wasn't really familiar with the rules. But Lu Fan quickly waved his hand. No need for spirit herbs or treasures. He doesn't like strangers around. He'll just bring the herbs over. We're close. No need for formalities. He was joking. Himself was the so-called iron-faced Qi refiner. Taking his grandfather along would only blow their cover. Lu Haoran frowned. No matter how close you are, we have to show some respect. What if he thinks we're being rude? I want to come with you and invite him here. That way, we show sincerity. Lu Fan hurried to explain. Grandpa, he's a strange man. If he wanted to come, he would have already. No amount of treasures will persuade him. It's all about mutual affinity. Just trust me this once, let me go alone. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a look. Lu Haoran sighed and nodded reluctantly. Okay, but remember, don't pressure him. We're asking for help, so stay humble. Don't worry, Lu Fan promised repeatedly. Then Lu Haoran led Lu Fan to gather the herbs. Before long, Lu Hao delivered the finest herbs from the estate, enough to fill half the courtyard. Lu Haoran inspected them minutely, discarding any with even slightly damaged leaves or edges. He even invited 2 shopkeepers to carefully re-examine every herb to ensure perfection before letting Lu Fan choose. Lu Fan picked out a few samples, but, since his father was watching, he couldn't put them in his ring right away. Instead, he wrapped the herbs into a large bundle and slung it over his shoulder as he headed out. Still uneasy, Lu Haoran prepared a carriage and personally escorted Lu Fan out of the city, all the way to the foot of the western mountains. After repeated reminders, he finally returned. Watching the carriage tracks disappear in the distance, Lu Fan let out a long sigh and softly complained to the little black creature on his shoulder. If I had known, I would have just collected the herbs myself. No need to make such a fuss. But the little black beast only busied itself digging into the bundle and soon pulled out an herb to chew on eagerly. After just a couple of bites, Xiao He spat out the herbs, making a face as if the taste was unbearable. Lu Fan chuckled and bent down to pat its head. Wild beasts usually grow stronger by eating herbs. They'd be glad if someone fed them. But you, spoiled by easy meals, won't even touch the good stuff when it's right there. Saying that, he gathered all the herbs from the ground back into his ring and strode up the mountain path. The roar of a waterfall echoed in the distance, a white curtain of water cascading down the cliff face. Lu Fan stepped carefully on the slippery stone steps and returned to the waterfall's edge. Wu Chen stood there with his hands behind his back, watching the mist, and asked, "You're here? Let's start your training." Lu Fan walked forward and took out the herbs one by one, neatly laying them on a stone. "Master, I'm not training today. I want to make some pills for the family first." Wu Chen squinted, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "You wouldn't have told your family you're a refining Qi practitioner, would you? If I had, I wouldn't be hiding out on the mountain making pills." Lu Fan shrugged, and then took out a deep green refining fire cauldron. "Good, don't say anything then. What are you planning to refine?" "Pills to help the family's fighters boost their strength, consolidation pills." He spread the full set of herbs on the ground. Lu Fan didn't have many pill formulas suitable for fighters. The consolidation pill was one of them. He had taken it years ago and found it effective. Wu Chen mostly taught formulas that increase elemental energy, which weren't very useful for fighters, so this common consolidation pill was the best choice. Any level of refining Qi practitioner could make it, but the quality varied greatly. If Wu Chen made it, fighters at the Heavenly Gang realm would compete for it. For Lu Fan, It might only satisfy those at the inner gang realm, but that was enough. Consolidation pills are good. Wu Chun smiled lightly, stepping back a bit. Come here, I'll guide you. Clearly, Wu Chun preferred teaching him pill refining over martial arts. She wasn't much help with fighting, but was an expert in alchemy. Lu Fan took a deep breath and flicked his fingers. A flame suddenly leapt into his palm. Now, he could replicate Wu Chen's ancient pill refining technique. More than 10 herbs hovered suspended, lifted by the power of wind. With a slight thought, the fire quickly wrapped around the herbs, roasting, breaking down, and removing dross. Blue-white flames danced in the air. This method demanded precise control over the 5 elements. Luckily, Lu Fan was no novice, and refining over a dozen herbs at once was effortless. The herbs crumbled continuously, turning into powder as fine as dust, gathered into a ball by the wind. Lu Fan then pulled in water from heaven and earth like thin threads, mixing it evenly into the powder. Since this was his first time refining consolidation pills, he was especially cautious. Not enough water, add a bit more, Wu Chen said calmly. Lu Fan nodded slightly and added a few drops. The powder finally turned a light green, just as he remembered. He shook the powder into the cauldron, then activated his energy. The talisman engravings on the cauldron wall lit up, and the flames cooled from fierce red to gentle warmth, beginning the long process of slow refining. Time passed quietly. After an hour, a crisp ding rang out, and a round pill bounced from the cauldron's mouth. Its surface shone with a glossy luster and gave off a fresh fragrance. Lu Fan caught it with a grin that couldn't be hidden. A good start. The quality looks decent. Wu Chen nodded. Not bad. Keep going. Earlier the powder was a bit short, and 2 herbs were overcooked. You'll need to fine-tune the heat and water. Lu Fan carefully stored the pill in a jade vial, nodded seriously, and resumed refining. For the rest of the time, the flames in the cauldron never died down. The waterfall mist steamed in the heat, and the pill fragrance drifted through the valley. One consolidation pill after another quickly came off the line. After a full day and night, more than 100 concentration pills were successfully completed. With increasing skill, Lu Fan's movements grew smoother, and by the second half, he worked almost continuously without pause. When he placed the last pill into a small jade-white bottle, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. These 100-plus concentration pills would not only significantly strengthen the Lu family's power, but also leave some in reserve. Wu Chun had stood by attentively the entire time, his gaze focused until Lu Fan finally extinguished the furnace fire. Only then did he turn and return to his own cultivation. After observing so closely for a day and a night, he was completely reassured. His disciple's talent for alchemy was impressive, steady, and precise, leaving no reason to worry about mistakes. Nearby, Xiaohei was bouncing on the ground, mouth wide open like a greedy little rascal. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. You're such a glutton, always wanting to taste everything. You'll end up swallowing poison someday. Though teasing, he flicked a concentration pill toward him. The moment the pill entered Xiaohei's mouth, his bones cracked and muscles visibly swelled, quickly growing noticeably larger. Excited, he exhaled a wisp of black flame. Scorching the ground beneath. This fire was noticeably stronger than before. Sensing his power surging, Xiaohei ran circles around Lu Fan excitedly before pausing, looking up with clear, eager eyes. But Lu Fan snapped the bottle shut with a click. You can't eat too many pills. One is enough for today. Let the medicine fully absorb first. Hearing this, Xiaohei bowed his head and drooped his ears, looking disappointed. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. At this rate, he might really raise him into a giant beast. After securing the pills, he packed all the bottles into his bag, bid his master farewell, and set off straight for Jianglin City. Just as he reached the Lu family estate gate, he saw his father, Lu Hao, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Lu Fan, he hurried over. How's the pill refinement? All finished and brought back. Lu Fan patted the bag. Lu Hao let out a hearty laugh. Good. Come on in. Your grandfather hasn't slept all night and posted himself here at dawn. Father and son entered the estate side by side. Lu Hao first instructed the guards to report in. Hearing this, the guards dashed off as if swept by the wind. Before reaching the backyard, Lu Fan spotted his grandfather, Lu Haoran, rushing toward him in urgency. Grabbing him by the arm, he lowered his voice. The pills brought back? How many? About 100. Lu Haoran's expression instantly brightened as he slapped Lu Fan's shoulder 3 times. Mr. Iron Face, you've done well. Lu Fan nodded in response. He had stayed up the entire night to complete these pills. Luckily, his strong constitution meant enduring another couple of nights like this wouldn't be a problem. After confirming the courtyard was clear, Lu Haoran dismissed the onlookers and gestured for Lu Fan to take out the pills. Lu Fan unwrapped the bundle, revealing rows of jade bottles, causing both Lu Hao and Lu Haoran to visibly brighten with excitement. Opening a small vial, Lu Hao took out the pills and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the strength concentrating pill?" A faint light filtered through the window lattice, casting a glow over the pills resting quietly in his palm. Each was about the size of a knuckle, smooth and lustrous. Lu Fan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. These are the strength concentrating pills, 125 in total, 5 per vial. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Lu Hao clicked his tongue in admiration, pulling out another pill for a closer look. Much higher quality than the one I gave you last time. Seems Mr. Iron Face is no mere first-rank alchemist, at least second rank or above. Our Lu family is lucky indeed. Standing nearby, Lu Haoran stroked his beard and smiled. All thanks to Lu Fan, he said before pushing a wooden box toward Lu Fan. Take half for yourself. The family will keep the other half. Lu Fan shook his head. These strength-concentrating pills won't help me much. You guys keep them all. He spoke honestly. His own pills were crafted by Master Wu Chun and far superior, several tiers above these. Besides, these power-boosting pills are most effective when taken for the first time. Repeated use yields diminishing returns. Unless he trained up to internal 8th or 9th layers and refined hundreds more at once for a breakthrough, it would be a waste. Lu Haoran suddenly understood. True, you have a close relationship with Mr. Iron Face and must have already taken better pills. No wonder your progress has been so fast, leaving others far behind. He finally reasoned it out to his satisfaction. Lu Fan touched his nose and nodded silently without adding more. Seeing his approval, Lu Haoran smiled wider. In that case, the family will keep all these pills. Lu Fan, please thank Mr. Iron Face for me. If he has any future requests, no Lu family members will refuse. Lu Fan cupped his hands. I will definitely convey your message. Father, grandfather, why don't you try some pills first? They should greatly benefit your cultivation. Just what I was thinking. Lu Haoran immediately popped one into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, sending a warm current flowing through his body. Closing his eyes, faint mist appeared around his skin. Moments later, he opened them, a bright light shining in his gaze. The pill's power is strong. Even for an old guy like me at the 9th internal layer, it's beneficial. I feel like I could break into the external layer at any moment. Lu Hao perked up and did the same. Soon, a similar mist rose beneath his skin. He couldn't help but praise, great pill. I underestimated it. Mr. Iron Face must be at least a 3rd-rank alchemist, definitely 3rd rank or higher. Hearing such high praise, Lu Fan was quietly pleased but kept his expression steady. Lu Haoran grabbed another bottle and solemnly distributed instructions. Lu Hao, Lu Fan, am likely to enter seclusion for a while, hoping to use this chance to break through to the external layer directly. You're in charge of these pills now, but don't use them all, save some for emergencies. Each legitimate family branch may receive 1 pill. For other branches with strong cultivation and talent, you can distribute accordingly. He spoke earnestly before raising his hand to signal the end. Beyond that, manage things as you see fit. Lu Hao responded softly, and Lu Haoran then looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, this is for you first. The elder reached into his pocket and slowly took out a ring, entirely black. As he loosened his fingers, the ring landed steadily, yet sharply on the table. The character Lu, engraved on its surface, caught the light, emitting a cold gleam. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, his expression tinged with surprise. Grandfather, what is this? A faint smile appeared on Lu Haoran's lips, his voice carrying a solemn tone. This is the family head's token. It was originally meant for your father, but he thinks it holds more value in your hands. Take it to her family's responsibilities cannot be shirked. Lu Fan received it with both hands. As his fingertips touched the ring, a chill pierced deep into his soul. Immediately, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy responding, strands of pure essence weaving gently around him like fine threads. Lu Hao watched this with growing amusement. Don't underestimate this ring. It's a fragment taken from a mysterious, wondrous stone, capable of accelerating cultivation speed. Your grandfather paid a great price to polish it into the family's token. Now it's passed to you, guard it carefully. Lu Fan nodded solemnly and slid the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. Having done all this, Lu Haoran straightened his sleeves and stood, his voice calm and composed. I've given you everything that's meant for you. The future of the Lu family depends on you both. I am about to enter seclusion. If I can't emerge, Lu Hao, you will act as family head. And when Lu Fan grows strong enough, you will pass it to him. With you too, the Lu family will not decline. With that, the elder clasped his hands behind his back and walked away briskly, even humming a tuneless song. Watching their grandfather's retreating figure, Lu Fan felt uneasy and whispered, Father, will grandfather be all right? Lu Hao withdrew his gaze, his tone steady but grave. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Breaking through is always risky, and the older you are, the harsher the backlash. But he's only breaking through to the outer gang realm, not stepping onto the pinnacle of martial path to challenge fate itself. The chances of success are still high. We just have to wait for news. Lu Fan frowned. Isn't there any way to reduce the risk? Maybe I could ask Mr. Iron Face to brew some pills? Lu Hao shook his head. We've troubled him once already. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask again. Besides, pills that can ease breakthrough backlash are probably beyond even Mr. Iron Face's skill. Even if he could make them, the required ingredients aren't all available in Jianglin City. Focus on your own cultivation. This stage must be faced sooner or later. Lu Fan pressed his lips, understanding his father was right, but still unable to hide his worry. He silently hoped their grandfather's seclusion would end in success. Seeing his son's low spirits, Lu Hao put away a jade bottle and patted his shoulder. Come on, let's distribute pills to the promising young disciples. After today, those Mo family brats won't have any chance to cause us trouble again. First, give one to Lu Tiangang and have him challenge Mo Hai again. Can you guess their reaction when they find out the Lu family has chi cultivators backing us? Imagining the scene, Lu Fan managed a faint smile. They'll probably be so angry steam comes out of their ears and they want nowhere to sit or stand. Just as I like it. Lu Hao laughed loudly. Counting on his fingers, the pills go like this. One for Lu Ming, one for Lu Feng, and one for Lu Tiangang. Lu Fan looked up toward the sky as a flock of birds took flight from the rooftops. One day later, at the Mo family estate, as Mo Tian stepped out of seclusion and entered the main hall, he immediately saw Mo Lin and Mo Yunfei standing with their heads lowered, their faces so dark they looked as if they could drip water. After just 2 days of retreat, such a disgrace had erupted at home. His voice thundered through the room. I was only gone for a short, minor cultivation, and yet something this humiliating happened. None of you even reported it. Now the entire Zhonglin city is talking Mo Lin, a prestigious inner gang level 7, actually lost to Lu Fan, who only recently started training gang energy. As he finished, he slammed his palm down on the nearby 8 Immortals table. The solid wood shattered into splinters, which scattered in the sunlight. Mo Lin's shoulder trembled as he murmured, Mo Lin is incompetent. I have disappointed father, the head of the family. Silence. Mo Tian waved him off impatiently, then turned his gaze to Mo Yunfei. You tell me what had exactly happened? Mo Yunfei glanced briefly at Mo Lin, then recounted the entire bout on the arena stage in a deep voice. When he reached the moment Lu Fan and Mo Lin exchanged fists, Mo Tian suddenly turned sharply and fixed Mo Lin with a piercing look. Your so-called little destruction fist couldn't beat his technique? The Lu family doesn't have any renowned martial arts. What exactly did he use? Mo Lin swallowed nervously, voice hoarse. It was the little destruction fist. Say that again. Mo Tian stepped forward aggressively. Am not mistaken, Mo Lin gritted his teeth. It really was the little destruction fist. And his movements seemed to incorporate the power of the flaming golden body technique. Mo Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He stared so intently at his son, wishing he could detect a lie, but the resolute expression left no room for doubt. He drew a deep, cold breath. To defeat an inner gang level 7 right after entering inner gang. To practice a fragmented manual and surpass the original technique. What kind of monster is Lu Fan? I suspect he must have a master guiding him behind the scenes. Very likely, Mo Lin nodded. When he returned this time, he carried a heavy sword on his back. When I fought him, I felt that sword wasn't ordinary. First teach the technique, then grant the weapon. This is exactly how a master trains his disciple, Mo Tian sighed. The Lu family couldn't possibly produce a genius like this. Standing nearby, Mo Yunfei clenched his teeth, jealousy and frustration roiling in his chest. Someone as useless as Lu Fan could attract a master's favor and rise at once, while he, confident in his own talent, never caught such an opportunity. Yet what he did not realize was that most of Lu Fan's strength came from relentless hard work. Weaklings only envy the glory of the strong without ever seeing the blood, sweat, and solitude behind it. As they were discussing, sudden loud commotion erupted outside the courtyard gate, growing louder and more irritating. Mo Tian frowned deeply and ordered Mo Yunfei, go see what's going on. Ever since we got those pills, everyone's been forgetting the rules. Looks like they need to be taught a lesson. Mo Lin silently nodded. Mo Yunfei hurried out of the hall and shortly returned with Mo Hai, whose face was very grave. Mo Yunfei looked extremely displeased. If it weren't a serious matter, he wouldn't want to disturb Mo Tian with news right now. But it had already come to this point. If they hid it, the guilt would be even greater when grandfather found out later. Mo Hai's face was bruised, with blood streaked beneath his nose, looking every bit like someone returning from a defeat. The courtyard gate creaked open as he staggered over the threshold, his clothes still dust-streaked. The noon sun blazed down on the Mo family's training ground, and a smear of fresh red blood at his chin slowly dried. Hearing the noise, Mo Tian looked up, fury instantly flaring in his eyes as he growled like distant thunder. Mo Hai, where on earth have you gotten into trouble this time? Mo Hai nervously rubbed his hands together, stammering, Tu didn't mean to cause trouble, it was Lu Tiangang from the Lu family. The word he stuck in his throat, twisting around but never coming out. Mo Tian raised an eyebrow sharply. What about him? Didn't you knock him down? That question made Mo Hai shudder. His shoulders trembled as he looked down and mumbled awkwardly, Master, to be honest, I never even landed a hit on him. Our brothers were all beaten by those bastards from the Lu family. Mo Tian froze for a moment. Then his face darkened as he shouted thunderously. What did you say? Are those pills just worthless then? A wave of anger hit like a storm, pushing Mo Hai backward. ears ringing. He hurried to explain, Master, after taking the pills we should have been unbeatable against Lu Tiangang's group. If it weren't for Lu Fan stepping in last time, I would have. Mid-sentence, Mo Yunfei, standing nearby, shot him a fierce glare, bringing up that incident only made Grandpa angrier earlier. Realizing this, Mo Hai quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Mo Tian's eyes blazed with fury. Go on. If they really couldn't beat you before, what happened this time? Lu Fan showed up again. Has he nothing better to do than hassle you every day? Mo Hai shook his head, voice barely above a whisper. No, Lu Fan wasn't there. Then was it Lu Ming? Mo Tian pressed. No, Mo Hai swallowed hard. No one helped them this time. But it was like Lu Tiangang's group had all taken pills to their cultivation levels suddenly jumped an entire rank. Their strength was even greater than ours. That's why we lost so badly. The last words, almost inaudible. What did you say? Mo Tian staggered as if struck by lightning. They all leveled up too? Mo Hai nodded desperately. Mo Tian's face turned ashen, pacing back and forth, his beard trembling with anger. Impossible. The Lu family can't have access to pill alchemists. It's absolutely impossible. His agitated footsteps clattered erratically on the stone slabs. Suddenly he spun around and ordered Mo Yunfei. Mo Yunfei, quickly bring Zhao Su here. No need to call. I'm already here. A clear voice carried on the breeze. At the gate, Zhao Su stood with his hands behind his back, the hem of his robe fluttering slightly, a smile playing on his lips. So Jianglin City really has a second pill alchemist? Interesting, very interesting. Mo Tian rushed forward eagerly and asked, Brother Zhao Su, do you know who the Lu family's pill alchemist is? Zhao Su shook his head gently. No, but I could pay them a visit. I've been looking for someone to spar with on pill crafting recently. If you're interested, come with me and challenge the Lu family. Their alchemist status will soon be revealed. Mo Tian's eyes lit up, clasping his hands in respect. Brother Zhao, do you think you can win? Zhao Su smiled lightly. I wouldn't boast. But surely Jianglin City can't harbor a second-rank pill alchemist who could rival me. With that, he straightened up and the folds of his robe swayed. Mo Tian laughed heartily, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Excellent. Since you're confident, I'll accompany you. I want to see for myself who the Lu family's alchemist really is. Meanwhile, inside the Lu family compound, the atmosphere was cheerful. Under the cloak of the stone corridor, Lu Fan and his cousin Lu Hao sat cross-legged, savoring tier-R moments of leisure. Today, Lu Fan didn't go up the mountain to cultivate as usual. He wanted to personally observe the effects of the pills he had refined. Outside, Lu Tiangang's boisterous voice echoed, shaking the eaves. That was amazing. I've never enjoyed a fight so much. I wonder if Mo Hai will still dare act cocky around me now? Inside, Lu Fan set down his cup, a pleased gleam flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. The pills had truly worked beyond expectations. Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction clearly. The pills' effects were excellent. Lu Fan, it's been a long time since the two of us sat down to have a proper talk. There's something I want to ask you. Lu Hao set down his teacup, his gaze serious. What is it? Lu Fan looked up. Your martial cultivation is progressing steadily. Someday, you'll surpass everyone in the Lu family. Lu Hao said gently, but with hope. Do you intend to return and become the head of the Lu family, managing things here? Or do you want to venture out and focus solely on your martial training? Lu Fan thought for a moment. I want to focus on my martial training. As long as you're here to lead the family, that's enough. Lu Hao shook his head with a sigh. How many more years can I hold on? Eventually, it will fall to you. But since your heart is set on martial arts, that's fine. Let the family's troubles wait for now. If you truly become a martial arts master, maybe you can bring the Lu family to Donghua City, or even Whooping City. Lu Fan smiled, his tone resolute. I will work hard. While I live, the family will be under my protection. You know, Lu Hao smiled too, his eyes full of relief. I used to worry about you. Even if you succeeded in martial arts, I feared you might hate the family because of your past, or resent our people. But now I see I was overthinking it. You're more open-minded and magnanimous than I imagined, the kind of spirit a true martial artist should have. I believe you will achieve greatness. Lu Fan nodded lightly, thinking to himself, I don't hate the family because I have you, father. All the words unspoken between us turned into a meaningful smile, shared in silence. Just then, a booming voice thundered down from above. I am Zhao Su, a second-rank Qi refiner from the Martial Arts Academy. Lu family Qi refiners, dare you come out and spar with me in alchemy? The sound rolled in on fierce winds, shaking the pillars of the courtyard. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. The way the voice carried through the winds practiced this too. No mistake about it. Lu Hao's face darkened instantly. He sprang to his feet and roared, a furious tiger's bellow shaking the yard. How dare you provoke the Lu family? Are you looking for death? His shout clashed with the voice from above. The reputation of Jianglin City's gang tiger was no exaggeration. The Lu family's young disciples swarmed to the gate. Outside stood Zhao Su holding a small flaming cauldron, flanked by disciples of the Mo family. Zhao Su called out again. Alchemical sparring is an age-old tradition. Are Lu family Qi refiners really afraid of a lowly second rank like me? Lu Hao's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Damn it. These MO family chi refiners have the nerve to come here and provoke us. Let me go punch him, let's see if he's still so arrogant. Lu Fan reached out to hold his father back. No. Though he's second rank, who knows how many helpers he is lurking. Chi refiners are not to be underestimated. Lu Hao took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Are we just going to let him shout at our gate like this? Lu Fan's voice was calm but firm. Father, steady the situation. They'll find the Iron Skull Chi refiner and ask for his help. Since this is a spar between Chi refiners, he'll be interested in battling with alchemy. All right. Lu Hao agreed. You take the back entrance, he'll go out the front. Like the wind, Lu Fan slipped out the back door and landed in a secluded corner. He drew from his ring a cold iron skull mask and black robe, quickly putting them on. A duel of alchemy, huh? Who's afraid? At the main gate of the Lu family estate, Lu Hao stormed out, his eyes scanning sharply before finally resting on Emotion. Old Ghost Emo, you and your clan have blocked the entrance to my Lu family's home. Are you trying to start a war with us? His voice was cold, without a shred of courtesy. Emotion smiled lightly and raised a hand in a calming gesture, showing no sign of anger on his face. Nephew Lu Hao, you take it too seriously. I'm here today just to watch a pill refining duel. It's been years since any Qi practitioners have clashed in Jianglan City, so I brought the Mo family's younger generation to have a look. Rest assured, we won't cause trouble or make a fuss. He abruptly turned and barked. All Mo family members, listen up. No loud noise at the Lu gate, and no fighting with anyone from the Lu family. Anyone who violates this will be punished by family law. Yes, sir. The crisp response was so loud it could have scared children playing a street away into tears. Lu Hao's face grew colder. And you call this not making a fuss? Old Ghost Mo, if you're standing outside my gate, what kind of pill duel are you trying to have? Emotion chuckled, spreading his hands. Nephew Lu Hao, you and I both know the Mo family doesn't cultivate Qi arts, so how could we claim to refine pills? The real duel is about this young man from the martial academy named Zhao Su. He heard your family has a Qi practitioner and came to seek instruction. We're merely spectators. Only then did Lu Hao's gaze fall on the young man standing nearby. Zhao Su had his hands behind his back and wore an expression of cold indifference. Lu Hao's voice dropped low. Qi practitioner Zhao Su, there are plenty of places to duel. Why choose the Lu estate's gate? Isn't that just a provocation? Zhao Su seemed not to hear the hostility beneath the words. His tone was calm, but carried an innate arrogance. Qi practitioners don't care about venues. When the person, the cauldron, and the pills are ready, the duel begins. Master Lu, won't you invite your Qi practitioner? It would be shameful if people think you're afraid to fight. Feeling ignored, Lu Hao clenched his fists in frustration, but forced himself to remain composed. Qi practitioner Zhao Su, where did you hear that my family has won? Don't be a pawn for others. Zhao Su glanced at him sideways, a faint smile curling his lips. Where the news comes from is none of your business. Then he closed his eyes, exuding an arrogant air as if Lu Hao were invisible. Seeing this, Emotion added fuel to the fire. Lu Hao, standing here won't solve anything. Are you really going to use brute force to chase away a Qi practitioner? Better bring out your expert soon, or people may really think the Lu family is cowardly. His words clearly provoked Lu Hao. If Lu Hao acted rashly, he would make a mortal enemy of a Qi practitioner, which for the Lu family would be like pouring oil on the fire. After all, a Qi practitioner's revenge is far more terrifying than that of a normal warrior. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. Cloaked in black robes, an iron-cold mask covering his face, his footsteps steady as a mountain. The smile on Emotion's face instantly vanished. Mo Lin, standing behind him, turned pale with shock. It was him. At that moment, Zhao Su opened his eyes wide, sharply sensing the Qi aura that was on par with, if not stronger than, his own. The Lu family really did have a Qi practitioner above second rank. He whirled around, staring intently at the cold iron mask, wishing he could see through it to the person beneath. Seeing the figure, Lu Hao's expression immediately steadied, a smile of relief spreading across his face as he hurried forward. Mr. Iron Mask, my apologies. Before he could finish speaking, the man wearing the black iron mask raised a hand slightly to stop him. Beneath the mask, it was Lu Fan. He deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a hoarse, clipped tone. No trouble. I happen to be itching for some action anyway, so we'll spar a few rounds with him. A fresh breeze swirled around him as he took a step forward, leaping several paces at once. The soles of his boots skimmed the green stone steps, and in an instant he stood before Zhao Su. Lu Fan avoided exchanging pleasantries with Lu Hao, fearing his voice might reveal his identity. Too many words could cause mistakes, and silence was safest. So he turned his back on Lu Hao and stood squarely before the Lu family estate gate, facing Zhao Su from about a dozen feet away. Zhao Zu's eyes flickered with amusement. So you're the Lu family's alchemist? May I know your name? Iron Mask. Lu Fan replied with only 2 words, then growled sharply, cut the small talk. Since you came to duel in alchemy, let's pick the type, literary or martial. His year of apprenticeship had taught him well the rules among alchemists. 1. Literary duel. Both sides each refine a single pill. Victory goes to the one with the higher grade and perfecting rate. 2. Martial duel. Refining pills while fighting, comparing both alchemy skill and combat techniques. One can even defeat the opponent outright and then finish the pill at leisure. Across the entire continent, these two methods settled disputes for alchemists. Because they were rare and precious individuals, alchemists usually shared a tacit understanding. Except in cases of deep blood vendettas, lethal force was rarely used to leave some room to retreat. So we can meet again someday was a common principle. Zhao Su folded his arms, his expression calm and confident. Let's do a literary duel then, Iron Mask Alchemist. Each of us refines the best pill we can. How does that sound? Despite sensing the other's strength, he remained brimming with self-assurance. Fine. Lu Fan inclined his head slightly, his gravelly voice unwavering. Since it's a pill duel, do you have a wager? A wager, as the name suggests, is the bet at stake. Alchemists never staked money. Instead, they placed pill formulas, rare ingredients, or finished pills on the line. Using worldly wealth as a wager would invite scorn from peers. Zhao Su knew the rules well. Smiling faintly, he slowly pulled a palm-sized jade vial from his chest pouch. Of course there's a wager. How about one 5-elements pill? The vial was crystal clear and semi-translucent, its walls refracting colors like a spectrum. When the stopper was removed, a rich, potent spiritual aura escaped, causing anyone nearby to catch their breath. Lu Fan's pupils contracted sharply. The 5-elements pill. This pill directly boosts one's vital energy. Its value surpassed at least 100 concentrated power pills. Not just the finished product, but even its formula and ingredients were treasures rarely seen by low-rank alchemists. Lu Fan had painstakingly gathered herbs, but still hadn't completed the formula. He hadn't expected Zhao Su to produce one so easily. Noticing Lu Fan's astonishment, Zhao Zu's lips curved upward in a grin. For low-grade alchemists, the allure of this pill was nearly irresistible. He deliberately raised the stakes to force his opponent to reveal his hand. Now that he had shown the 5-elements pill, there was no way Lu Fan could use anything ordinary. Taking the initiative to unsettle the enemy was a tactic he relied on time and again. Alchemy demanded calm and steady focus. Any distraction would drastically reduce success rates. If he could rattle his opponent's composure, everything would be under control. And if Lu Fan couldn't match the 5-elements pill's worth, that would be even better for him. Zhao Su didn't mind taking a moment to humiliate this iron-faced guy before the pill-refining duel. Across from him, Lu Fan slightly lowered his head in thought, then pulled out a small jade vial about an inch tall from his robe. He shook it gently, and an intense, metallic blood scent instantly filled the air. Iron-faced Chi warrior, what is that you're holding? Zhao Su sneered loudly, deliberately covering his nose. That smell doesn't resemble any pill at all. Could it be you just grabbed some random stuff to bluff me? Lu Fan's tone remained calm, unshaken by the provocation. You've already taken out the 5-elements pill. Of course, I wouldn't bring ordinary ingredients. This is refined dragon's blood. You don't need me to tell you its worth. Dragon's blood? Zhao Zu's original smirk froze as shock flashed across his face. Lu Fan popped the vial's cork, and the blood aura grew even stronger. Zhao Su clenched his excitement, closed his eyes, and inhaled cautiously. The scent matched the descriptions in ancient texts exactly, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Fan resealed the vial and casually set it aside. In fact, he had more of this precious material stored, but his master had repeatedly warned him never to reveal it lightly, always to keep it divided into small bottles to avoid attracting envy or trouble. Shall we begin? Lu Fan asked evenly. Zhao Su took a deep breath, forcing down his shock, and replied in a low voice, begin. With that, he flipped his hand and threw out a small fire cauldron about the size of a palm. He shouted, start. A sharp hiss sounded as flames flared, and the cauldron rapidly expanded until it was as tall as a person. Its body gleamed fiery gold with shifting patterns, and its ability to contract and expand at will drew awe from the onlookers. Though only a second-rank Chi cultivator, Zhao Zu's secret was this flame cauldron allowing him to refine third-rank pills. He glanced smugly at Lu Fan, only to see his opponent produce an ancient, rustic black cauldron. With a loud boom, that black cauldron rapidly grew in midair, swelling to 5 times a person's arm span and nearly 10 feet tall, visually dominating Zhao Zu's fiery cauldron. Lu Fan didn't mean to show off. This size simply suited the pill he was about to refine. Then, with a flick to his storage ring, a torrent of medicinal herbs cascaded out like a waterfall straight into the black cauldron. Seeing him toss in whole plants without grinding them into powder was a first for Zhao Su, leaving him stunned. Quickly snapping back to focus, Zhao Su raised his left palm, summoning Crimson True Fire, while his right hand produced 3 bright red herbs that floated from his waist to spin and burn before him. The swirling combination of fire, wind, and herbs fascinated the growing crowd. Along both sides of the street, on rooftops and treetops, more and more figures gathered. Even residents who hadn't known about the duel came to crowd around the Lu family's gate, filling the area completely. Wow, this is what refining pills looks like. The herbs are floating, and there are fire tornadoes. Who do you think will win, most chi user or lose? People in the outer circle whispered excitedly, while those from the Mo and Lu families inside the ring held their breath, eyes fixed tightly on the two enormous cauldrons. Lu Fan closed his eyes calmly in front of his cauldron. True fire and steam swirled in his palm, controlling the heat with precision like a fine thread. Meanwhile, Zhao Su worked hard, crushing herbs into fine, pure powder. The three red herbs soon became refined powder, which he flicked into the fire cauldron. Seeing Lu Fan's steady composure, Zhao Su sneered, "You're doomed to lose. My Crimson Flame triple pill is a top-grade, third-rank pill. There's no way you'll lose to you." As he spoke, he suddenly intensified the flames, pouring in his energy without restraint, forcing the refining speed to accelerate. The cauldron rumbled, and the aroma of herbs filled the air. The final step, the pill condensation. Snap! A bright red pill shot from the mouth of the fiery cauldron, and Zhao Zu's face instantly lit up with confident triumph. Done. At the same moment, a low hum began inside Lu Fan's black cauldron. Then, the pill popped out. Both of them nearly finished refining their pills at the same time. The radiance suddenly faded, and a rich fragrance of elixir filled the air. Zhao Zu's eyebrows twitched slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. The other's unconventional, almost rebellious refining method, unheard of by outsiders, had actually produced a pill. Yet he quickly suppressed his astonishment. Winning was what mattered most. He stepped forward, fingers spread wide, revealing a pill in his palm glowing fiery red with faint scale-like patterns. The Crimson Flame triple pill, Zhao Su said with barely concealed pride. Once ingested, it forms 3 layers of flame armor around the body. Against attacks below the outer realm, it can block exactly 3 hits. Whether martial artists or chi refiners, anyone can use it. A third-grade pill with nearly a life-saving effect stirred the crowd's emotions. Emotion instinctively clenched his fist tightly in a life-or-death duel. 3 moves often decided the outcome. Being able to block 3 extra hits was an invaluable advantage, whether fighting to the death or fleeing. What's more, this pill was usable even by chi refiners, instantly doubling its worth and elevating it among the very best of third-grade pills. Zhao Zu's confidence stemmed directly from this. Before the crowd could recover, Lu Fan slowly opened his palm, revealing a glossy, multicolored pill resting silently there. The 100 Refinements pill, he said evenly. Its effect can be summed up in 4 words: strengthen root and nourish source. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Su threw back his head laughing loudly. Strengthen root and nourish source. So it just makes you look the same on the outside? If you're not manipulating the 5 elements and channeling yuan qi, I seriously doubt you're a chi refiner. Using such a pill to compete in pill refining? Huh. Your dragon blood pill is as good as mine. His laughter drew cheers from Emotion and others nearby, while the Lu family disciples' faces flushed red and pale in turn. Lu Hao grew anxious beyond words. Using a focus pill would have been stronger than this. Yet Lu Fan's expression remained calm as he continued, "I'm not done." While the 100 Refinements pill primarily strengthens the root and nourishes the source, its effects are clearly evident. For ordinary people, it strengthens muscles and bones and wards off all diseases. For martial artists, it opens the meridians and solidifies their energy. And for chi refiners, the dantian expands, and chi flows naturally from heaven and earth. A sudden intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Zhao Zu's laughter abruptly stopped, his pupils shrinking, voice faltering. "What? Your pill can remodel the dantian? That's impossible. Try it yourself and see if it's possible," Lu Fan said flatly, holding out the pill. Zhao Su took a few steps forward, clutching the Crimson Flame triple pill in his palm until it slightly deformed. He followed the pill recognition method, examining color first, then inhaling its fragrance, finally tasting it, focusing all his attention. The pill sparkled like crystal, its aroma teasing his nostrils. He dipped his fingertip into the powder and placed a bit on his tongue. In the next moment, he closed his eyes to feel. The surrounding noise faded away. Instantly, a gentle, warm current surged in his dantian. His meridians felt as if invisible hands were gently stretching them open, bringing incomparable comfort. Zhao Zu's expression changed drastically as tumultuous waves surged through his heart. The subtle power of just a bit of pill powder at his fingertips was already so astonishing. "Indeed, this is the finest strengthen root and nourish source pill," he murmured to himself. A pill that could comprehensively remodel the body's constitution had far greater value than any single effect pill. Once refined, regardless of the refiner's cultivation, it was indisputably a grade-crossing creation. Even a first-grade chi refiner who could produce it would see the pill's grade jump to level 3 or above. If this pill were to be officially rated, it would probably be around grade 5. Zhao Su suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils swirling with frustration and shock had lost completely and decisively. The hard truth was right before him. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he had to accept that his skills were inferior. What made him most anxious was the pill formula for the 100 refined pill. Thinking back to his earlier arrogance, he found it hard to even bring it up. If there had been no grudge between the two, he would have traded everything just to get that formula, but now, his face pale and flushed in turns, he finally spoke in a low voice. I lost. Iron-faced Chi practitioner, your skill surpasses mine. I fully admit it. Lu Fan smiled at him, silently thinking. At least he still has the basic pride of a Chi practitioner. Chi practitioners have always been proud and quick-tempered, but they never stoop to lying. You lose, you lose, you win, you win. In the audience, Mo Tian and the others turned pale. All the Mo family disciples looked grim. In contrast, the Lu family disciples cheered loudly and mercilessly mocked their opponents. Lu Hao also laughed in agreement. The iron-faced Chi practitioner really is reliable. But in his heart, he wondered why Lu Fan hadn't shown up yet. He had gone to invite him, but the iron-faced Chi practitioner was already here while Lu Fan had vanished. Zhao Su readily handed the 5 elements pill to Lu Fan, then took a deep breath and asked, Iron-faced Chi practitioner, would you be willing to exchange the formula for the 100 refined pill for this pill? Lu Fan's smile was faint and teasing. I can do that. Bring me the formula for a one-yang pill, and I'll trade it to you. Zhao Zu's face immediately flushed dark red. The one-yang pill was a famous Yuan Dan level elixir, at least grade 5 or higher. As a mere grade 2 Chi practitioner, he simply did not have such a formula. Lu Fan clearly used this condition to block his request. The path of pill refining, like cultivation levels, is divided into common pills, Yuan Dan, spirit pills, profound pills, and immortal pills. The one-yang pill was renowned even among Yuan Dan pills, completely out of reach for ordinary Chi practitioners. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Su said, I really don't have the formula for the one-yang pill. How about I exchange some spirit herbs and common pills for your 100 refined pill? That's not impossible, Lu Fan said, lightly shaking his folding fan. If you have more 5 elements pills, then give me 2 more and I'll exchange it for you. At these words, Zhao Zu's expression grew even worse. 2 5 elements pills were worth far more than 100 refined pill. Lu Fan was clearly playing with him. Besides, he didn't have 2 more. Even this one was a gift from his master. Feeling stifled and humiliated, he folded his sleeves to put away the flame fire cauldron and strode away without looking back. Seeing this, Mo Tian had no choice but to follow. The Lu family disciples seized the chance to laugh loudly, hurling abusive insults at the Mo family members. Lu Hao pretended to intervene. Lu Tiangang, mind your manners. Don't call Mo family's head a stray dog. At least he still has a family. If you want to insult him, pick another word. Lu Tiangang and the others nodded in understanding, but the curses didn't stop one bit. The gathered cultivators, seeing the excitement fading, also left in small groups, still talking about today's rare pill refining showdown in the city. Only then did Lu Hao step forward and cup his hands. Mr. Ironface, thank you for your help. Would you mind coming to the Lu residence for a chat? Our humble home is modest, but the wine is decent. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me. I already have the 5 elements pill, right? There's no need to go inside. I have some matters and must take my leave first. If anything happens again in the future, just have Lu Fan come find me. Farewell. After saying that, Lu Fan quickly strode away with a breeze at his feet. Lu Hao watched that figure disappear at the end of the long corridor and murmured, truly the demeanor of a master. I wonder how Lu Fan got acquainted with the iron-faced gentleman. Ah, it's a pity our Lu family doesn't have anything valuable. Otherwise, I could help Lu Fan exchange for that 100 refinement pill. What he didn't realize was that the 100 refinement pill was nothing special in Lu Fan's eyes. Back when Lu Fan trained in the mountains with Wu Chun, the 100 refinement pill was almost a daily treat. The ingredients to make this pill were common, and when Wu Chun taught him alchemy, he started with this pill. Thanks to these pills, Lu Fan was able to quickly adapt to the incredible weight of the strengthless greatsword. After leaving the Lu family estate, Lu Fan slipped into a quiet alley. After making sure no one was following, he lifted his iron mask and took off his black robe. His chest rose and fell slightly as he exhaled deeply. He flipped open his palm and revealed the 5 elements pill he had just obtained. The pill gleamed with shifting radiance, like the power of the 5 elements gathered into one spot, brilliant, but not dazzling. The 5 elements pill was specially made for Qi refiners to strengthen their vitality. The alchemical formula Wu Chun gave him also included this pill. Lu Fan had long wanted to personally try making it, but the necessary herbs were hard to gather, so it had to wait. Now that one was in his hand, there was no reason to refuse it. He sat cross-legged, steadied his breath, then opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Gather the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, strengthen my body. He silently recited the incantation. The 5 elements pill melted as soon as it entered, and a surging, pure force immediately flowed through his meridians. Light radiated from his dantian, his pores expanded, and the drifting natural energies around seemed drawn to him, streaming continuously into his body. His energy visibly expanded and solidified like an invisible flood sweeping through every limb and bone. Long accumulated impurities were forced to disperse, and every fiber of his being seemed renewed. His eyes sparkled with divine light, and sounds the wind near his ears, distant insect chirps were caught with heightened clarity. This pure power lasted nearly an hour before gradually settling down. When the last trace of the five-element energy was fully refined, Lu Fan exhaled the stale breath in his chest and lifted a hand to feel the energy inside surged turbulently, his strength clearly leaping forward. He now stood firmly at the peak of the third level of inner energy, which corresponded to the third rank in the Qi refiner system. With some more diligent cultivation, breaking into the fourth level was only a matter of time. Judging by the Qi refiner system alone, he might have been able to break through directly to the fourth rank just now. This showed the five elements pill's effectiveness far exceeded expectations. From now on, no matter what, I must gather the herbs and refine a few more batches. I want to taste what it's like to eat them as daily treats until they lose effect. He thought to himself, a light smile playing on his lips. With a spring in his step, Lu Fan headed back. Meanwhile, in front of the Mo family residence, Zhao Su suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, Mo family head, Brother Mo, I won't be going back with you. After this failed alchemy contest, I realize I'm still inexperienced. I just want to return to the academy as soon as possible to train under the master. Let's part here. Brother Mo, look me up once you're back at the academy. Before he finished speaking, he turned sharply and walked away. Mo Yunfei called out twice, Brother Zhao, but Zhao Su didn't even glance back. His robes fluttered in the wind as he quickly disappeared around the street corner. Mo Tian clenched his teeth quietly and lowered his voice to stop Yunfei. Yunfei, don't chase after him. Let him go. We did lose badly to the Lu family this time. A biting cold wind swept across the stone steps in front of the door. Mo Yunfei turned around, his face full of resentment. The Lu family is being too outrageous. As long as you understand, Mo Tian said, looking toward the distant street with a heavy tone, the Lu family's power now rivals ours. They have no fewer strong fighters than we do. Especially Lu Fan's a prodigy with limitless potential, backed by the Qi refiners. If the Mo family doesn't work harder, in just a few years, the entire Zhonglin city will be under the Lu family's name. Mo Yunfei clenched his palm so tightly his knuckles whitened. I will never let that happen. If you want to change the future, you have to get stronger. Mo Tian's gaze sharpened. Yunfei, you're the only one in the Mo family who is studying at the martial academy. Only you can surpass Lu Fan. The Mo family's hope rests on your shoulders. Mo Yunfei nodded firmly and tightened his fists. Mo Tian let out a small sigh. If only the Lu family didn't have Lu Fan. Someone who used to be useless now controls the fate of all Zhonglin City. How ridiculous, how absurd. Those words stirred something deep inside Mo Yunfei. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes. That's right, if the Lu family didn't have Lu Fan, everything would be much simpler. How to get rid of Lu Fan? A secret plan began to take shape in his mind, one he would ponder more once back at the academy. 2 days later, the north wind howled at the city gates, stirring dust into a swirling haze. Lu Hao stood against the wind, representing the Lu family to send off Lu Fan and Lu Ming. Today, the two would set off for the martial academy. Little He jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, his belly round and well-fed, a clear sign he was living well with the Lu family. Lu Hao patted Lu Fan's arm, his tone brief, no more nonsense. Feiner, it's your first time going to the academy, stick close to your second brother on the way. Don't get lost and miss registration. Got it, father, Lu Fan nodded in response. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve impatiently. All right, can we go now? Lu Hao smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. Remember to come back for the annual memorial. Then he gave Lu Fan's shoulder a couple of firm pats. Only after the two young figures stepped beyond the city gates did he lower his gaze. Before leaving, Lu Fan glanced toward the western mountains. At the peak stood a figure hovering in midair as master, Wu Chun. Lu Fan gave a slight nod in farewell. Wu Chun in the air smiled faintly and responded with a nod of his own. Little He lay on Lu Fan's shoulder and waved a paw at Lu Hao, letting out a low whimper as if reluctant to leave Zhonglin City. Lu Fan stroked its head. Maybe you'll find even better food at the academy. Just as he finished speaking, Little He opened its mouth wide and licked Lu Fan's face vigorously with its wet tongue, covering him in drool. Lu Fan hurriedly held its head to stop it. The scene made Lu Ming twitch at the corner of his eye, but his attention quickly shifted back to Lu Fan's right hand. After a moment, his gaze fixed on the dark gold ring there. Pretending to be casual, he asked, "Is that the Lu family's head ring?" Lu Fan nodded. Lu Ming turned his head away, avoiding eye contact, as if unwilling to look at the ring even once more. As expected, grandfather ended up giving the ring to you, he said, his voice tinged with resignation. Lu Fan opened his mouth as if to reply, but Lu Ming raised a hand to stop him. No need to say anything. I anticipated this outcome long ago and understand it's the family's most reasonable choice for now. Let's just leave it at that. At least it helps me completely let go. Lu Fan silently nodded without another word. The two of them fell into a heavy silence, their footsteps on the dirt road sounding unusually weighty. That silence lasted for 3 full days. Throughout that time, Lu Ming and Lu Fan didn't exchange a single word. Even when Xiao He, usually so flamboyant, demonstrated his wilderness cooking skills nearby, Lu Ming barely glanced over in mild surprise, but didn't utter any praise. After 3 days, Lu Ming led Lu Fan to a city nearly twice the size of Jianglingdongshan City. After paying the city entry fee, Lu Ming finally spoke for the first time in days. Let's head to the beast training hall first. They'll handle the bargaining. Don't interrupt. Lu Fan nodded in response and followed Lu Ming toward the northern part of the city. Dongshan's streets were notably wide and bustling, lined with countless inns and tea houses. Traveling merchants came and went in a steady stream. Noble youths drifted by in flowing robes. Street vendors eagerly shouted to attract customers. The atmosphere was vibrantly lively. They walked all day and finally reached the northern edge of the city. Beneath a large stone sign bearing the imposing characters Yusho Zhai Beast Training Hall, the two stepped inside. Lu Ming placed 10 gold coins on the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, I want 2 cloud sky sparrows that can fly 10,000 li a day, bound for Pengcheng." The shopkeeper was a plump man with a face full of flesh, his small eyes nearly squinting shut from his cheeks pressing against them. He eyed the stack of gold before glancing between Lu Ming and Lu Fan, a slick smile creeping to the corners of his mouth. A pair of cloud sky sparrows flying 10,000 li a day? That price won't do. It's got to be at least 20 gold coins. The fat shopkeeper held up 2 thick fingers, signaling 20. Lu Ming cut him off with a cold tone, showing no intention of budging. I've been cheated once before. This time, it's 10 gold coins, no bargain. The plump man's face twisted into a scowl. You two are martial arts students, right? Fine, fine. It's not easy to make some quick cash these days. 2 Tintasanli Cloud Sky sparrows, given your fighting skills, reluctantly agree. Sign the contract. He then pulled a contract from his pocket. After signing, the fat shopkeeper waved over an armored guard and led them to the beast enclosure in the backyard. Lu Ming led the way quickly, with Lu Fan close behind. Just as they stepped deeper inside, the shopkeeper's gaze suddenly locked on a Xiao He perched silently on Lu Fan's shoulder. The shopkeeper's tiny slit eyes suddenly widened, and before anyone could react, he leapt out from behind the counter with surprising agility for his rotund, frame clearly, head practiced martial arts. Circling around Lu Fan to inspect Xiao He, the fat man stared intently at the beast and lowered his voice. Young master, is that wild beast on your shoulder for sale? Lu Fan immediately tensed, frowning. Not for sale. What do you want? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together earnestly. Don't be so stubborn. How about a good price, 1,000 gold coins? Lu Fan shook his head firmly. Not for sale. Even for 10,000, I wouldn't sell. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed, and he quickly raised his offer. Then how about 10,000 gold coins? Take it and go. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Xiao He was really worth that much. But he knew this beast wasn't something to be sold. Without another word, he turned to leave. Lu Ming glanced sideways, watching the scene unfold with a slight frown. The stout shopkeeper grabbed Lu Fan's collar and said, everything can be negotiated. Looks like this little beast means a lot to you. Money won't sway you. How about this? You're a martial artist too, right? They'll trade you a spirit-level technique for it. Lu Fan raised his hand and slammed it down, sending the man's thick palm flying. I said no means no. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao He seemed to sense his master's mood. Barbs bared. It let out a low growl from its throat and suddenly spewed a blast of black flames. The firelight flickered across the shopkeeper's round face. His expression changed instantly. He stepped back several paces, but his robe caught fire and the smell of burnt cloth filled the air. The stout man swung up both arms, releasing a roar of energy that instantly smothered the flames. The swift, decisive motion made Lu Fan narrow his eyes. Being able to snuff out Xiao He's black flames barehanded meant he was at least at the outer gauntlet realm. After putting out the fire, the shopkeeper's expression didn't sour further. Instead, his eyes glinted brightly as he gritted his teeth and continued. Young master, this wild beast isn't something ordinary people can keep. It seems tame now, but in a month or two, it'll become a vicious monster. You'll even be in danger. Sell it to me. We can talk price, all the silver, techniques, and martial skills you want. Need pills? I can even give you a spirit pill to help you break into the outer gauntlet realm in one step. His voice grew urgent, yet Lu Fan shook his head again. As the master's stance firmed, Xiao He crouched low and growled, dark flames flickering in its throat, staring fixedly at the shopkeeper. The air seemed to freeze suddenly. After a long standoff, the shopkeeper's face finally darkened. If you want sell, so be it. He waved his hand and threw back the 10 gold coins had given earlier. You have a wild beast with you. It's easy to disturb our Yun Tianke birds. I can't rent a Yun Tianke to you. Hey, race your money back. No need for me to see you off. The coins jingled as Lu Fan caught them, his face turning grim. Lu Ming stepped forward, barking, the contract is signed. You can't go back on your word. The stout shopkeeper snorted, I run this place. If I say no, it's no. You too can leave. Lu Ming's anger flared, veins bulging in his arm as he moved to strike, but Lu Fan pulled him back sharply. In a low voice he said, don't act rashly. He's an outer gauntlet realm fighter. Lu Ming's expression faltered, and he swallowed his anger. Together they hurried out of the beast-taming shop. The shopkeeper's gaze remained locked on Xiao He until they disappeared from view, then he summoned a guard. Keep an eye on them. Note where they settle and report back. The guard nodded and swiftly gave chase. The man folded his hands behind his back, his eyes dark and brooding. On the busy street, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Bad luck. This is the only beast-taming shop in Dongshan City. Lu Fan, your wild beast is worth that much. Do you even know its origins? Lu Fan nodded. I know some of it. Didn't expect it to be this valuable. He took a deep breath. Let's rest for the night. We'll decide tomorrow. If nothing works, we'll rent a cart and leave the city look for Yun Tianke birds elsewhere. As they spoke, they arrived at an inn with a wooden sign hanging out front. Lu Fan looked up and read aloud. Yuan Lion, not a bad name. Couldn't do better, Lu Ming sighed. Later, we should find out which city still has Yun Tianke birds to rent. They stepped inside. The front desk clerk greeted them, and after requesting 2 upstairs rooms, they went up. In the distance, the guard memorized the words Yuan Lion before turning to hurry back with the report. Not long after Lu Fan and Lu Ming ascended the stairs, the front door pushed open again. A young woman strode in, her high ponytail and fiery red martial artist uniform outlining a lithe, strong figure. If Lu Fan were still in the hall, he would have recognized her immediately. This was the same girl he had fought with on West Mountain. Night fell quietly. In a side room at the back of the inn, the flickering wick cast a dim yellow glow, throwing Lu Fan's shadow against the wall. He sat cross-legged, channeling the blazing golden body technique. Under his control, the primal energy of heaven and earth surged and roiled like an invisible furnace, repeatedly forging his bones and flesh. Exhale's steady breathing stirred a faint white mist over his skin, as sweat instantly evaporated in the intense heat of his true energy. Since putting on the ring bestowed by his family, Lu Fan clearly sensed a sharp increase in his cultivation efficiency, surpassing even the icy meteorite he had once relied on, which even surprised himself. Knock knock. A soft tap came at the door, followed by a low voice. Lu Fan. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the flood of true energy returning to his dantian. Rising, he opened the door to see his cousin Lu Ming standing with hands behind his back, eyes calm. I'm heading to the main hall to get some food. Wanna come? Lu Ming asked directly. Perfect timing. Lu Fan rubbed his stiff neck from long cultivation. Haven't taken a sip of water since arriving in the city. I need to eat something. As the door fully opened with a creak, the little black beast sleeping at the bed's foot suddenly leapt onto Lu Fan's shoulder. Wagging its tail, its pitch-black eyes screamed food. Lu Ming glanced at the wild creature and smirked. Careful it doesn't eat you out of house and home. Lu Fan just chuckled, closed the door, and walked side by side with Lu Ming toward the main hall. Though night ran deep, many diners still filled the hall, the clatter of bowls and soft chatter rising and falling. The two brothers found a square table near the wall, casually ordered 2 small dishes and a pot of local cloudy wine. Clinking cups, the spicy liquor burned down Lu Fan's throat. Lu Ming finally spoke. Lu Fan, we might have our differences at home, but out here, we're all Lu family. We need to cooperate. He lowered his voice. I have a bad feeling about tonight. Maybe we should just stay here until dawn. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. What makes you say it's unsafe? That beast-tamer shop owner from earlier today probably won't let this go. They might send people to cause trouble tonight. Lu Ming tapped the cup's rim. Don't think I'm being paranoid. Back in the academy, I once saw a student kill his senior out of envy over a weapon. The outside world beyond Jianglin City is much more treacherous. Lu Fan nodded quietly. Though the outer circle realm shopkeeper was strong, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more curious about Lu Ming's mention of the martial arts academy. They really have things like that at the academy? Of course. Lu Ming sneered. It's a dog-eat-dog place. You're forced to grow or be eliminated. Tell me more, Lu Fan said, lifting his cup, so I know what I'm dealing with. All right. Lu Ming counted off on his fingers. The academy isn't just one school, it's divided into 9 branches, like 9 sects, each teaching different things with huge differences in strength. When new students arrive, they have to go through a trial to decide placement. The best go to the strong branches. The weaker ones get stuck in the weaker branches. You have to be mentally prepared for that. Lu Fan nodded silently. About the branches, he only knew his master wanted him to go to the Yuan branch, nothing else, and he had never heard of any trial placement before. He asked, among the 9 branches, which one is the strongest? Lu Ming smiled and said, you have pretty high ambitions. The strongest division is the Yin-Yang Institute. Last year, they only accepted 30 new trainees, and this year will probably be the same. If you want to get in, you have to rank at least in the top 30 in the division trials. Lu Fan responded with a simple O. He was surprised that the strongest wasn't the Yuan Institute that his master often mentioned. He looked up and asked, What about the second and third strongest divisions? Just tell me the rankings of all 9 major academies. Lu Ming took a sip of tea and replied slowly. Second is the Qing Jian Institute, which specializes in sword cultivation. That heavy sword you carry behind you might be just their style. His gaze flicked to the dark, heavy sword slung over Lu Fan's shoulder. Third is the Piaomiao Institute, focused on speed and agility. Fourth is the Hengshan Institute, famous for physical strength. Fifth is the Leitang Institute. No fancy tricks, but their Thunderpath martial arts are fierce and unparalleled. Sixth is the Kongtong Institute, all-around steady and balanced techniques. Seventh is the Qianren Institute, which teaches a bit of everything: knives, spears, swords, halberds. Eighth is the Mingxin Institute, favoring peace and tranquility, mostly mediators who rarely clash with other divisions. And ninth, finally, is the Yi Yuan Institute. When he said the last one, Lu Ming shrugged. It doesn't have many students. I heard there are only 3 to 5 disciples year-round. 3 to 5? Lu Fan exclaimed. Dead last? That's the one my master keeps talking about? Is he trying to set me up? That Yi Yuan Institute is really that bad? Lu Ming shook his head. Hard to say. The mentor said that when the Martial Arts Academy was first founded, Yi Yuan Institute was one of the 3 founding elders and was very prestigious. Back then, everyone knew Yi Yuan, but not much about the Martial Arts Academy itself. But after that, their status plummeted and they ranked near the bottom every year. It seems like they never produced any outstanding talent since. The weird part is, he paused, lowering his voice. Those who graduate from there all end up doing quite well after leaving. If you call them strong, it's unclear where the strength lies. If you call them weak, their alumni seem to hold their own out in the world. He added, also, the Taoist master Daoguang at Yi Yuan has a difficult temper. He doesn't value geniuses as much, but prefers to teach those weaker kids who get picked on. Lu Fan frowned slightly, both intrigued and curious. Distracted, he asked, which division did you get into? Me? Lu Ming laughed self-mockingly. My foundation was weak, my assessments average. I only got into the 7th, Qianren Institute. Oh, and Zhang Yuehan from the Zhang family was originally in Qianren too, but managed to transfer to Piaomiao after befriending a senior there. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. At that moment, hot dishes were brought to the table. Xiao He jumped up eagerly and began to eat voraciously. Lu Fan and Lu Ming raised their chopsticks and dug in, continuing their discussion about the various academies while enjoying the meal. In a shadowy corner of the inn's main hall, the chubby owner of Beast Taming House quietly huddled in the darkness. His rotund body almost melted into the shadows, but his gaze stayed fixed intently on the 2 men laughing and talking by the table. The owner's face was noticeably grim. He had planned to steal Xiao He tonight, but to his surprise, Lu Fan and Lu Ming weren't in their room. They had gone downstairs to the hall to eat. Looks like he'd have to wait a little longer. The fat shopkeeper's eyes never left the little black beast on Lu Fan's shoulder, filled with greed and desire. If he wasn't mistaken, this wild beast was a rare dragon-demon hybrid, and moreover, still an immature cub. With some training, it would surely become a powerful mount, its strength rivaling even warriors at the Digong or Tiangang level. Such a young beast was priceless, no amount of money could buy it. The fat shopkeeper had made up his mind. He must get his hands on this creature. He waited quietly for Lu Fan and Lu Ming to return to their room, intending to strike when the opportunity came. But he didn't know the two had no plans to go back tonight. They intended to talk until dawn right here. People around gradually left, some returning to their rooms to rest, others heading home. Yet Lu Fan and Lu Ming remained seated, glass after glass of wine being poured, showing no sign of leaving. The fat shopkeeper's patience wore thin as the night grew darker. He figured, why not just rob them now? After all, if he denied everything, what could these 2 young outsiders do to him? Gritting his teeth, he prepared to make his move. Just then, a graceful figure slowly appeared. The fat shopkeeper froze the moment he saw the girl. Her voice rang clear and melodious throughout the hall. Serve the dishes. Bring me a table full of good food. Her words turned the heads of everyone still inside, causing murmurs of admiration. Such a beauty is truly rare. Lu Fan also turned, and his face changed instantly upon seeing her. Could it Besh was the same girl he had met at Shishan that day? The girl scanned the room. Then her eyes locked onto Lu Fan's. Almost simultaneously, they both exclaimed, "It's you." She stood and sneered coldly at him. "Kid, let's see where you'll run this time." With that, a fiery red dagger flashed in her hand, and in a blur, she lunged at Lu Fan. Lu Ming didn't have time to react, and was kicked hard, staggering backward. The girl twisted midair, swinging the dagger like a flame aimed at Lu Fan. Lu Fan reacted swiftly, drawing the heavy sword on his back at the moment she struck. 3 sharp clangs echoed through the hall. What seemed like a single fiery dagger attack was actually 3 forces layered together, making Lu Fan's arm tremble from the impact. Heavy sword technique, Chi breaker, he shouted, swinging his great sword at her. Their weapons collided fiercely, and the table in front of them shattered into pieces instantly. Both stepped back 3 paces. At this moment, Xiao He leaped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, spewing black flames that surged toward the girl. The sudden outbreak of black fire changed her expression drastically. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the fat shopkeeper suddenly charged out shouting, "Miss Huanyue!" He raised his hand, skillfully blocking Xiao Hei's black flames, which were quickly suppressed in his palm. Everyone in the hall was shocked and scrambled to avoid the danger. Guests on the second floor leaned out to watch the commotion below. Lu Ming finally got to his feet and glared back at the fat shopkeeper and Huanyue. That casual kick from Huanyue had nearly crippled him. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming shouted angrily, "So you two are working together?" Huanyue frowned and asked sharply, "Working together? Fatty, who are you really?" The fat shopkeeper's face twitched with reluctance, but he had no choice but to reveal himself. "Miss Huanyue, I am Su Dan, the shopkeeper of the beast taming studio in Dongshan City." Huanyue responded lightly, "Beast taming studio, huh? Got it. Step aside. I still have an old score to settle with this guy." The situation was on the brink of eruption, and more secrets and tangled grudges were beginning to surface. The chubby shopkeeper sighed helplessly and approached. He couldn't go against Miss Huanyue's words after all. She was, well, someone not to be trifled with. Huanyue looked up, her gaze cold and piercing like a star locking onto Lu Fan. "I found it suspicious when you blocked He Yin back then. Turns out you're working with that savage beast. Hand over what you got that day, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Fan gripped his greatsword tightly and gritted his teeth. "Heavenly treasures are meant for those destined to have them. I'm afraid I can't give it to you." Before he finished speaking, the flame dagger in Huanyue's palm suddenly glowed a deep red. She snorted lightly. "Seems you haven't experienced my true methods yet." In a blur, she transformed into a phantom shadow coming at him so fast Lu Fan saw two overlapping images of her. Lu Fan crouched his shoulders and elbows, swinging the great sword into a firm, ironclad block. The heavy sword technique bloomed in his hands, sparks flying with each clang. His blazing golden armor churned with fierce red flames. The little black beast reared back and spewed black fire, forcing Huanyue to retreat several steps. The chubby shopkeeper anxiously called out, "Miss Huanyue, need help?" Huanyue shook off the black flames clinging to her sleeves, smashing the lingering embers away with a burst of energy. Coldly she refused, "No need." Lu Fan stood his ground, poised and wary. Compared to before, Huanyue's footwork and force had sharpened. Even with Little Black by his side, the pressure grew heavier. Huanyue flipped her wrist, another fiery dagger materialized in her left hand. The crossed daggers struck against her chest, the force crackling like thunder. Flame dragon flash. A stream of crimson light slashed through the air. Lu Fan barely managed to raise his greatsword vertically in defense. In the next instant, the scorching dagger slid down along his blade and cut into his palm, a bloody gash opening between his thumb and forefinger. Not even his blazing golden armor and dragon tribal skin fully blocked the wound. Sharp pain surged as Lu Fan punched forward with his left fist. Annihilation mountain crushing fist. A muffled explosion rang out. The fiery fist struck Huanyue's side fiercely. At the same time, her other dagger pierced Lu Fan's shoulder. The double impact sent Huanyue flying 3 meters backwards, crashing into several overturned tables and chairs. Lu Fan's shoulder bled through his clothes, cold sweat dripping as he realized how relentless her attack was. Huanyue somersaulted upright, unharmed but wide-eyed with disbelief. Last time they fought, Lu Fan barely put up a fight. Now he managed to push her back and she was the disciple of a Yinyang realm martial sovereign. Still stunned, the chubby shopkeeper suddenly roared, "How dare you injure Miss Huanyue? Prepare to die?" With a 10-meter stride forward, his sleeve bulged as outer realm energy formed a blade at his fingertips, slashing toward Lu Fan's chest through the air. Boom. Lu Fan was thrown backwards, his chest bleeding. Midair, Little Black blasted another black flame, but the shopkeeper swung his palm. A transparent energy ring extinguished the flame, while another palm strike sent Little Black flying far away. In truth, the shopkeeper held back his strength. His strike was just enough to knock Little Black unconscious, no more. Unfortunately, Xiao Hei was far tougher than he had imagined. After being knocked to the ground, he immediately got back up and ran to stand in front of Lu Fan, baring his teeth fiercely at the fat shopkeeper. Huanyue cried out in alarm, "What are you doing? I told you not to get involved." The fat shopkeeper turned back with a resolute tone. "Miss Huanyue, I can't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Let me handle him." At that moment, Lu Fan pushed himself up slowly from the ground, without even glancing at the wound on his chest. With a low shout, he swung his heavy greatsword in a wide arc and hurled it forward. Just as the fat shopkeeper turned around, a cold gleam flashed toward him. He instinctively raised his hand to catch it. But the moment his fingertips touched the blade, his expression suddenly froze. The recoil from the sealed power stone combined with the sheer weight of the greatsword made his arm feel unbearably heavy. In that brief pause, Lu Fan closed the distance like lightning, flames blazing as his iron fist crashed into the fat shopkeeper's face. Even with his protective energy shield, the explosive force sent him staggering backward, his cheek instantly distorting in pain. Onlookers atop the stands erupted in cheers. Wow, did you see that? An outer realm fighter just got knocked down by an inner realm one. That power is terrifying. Who is this kid? A clash between different realms was rare enough to make everyone's blood race. Lu Ming seized the moment and charged forward, shouting, "Die, fatso! You dare snatch someone else's wild beast? Go to hell." He swung his foot fiercely, but lacking any protective energy cultivation, the force was bounced back and he was thrown to the ground. Yet he left a clear footprint across the fat shopkeeper's face, drawing bursts of laughter from the stands. The fat shopkeeper was both shamed and angry. Being called fat he could tolerate, but dead fatso was unbearable, like adding stinky in front of thug was just unbearable. He dragged himself up, grit teeth, and shouted, "Kid, even if you hand over that wild beast now, I won't let you off. Prepare to die." A surge of energy whirled around him like a cyclone. Bringing his palms together, the air howled as he unleashed, thousand winds breaking wave palm. Milky white energy magnified the shadow of his palm tenfold. The massive hand slammed down with a suffocating gust, as if the air itself solidified. Lu Fan struggled to move. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan summoned all his strength and drove his blazing fist straight into the palm shadow. Boom. His punch felt frail against the overwhelming force. Lu Fan was slammed hard into the earth, soil exploding and caving in beneath him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xiao He howled in pain alongside him. The fat shopkeeper sneered coldly, "Still want die? You're tougher than I thought. Take another palm." Just as he gathered energy again, before the shockwave could form, a graceful figure flashed between them. "Wanyua. Fatso, what did you just say? You're stealing their wild beast?" Her gaze sharpened like a blade, glaring so fiercely it felt like she wanted to pin him in place. The fat shopkeeper was taken aback, his expression shifting. "Miss Wanyua, this matter is complicated. Don't get involved yet. Let me finish dealing with this kid first." Wanyu's voice turned icy cold. "What do you mean, don't get involved? The rules of the Beastmaster sect say no stealing other people's wild beasts. Offenders lose their cultivation and are expelled." The fat shopkeeper clenched his fist, veins bulging, but still lowered his voice. "Miss Huanyua, I'll explain later. Please step aside for now." Phantom Moon raised both of her daggers, pointing them at the fat shopkeeper. "Explain yourself right now." The fat shopkeeper's face suddenly went pale, sweat beading on his forehead. It was clear he knew this trouble wouldn't end peacefully. Suddenly, a cold flash appeared in his eyes. With a sudden burst, he struck Phantom Moon with an open palm, catching her completely off guard and sending her flying. She didn't expect him to strike first. Her chest felt a heavy force, and she crashed to the ground. But to her surprise, she wasn't hurt. The fat shopkeeper's strike used only a soft energy meant to push her away, not injure her. After driving Phantom Moon back, the fat shopkeeper swiftly gathered all his internal energy and lunged fiercely at Lu Fan. If he could kill Lu Fan and his companions, no one would be left to accuse him of stealing the wild beasts. With this thought settled, he attacked mercilessly. Lu Fan watched the powerful hand approach, wind whipping around it as his own energy surged wildly, elements converging in a frenzy. In that life-or-death moment, he could no longer hide his strength. The fat shopkeeper instantly sensed a disturbance in the natural energy. His movements suddenly felt like wading through mud, his speed rapidly slowing. A faint five-colored glow rose from Lu Fan's body, and the spiritual power around him spiraled into a storm. At the critical moment, Xiao He leapt onto Lu Fan's arm, sinking his teeth into his hand. The next instant, Xiao He vanished into thin air, and black patterns quickly spread across Lu Fan's arm. Dark flames erupted fiercely. Lu Fan threw a punch, and hidden within it was a faint but unmistakable dragon's roar. The black flames gathered midair. Instead of forming the expected fierce tiger, symbolizing the elements, the energy strangely transformed into a black dragon. The dragon raised its head, roaring thunderously, its wide jaws snapping toward the fat shopkeeper. The terrifying power instantly shredded the shopkeeper's energy barrier. His rotund body was forcibly smashed through the rooftop and thrown into the center of the street, rolling several yards with blood spraying everywhere. He couldn't even stand steadily. What kind of technique is this? The shopkeeper cried out in horror, but before his scream could end, his life force had already begun to fade. Inside the building, Lu Fan stared silently at his arm covered in dragon patterns, feeling as if the black dragon had its own life, swirling and moving. In a flash, the black dragon disappeared, and Xiao He reappeared, but now weak and barely able to stand. Before Lu Fan could figure out why Xiao He had become so exhausted, a tidal wave of weakness swept through his limbs and body. The world around him rapidly dimmed, everything slipping into chaos. His body collapsed. Lu Ming and Phantom Moon stared in disbelief. The image of that punch sending the fat shopkeeper flying was still vivid in their minds. Lu Ming was the first to react. He rushed forward, supporting Lu Fan and checking him carefully before finally exhaling in relief. "He's okay, just exhausted." He gritted his teeth. "Lu Fan, if you die, it would be a disgrace to the Lu family. I won't forgive you." Phantom Moon stepped forward to check as well. She glanced at the barely conscious Xiao He, then at the unconscious Lu Fan. Swallowing hard to hold back her shock, she murmured, "So it's true what Master said. The spirit beast possession method. It really is the spirit beast possession method." A breeze whispered past his ears, and faint light began to pierce the darkness. The chaos dissolved, and Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. A vast blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds filled his vision. A cool high-altitude wind brushed against his clothes, carrying that crisp chill found only in the open air. "You're finally awake. Feeling rough, huh?" A playful voice, tinged with laughter, slipped in from beside him. Lu Fan turned toward the sound and spotted Huan Yu crouched nearby, her sharp tiger teeth gleaming. Startled, he abruptly tried to rise. Memories of their past tense clashes flashing through his mind. But as he shifted his weight, his footing gave way beneath him. A blanket of pure white feathers unfurled like a thick quilt. The fierce wind at this altitude nearly knocked him off balance. Fortunately, the heavy, unsheathed sword on his back weighed him down, and he summoned a surge of inner strength to steady himself. Looking around carefully, Lu Fan realized he was standing atop a colossal bird, immense as a small mountain. Clouds rushed past his ears, mountains blurred in the distance. The bird's speed was breathtaking. Huan Yu grabbed him firmly, pressing him back onto the soft feathered surface. "Relax, I'm not going to fight you now. We'll settle the score slowly." Her smile was bright and radiant, those tiger teeth sparkling in the sunlight. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. "Lu Fan, you're finally awake. After sleeping a whole day and night, you must be rested now." Lu Ming settled beside him, handing over a pouch of warm wine and some roasted meat. The aroma instantly filled Lu Fan's nose, making his stomach rumble loudly. Taking the food, he carefully pieced together how he had passed out during a fierce battle with that damned fat guy. He glanced around quickly. "Where's Xiao He?" Not far off, Xiao He lay sprawled among the feathers, snoring heavily like a pounding drum, fast asleep. Huan Yu suppressed a smile. "Your funny first thing you ask about isn't your injuries, but the wild beast. All right, your name's Lu Fan, right?" "I'm Huan Yu. You can call me Sister Huan Yu from now on." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. This girl didn't look any older than him, yet she wanted him to call her sister. He smiled faintly and buried his face in the meat and wine, giving no reply. Seeing his silence, Huan Yu grew annoyed. "I'm being friendly here, and you're making that face?" Lu Ming quickly intervened. "Lu Fan, it was Miss Huan Yu who helped us find this flying beast. Thanks to her, you weren't caught by the Dongshan city guards. She's also going to martial arts academy. Maybe you'll end up as fellow students." Lu Fan was taken aback. This was the same woman who drew her sword every time they met. Yet now she was so loyal to him? Huan Yu lifted her chin defiantly. "Well, when someone does you a favor, don't you think you should say thank you?" Lu Fan put down the wine pouch, swallowing a bite of meat. "Thank you, Miss Huan Yu. That's better," she said with a brighter smile. "But don't think I've forgotten you stealing my treasure. Once you're at the academy and stronger, they'll come find you to settle the score." Lu Fan smiled wryly indeed. This girl was no pushover, but her straightforwardness was impressive. After a moment's thought, he said, "Miss Huan Yu, I really can't return your treasure now. How about I compensate you with some pills instead?" Huan Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You've got pills? If I'd known, I would have searched you thoroughly when you were unconscious. Tell me what kind. Don't try to fool me with anything ordinary. I know that treasure's priceless." Lu Fan turned around to block Huan Yu and Lu Ming's view, then pulled a small bottle from the ring. "A little something, a fifth-grade refinement pill. Consider it compensation." He held the bottle calmly in his palm. "Refinement pill?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Did the iron-faced gentleman give that to you?" Lu Fan nodded slightly. Lu Ming recalled the alchemy contest in front of the Lu family estate that day, where he had squeezed through the crowd and witnessed the iron-faced gentleman's masterful skills firsthand. It was impossible not to feel a mix of envy and admiration. Now that the pill was in Lu Fan's hand, his expression practically screamed awe and envy. But Huan Yu curled her lip. "Only a fifth-grade pill? I thought it'd be some world-shaking treasure." Though she said that, her hand was anything but polite. She snatched the bottle and gave it a quick, appreciative sniff. "The scent's decent, nothing special. They'll accept itonly about a tenth of what you owe though. When you get something better, you can pay me back little by little." Lu Fan cursed silently. "So you do know this is exploitation?" Huan Yu smiled brightly as she shoved the pill into a cloth pouch embroidered with red thread at her waist, then clapped her hands. "All right, Lu Fan, I have a few questions, and you better answer them honestly." "What questions?" She stepped forward until she was almost nose to nose with him, eyes locking onto his intently. "First, what's up with that sword of yours? It's absurdly heavy. I could barely lift it, and I'm pretty strong. You're only at the early stage of inner strength. How can you even swing it?" Well, Lu Fan hesitated. "Can I not answer that? It relates to my cultivation method." "Fine." Huan Yu nodded, then shifted tone sharply. "But you should know that your broken Tian Tian greatsword is so heavy that even an ordinary Yun Tian sparrow can't carry it. That's why I went through the trouble of getting a Zhitian sparrow to fly us. If you don't tell me, they'll kick you off its back right now and make you travel on foot." Lu Fan glanced at Lu Ming for confirmation. Lu Ming silently nodded. The facts spoke for themselves. Swallowing hard, Lu Fan finally understood why this bird felt like a flat plane on its back. It was the king among Yuntian sparrows, the Zhetian sparrow. He could only say, "I've bonded with this sword in blood. Only I can wield it. No one else can." His words were half-truths. The blood bond was real, a restriction placed by his master Wu Chun after forging the sword, but it only affected the ice heart meteor embedded within the blade, not the sword's weight. Whether others could lift it depended purely on their strength. Huan Yu would never be able to tell the difference. No wonder. Huan Yu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I almost thought my arm's strength had slipped. Good, I'll take your honesty. Second question, how did that wild beast end up following you? I thought it wanted to burn you alive back then. This one was simple. Lu Fan answered cheerfully, it's easy, I took it away so it could escape your slaughter. Then I fed it some roasted meat, and it decided to come with me. What? Huan Yu froze. Just one piece of roasted meat? Yep, just one piece, Lu Fan shrugged. Huan Yu rolled her eyes. Trading a piece of roasted meat for a spirit beast that can possess you? You're unbelievably lucky. You've had an unbelievable streak of luck, like you've stepped in every pile of dog dung in the world. Huan Yue couldn't help but mutter softly, shaking her head with a sigh, secretly envying herself for never encountering such a spirit beast. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, half teasing. Why don't you take some roasted meat and wander through the forest? Maybe you'll actually run into one. You really think spirit beasts are attracted by the smell of roast meat? Huan Yue raised her voice sharply, then quickly softened. All right, last question, where did you learn that spirit beast possession technique? Could it be you're from the Wanshou Pavilion? Wanshou Pavilion? What's that? Lu Fan frowned slightly, clearly having never heard of it. Huan Yue was stunned, her voice rising. You don't even know the Wanshou Pavilion, yet you can use spirit beast possession? Honestly, no, Lu Fan spread his hands and countered. And what exactly is spirit beast possession anyway? Lu Ming finally couldn't hold back and chimed in. Lu Fan, don't you remember that day? Your little blackie just darted into your arm, and with one casual punch, you sent that fat guy flying. Lu Fan closed his eyes to recall, the image of a black arm and a black dragon wavering along it flashing before his mind. That's spirit beast possession? Huan Yue rubbed her temples wearily and nodded weakly. Exactly. That technique lets a person instantly merge with a wild beast, borrowing its power. Only those with extraordinary talent can master it. The wild beast chosen to possess becomes a spirit beast. Lu Fan muttered in surprise. So that means I must be really talented? If you have the full training method and succeed once, that's considered exceptional, Huan Yue sighed. But you never even learned it. You just used it yourself. The Wanshou Pavilion calls people like you naturally spiritarmith. Word freak doesn't even cover it. Either you were born with innate gifts, or your wild beast is truly special. Either way, you're dumb lucky. Lu Fan laughed heartily, thinking to himself, I never expected that little blackie I got with a chunk of roast meat would bring me such fortune. Once it wakes up, they'll have to treat it to all the good food. Sensing its owner's thoughts, Blackie smiled slyly in its sleep, its eyes narrowed to slits. Huan Yue waved her hand. Enough chatting. Hanging around with you, lucky dog, is too discouraging. I'm going to train. Call me when we get there. With that, she moved to the ship's railing, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered training mode. Lu Ming was equally fired up, standing and patting Lu Fan's shoulder. I'm training too. The Zhetian sparrow flies fast, will arrive in a day. Saying this, he settled cross-legged on the other side, practicing the same flame body technique. In the center of the deck, Lu Fan quietly walked over to Blackie, who was snoring softly. Seeing it sleep peacefully brought a smile to his face. Taking a deep breath, he formed the 5 hearts facing up hand gesture and activated the flame body. After all the fighting, his energy was severely depleted, and his wounds hadn't fully healed. He had to recover quickly to peak form. The Martial Academy's entrance trial wouldn't wait. Thinking this, his smile faded and his focus sharpened as he plunged into training. A whole day passed in the blink of an eye. The huge wings of the Zhetian sparrow slowly folded as its speed decreased. Lu Fan opened his eyes and looked up, seeing a soaring city ahead. Above the gate hung 2 large characters Pengcheng. The Martial Academy Eye finally arrived. Wings whipped up a fierce wind as the sky-shielding sparrow slowly descended, still dozens of miles from Pengcheng. The giant bird flapped its massive wings, sending ground-hugging gusts like rushing floods that uprooted and shattered trees along its path. Lu Fan gripped a smooth, sturdy feather stem with one hand, while holding Xiaohei tightly against his chest with the other. Nearby, Lu Ming and Huan Yue also clutched feathers. The former looked tense, his features distorted by the howling wind, while the latter shouted excitedly, her voice carried by the gale, as if challenging the great sparrow for loudness. Finally, the sky-shielding sparrow folded its wings and landed steadily. The 3 leapt down from its back, their shoes striking the hard earth with force, leaving deep dents. The impact jolted the muscles in their shoulders, shaking off the shock. In the next instant, the giant bird flapped its wings fiercely again, stirring up even colder gusts and soaring with sharp, high-pitched cries. Lu Fan barely kept his eyes open, watching the enormous creature quickly shrink into a speck against the sky before vanishing. Once the wind settled and dust cleared, Lu Ming brushed dust and leaves off his clothes and called out, "Let's go. We're heading to the Martial Arts Academy." Since Lu Fan and Huan Yue were new here and had no sense of direction, they followed Lu Ming. It was clear he knew the area well as he led them down a narrow path paved with bluestone. The path wound through the forest, the gray-blue slabs stretching all the way to the horizon. As they walked, Lu Ming casually explained, "The Martial Arts Academy isn't inside Pengcheng itself, but out in the Qingtian Mountains. If you're here for the first time, you'd better find a guide in town, just a few silver coins, and someone will lead you." A gentle breeze rustled through the trees with the scent of grass and wood. Huan Yue looked up at the distant mountain ridges and said with a grin, "I heard the Qingtian Mountains were formed after the ultimate warrior Qingtian achieved transcendence. His treasures are still buried somewhere in those mountains, right?" Lu Fan frowned slightly. "Ultimate warrior? What kind of realm is that? Never heard of it." "That's an old academy tale, but it's clearly just a legend." Lu Ming shook his head, speaking firmly. "Who could really become a whole mountain after death? That's just exaggeration." "Huan Yue, you don't seriously believe that, do you?" "Frog in a well," Huan Yue retorted, snorting as she strode ahead, uninterested in arguing. Lu Ming was momentarily speechless and came to a stop. Watching her retreating figure, he muttered to himself, "As if she's seen anyone taller than a mountain. You call me a frog in a well? She's no better than a female toad herself." Lu Fan opened his mouth to tell Lu Ming that Wang Yu's master was a renowned Yinyang realm expert with insight that definitely surpassed theirs. But since Huan Yue hadn't mentioned it once along the way, it was clear she didn't want to talk about it. So Lu Fan swallowed the truth back down. The three continued onward, and more people gradually appeared. Strangers converged from different branches of the path, scattered along the blue stone road, all evidently headed toward the Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, Lu Ming ran into several fellow disciples, greeting each other with hand gestures. Strangely, whenever they saw Lu Ming, they all grinned and shouted, "Lu Ming, green-shelled turtle." Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Though he wasn't sure if giving nicknames was a tradition in the academy, green-shelled turtle surely wasn't a compliment, and the teasing tone in their laughter was unmistakable mockery. As their footsteps carried them deeper, the towering outlines of the mountains came into clearer view. The Qingtian Mountains rose majestically, shrouded in mist at the waist like a silver belt encircling the peaks, evoking mystery, solemnity, and grandeur. After walking nearly 2 hours, the group finally reached the foot of the mountain. Even standing here, the full shape of the towering mountain wasn't clear. Looking up, only the bluish-gray cliff faces appeared faintly through the mist, like an ancient dragon crouching between heaven and earth. Midway up the two massive peaks, a wide passage torn open about several yards across yawned dark and deep, like a silent giant's mouth. Outside that entrance, an elderly man sat cross-legged, tattered hemp robe fluttering gently in the breeze, his bare feet calloused and worn. His beard and hair were fully gray but neatly groomed, and his cloudy yet sharp eyes remained fixed on the approaching group. Lu Ming scanned his companions and whispered, "Take out your jade tokens." Showing them to the old man, "Here is all it takes to get in." Lu Fan nodded, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pale green-white jade token. But beside him, Huan Yu didn't move at all, clearly not intending to comply. Lu Ming frowned, his tone sharp. "Where's your token?" "What token?" Huan Yu replied indifferently. "I don't have a jade token, only an iron one." With that, she flipped her wrist and revealed a palm-sized, rusted iron plate stamped boldly with the character Wu Martial right in the center. Lu Ming's expression darkened. "Miss Huan Yu, without a jade token, you can't enter the Martial Arts Academy. What good is an iron plate to you?" "Oh really?" Huan Yu lifted the iron token with a slight curve at her lips. "My iron plate is far more useful than your jade ones. Believe it or not." Lu Ming clearly didn't believe her and was about to argue when a harsh voice cut through the tension. "Green-haired turtle Lu Ming, you're back? Haha, looks like I get to have some fun picking on you again this year." The speaker was a slim man in a purple martial robe, his triangular eyes gleaming coldly. This was Qian Feng, and beside him stood a young man in white martial adereso, alike it seemed they were cast from the same mold. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he clenched his fist slightly. "Qian Feng, few months no see. Hope you're well." "Doing just fine, of course." Qian Feng laughed loud, gesturing to his companion. "This is my brother, Qian Yu. He just passed the Martial Arts Academy entrance exam this year." "Qian Yu, this is the green-haired turtle Lu Ming. Your elder brother mentioned him before. If you ever need herbs, errands run, or someone to wash your clothes, don't hesitate to ask him." Qian Yu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Got it, brother." Without further word, Qian Feng stepped forward and casually slapped Lu Ming's cheek with a palm charged with wind power. Though it seemed light, the strike was heavy enough to instantly flush half of Lu Ming's face red. "Lu Ming, you're going to help, right?" Grimacing, Lu Ming bit back his reply. Lu Fan finally spoke up, voice low and firm. "Whether he helps or not is none of your business." Qian Feng's gaze shifted to Lu Fan. The instant their eyes met, A surge of pressure rose from Lu Fan like a brewing storm. Qian Feng raised his brow slightly, sensing something hidden, then withdrew his hand with a mocking smile. Oh, you brought backup? Family, huh? Well, since your folks are here, it'll give you some face for now. We'll talk more once we're inside. After the threat, he and Qian Yu approached the elderly man, showed their jade tokens, and the two smoothly entered the passage. Watching them leave, Lu Fan turned to Lu Ming, silently sighing at how much his old friend was struggling here. After hesitating briefly, he offered, Lu Ming, do you need any help? No. Lu Ming answered stiffly. This is my fight. Stay out of it and mind your own business. Saying that, he pulled out his jade token and strode quickly into the passage without looking back. Huan Yu muttered behind them. That brother of yours has such a terrible temper. If it were me, I'd have hated him since childhood. Lu Fan chuckled softly and replied calmly. You're not wrong, I really did dislike him a lot growing up. With that, he made no further explanations, stepped forward, and held his jade token before the old man. The elder's eyes glanced once between the token and Lu Fan, his voice calm, but unequivocal. You may enter. Lu Fan pocketed the jade token and stepped into the corridor, while Huan Yu pushed straight inside without hesitation. At the entrance, an elderly man in gray robes raised his hand to stop her, his tone calm but firm. Student, please present your jade token. I don't have a jade token. Huan Yu lifted her chin and casually tossed a palm-sized iron plate in front of him, her expression proud, as if lacking a jade token made her even more distinguished. Laughter erupted from the people waiting nearby. No jade token, and still want to enter the martial academy? Are you here to just look around? Are you out of your mind? Go home and take your medicine. The ridicule rose in waves, but Huan Yu suddenly turned sharply, her gaze icy. The voices around quieted. She flicked her foot, sending the iron plate sliding forward abruptly. Take a good look. Don't tell me I can't get in. The elder bowed solemnly, his fingertip tracing the character Wu Marshal stamped on the iron plate. His face changed instantly, then he returned it respectfully with both hands. So it's Miss Huan Yu. Please enter. Huan Yu snorted lightly and strode over the threshold. The crowd froze, watching her pass, murmuring in disbelief. Lu Fan guessed the iron plate was likely from Huan Yu's Yinyang realm master, having such a powerful protector. No wonder she acted so arrogantly. Inside the dim corridor, drip sounds echoed intermittently. The walls were damp with seepage, and the air thick with humidity. The passage narrowed gradually until it barely fit two walking side by side. As their footsteps reverberated, a faint light appeared ahead. Stepping beyond the narrow opening, an overwhelming scene burst into view. High above, clouds swirled around a massive palace seemingly floating on the misty horizon. The building boasted elaborately carved beams and painted rafters, gilded tiles gleaming beneath soaring eaves majestic and imposing. At the rooftop hung a colossal stone slab emblazoned boldly with the characters Wu Dao Martial Wei in sweeping calligraphy, vibrant and captivating. Surrounding green mountains framed the scene, waterfalls cascading down cliffs, and several structures clinging to the hillsides, all exuding a timeless elegance. In front of the palace stretched a vast martial arena where rows of disciples moved strategically, their shouts and key eyes carried by the breeze. A river meandered beyond the grounds, silver-scaled fish occasionally leaping from the water, while flocks of birds circled the sky. The landscape and architecture blended into a living painting. Lu Fan was spellbound until Huan Yu bumped his shoulder sharply. Don't block the way. Move along. He stirred and followed the suspended path of azure stone slabs stretched in midair. The stones felt solid beneath his feet, yet looking down he saw thick clouds dozens of feet below, eliciting murmurs of awe from the crowd. As they neared the palace cluster, its immense scale became even more breathtaking. Lu Fan estimated the entire complex must cover thousands of miles. At the main gate, several instructors waited atop a raised platform. The lead one announced loudly, all new students will be housed in the East Fragrant Pavilion. In 3 days Inter-Academy, trials will begin. What are the Inter-Academy trials? Some whispered. Lu Fan knew the answer but said nothing, clenching his fist tightly. Led by an instructor, the group passed through the Vermilion Gate heading east. Lu Fan glanced back repeatedly at the hovering stone slab engraved with Wu Dao, feeling its aura as if it absorbed the power of heaven and earth steady and potent. The dense spiritual energy almost shimmered visibly like mist, each breath filling him as if he drank from a warm spring. He was certain this place was a true sanctuary for martial cultivation. For the next 3 years, this would be his home. He was determined to carve his own legend here. The East Fragrance Pavilion was filled with the rich scent of flowers. The 3 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Fan remained secluded in his room, focusing on restoring his energy without stepping outside even once, waiting eagerly for the signal to begin the branch school competition. Now, with the tolling bell echoing across the horizon, he slowly opened his eyes from cultivation. The little black beast beside him also perked up, clearly rejuvenated from the recent rest. All new disciples, gather at the martial arena. A clear summons rang out from all directions. Lu Fan pushed open the door and saw groups of students hastening toward the outer courtyard. Holding the little black beast's leash, he merged into the crowd. The vast East Fragrance Pavilion hosted thousands of dormitories, stretching beyond sight. The new students crowded densely like a tidal wave, exuding an overwhelming energy as they followed their guiding instructors toward the martial arena. About half an hour later, all the new disciples had assembled at the arena. The vast open space was paved with blue stone and rivaled the size of a small town. Thousands of students stood in orderly formations, yet not even a corner of the arena was fully occupied. Looking up, 10 figures floated above the 9 Grand Masters and the Academy Director seated on massive wooden thrones like 10 blazing suns radiating dazzling light. All 10 cultivated beyond the heavenly gang realm, and even without deliberately releasing their aura, their overwhelming presence made Lu Fan and the others momentarily catch their breath. New students are all gathered. Form your formations. Another sharp command rang out. Suddenly the ground rumbled and rose beneath their feet as the entire martial arena transformed into a towering floating island, slowly spinning and ascending until it stabilized hundreds of feet above the ground. Gasps exploded from the crowd. Before they could settle, slabs of blue stone floor neatly divided like a chessboard and slid apart, becoming dozens of smaller floating islands. Only the central area beneath Lu Fan remained intact. In an instant, the martial arena was cut into hundreds of scattered floating isles. Then light flickered around them, revealing more than 100 unfamiliar faces dressed in silver robes with the characters for martial way embroidered on their chests, stern and composed. A voice boomed from the sky again. New students, choose your arenas and fight unknown. The competition begins now, continuing until only 10 remain. Before the command finished, the disciples surged forward to claim the floating islands. Though unsure of the reason, Lu Fan swiftly dashed forward, using agile movements to reach one island first and stand firm. Soon after, a burly student stepped onto the isle as well. Each island was limited to 2 fighters. Anyone arriving later had to back down after a steely glance from the silver-robed men standing in the center. The silver-robed instructor surveyed the two, then spoke in a deep voice. I am Jiang Qing, instructor of the Martial Way Academy. Congratulations on qualifying for the first round of the competition. When you face each other shortly, admitting defeat, falling off, or losing consciousness counts as loss. You may not use poisons, pills, or any special tools. Everything must be limited to a fair match. Understood? Lu Fan and the burly student nodded simultaneously. Instructor Jiang Qing smiled and said, very good. This student, please set your pet aside for now. Lu Fan raised his hand and gently patted the head of Xiao He. Instantly, the little spirit wolf dog understood and wagged its tail as it trotted over to lie down at instructor Jiang Qing's feet. Jiang Qing glanced down at the dog and gave an approving smile. In a short moment, the many small islands floating in the air had all been occupied by students except for a dozen or so who wandered around in circles, unable to set foot on any island, looking around helplessly. Suddenly, a majestic voice like a thunderclap echoed across the skyline. All students who have not secured a competition arena are eliminated and must proceed to West Fragrance Pavilion to await instructor selection. As the announcement fell, the faces of those still airborne drained pale, so this was the first round of the competition. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved that his speed had been quick enough. Otherwise, he would be the one being kicked out. The largest island slowly descended to the ground, and the eliminated students landed with downcast heads. Looking down, Lu Fan noticed a group of senior students who had gathered somewhere, clearly there to gloat. They pointed mockingly at the unlucky ones and laughed loudly. Haha, these idiots couldn't even claim a spot. Back in my day, we fought real battles. The harsh taunts echoed across the clearing, making the eliminated newcomers flush with embarrassment. At last, one of them couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "This isn't fair. No one explained the rules in advance. We were just a step too slow. How can you eliminate us without giving us a chance to compete?" His roar stirred the others' anger, and for a moment the crowd erupted with frustration. Just as the noise peaked, the sky suddenly darkened. Swirling black clouds filled the air, and lightning writhed wildly. Amid the thunder, a colossal divine head broke through the clouds, its voice booming like 1,000 drums. There is no fairness in this world. One step behind means falling behind forever. Excuses are just masks for failure. Anyone who disrupts again shall face my thunderous punishment. Before the words finished, a sky-deep lightning bolt as thick as a bucket crashed through a gap in the islands, striking the ground with a deafening blast that carved a deep crater and scattered blackened debris everywhere. The explosive roar instantly silenced all the troublemakers. Lu Fan looked up at the mighty thunder god's face and gasped in disbelief. Heavens, is there really such a giant? Instructor Jiang Qing glanced at him and the other stunned students nearby before calmly explaining. That is the Academy's enforcer Tianqi. If anyone breaks the rules, he personally delivers the thunder punishment. Swallowing hard, Lu Fan thought. With such a terrifying presence watching over them, who would dare break the rules? Soon, under supervision, the eliminated students quietly filed out, and the sky returned to its usual blue. The older students below resumed their chatter, though deep down, even they felt a jolt of fear whenever they saw Tianqi. All right, let the competition begin, Jiang Qing announced sharply. Lu Fan drew his heavy long sword. Its blade flashed cold light. The opponent opposite him also drew a weapon and gave a sharp shout, releasing a burst of true energy from his feet as he charged forward. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan surged his righteous energy and raised his hand to execute the heavy sword technique, airbreaker stance. A blazing white gale exploded along the sword's edge. His opponent froze for a moment before Lu Fan struck him sideways with a heavy blow, sending him sprawling and unconscious to the ground. At the same time, battles broke out on other islands, blades flashing, voices shouting, and the clash of weapons ringing out in a fierce symphony. High above, the Martial Arts Academy's dean and 9 branch masters stood side by side, smiling as they surveyed the scene below. Stroking his beard, the dean remarked thoughtfully, "This year's recruits seem stronger than last year's. Quite a few have already mastered the righteous energy." Beside him, the venerable Xianjin master of the Qingjian sect, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a flowing blue robe, smiled and said, "Yes, quite a few of them use swords. Looks like our Qingjian sect will be recruiting some promising talents again this year." "Is it only your Qingjian sect that gets good recruits? Just from a glance, I can spot several youngsters with well-honed bodies over in Hengshan sect," boomed the burly Shinta master, his face framed by a thick beard. Laughing heartily, he stroked his large fan-shaped hand over his whiskers and said, "Seeing these vibrant young warriors fight like this makes me feel years younger." The sect leader chuckled softly twice before turning to a middle-aged man beside him. "I Ching, how many are you planning to recruit this time?" I Ching raised an eyebrow and smiled broadly at the leader. His round face was almost bursting from his robe. "They'll take 1 or 2 that fit the bill. If they don't match my taste, I won't take them." As he spoke, he casually patted his belly, which was so plump it nearly split his martial robe, prompting several disciples nearby to stifle their laughter. Before anyone could respond, a cold voice cut through the air like ice. "With the way you run things, I Ching, the first Yuan sect will only end up ruined by your own hands." The speaker was none other than the solemn Xing Yuan master of the Yinyang sect. His shoulders draped with long white hair, his face stern, and his eyes cold as stars, radiating a forbidding aura. Everyone knew these two had been rivals for decades. I Ching ignored the remark while the other masters shook their heads with a resigned smile. These two were just as stubborn as ever. On the contest grounds, after the first round, half of the disciples were eliminated immediately. Lu Fan stood at the center of the small island, a relaxed smile on his face. The arena was reset, and the second round began with him facing off against a long-bladed warrior. Though the opponent's blade flashed brilliantly, his inner force was not yet fully formed. Lu Fan defeated him with 2 swift sword strikes. In the third round, he met a girl skilled in leg techniques with a cultivation level of inner hang stage 1. Her kicks failed to land on Lu Fan, and after being pushed repeatedly to the island's edge, she surrendered, nearly knocked into the water by one of his sword sweeps. The fourth round's challenger was a left-hand swordsman with tricky techniques and constant jeers. Lu Fan stopped playing around, delivering a crushing mountain cracker fist that sent him flying. If the master hadn't used internal force to catch the boy, he would have been seriously injured. An unforgettable lesson in Lu Fan's strength. The number of disciples quickly dwindled to a few dozen. Several masters on the stage nodded to each other silently. Suddenly, Xing Yuan pointed to a small island in the center. "Who is that girl?" The sect leader chuckled lightly. "You recognize her? She's the disciple of that old geezer, here to steal some techniques from us." Xing Yuan's expression remained cold. "No need for her to compete. She can join our Yin Yang sect directly. I want to see how much she can steal." After speaking, he immediately sent a telepathic message to the island's masters. The masters promptly announced, "Disciple Huan Yu, you may skip the competition. Master Xing Yuan of the Yin Yang sect is willing to recruit you. Are you willing to join?" Huan Yu sheathed her dagger and laughed brightly. "The Yin Yang sect? I've always wanted to join. Since I don't have to compete anymore, I'm going back to sleep then." With that, she left casually, drawing many curious glances. Lu Fan glanced at her and chuckled softly. What's she up to now? Does she really get special treatment again? Just then, Huan Yu called out to him, "Lu Fan, I'm going to the Yin Yang sect. If you manage to get in there too, come find me." Lu Fan paused, then gave an helpless smile. He had no intention of joining the Yin Yang sect. As he was lost in thought, an opponent lunged forward with a heavy punch. Lu Fan swung his sword horizontally in counterattack. The other was crushed by the weight of the blade, struggled, and immediately surrendered. Above, Master Xianjin watched Lu Fan's performance with amusement and said, "This youngster is impressive. Let him join the Qingjian sect." Saying this, Master Xuanjin transmitted his voice remotely to instructor Jiang Qing, standing beside Lu Fan. Jiang Qing was briefly taken aback, then turned his head, an unmistakable glimmer of joy in his expression. In a low voice, he said to Lu Fan, "You're very lucky. Master Xuanzhen from the Qingjian Institute has taken a liking to you and wants to know if you're willing to join immediately. If you agree, you can skip the rest of the contest and leave now." The noise from the arena seemed to fade in that moment. Lu Fan met Jiang Qing's gaze and merely smiled faintly. "No, I won't join the Qingjian Institute." Jiang Qing was stunned. After years of teaching, this was the first time he had seen a newcomer openly reject an invitation from the Qingjian Institute's master-ranked second among the 9 major academies. Gathering himself, he emphasized again, "Lu Fan, you need to think carefully. The one who wants you is Master Xuanzhen himself, not just any ordinary instructor. If you join, the master will personally guide you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "I understand," Lu Fan replied calmly, "but I still won't go. Let the contest continue. Looks like there aren't many left on the stage." Jiang Qing sighed quietly to himself. Youthful arrogance always leads to regret. He moved his lips faintly, using the remote voice technique to respond to Master Xuanzhen. Beyond the outer Chang realm, long-distance voice transmission was not difficult. His words landed precisely in Xuanzhen's ear. "The student is stubborn. Please forgive his inability." Xuanzhen furrowed his brows. "This kid actually dares to refuse me." Before he finished speaking, a clear, bright laugh came from afar. "What? The kid who wields the heavy sword actually doesn't want to join Qingjian? Interesting, very interesting." Master Ming Yun of the Piaomiao Institute lightly shook her fair hand and coldly sneered, "Such an arrogant kid. Could it be he's aiming for the Yinyang Institute?" She glanced to the side and asked, "Xing Yuan, will you take him in?" Xing Yuan's gaze was calm as he answered softly, "He's got a solid foundation, a good prospect. Let's observe him a bit longer." The dean nearby nodded gently, "I think that's fine too." While the masters and dean exchanged words, below the arena Lu Fan faced a new opponent. Only a few dozen students remained on the field, almost all having entered the inner Chang realm. Lu Fan had thought his cultivation was relatively high before, but now realized at least 10 were on par with him. Indeed, the Martial Dao Academy was a gathering place for prodigies. 2 instructors ascended the same floating island to oversee the next bout. The opponent stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and spoke loudly, "I am Shui Yuan. Please teach me." "I'm Lu Fan," he replied with the same respect. Shui Yuan flicked out his weapons, his left hand holding a gleaming, frigid long blade, his right a sword emitting a cold edge. His Chang energy pulsed forcefully, and a misty white vapor swirled around him, an impressive aura. Below, Lu Ming frowned deeply among the crowd. Seeing Lu Fan's opponent was Shui Yuan, he felt a surge of concern. Shui Yuan was the younger brother of the Qianren Institute's expert Shui Wuqing. Shui Wuqing had boasted that his brother's talent rivaled his own. Now Shui Yuan had reached the second inner Chang level. If the family's martial technique had been completed earlier, Shui Yuan would have entered the academy 2 years ago. Now he was clearly aiming for the Yinyang Institute. Just as Lu Ming thought this, an irritating voice came from behind Qian Feng's sharp, smug laugh. "Green-haired turtle Lu Ming. So you're here. Easy to find you. Your brother's luck is something else, meeting Shui brother's sibling. Looks like your run-ins here, right Shui bro?" Qian Feng and Shui Wuqing walked side by side, footsteps slow and laughter shrill. Many recognized them and stepped aside to avoid trouble. Others obviously knew the two as well and cleared the way, letting Qian Feng and Shui Wuqing enter. Shui Wuqing glanced coldly at Lu Ming and said, "For such a young Lu family scion to have gotten this far is not bad. But unfortunately, you won't be a match for my brother." His voice was low but carried a commanding certainty, like a judge delivering a verdict before the trial even began. Qian Feng immediately chimed in, "Naturally. Lu Ming, you should consider yourself lucky your brother is facing Shu's younger brother, not mine Qian Yu. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a crushing defeat. He'd probably come away with some serious psychological scars." The surrounding trainees burst into loud laughter, their mocking eyes turning toward Lu Ming like a rising tide. Lu Ming clenched his teeth inwardly. Though he had never liked Lu Fan, at this moment he absolutely did not want to see him lose. He took a steadying breath and said calmly, "Win or lose, it's not decided yet." Qian Feng was momentarily taken aback, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Oh, the green-haired turtle is feeling confident. How about we place a bet?" Lu Ming sneered, "I have nothing to wager. What could I possibly bet with you?" Qian Feng's eyes gleamed with mischief. "I know you have nothing. I bet you'll serve me for a year doing chores, washing clothes, taking whatever beating or insults I throw at you, like a servant. Dare you accept?" Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. His gaze flickered in hesitation. Shui Wuqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Brother Qian, you don't need to bet, just beat him into submission and make him work for you. Why the fuss?" Qian Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Shui brother, you don't understand. Though I bully him, that guy is stubborn as a rock, nearly caused a scene several times. But if I can keep him under my thumb, taking every hit and insult, he'll be delighted. Then maybe I can have him wash your feet or gather herbs. Shui brother, wouldn't that be perfect?" Shui Wuqing twirled his folding fan and nodded lightly. Indeed, indeed. Lu Ming, do you dare to bet? Speak up. Look, the match above has already started. In his mind, Lu Ming recalled the scene when Lu Fan faced off against that instructor Nalan Rua. After a moment of biting his lip, he said, "I'll bet. If I win, you have to serve Muishing clothes, taking all beatings and insults." Qian Feng laughed so hard, he almost choked. No problem. Their wager quickly spread among the crowd. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the spectators. The way they looked at Lu Ming was as if watching a stubborn fool. Green-haired turtle Lu Ming is making a fool of himself again. Haven't you learned your lesson? Maybe his brother really is strong? Haha, what a joke. The Lu family? They're just a minor clan in Jianglin City. The jeers grew louder, until a clear voice came from the back row. You're all wrong. Lu Fan of the Lu family really is strong. The crowd turned to look. Mo Yunfei? You're not lying to us, are you? Mo Yunfei shook his head with a smile. Of course not. Didn't someone open a betting pool on which newcomer will take first place? Why not put your money on Lu Fan? You won't lose. As he spoke, his eyes locked firmly on Lu Fan in midair. Elsewhere, among the members of the Piaomiao Institute, Zhang Yuan pointed toward a figure suspended in the air. Senior brother, it's him. Can you help me deal with him? The young man called senior brother wrapped an arm around her slender waist, chuckling softly. Of course. My little darling, just say the word. Whoever it is, I'll handle it for you. After the academy divisions are announced, they'll make sure he loses face however much humiliation you want, you'll get. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold. I want him dead. The young man hesitated briefly, then lowered his voice. That's not impossible. Her face immediately bloomed into a radiant smile. Senior brother, you're so kind. He laughed heartily while Zhang Yuan looked up at Lu Fan, whispering, the shame you've made me endure, it'll make you pay with your life. On the main stage, Lu Fan and Shui Yuan fought fiercely, evenly matched and unyielding. With his left hand wielding a knife and his right a sword, Shui Yuan could strike simultaneously from different angles and with varying force, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Lu Fan's heavy sword was broad and hefty. With a casual swing, he could block wide swaths of attacks. And if anything slipped past, his dragon-blooded skin was tough enough to only leave faint white marks. But Shui Yuan grew increasingly frantic, had never faced an opponent with such an exaggerated defense. After struggling to find a weakness and stabbing through, not even breaking the skin, he was instead scorched painfully by the searing heat radiating from Lu Fan's body. No more delays. Shui Yuan growled sharply, somersaulting back, while crossing his sword and knife over his chest. Shui Wuqing, who was watching from below, immediately caught on and shouted out, all right. Dripping water strike blades raining down. As those words fell, Shui Yuan suddenly launched his attack. In the blink of an eye, his twin weapons multiplied into countless blurred phantoms, dense and swift like wind and rain, sweeping over Lu Fan from all sides. Lu Ming, sitting in the stands, felt his heart clench suddenly. Lu Fan's pupils constricted, and flames erupted across his body. The fiery golden body technique ignited instantly. Next to Jiang Qing, little Xiao He jumped excitedly. Born with a love for fire, seeing Lu Fan engulfed in flames filled its eyes with wild joy. But apart from Xiao He, no one understood why the fire flickered with an eerie black tinge. Even Lu Fan himself was puzzled, since he hadn't used any qi refinement techniques. The thought flashed through his mind briefly, but he pushed it aside and focused on defense, rallying his energy. Gripping his sword with both hands, he swung fiercely. The blazing fire wrapped around the blade with such intensity, it startled even him. In the next moment, the heavy sword shattered through the phantom army with a thunderous explosion. Waves of fire roared outward, shaking the whole island. Shui Yuan was blasted backward, his weapons flying from his hands as he crashed hard onto the ground, unable to get up for a long moment. The crowd below stood frozen in shock. Qian Feng shouted in disbelief, what? Lu Ming clenched his fist and growled, Lu Fan, well done. Even Shui Wuqing was left speechless, unable to utter a word for several moments. All around the stands, trainees buzzed with excitement and speculation. Where did that monster come from? Is he already at the outer Qi realm? That flame is terrifying. Doesn't feel like the outer Qi realm, more like some kind of body strengthening technique. Mo Yunfei, do you know him? What kind of technique is that? The crowd swarmed around Mo Yunfei, blocking every exit. Beads of sweat formed on his temple as he saw Lu Fan rise to new heights with every move. Taking a deep breath, he answered, it's a family heirloom technique, the fiery golden body. Everyone suddenly understood. Oh, a family legacy. Some were confused. Lu Fan came with Lu Ming, right? How come Lu Ming doesn't know it? How many geniuses can one family produce? Lu Ming is already the most famous prodigy of his generation, top of the martial academy. Above in the sky, Master Shinta laughed heartily. A body refining technique? Excellent. Xianzhen, he refused your Qing sword sect. Have him come to my Hengshan sect instead. Xianzhen shook his head with a smile. He rejected even the Qing sword sect. Why would he join Hengshan? Shinta waved proudly. You don't know how to recruit. You need to offer benefits. I directly offer a high-level spiritual grade technique. He'll be tempted naturally. Xianzhen's expression darkened slightly. You really are something then, he turned to someone beside him. Xingyuan, what do you think? Xingyuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly glanced back and whispered to the dean. Dean, did you see that? The dean nodded. Yes, I did. That young man's qi energy is quite unusual indeed. Meng Yun and Shinto both wore faces full of doubt and surprise. They couldn't tell what was different. Xingyuan simply clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the arena, explaining calmly. Gang forces like qi, somewhat resembling a qi refiner's yuan qi, but at its core, it's still gang force. You must have come across some special opportunity. The dean nodded in agreement. That's my guess too. It's definitely different from ordinary martial artists. Shinto immediately asked, so has his gang force strengthened or weakened? Xing Yuan's gaze was sharp as lightning. Even from thousands of yards away, he observed Lu Fan clearly, not missing the slightest tremor of a hair, robust, refined, at least twice as strong as an average fighter, consumes energy slowly, and has long-lasting strength. He actually sensed my star eyes watching him. Seems his ability to perceive aura has improved too. At this, a faint smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. Shinto widened his eyes and trembled in his voice. Xing Yuan, you're smiling? I haven't seen you laugh in decades. Don't tell me I'm seeing things. Xing Yuan heard this and quickly wiped away the smile, leaving only a cold snort. I Ching laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Rare occasion, rare occasion. Even Xing Yuan smiling. Looks like this kid's talent is truly extraordinary. Boundless potential ahead. I'm tempted myself. Xing Yuan shot him a sideways glance. Aren't you supposed to only accept disciples who suit your taste? I Ching shrugged. What if he both suits my taste and has exceptional talent? Wouldn't that be perfect? Xing Yuan coldly dismissed. You'll probably be disappointed. With the current reputation of your first Yuan Academy, such a genius may not be willing to join. I Ching sighed. True enough. Everything in due time. The dean chuckled softly, then suddenly said, speaking of which, I'm starting to consider accepting disciples myself. The 9 grandmasters all looked at him in unison, surprise flickering in their eyes. The dean raised a hand in reassurance. Don't worry, I'm not competing with you. No matter which branch academy he ends up in later, you must investigate the origin of his special gang force thoroughly. If it can be replicated or taught, bring him to me immediately. I want to discuss it with him personally. All 9 grandmasters nodded together. Below the arena, Lu Ming turned and flashed a bright smile. Sorry about that. From now on, I'll leave my foot washing to you. Just a heads up, I have pretty smelly feet, so prepare yourself. Qianfeng's face flushed red then green in an instant. His throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a single word. Shui Wuqing kept his eyes fixed on Lu Fan above, his gaze as sharp as knives, and his expression gloomy. Although Lu Ming's taunts weren't aimed at him directly, it made him lose face completely. The surrounding whispers rose and fell like waves, burning his face hot. The louder the boasting, the harsher the backlash. He could only snort coldly, wave his sleeves, and leave. People hurriedly made way for him. Qianfeng also wanted to leave today. He felt like a fool dancing naked in the middle of a crowd, spinning in place for all to see through his facade. But reason said if he left now, he'd only have to avoid Lu Ming forever afterward, not to mention wash his feet. Remembering how he had mocked Lu Ming all year, only to be publicly humiliated himself, he couldn't swallow the frustration. Bloodshot eyes flashing, Qianfeng pointed at Lu Ming. Don't get cocky. If you've got guts, let's gamble one more round. Lu Ming crossed his arms calmly. What else do you want to bet? Qianfeng suddenly pointed to the sky. My younger brother still hasn't been eliminated. Bring it on. Let's have another round. Qianfeng grit his teeth and said, his voice dripping with challenge. Lu Ming raised his hand smoothly, as if to defuse the tension. If my brother loses to him again, you'll have to run naked once around the martial arts academy, every academy included. Deal. Qianfeng nearly forced the words through clenched teeth. But if your brother loses, then the matter with the servant is off the table. Lu Ming cut in without hesitation. Qianfeng clenched his fists tightly. Fine. But you, Green Turtle, if you lose again, you'll kneel and lick my feet. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Then I won't bet. He'll just obediently be your servant for a year. The crowd of disciples erupted immediately. Qianfeng, become Green Turtle's servant. Haha, can't wait to see that. Green Turtle, why be scared? Bet bigger. The ruckus drew the attention of students from other academies. Qianfeng sneered coldly. Green Turtle, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Lu Ming replied calmly. Are you really going to fight with all the mentors and masters watching? Qianfeng took a deep breath, his knuckles white. After a moment, he spoke clearly. Fine, we'll bet as you say. If you win, everything's forgotten. But mark my words, Green Turtle, I won't let this go. Lu Ming's expression turned icy cold. I never thought you would. But I'm not afraid at all. With that, Qianfeng withdrew his gaze and shouted loudly toward a nearby platform, calling out to Qianyu and pointing at Lu Fan. Qianyu frowned slightly, glanced briefly at Lu Fan, and then turned away toward another woman by the island's edge, ignoring the call. On the island, Lu Fan was about to face a new opponent. Shui Yuan had already been carried away, leaving only about a dozen challengers remaining. At this stage, no one wanted to be eliminated even though they had already qualified to freely choose their academy. Claiming the title of top freshman would ensure special favor from their masters after enrollment, maybe even more chances for guidance. Since the challengers could pick their opponents, everyone was cautious, trying to find an opponent that looked easy. Finally, one stepped forward toward Lu Fan. The man jumped forward and landed steadily before him, clasping his fists respectfully. I am Tainyo. Please instruct me. The man's face was as hard and bronze-like as a basin, standing 8 feet tall with a broad, muscular build like rugged stone. His shaved head reflected the sunlight coldly, and he wielded a heavy hammer in each hand. Energy waves surged around him. His inner strength was at the second level, indicating solid power. Lu Fan returned the greeting, drawing his heavy sword from his back. Crimson flames steamed off its blade. Now, the contest was not just about cultivation level, but recovery speed. Luckily, Lu Fan absorbed the world's energy very quickly, so despite fighting several rounds already, his stamina remained nearly full, and he was still at peak condition. Jiang Qing and another mentor held back the restless Xiao He nearby, then loudly announced the duel's start. Tai Nyo charged instantly, like a furious rhinoceros swinging his hammers wildly. The stone floor shattered beneath his footsteps, stones flying everywhere, each step leaving deep craters. Lu Fan glanced down and realized the opponent's strength was probably no less than his own. Still, Lu Fan had no intention of dodging. He raised his heavy sword and struck out with a single powerful slash. Bang! Lu Fan's sword struck exactly against the twin hammer's heavy blade, the angle perfect and unyielding. A deafening crash exploded as Iron Bull, charging like a wild beast at full sprint, was stopped dead in his tracks. His ankles sank into shattered stone slabs, debris scattering everywhere. Flames curled along Lu Fan's heavy sword, licking toward the twin hammers in Iron Bull's grasp. In moments, the hammer shafts glowed red-hot, sizzling with a piercing metallic screech. Yet Iron Bull didn't even flinch. His knuckles whitened as he clenched the hammers tighter. Savage Bull Mountain Force. He growled. His muscles bulged, veins throbbing like coiling rocky serpents, gradually forcing back Lu Fan's heavy sword. Suddenly, he swung one hammer free, the roaring wind slashing as it crashed toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan balled his left fist, coldly shouting, Destruction Mountain Breaker Fist. Boom. 2 heavy thuds overlapped. Lu Fan's punch landed solidly on Iron Bull's abdomen, while the flying hammer carried a mighty, brutal momentum that flung Lu Fan back 3 feet and slammed him into the ground. The island's stone surface cracked open into a deep pit over a meter wide. Rubble cascaded down the edges. If the island weren't thick and sturdy, Lu Fan might have been hammered right through it and embarrassingly hurled off into the sea. The crowd gasped and shouted in shock. A hammer blow like that would usually be fatal. Mo Yunfei quietly applauded. Crush him. He won't be getting up after that. Zhang Yuehan leaned against her senior brother, smiling with a light tone. Looks like I don't need to get involved. That big guy's strength is no joke. That hammer's probably put him out for a year or more. She added, he's lucky. If he goes home to recuperate now, I won't bother him anymore. Her senior brother pinched her chin, laughing. You're so merciful. Zhang Yuehan rolled her eyes, but gave a teasing smile that instantly stirred a certain excitement in her senior brother. But their amusement only lasted for a moment. Boom. Iron Bull suddenly clutched his stomach and crashed down like a collapsing mountain, the island beneath cracking like a spider web. What was happening? People stared in disbelief. Through the dust, Lu Fan dusted off the rubble on his body and slowly stood up, calm and unscathed. He's actually fine. A human or a wild beast? Shouts broke out, eyes fixed on Lu Fan as if staring at a demon. Zhang Yuehan and Mo Yunfei both gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long moment. Above in the misty clouds, Tutor Shintis' eyes gleamed. Such a physique. The cultivation method isn't that advanced either. He has a beastly nature or a special technique. Huh. I like him. If anyone tries to snatch him from me, I won't hold back. The other masters ignored his boasting, quietly watching Lu Fan with knowing smiles. Around the arena, other fighters stopped what they were doing, turning to look. Iron Bull was carried away by the tutors, the island's surface scarred with deep pits and cracks, still warm with residual heat. Qian Yu lofted a sword to knock aside a girl opposite him, then stared at Lu Fan, murmuring, with that kind of strength, better keep your distance from him in the future. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Fan looked up at him. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. This guy looked familiar, right? One of the 2 brothers who mocked Lu Ming. Smiling quietly, he resolved to go on the offensive in the next round. Qian Yu's eyelid twitched. Suddenly, Lu Fan sprang forward like an eagle diving, charging straight at him. Below the arena, Qian Feng was speechless. At this moment, he had lost all confidence in winning his bet. A gentle breeze stirred the edges of his robes, while his fierce energy scattered the white clouds. The masters hovering above the training ground all locked their gazes on Lu Fan almost simultaneously. Compared to the other new disciples, none shone as brightly in their eyes. In the center of the arena, Lu Fan stood with his sword slung behind his back. Opposite him, Qian Ye's forehead was slick with sweat, his palms drenched, and even the long sword in his hands trembled slightly before a single blow was exchanged. His spirit had already faltered significantly. Lu Fan smiled and cupped his fists politely, his voice soft but tinged with playful mockery. I am Lu Fan. Sorry, I forgot your name. Was it Qian something? Qian Yu. Qian Yu replied coldly. Yes, that's right. Qian Yu. Lu Fan nodded, lifting his heavy sword and lightly tapping its tip against Qian Ye's forehead. Come then, let's spar. Please enlighten me. The instructors on both sides settled and announced in unison, you may begin. But Lu Fan remained perfectly still, quietly waiting for Qian Yu to strike first. This was not out of courtesy, but because he could see that his opponent was nervously close to losing control. So he chose to stand firm, slowly raising his own aura bit by bit. The aura that ordinary martial artists struggle to master was easy for Lu Fan. It was a play on natural energy flows and wielding invisible psychological pressure. As a chi refining practitioner, channeling the forces of heaven and earth was his specialty. He could even wield transformation of heaven and earth, making controlling his aura effortless. Layer by layer, the heavenly energy rolling out from his spirit surged like relentless tides. Had he not wanted to conceal his trump card, he could have easily struck Qian Yu then and there with transformation of heaven and earth. Under this mountainous, oceanic pressure, Qian Yu's breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling noticeably. The master's expressions shifted from hopeful to disappointed. The hovering master from Qianren Academy shook his head with a low sigh. His cultivation is good, but his mindset is too weak. There's no true aura, and certainly no lasting potential. Xianjin agreed. Exactly. ID planned to bring him to Qinjian Academy for personal guidance, but now it seems he needs more time to temper his spirit. Shintu also shook his head repeatedly. Too weak. He doesn't even stand a chance of landing a hit on the kid. I wanted to see what else Lu Fan had to show. Unaware, Qian Ye's momentary lapse had already left a poor impression on the masters and cost him the chance for direct mentoring from Xianjun. At last, pushed to his limit by Lu Fan's tidal aura, Qian Yu had no choice but to strike first. His internal energy burst forth had reached the third level of inner energy. His feet tapped rapidly across the ground as he darted like the wind behind Lu Fan, weaving in and out with ghostly speed. Clearly, he practiced the deceptive sword patha style, emphasizing speed, precision, and ruthless strikes. Yet those who specialize in deceptive swordplay fear opponents who are tough and durable meat shields, exactly the type Lu Fan was. Lu Fan planted his heavy sword vertically before him like a massive shield, completely blocking Qian Ye's line of sight. This seemingly simple move instantly shattered most of Qian Ye's offensive momentum. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Qian Yu had originally planned to exploit Lu Fan's focus on his back and launch a surprise attack hidden. Unfortunately, Lu Fan hadn't given him a single opening. Footsteps quickened, and Qian Yu was starting to get genuinely anxious. Lu Fan stood his ground, his presence rising like a torrent of mountain floodwaters, steady, unshakable, without the slightest weakness to exploit. Though they were evenly matched in cultivation, the oppressive pressure Lu Fan radiated felt clearly on another level, leaving even onlookers unable to grasp the secret behind it. By the shore, the gathered students whispered and pointed fingers. Qianfeng, your brother's just spinning around like an idiot. What kind of move is that? Isn't that just plain stupid? Someone jeered loudly. Qianfeng scowled darkly and shot back. None of your business. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and teased. Maybe he's only learned that dizzy spinning footwork? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, making Qianfeng's face even redder with embarrassment. Suspended in midair, Qian Yu kept circling, desperately searching for a crack in Lu Fan's defense. He surged again and again, his internal energy draining rapidly beneath his feet, yet still no opening appeared. His chi inside felt thick and empty at once, and he gritted his teeth silently. This can't drag on any longer. In the next instant, a flash of white streaked across the sky. Qian Yu had gathered his energy fully, his entire internal chi condensed at his sword's tip, producing a piercing sonic boom. The air compressed violently around the blade, forming a terrifying spiraling vortex, the crushing, killing sword technique. As the blade flashed, stones on the ground were whipped up by the gale, slashing like sharp blades all around, an awe-inspiring display. The key to this strike was to use the spiral airflow to trap the opponent, paralyzing them before delivering a direct, lethal thrust. As expected, Lu Fan felt the raging vortex slam shut, like invisible shackles pinning him fast. Gotta admit, not a bad move, Lu Fan thought coolly, a corner of his mouth tugging up into a smile. Knowing his force was inferior, this kind of suffocating technique was a bold gamble bordering on suicide. Suddenly, he relaxed his grip on the sword. His imposing aura abruptly receded, like a tide pulling away. Qian Yu froze in shock, as if the man before him had vanished from perception altogether right there, yet somehow no longer catchable by the crushing killing sword's energy. A dazzling sword light sliced through the air as Lu Fan gently stepped half a pace to the left. The blade tip grazed his clothing with a faint whoosh. As they passed each other, Qian Yu heard Lu Fan's low voice. You know, I hate bullies the most. A chill raced through him. Too late. Lu Fan's fists simultaneously erupted, flaming mountain-shattering fist. The explosive force thundered like a storm, and searing red flame, Qi instantly engulfed Qian Yu. Boom. Qian Yu's body was slammed as if struck by a massive hammer, his blazing true Qi flaring uncontrollably as he was sent flying backwards, blasted off the island. He left a long fiery trail, resembling a falling meteor. Midair, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his consciousness instantly dimming. Freed from the crushing killing sword's hold, Lu Fan's burst power rivaled that of a mid-stage internal strong warrior. Before Qian Yu even hit the ground, he had lost consciousness. Fortunately, a Sharpied instructor moved swiftly to catch him, preventing a fatal fall. Below, the crowd grew especially honest. This guy's way too weak. What kind of martial art was that? Just spinning a few times, and then getting blasted away with one punch. Pathetic. Did he think spinning around would make the opponent dizzy, so he could attack? That technique is stupid, and he's even dumber. One sword strike with no power left, then turned into a shooting star. Voices merged into ridicule. Embarrassing. Qianfeng, your brother is a total disgrace. The Qian family's martial arts really are weak. You'd better make your brother learn some real skills. Without saying a word, Qianfeng's face flushed bright red as he hurried away. Behind him, shouts hammered like nails into his mind, driving him nearly mad, yet he didn't even glance back at his brother lying on the ground. Lu Ming watched that disheveled retreating figure, and suddenly memories of how he himself had treated Lu Fan surfaced. Both had failed the same test, fled in panic, yet his cousin had been indifferent and even cruelly mocking, far worse than Qianfeng. A complex light flickered in his eyes as he recalled the bitterness of humiliation he had tasted at the martial arts academy, now reflected in his own past cruelty. Lu Ming, your brother's something else. You gotta introduce us sometime. With a brother like that, who'd dare call you names again? Haha, why don't you let your brother teach us a thing or two? Just say what you want, and he'll get it for you. If anyone calls you green shell again, he'll beat them up for you. No sooner had Qianfeng left than the group swarmed Lu Ming with flattery. Yet not a trace of a smile touched his face as he turned and strode away. He was going back to isolate himself and train. If not for Lu Fan's exhilarating fight just now, it would have been himself ridiculed today. Now having to rely on the brother he once bullied filled him with shame, and his steps grew faster still, leaving all calls behind. Lu Fan, victory. By the arena, instructor Jiangqing's voice was calm, but his gaze held newfound respect. Others might only see the outcome, but he discerned every detail. Under such overwhelming pressure, only rare souls could step forward so composed. If Jiangqing himself had reached only the third inner realm, he might resist Qian Yu's strike and seize victory, but never with Lu Fan's casual grace sidestepping and sending his opponent flying with a single punch. Among the clouds high above, Shinta turned to Dream Arts Master Mengyun of the Misty Academy. Mengyun, did you understand his footwork? It just felt off. Mengyun shook her head gently. Feeling that way is normal. It wasn't footwork at all, just a simple getting out of the way. I know, Shinta frowned. But how did he avoid being crushed by the forces of heaven and earth? For a moment, I felt like he merged with the very world. Xianjin chimed in. You're not imagining things. She truly did merge with heaven and earth. How he managed it? An intriguing young man with an intriguing technique. Perhaps we should stop here and see which academy he chooses. Shintu rubbed his hands eagerly, and the headmaster nodded with a smile. Perfect. Only 10 remain. Let's conclude. Tianqi announced the results. The headmaster waved his hand, and thunder roared through the sky. A gigantic spectral head appeared, thunder booming across the grounds. The trials are over. The remaining 10 stepped forward to select their academies. Lu Fan paused briefly, then broke into a broad smile. At this moment, 8 of the island's challengers had already secured their victories. 2 others were still locked in fierce combat, but when the sound of awakening echoed through the sky, they immediately ceased fighting. The 2 exchanged smiles, never expecting that after such an intense battle, they would both advance together. This unexpected joy was clearly reflected on their faces. The 10 newly crowned victors stood in formation. Simultaneously, several mentors raised their hands, sending a powerful, surging energy through the stone slabs beneath their feet. The array patterns spread rapidly like radiant serpents, circles of mysterious light igniting one after another. Amid a roaring sound, the fragmented island seemed to piece itself back together like an immense jigsaw puzzle, the floating terrain slowly settling into place. Remarkably, the cracked stone slabs miraculously repaired themselves upon touching the ground, restored as if new. This spectacle left the new students dumbfounded, while the older ones remained composed. They had witnessed this sight at least once before. Hovering in midair, 9 Grand Masters, and the Dean gently descended. Immediately afterward, 10 massive desks and chairs floated down and landed steadily. All the mentors took their positions on either side, their movements coordinated and precise. The Dean rose to announce the rules loudly. Those who passed the first round were to step aside and await selection by the mentors. The top 100 would step forward 10 paces, write down the academy they wished to join, and hand it to the mentors for consideration. The top 20 stepped 20 paces forward and could directly choose their mentor to become a registered disciple. The top 10 advanced 100 paces to personally pay respects to the masters of each division. As soon as the words finished, all the new students rushed to their designated places. In truth, making it into the top 100 only required 2 consecutive wins, so those outside the 100 bitterly thought that with a bit more luck, weaker opponents, or greater strength, they too might have had the chance to choose their academy instead of waiting passively to be chosen. Of course, compared to those who lost in the first round and were sent to the West Fragrant Pavilion, they were lucky. That group had to wait until all selections here were complete, without even the right to observe. The top 50 were unable to contain their excitement and eagerly took brushes and ink offered by several mentors, beginning to write at their desks. Choosing an academy was a dilemma. Picking a weaker academy almost guaranteed acceptance, but made being in the top 50 feel less meaningful. Choosing a stronger one risked rejection due to fierce competition. They weighed their options carefully, hesitating even as their brushes began to move. The top 30 students considered more deeply whom should they follow. Some had done their homework well and already had a favorite mentor in mind. Others were clueless, forced to guess based on the mentor's demeanor and presence. Those leading the group of 10 beamed with excitement. Having close contact with 9 Grand Masters and the rare opportunity to be personally taught a technique was a fate-changing chance for any newcomer. Lu Fan was among them, but appeared much calmer. His only concern was to identify which master belonged to the One Origin Academy. The 10 stepped forward, drawing the full attention of the senior students watching below. The seniors cared less about who would become their juniors and more about which academy these 10 would enter, since they would likely become their direct rivals one day. Advancing the full 100 paces, they stopped right before the 9 Grand Masters and the Dean. The Dean's gaze swept over the 10 students, catching glimpses of excitement, anticipation, and a mix of emotions. He paid little attention to the usual first-day enthusiasm, but the calm composure on Lu Fan's face made him look twice. This kid was definitely different from the others. "Welcome to the Martial Arts Academy," the Dean announced loudly. "You may now report your names to the masters of your chosen divisions." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword-bearing youth on the far left eagerly stepped forward and shouted, "My name is Mu Shua. I wield the sword and specialize in the autumn water sword technique. I wish to join the Qingjian division and learn their highest-level swordsmanship." Mu Shua's flushed cheeks and booming voice echoed across the courtyard. Master Xianzhen of Qingjian division smiled at his youthful vigor. "It's been a long time since I've seen such pure enthusiasm in a young one. Very well, you shall join Qingjian. Come to the summit of Broken Sword Peak in 2 days. It'll show you real swordsmanship. Whether you can learn it depends on your own abilities." Upon hearing this, Mu Shua dropped to his knees with a thud, the sound of his knees striking the stone pavement ringing out. "Master, I pay my respects to you as your disciple." Xianzhen was momentarily taken aback, hadn't actually agreed to accept disciples. The boy was quick to take initiative. With a reluctant wave, he said, "Don't speak of discipleship just yet. If you truly master my sword technique, then I will accept you. I will definitely learn it." Mu Shua responded firmly before stepping back as instructed. The older students nearby whispered amongst themselves, "Shameless. But that's a clever move. Ah, I wish I had been bolder back then." "You? Were you even in the top 10 at that time?" Mu Shua took his place. The other newcomers, like ignited torches, one after another announced their names and divisions. Fueled by Mu Shua's courage, their voices grew louder and their confidence thicker. One burly fellow even stripped off his outer robe on the spot to flex his muscles, making several masters burst out laughing. Master Shinta then pulled him aside, saying, "Come to Hengshan Division, and it'll shape your body like rock." Not all masters were so easygoing. Master Xing Yuan of the Yinyang Division kept a cold face throughout, his gaze sharp as blades. The 4 students who volunteered for Yinyang Division simply heard a flat approved with no further words, too intimidated to speak. Before long, 8 students had all chosen their paths, 2 to Qingjian, 4 to Yinyang, 2 to Hengshan, exclusively the top-ranked divisions. The lower-ranked branches went completely unchosen. Only 2 remained. Just as Lu Fan was about to speak, he caught the Dean's slight narrowing of Aisa's subtle signal to wait. Understanding immediately, Lu Fan fell silent and turned to the girl standing beside him. She had been blushing since registration, whether from nervousness or excitement. Petite and delicate, slightly shorter than Lu Fan, her large, expressive eyes seemed almost able to speak. "And you? Which division do you wish to join?" Master Meng Yun of the Piaomiao division couldn't help but ask. No one had chosen Piaomiao yet, which frustrated her. Despite being the 3rd highest-ranked division, even above Hengshan. It had lost 2 promising students to Shinta's laughter and persuasion, and so far, she hadn't snagged a single good candidate. The girl looked fragile and delicate. Master Mingyun had just observed her fight and thought she had a good foundation, worth cultivating. That's why he finally spoke. The girl lightly pinched the edge of her clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. My name is Ling Yao. I want to join the Mingxin Academy. The moment her words fell, the air in the hall seemed to freeze in place. Master Wucho of Mingxin Academy, who had been watching with half-closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. 2 sharp, electric-like glints locked onto Ling Yao. Oh, you want to join Mingxin Academy? Why? Wucho stood up, his voice low but burning with intensity. Clearly not expecting a question, Ling Yao froze for a moment. She thought seriously for a few breaths before shyly saying, because I want to practice the art of calming the mind in martial arts. I once knew an old gentleman who said this was the best path for me. He even left me this. She extended her right palm, quietly channeling her inner energy. A subtle light shimmered in her palm, forming an almost invisible character for Dao that appeared and then sank beneath her skin. Dao Heart Martial Technique. Wucho exclaimed in shock. He suddenly surged forward to stand before Ling Yao and gripped her palm tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. From today on, you are my own personal disciple, the last one. Now, come with me back to Mingxin Academy. Before anyone could react, he had already grabbed Ling Yao, his figure streaking upward like a rainbow, vanishing in an instant like a trailing light. The senior students in the hall exchanged confused glances. A few masters frowned. None knew much about the Dao Heart Martial Technique, but seeing Wucho this excited, it must be extraordinary. Master Mengyan shook his head helplessly. Great, another one snatched away. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Fan remained silently standing before the 9 masters on the stage. The 8 pairs of eyes on him glowed with words unspoken. Lu Fan cleared his throat, about to speak. My name is Lu Fan, I want to join. Before he could finish, Master Shintu of the Hengshan Academy cut in loudly. Kid, don't rush. Listen first, I've got something to say, then you decide. The other masters all cast disdainful looks. Shintu's way, here he goes again. But Shintu, thick-skinned as ever, chuckled and patted his chest. Listen up. If you come to Hengshan Academy, you're my personal disciple. Plus I'll give you a full set of earth-level martial techniques. Am nothing if not generous, and fiercely protective. Become my disciple, you won't lose out. Earth-level martial techniques. Lu Fan's heart jumped violently, his blood almost bursting in his ears. But in his mind echoed his master Wu Chen's last advice. He took a deep breath to calm himself and bowed. Thank you, master, for your kindness. But I have already made my choice. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Shintu was stunned. Such an irresistible offer, and the kid refused? Did he hear that right? Shintu's embarrassed face drew quiet laughter from Xuanjin and Meng Yun, and even a faint smile from Xing Yuan. Interesting. Such temptation isn't easy for most to resist. Shintu waved his hand, smiling wryly. Fine. You're probably aiming for the Yinyang Academy then. Xing Yuan, that title of #1 branch academy sure works well. Geniuses all flock to you. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. The older trainees nearby who heard Lu Fan's statement all gasped sharply. Mo Yunfei and Zhang Yuehan blinked wide-eyed, as if confronted by a man possessed. One Yuan sect? Did I hear that right? He wants to join One Yuan? That's the 9th-ranked branch. Will that be a death wish? Sigh, ruining his own future. Heaven's punishment can be survived, but self-inflicted doom cannot. Whispers of shock and regret swelled like a tide towards the arena. The expressions of several instructors varied, none expecting this promising young man, favored by many masters, to pick the most unpopular One Yuan sect at this moment. The sect leader frowned slightly, then suddenly bellowed, quiet. His voice rang like a thunderclap across the training ground. Weaker trainees had their ears ring painfully. Some knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. Instantly, the arena fell into complete silence. At the back of the crowd, Master Yiqing rubbed his slightly swollen belly, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. Shintu and Meng Yun glanced sideways, and even Master Xingyuan's gaze shifted, a frown creasing his brow. Clearly, no one had expected Lu Fan's choice. The sect leader regained his composure and cast a questioning look at the youth. One Yuan sect. Are you certain? I'm certain. Lu Fan's expression was calm, his tone resolute. The sect leader then turned to Yiqing with a smile. Yiqing, someone has requested to join your One Yuan sect. What do you think? Yiqing released his hold on his belly, stood slowly, hands clasped behind his back, eyes cold yet inquisitive. Lu Fan, tell me, why choose my One Yuan sect? Give me a reason. I heard that One Yuan sect has a technique called the One Yuan Dao Secret, Lu Fan said, looking him straight in the eye, voice solemn. Indeed, Yiqing nodded lightly. But no one has mastered it in over a century. If that's why you're here, I advise you to reconsider. Master Hengshan earlier offered to take you as a closed-door disciple. Joining Hengshan's sect means gaining an earth-level martial technique plus the ability to cultivate the Great Sun Thunder Body. Lu Fan fell silent. responding only with unwavering determination in his eyes. That unshakable stubbornness was written plainly on his face. Yiking's smile faded bit by bit, replaced by a chill in his gaze. Very determined. Unfortunately, your rigidity will make your martial path difficult. If you can't join one Yuan sect, perhaps consider another branch. All the masters are waiting for you. Lu Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. A shadow of disappointment flashed through his heart. His cousin Lu Ming had warned him about the temperamental master at 1 yuan, and meeting him now confirmed the suspicion this was almost certainly the very man. He cupped his fists and bowed. In that case, I won't trouble you any longer. Thank you, sect leader and all respected masters. With that, he decisively turned away. Since he could not openly obtain the 1 yuan Dao secret, he would have to find another way. Lu Fan quietly plotted how to leave under watchful eyes, and then covertly locate the 1 yuan sect to learn in secret. Several masters were stunned as the youth left so abruptly. Just then, a lazy but unmistakable voice sounded, "Wait." Lu Fan stopped and turned back, puzzled, cupping his fists. "Master I Ching, is there something else?" I Ching looked up with a light laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "What a stubborn lad, harder than stone." Master Xing Yuan suddenly interjected. "Isn't that just the stubbornness passed down through your 1 yuan sect?" I Ching ignored the remark, fixing his gaze sharply on Lu Fan. "Very well. If you hesitated just now, you really wouldn't have gotten into my 1 yuan sect. Very good, very good. But if you want to learn the one origin Dao formula, that's not something I can decide. You'll have to ask my senior brother, your Daoguang master. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, I Ching folded his hands behind his back and strode with steady yet swift steps toward the training arena's exit. Lu Fan's face lit up with joy as he hurried to keep up. The little black beast, which had been lurking quietly in a corner, seized the chance to leap onto Lu Fan's shoulder, its fiery red eyes darting around. Behind them, the academy head couldn't help but call out, "I Ching, aren't you going to choose any other disciples?" "One is enough," I Ching replied without turning, his voice calm but resolute. The two men and the beast left the training field, quickly disappearing from the watchful eyes of all present. Several senior masters exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Shintu sighed. Well, the one origin sect seems to have found a treasure. That old Dao Guang's going to be thrilled." Xing Yuan spoke coldly. "Don't celebrate too soon. Let's just hope he doesn't lead the disciple astray. Such a talent wasted, truly a shame." The academy head gave Xing Yuan a knowing look and chuckled softly. "A shame? Perhaps." The veteran students murmured quietly below the stage. Mo Yunfei sneered. "Choosing one origin? Idiotic. If the one origin Dao formula were really easy to master, it wouldn't have gone uncompleted for 100 years. Thinking he's some unparalleled genius overestimating himself." A senior brother next to Zhang Yuehan frowned. Now that he's in one origin, it won't be easy to cause him any trouble. I Ching and Dao Guang are notorious for protecting their own. Zhang Yuehan tugged at her senior brother's sleeve, whispering urgently, "I don't care. You promised me." The senior brother sighed in resignation. All right, he'll think of something. He can't hide inside the sect forever. Gathering herbs, contests, trials, there will be chances. Humph. Half a day later, deep inside the academy's palace corridors, I Ching led Lu Fan onward. Although walking leisurely, each step actually spanned dozens of yards, forcing Lu Fan to trot just to keep up. Upon reaching a vermilion corridor, I Ching casually asked, "Lu Fan, that wild beast of yours isn't bad. What abilities does it have?" Lu Fan answered honestly, "It can breathe fire and possess me, but I don't know much beyond that." "Possession? Then it's already a spiritual beast level," I Ching said, somewhat surprised. "In your future cultivation, you'll need to advance together with it. The stronger it is, the better for you." Lu Fan's heart stirred, testing the waters. "Master, do you know how to raise wild beasts?" "A little," I Ching smiled. "Though I'm not a full beast tamer, training an immature wild beast isn't too difficult." Lu Fan's joy was evident. "That's great. I've been worried because I don't know how to train mine." I Ching nodded, and the two kept walking. After several more hours without reaching the one origin sect, dusk settled and twilight thickened. Lu Fan finally spoke. "Master, is the one origin sect far from here?" "Not far," I Ching replied lightly. "At this pace, another 10 days walk, and we'll arrive." Lu Fan stopped in surprise, staring at him. I Ching didn't slow, instead teasing, "Too far? Or tired? If you can't go on, just say the word, I can fly you there." Lu Fan hurried to reassure him. "Not tired, just surprised." "Then let's keep going." I Ching glanced sideways. "Keep going," Lu Fan nodded firmly. "That's more like it." I Ching's lips curved into a faint smile. "Martial arts is like walking a path, steady steps and firm footing are the truth. Others flying you won't get you far. Real skill is flying on your own." With that, he folded his hands behind his back and quietly chanted, "1,000 miles of rivers and mountains cross the void. 10,000 fathoms of worldly dust seem real and unreal. Cultivating martial way refines the heart. Why point swords to the sky? A jug of cloudy wine, a lofty song. A crescent moon, a fleeting dream. Haste in martial arts, haste in heart, why rush so? His clear voice echoed through the silent corridor. Lu Fan's mind shook with revelation. He suddenly drew his blunt, heavy sword, gaze fixed on the 8 ancient characters carved on its blade, whispering to himself, cultivating martial way refines the heart. Why point swords to the sky? Perfect art lacks craft. Perfect art lacks craft. His steps continued, but it was as if he had entered a realm of silence, his whole being sinking into deep contemplation. I Ching glanced sideways with a soft laugh. Your comprehension is remarkable. It was worth reciting the Tao verse for you. Your understanding, mindset, and physique are all excellent, truly the potential to cultivate the one origin Tao formula. Could it be that my one origin sect will produce a prodigy? Haha, let's hope so. Side by side, they walked forward beneath the star-filled sky and the high full moon. 10 days later, deep in the Green Mountains, the narrow mountain path lay faintly visible through the thin mist, winding like a silvery ribbon around the hillside. For a full 10 days, Lu Fan held the heavy sword of Woofing silently, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the blade day and night, even while eating and resting. I Ching hadn't disturbed him once. It was clear the apprentice was immersed in a breakthrough, but 10 days straight still surprised him usually. The longer the enlightenment, the deeper the insight. He couldn't help but be curious about what Lu Fan might discover. Little Hay was unusually quiet too. This clever little beast didn't understand what Lu Fan was doing, but sensed it wasn't the time to interrupt, obediently lying by his side. After walking another 2 hours, Lu Fan suddenly stopped, the aura around his body gently rippling outward. I Ching's plump face immediately brightened with a smile. The breakthrough had ended. Lu Fan exhaled deeply, murmuring, so that's how it is. Then, raising his sword with one arm, he gently sliced at the trees on the left side of the path. The sword's motion wasn't fast, but unavoidable. When the sword chi struck, 5 or 6 thick trees bent as if pressed by a giant hand, before snapping simultaneously with sharp cracks. I Ching's smile widened. A perfect technique using the power of heaven and earth to press down, with a sword already showing a touch of the Tao. He was about to speak when Lu Fan quietly added one word, break. As the word fell, the snapped logs exploded, sending splinters flying like rain. I Ching was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, the binding force breaking technique. A martial skill that even external gang-level warriors struggle to master, yet you've comprehended it through enlightenment. Lu Fan sheathed his sword and focused, then turned to ask, Master, what exactly is the binding force breaking technique? Pointing to the shattered wood around them, I Ching explained, it's precisely what you just did, first compressing and restraining your power, then unleashing it explosively inside the target. It's called binding force breaking. Usually only external gang practitioners can grasp it, and many struggle even after years of practice. Your insight truly amazes me. Lu Fan smiled. So this is what I cultivated. Master, how long was my enlightenment? Only 10 days, I Ching replied calmly. At last, hunger surged like a tide within Lu Fan. He hurriedly pulled out some rations from his storage ring and ate in large bites. 10 days without food would have been fatal for an ordinary person. Although not weakened, his head spun from hunger. Watching his disciple devour the food, I Ching kept walking, leading the way. Little Hay jumped onto Lu Fan's shoulder, licked his face a few times, then joined the scramble for food. After filling about 70 to 80% of his hunger, Lu Fan wiped his mouth and asked, Master, is a Yuan courtyard far from here? Not at all, just over the next mountain, I Ching answered. Lu Fan smiled slightly. Finally, they were almost there. For a long time, he had been curious about Yuan courtyard after Master Wu Chun had mentioned it. Quickening their pace slightly, the two of them finally crested the mist-shrouded mountain just as dusk was settling in. Lu Fan first cast his gaze outward, scanning the area for the rumored Yuan Academy. What are you looking for? I Ching asked with a smile, watching his movements. Of course, Yuan Academy, Lu Fan answered without hesitation. Look over there, I Ching said, pointing ahead. Following her line of sight, Lu Fan saw a small patch of flat ground on the hillside ahead, with a few scattered wooden houses clustered into a modest courtyard. Thin tendrils of smoke curled up gently, drifting softly against the backdrop of the sunset glow. This is a Yuan Academy? He blurted, unable to hide his surprise. That's right. I Ching strode forward decisively toward the wooden buildings. Lu Fan hesitated for a moment, then followed. Thinking back to the grandeur of the Martial Academy's main hall, he found it hard to reconcile the idea that one of the 9 branch academies would be little more than these humble, low wooden huts. As they approached, he noticed a stone stele standing about waist-high before the courtyard. The characters Yuan carved plainly, but boldly, in an archaic style. The courtyard had no formal gate, only a neat walkway made of flat blue-gray stones, with a central marking faintly etched Wu character worn down by time. Lu Fan sighed wryly. Master, you really have a knack for picking places for me. Suddenly, the little black dog on his shoulder twitched its nose as if catching a scent. With a swift leap, it darted off like an arrow toward the wooden house on the left. I Ching paused mid-step and turned her head just in time to catch the commotion that followed as chaos erupted from the house. Damn your ancestors, whose dog is this? How dare it steal my food? Drop it. Drop it. Or I'll stew you too. Don't run. That's my meat. And mine. Hanfeng, you idiot, catch it. Before the curses could finish, the little black dog bolted out of the door with half a greasy roasted meat in its mouth. Three young men, shirtless and wearing half-length pants, chased after it brandishing nothing but chopsticks. The one in front had a large chunk of meat stuffed in his mouth, while gripping a jade-green longsword in his left hand, its blade slick with oil. Little dog, where do you think you're? The young man suddenly froze when his eyes landed on I Ching, embarrassment flooding his face. And master. I Ching's complexion instantly darkened as she glared at the three men, then darted a sharp look at the gleaming, oil-smudged jade longsword. With a sudden stern shout she barked, Hanfeng, the Bishui Chongtian sword I gave you was for slicing meat? Spittle sprayed all over Hanfeng's face. Lu Fan standing nearby got splattered too and instinctively took a step back. Man, master's temper hits harder than a mountain wind. Hanfeng closed his eyes and wiped his face. Wipe what? I Ching snapped again. Nothing. Just spreading it evenly. Hanfeng stammered with his eyes still squeezed shut. The two other boys nearby struggled to hold back laughter, their shoulders shaking. I Ching pointed with sharp authority. Chu Tian, Chu Xing. Don't laugh either. Go back inside and put on your clothes right now. Yes, sir. The two lowered their heads quickly and dashed off. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hanfeng tried to slip away. Master, I'll go change my cloth. I Ching's gaze turned icy. First, explain what's going on. Hanfeng closed his eyes, sighing great. That was all for nothing again just now. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then slowly saluted Master I Ching, whose hair and beard were snow white and whose face was stern. His tone was sheepish but still trying to sound confident. Master, isn't it true that second and third senior brothers' weapons all broke? We couldn't find anything suitable on such short notice, so I had no choice but to use my Bihai Changtian sword to deal with it. Master I Ching frowned deeply and demanded in a grave voice, how did they break? Did you cause trouble again? Hanfeng forced himself to explain, we were hunting in the back mountains when we encountered a purple firebird. That creature was fierce. It burned my brother's weapons with its flames until the edges curled. If it weren't for my sword, the three of us might not have managed to defeat it. Purple firebird? Master I Ching slowly repeated the words, his eyes flickering with suspicion as if recalling something from long ago. After a pause, his expression changed dramatically, and he abruptly looked up. You don't mean the Xianfenchen K, the one Master Meng Yun of Piaomiao Academy raised, do you? His eyes widened, and his breath sharpened. Hanfeng's face instantly went pale, and he narrowed one eye, quietly confirming, Master, you mean the bird with purple golden flame patterns on its wings? Master I Ching nodded with force. Exactly. What have you done with it? Hanfeng swallowed nervously and glanced over at Lu Fan nearby, or more precisely, the dark shape at Lu Fan's feet, hunched over and ravenously gnawing. Startled by everyone's gaze, the little black creature paused briefly but quickly resumed devouring the richly fragrant piece of meat in its mouth. Master Hanfeng pointed hesitantly at the meat in the creature's jaws. That's the Xianfenchen K itself. Before he finished speaking, Master I Ching staggered as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His face flushed red, then turned blue, then darkened to an ashen black. Lu Fan swallowed nervously, worried this matter might drag both Master I Ching and Master Meng Yun into an earth-shattering conflict. The little black creature, obviously oblivious to human language, tilted its head back and crunched the last bite of meat down, leaving only a pile of charred black bones on the ground. The mountain breeze swept through, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Master I Ching's chest thundered outward as he roared explosively, Chu Tian, Chu Xing, you two come out here now. Almost at the same moment, Lu Fan saw Chu Tian and Chu Xing burst out of the house, their waist sashes still undone and clothes disheveled. But instead of heading toward the master, they bolted full speed toward the mountain gate. Master's raging. Run for it. Chu Tian screamed as he and Chu Xing split left and right, their figures blurring into afterimages. Only after they vanished did Hanfeng realize what was happening and tried to scramble away. But before he could take a step, Master I Ching grabbed the collar of his robe. With a swish, three figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. Chu Tian and Chu Xing were each seized by one of Master I Ching's hands, and Hanfeng was lifted off the ground along with them. You three really make me furious. Master I Ching shouted, sweeping his sleeve, and the wind howled as he struck a fierce punch. Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Hanfeng braced themselves against the pain, unleashing their own fighting energy and shouting aloud, Senior brothers, Master's gone serious. We're giving it our all. Their footwork shifted rapidly, forming a three-talons formation. Their fists and sword chi intertwined into a violent whirlwind, fiercely opposing Master I Ching's raging storm of power. The clash roared, stones shattered, deep cracks spread across the courtyard floor, and the two wooden houses beside them shook so violently their beams cracked and collapsed, becoming piles of splintered timber. Dust and wood chips swirled in the air. Lu Fan stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly unsure whether he should step forward to intervene. So this was the legendary First Yuan Academy? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of "did I end up in the wrong place?" washed over him. In stark contrast, the little black creature expressed a completely different opinion through its actions. It happily patted its round belly, let out a contented burp, and thought to itself, with such delicious food right at the start, this really felt like the right place to be. An hour later, moonlight poured down. The cool moonlight spilled into the small courtyard of Yuan Temple like flowing water. The stone floor shimmered with a silvery glow, and dewdrops glistened on the grass by the fence. In the center of the courtyard, a wooden table, faded from many washes, was already set with dinner. A pot of pale, nearly transparent coarse tea, a plate of wild greens with very little oil, and a few wild fruits picked from the back mountain. This made up tonight's simple meal. Seated solemnly at the head of the table was Master I Ching, his round, plump face full of contented smiles. He gestured to the three disciples beside him in order. Lu Fan, let me introduce you. This is your fourth senior brother Han Feng, third senior brother Chu Xing, and second senior brother Chu Tian. Your first senior brother is secluded with Dao Guang Master at the back mountain and won't return for now. Lu Fan stood, clasped his fists respectfully, and greeted senior brothers Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian. This is our new little junior brother Lu Fan, I Ching said with evident satisfaction, clearly pleased with the new disciple. Han Feng burst into hearty laughter first, clutching his still swollen cheek as he shouted, "At last, I'm not at the bottom anymore. Come on, fifth junior brother, taste a dish from your brother's kitchen." Ow, my face. His cheek was badly bruised and purple, and when he grinned, one front tooth was missing, looking foolish but spirited. Chu Xing and Chu Tian weren't in much better shape. Their noses and eyes were equally bruised. Earlier, they had been struck a few times by I Ching, who seemed to have abandoned the no-hitting-the-face rule in a Yuan temple. The two forced awkward smiles to show goodwill, but the pain from their wounds made them look worse than if they'd been crying. Amid Han Feng's enthusiastic assault of offering food, Lu Fan could only pick up a bite of wild greens with his chopsticks and pop it into his mouth. As soon as his teeth closed, the astringent bitterness spread instantly, and his expression changed. "How is it, fifth junior brother? Tasty?" Han Feng asked, patting his shoulder expectantly. Lu Fan swallowed with difficulty and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I Ching noticed and said calmly, "If it's bad, just say so. No need to hold back." "Is it really that bad?" Han Feng asked. Lu Fan nodded lightly. Han Feng sighed helplessly. "Looks like my cooking skills won't improve anytime soon. Second brother, your turn?" Chu Tian held his cheek and said, "I can cook, but you all have to make sure to finish everything." Before he finished, I Ching waved him off. "Forget it, forget it." Then I Ching turned to Lu Fan. "Lu Fan, can you cook?" All eyes turned to Lu Fan. No one expected the first question he got in Yuan Temple to be, "Can you cook?" After a slight hesitation, he answered, "Not really." A chorus of sighs rose around the table. Han Feng slammed the table and wailed, "Heavens, do I have to chew on this stuff every day? Look at Piaomiao Temple. Then look at Hengshan Temple. Comparing ourselves to others just makes you mad." Enough noise. I Ching cut off his complaint with a calm tone, then explained to Lu Fan, "You've seen for yourself. We are few here, no one to manage logistics. We do everything ourselves, gather wild veggies, hunt small game. We get by however we can. In over 10 years, the brothers here have rarely had a decent meal. Han Feng's cooking is the best among them. You'll get used to it in time." Lu Fan twitched his eye. So this was considered the best? The other's cooking probably could be fatal. After thinking a bit, he added, "Though I can't cook, Xiaohei can." At this, everyone turned their heads in unison, eyes shining with interest. Han Feng asked, "Xiaohei?" Lu Fan took some ingredients and medicinal herbs from the ring and handed them to Xiaohei. "Go make something we can eat." Xiaohei hugged the ingredients tightly with its two front legs and hopped over to a corner of the clearing. It used its sharp claws to dig out stones of the right size, then breathed out a burst of pitch-black demon flame. The fierce blaze quickly melted and shaped the stones, forming a full set of utensils: a stone pot, bowl, and spoon. Next, Xiaohei used its claws like knives to neatly separate the meat, wild vegetables, and herbs, tossing them into the boiling stone pot. It reignited the black flame to cook the stew over low heat. Across from them, Han Feng, Chu Tian, Chu Xing, and Master I Ching watched in stunned silence. They had never seen a wild beast prepare a meal with such human-like skill. Lu Fan, by contrast, remained calm. When training in the mountains, his master Wu Chun had encouraged Xiaohei to cook every day to strengthen its spirit and dexterity. They were all used to this. Eating just roasted meat in the mountains got boring quickly, so varying the dishes was part of their cultivation. Soon, a rich aroma filled the air. Xiaohei carefully carried the large stone pot with its front legs wrapped around the rim, steadying it as it set it down on the wooden table. Lu Fan smiled warmly and picked out the biggest piece of meat to reward it. Chu Tian and Chu Xing exchanged glances. Then, together with Han Feng, they picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. As the food touched their tongues, all three froze with surprise. Master I Ching, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Bad taste. It looks good. Then, he scooped up some for himself. The next moment, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, delicious. The flavor is outstanding. With mouths full, Chu Tian and Chu Xing nodded emphatically. So good. So good. It's been ages since we've had anything this tasty. Lu Fan chuckled after chewing some wild vegetables just before. The contrast was indeed striking. He glanced at Han Feng, who sat with eyes closed, wearing a look of bliss. Lu Fan asked, fourth senior brother, not used to it? Han Feng waved a hand lightly. Shoo, don't talk. Let me enjoy it. Then he closed his eyes again to savor each bite. At the table, Master I Ching and the two senior brothers devoured the food at what seemed like lightning speed, almost too fast to follow by the naked eye. Lu Fan soon joined the feast. By the time Han Feng finally opened his eyes to eat again, the stone pot was clean and slowly spinning empty. Wiping his mouth with satisfaction, Master I Ching said, not bad. That was a hearty meal. From now on, Xiaohei will handle the cooking. Lu Fan, don't hesitate to let it cook, that's part of its cultivation. He'll reward it with a blessing when the time comes. Chu Tian and Chu Xing nodded in unison. Master is right. Master I Ching gestured toward the table. Han Feng, clean up. Lu Fan, come with me. Without another word, he led Lu Fan away. Han Feng stared blankly at the empty table, only now coming back to himself. Chu Tian and Chu Xing smiled, got up, and each pulled a rare medicinal herb from their robes, placing it into Xiaohei's paws. Haha, Xiaohei, from now on we're one family. Thanks for dinner. This zhugua fruit is a gift to welcome you. Xiaohei blinked its large, watery eyes at the bright red zhugua fruit before it instinctively wrapped its paws around the precious offering, knowing it was something valuable. As the two figures departed, Han Feng finally snapped back to reality and shouted loudly, you bunch of bastards! Ah! His cries echoed throughout the chilly mountain valley. Before the sound fully died away, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Seizing the crouching Xiaohei nearby, he startled the little creature. Mistaking Han Feng's movements for an attempt to snatch the crimson fruit from its mouth, Xiaohei bared its fangs, releasing thin sparks from its throat. The sudden burst of fire caused Han Feng to hastily let go, fear written all over his face. Don't be rash. Calm down. Please, calm down. Han Feng waved his hands frantically, wearing an ingratiating smile. Xiaohei, my dear Xiaohei, see when you bit into me earlier, I didn't even put up a fuss. How about this? Would you whip up something for me to eat? He'll go find the ingredients. Look, I even have some medicinal herbs here. You cook, and he'll give them to you, sounds fair, right? With that, he pulled out a shriveled but remarkably fragrant herb from his sleeve. It resembled a ginseng root found deep in the mountains. Xiaohei leaned in to sniff it, instantly recognizing its value. A satisfied gleam flashed in its eyes as it pondered briefly, then gave a slight nod in agreement. Ecstatic, Han Feng stuffed the ginseng into Xiaohei's arms and dashed toward the collapsed wooden hut. Muttering to himself, he eagerly exclaimed, there must be some supplies left in the kitchen. Let's go, let's go. Time to get started. Haha, let them take everything so quickly today. I'm eating alone. Meanwhile, in another part of the settlement, Lu Fan followed Master I Ching into a slightly larger wooden cottage. Upon entering, waves of sandalwood fragrance greeted him, and the atmosphere was serene yet solemn. Hanging on the wall directly ahead was a landscape scroll that took up almost half of the room. On either side of the painting, 8 bold and flowing characters read, renewal begins with unity, transformation through creation. Master I Ching took 3 sticks of incense from a desk and handed them to Lu Fan, speaking with great formality, bow 3 times to the scroll. From today onward, you are an official disciple of the Unity Institute. Lu Fan accepted the incense, took a deep breath, and bowed thrice with utmost reverence. Strangely, the incense immediately burned out, and the scalding hot ash fell onto the back of his hand, causing him to flinch in pain. Don't worry. This is the scroll's way of acknowledging you. Master I Ching reassured him, gesturing for Lu Fan to look down. Take a look at your hand. Glancing at his hand, Lu Fan saw the faint outline of the character Yuan appearing where the ash had touched his skin. Only with this mark can you begin studying the Unity Path techniques, Master I Ching explained as he beckoned him closer. Take a seat, I need to tell you about the rules of cultivation within the Unity sect. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 wooden chairs floated over from the wall. Lu Fan took a seat and waited respectfully. Master I Ching, however, first settled himself into the other chair, his hefty figure causing it to creak under the strain. As he adjusted his position, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Looks like I need a sturdier chair. It wasn't this tight before I gaining weight again. Truly, a carefree mind leads to a hefty body. After finally getting comfortable, he turned serious, saying, there are 2 things you must remember while training at the Unity Institute. First, you are strictly forbidden from entering the depths of Mount Skypillar. especially the spirit summoning peak deep within the range. Without my authorization or that of Master Dao Wang, you mustn't take a single step inside. Believe me, the powerful individuals and ferocious beasts residing there would spell certain death for you. Second, every disciple here must remain pure-hearted and benevolent. Malicious intent will result in the immediate loss of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Do you understand? Lu Fan responded solemnly. Understood, Master. Master I Ching nodded approvingly. Very good. The path of martial cultivation is long and arduous. My energy is limited, and the Unity Institute has traditionally accepted only a select few disciples. Now that I have taken you under my wing, I will devote myself entirely to your growth. I may not give you a sudden breakthrough in strength or teach you advanced techniques right away, but what I will impart is far more invaluable: how to nurture your mind. Your progress may be steady and slow, but it will be solid and unwavering. You will tread the path step by step until you reach the summit of martial mastery. The next morning, a cool breeze greeted him, refreshing and invigorating. Before dawn had fully broken, Lu Fan was already in the courtyard. He took several deep breaths of the crisp, grass-scented air, then drew the heavy sword strapped across his back, a blade wider than most men's waists, and began to swing it slowly. The sword felt weighty. Each stroke stirred a low, rumbling whistle. Yet his breathing remained steady, his steps grounded. Though his movements didn't look fast, with every swing, the air around him seemed quietly pulled and twisted, as if invisible hands shaped small eddies in the breeze. At the wooden cabin doorway, Little Black lay sprawled lazily on the steps, his tail thumping softly against the planks. The cabin actually belonged to the eldest senior brother, who was currently secluded deep in the back mountain. Lu Fan only borrowed it for one night. Thinking about having to climb the mountain to chop firewood today and build a new cabin for himself, he slowed his sword technique just a bit, still steady and unshakable like a mountain. The creak of hinges sounded as the two side doors opened simultaneously. Second senior brother Chu Tian and third senior brother Chu Xing stretched lazily, then glanced over to see Lu Fan practicing swordplay in the yard. Chu Tian smiled and called out, "Junior brother Lu Fan, you're up early, very diligent." Chu Xing took a sip from his stone cup, eyes fixed on Lu Fan's sword moves. "There's pressure in your sword, energy condensed and focused. Your skill level strong, but the actual sword forms feel a bit rusty." Lu Fan sheathed his sword and cupped his hands respectfully. "Third senior brother, you have keen insight. I've never formally learned swordsmanship. I'm just testing things out on my own." That comment stunned the Chu brothers. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "Junior brother Lu Fan, don't lie to us. You've never trained at all? With skill like that?" Chu Xing shook his head too. "No point in pretending. I've played dumb before, but you're not fooling anyone. Don't act like you don't know us." Lu Fan's expression remained sincere as he repeated, "Truly, I haven't learned from anyone. Just figured some things out myself." His gaze was so honest that Chu Tian and Chu Xing exchanged looks and fell silent for a moment. Then Chu Xing stepped forward boldly. "If that's true, I don't mind shamelessly teaching you something. Are you willing to learn?" "Absolutely," Lu Fan said immediately, moving aside with burning anticipation in his eyes. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly crouched at the doorstep and yawned. "Junior brother Lu Fan, third senior brother Chu Xing's sword skills are amazing. He and second senior brother are known as the twin champions of blade and sword, unrivaled below the outer gang stage. Well, I mean, they're just okay, but you have to take this seriously. Once you learn, they'll teach you some freestyle moves that'll let you roam the ladies' gardens and play the world with ease." Lu Fan's eyes brightened at the first half of Han Feng's words, while the rest barely registered, silently hoped to witness firsthand what unrivaled below the outer gang stage really meant. Chu Xing waved a hand at Han Feng, a faint glow flashing along his arm. The next moment, a crisp crack sounded as a narrow slice of sword energy cut open the earth beneath Han Feng's feet. Han Feng sprang up like a sparrow flung from a bowstring, shouting in surprise. Before he could regain balance, an invisible force swept across him, pushing him back 2 steps as he cried out in distress. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, barely discerning the flow of powerful sword energy in the air. Chu Xing hadn't stepped fully into the outer gang stage yet, but he could release his inner gang energy outward instantly, controlling it as if it were an extension of his own limbs. In the courtyard, Chu Xing's wrist twisted continuously, his footwork shifting lightly. Han Feng struggled under the barrage of invisible sword energy lines, swinging fists with protective power, but each blow was shredded into waves of energy. His clothing was dotted with small tears in an instant. "Third senior brother, I was wrong. Stop me, wardrobe's running out. If you cut me more, I'll have to wear yours." Han Feng clutched his head and hopped helplessly. Only then did Chu Xing cease his attack and turn to Lu Fan with a calm voice. "Junior brother Lu Fan, did you see clearly?" Lu Fan nodded slightly, eyes shining with excitement. "I think I understand it a little now. Chu Xingdo's sword technique emphasizes the artistic conception and has well-rounded moves, blending offense and defense seamlessly. You should step forward and take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan advanced, But the moment his foot touched the ground, he froze in place under Han Feng's feet. The dirt floor bore an incredibly clear yin-yang bagua pattern. Yet just moments ago, he had seen senior brother Chu simply wave his hand casually. How could such an intricate mark appear so precisely? Han Feng glanced down to see a small hole pierced by sword chi on his robe. His face twitched, nearly bringing him to tears on the spot. Lu Fan had a sudden thought, and circled behind Chu Xing to look down, noticing that the soles of his boots also bore the exact same yin-yang bagua design. That's some impressive swordsmanship, he couldn't help but praise. Chu Xing gave a faint smile. That's about the best I have to show. Junior brother Lu, if you're interested, feel free to learn it. Once you reach the Y-gang stage, its power will multiply considerably. It's definitely worthwhile. Han Feng shuffled forward with his trademark 8-character step and exclaimed, not just good, this Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Sword is a D-level martial skill. It may not match senior brother Chu Tian's left heaven blade, but it's not far off either. Chu Tian, why don't you show them a move? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian laughed heartily, his eyes full of heroic spirit. All right. Junior brother Lu, want to see? Of course. Lu Fan cupped his fists, his gaze burning with eagerness. Please, senior brother Chu Tian. Chu Tian approached with his hands behind his back, surprisingly without drawing his blade, and simply ordered, everyone clear the way. Instinctively, Lu Fan stepped back 2 paces, watching as Chu Xing and Han Feng quickly slipped inside the house. Chu Tian then turned and warned, Junior brother Lu, you'd better step even further back. The calm yet murderous look in his eyes tightened Lu Fan's chest. He retreated step by step until standing beside Han Feng. Suddenly, a surge of energy exploded forth. Chu Tian stood like a bloodthirsty demon god, his left palm shimmering with crimson light. He bent low as his entire arm enveloped in wild vigor violently struck the earth. Boom, the air shattered, and the ground shook fiercely. Lu Fan clearly felt Chu Tian channel all his energy into his dantian, then instantly release it in that strike. Dust swirled and cleared, revealing a bottomless chasm extending from Chu Tian's feet to the horizon, as if the earth itself had been split in two, but all without using a blade. Retracting his aura, Chu Tian laughed with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I felt such a satisfying slash. Junior brother Lu, this is explosion. You store all your strength back in the dantian, then unleash it all at once. Don't hold anything back, don't overthink it. When that strike hits, the world goes empty, and if it doesn't kill your opponent, run for your life immediately. Lu Fan's heart stirred deeply as he nodded repeatedly. Understood. The demonstrations from the 2 senior brothers had opened his eyes wide and knew there was no way he could withstand such a blow from the second senior brother right now. Suddenly, Han Feng laughed loudly towards the sky. All right. The second and third senior brothers have shown off. Now it's my turn, right? Before finishing, he drew his Bu Changtian's sword, the blade flashing coldly. Han Feng, stop right there. Chu Tian shouted fiercely. Chu Xing rushed over even faster, tackling Han Feng to the ground. Chu Tian followed closely, and the 2 pinned him down firmly from either side. Han Feng struggled with his arms, shouting urgently, let me show a move too. I can control it. Why don't you believe me? I can handle it. Second senior brother, third senior brother, don't push on my face, I've got a handsome face, you know? Han Feng shouted loudly, just as Master Yiking's door finally opened. The door cracked open, and Master Yiking's gaze swept across the courtyard, falling on the 3 disciples tumbling in a scuffle. His expression darkened immediately, and he bellowed angrily. Don't you feel restless if you don't make trouble all day? Get over here at once. Back to your rooms, and read the Heartway chapter 10,000 times. His voice rang out like a bell striking through the morning mist. Only then did Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Han Feng reluctantly release each other, dusting off their clothes and slinking dejectedly back to their rooms. Soon, the sound of the 3 reciting in unison drifted out with a quiet heart and effortless action, the struggle of non-contention. Only Lu Fan remained in the courtyard, holding his wooden sword. He lowered his head and murmured softly, training has become such a chaotic mess. Master I Ching stepped out, his eyes flashing as he spotted the narrow cracks the sword slashes had left on the stone floor. Stomping his foot in frustration, he scolded, all you do is make trouble. One day, you'll tear down the entire Yuan sect. His tone softened slightly as he beckoned Lu Fan over. Come here. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, unable to avoid it, and quietly replied, yes, before hurrying inside. The room was simply furnished with a wooden table and couch, scrolls scattered about. Lu Fan stood upright in the center. Master I Ching rubbed his slightly round belly, eyes warm with a touch of kindness. You saw those 2 good-for-nothing senior brothers just now, right? How do you feel about them? Master, both senior brothers are strong. I feel ashamed by comparison, Lu Fan answered honestly. That's not what I asked. I Ching waved his hand. Tell me about their techniques. Lu Fan paused briefly in thought. Senior brother Chu Xing's swordplay is a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Senior brother Chu Tian's saber moves are overwhelmingly forceful. I Ching nodded approvingly. Exactly. Which do you prefer more? Like them both, Lu Fan blurted out. Honest enough, I Ching chuckled. But don't try to chew more than you can swallow. Martial skills must suit one's temperament. Their two styles are powerful, but you should only study their essence, not practice them deeply. They're not suited to you. Lu Fan couldn't help asking, Master, did you teach our two senior brothers their skills? Of course. Where else would they learn such advanced techniques besides from me? I Ching said, pride quietly threading his voice. Lu Fan's eyes brightened. Which style suits me best, then? You're someone with sharpness and hardness, yet steady as a mountain. Your spirit is calm and your potential high. I Ching observed him carefully. You fit top-tier techniques that are complex and difficult for others to grasp. If you master one, you'll be nearly invincible. Master, am unworthy of your praise, Lu Fan said humbly. Not at all, I Ching waved him off. I think the Yuan Dao technique suits you best. Unfortunately, Master Dao Guang isn't here. Without his approval, I can't transmit it to you directly. He moved to the bedside, bent down, and pulled a dusty old manual from under the bed. For now, practice something else. I happen to have a low-level human-grade sword manual for you to study. Low-level human-grade. Lu Fan frowned slightly, taking the manual. The 4 large characters on its cover read, Basic Swordsmanship. He looked up at Master I Ching. Should I just practice this one? I Ching nodded. Yes, focus on this. Practice it well, no slacking off. What else could Lu Fan say? He replied softly and stepped out of the room under the smiling gaze of Master I Ching. As soon as he left, he looked down to examine the martial arts scroll in his hands, thick as a solid slab of stone. He had never seen such a hefty manual before. Just reading it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Looking around, he was surprised to see the crack that senior brother Chu Tian had just sliced with his sword was completely gone. The blue stone floor was as smooth and flawless as before. Lu Fan frowned slightly. Could it be that Master I Ching had personally restored it? If so, what terrifying level of cultivation was required to make shattered stone instantly whole again? Sigh, junior brother Lu Fan, Master didn't give you a hard time, did he? The door opposite opened quietly, and senior brother Han Feng peeked his head out to greet him. Inside the room, Chu Xing and Chu Tian immediately raised their voices as if to cover for Han Feng. Lu Fan walked over to Han Feng's doorway and lowered his voice. Master didn't say much, only passed me a sword technique manual and let me leave. Senior brother Han Feng, do you know how the ground in the academy repaired itself? Just now it was. Han Feng waved his hand to interrupt, small matter. It's the sex martial array installed all over the Wu Dao Academy. I heard that back in the day, several immortal cultivators and martial lords jointly set it up. The whole academy is like that. If the ground gets damaged, it quickly self-repairs. You'll get used to it. By the way, what sword technique did you get? Earth-grade martial skill? Lu Fan handed over the thick scroll. No, only a low-level foundation sword technique for ordinary disciples. Han Feng flipped through it in disbelief. It really was just the basics, simpler than simple. His expression darkened and he muttered under his breath, since when did Master become so stingy? Before finishing, he returned the book to Lu Fan, glanced around, then secretly pulled a thin little booklet from under his bed and slipped it into Lu Fan's hand. Junior brother Lu Fan, this is my martial notes. It has insights from previous generations as well as my own reflections. Take a look, no hurry to return it. Lu Fan hurriedly shook his head. Senior brother Han Feng, I can't. Han Feng grinned widely. I'm your senior brother. If I tell you to look, you look. You'll ask for it back when I need it. Don't be polite. It's the old rule of the First Yuan Academy. When I came in, the first and second senior brothers helped me like this too. Come on, don't let Master find out. With that, he shoved the booklet back into Lu Fan's hand and firmly pushed him back into the corridor. Lu Fan lowered his gaze to the booklet, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Back in his room, he placed both the booklet and the thick scroll on the table, opening Han Feng's notes first. He was very curious why Chu Xing and Chu Tian held Han Feng back so tightly during his martial demonstration earlier. After flipping through for a while, Lu Fan suddenly gasped internally. So that was the reason. No wonder Han Feng couldn't just use this technique casually. It was even more terrifying than those of Chu Xing and Chu Tian. If unleashed, the entire academy might turn to ashes. Even more frightening, the cultivation conditions were extremely harsh, requiring the practitioner to possess an immortal body constitution. Closing the booklet, Lu Fan judged quietly. He did not have the special physique mentioned, and even forcing himself to practice it would be unlikely to yield results. The later stages would certainly be beyond reach. He closed the small booklet, then opened the thick manual with the basic sword technique. Before he could even read it, a sound came from the doorway. Junior brother Lu Fan, keep going. Lu Fan looked up sharply as 2 streaks of light flashed by, and 2 books arced down neatly into his hands. At the door stood Chu Xing and Chu Tian side by side, the former wearing a teasing grin, the latter beaming with warmth. Chu Xing laughed heartily. Since Master isn't willing to share the good stuff yet, how about practicing our martial arts first? Chu Tian added, when senior brother returns, you can definitely ask him for guidance. Keep it up, junior brother Lu Fan. With that, They gestured with raised hands and turned back into the corridor. The clear chanting resumed, echoing amid the pillars. Lowering his gaze, Lu Fan looked at the two sword manuals in his hands, and then glanced at the boxing scripture Han Feng had given him earlier on the table. A warm feeling bloomed deep inside. This kind of care from fellow disciples was rare at home, where even his strict father rarely showed it, and among peers it had never happened. He arranged the three books neatly and blinked back a bit of moisture, softly murmuring to himself, "It seems I'm truly destined to belong to the First Yuan Academy brothers. I will never let you down." Opening the basic sword manual, Lu Fan held his breath and concentrated. Knowing Master I Ching as he did, he refused to believe this was some casual dismissal labeled merely a human-level low-grade technique. It was either a test or hiding a secret. Whatever the case, he would devote all his effort to uncovering it. Behind the door, Master I Ching had stood quietly for a long time, watching his disciples' every move through the crack. These kids, the old man's lips curved into a nostalgic smile, as if transported back to his own youthful years of hard training, a true bond of the sect, passed down faithfully. Creak. The door opened. With a flick of his sleeve, the master summoned a wooden rocking chair that moved to him on its own. He slowly sat down and closed his eyes to rest. As the wind stirred the courtyard, the chanting of Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and Han Feng rose in volume and passion, their voices carried farther on the breeze. In the days that followed, Lu Fan remained almost inseparable from the basic sword manual. He practiced in the bamboo grove at dawn while listening to the bird calls. In the evening, sunlight stained the mountain cliffs as he studied the pages. Late at night, after the candle burned low, he still bent over the book, eyes bright and focused. At first, the manual seemed simple and extremely ordinary, basic sword technique. But as he patiently dissected it, the small print and subtle phrases gradually peeled back like a veil to reveal sharpness and depth. The sword techniques were broken down meticulously: slash, thrust, flick, sweep, intercept, hook, smash, tap, swipe, raise, cloud, frame, block, lead, pierce, cut, carve, hold. 18 complete forms. The slash alone listed over 1,200 variations: empty step slashes, bow step slashes, backhand slashes, downward cuts, and more. Each variation came with 34 tips on execution and detailed explanations of related techniques. He roughly calculated that just these 18 forms branched into tens of thousands of combinations. Even more astounding, after explaining each form, the book detailed how it connected seamlessly to the other 17. The more moves, the more variations multiplied exponentially, not only attack sequences, but also delicate strategies for defense and counterattacks. Lu Fan was deeply awed. Who could have invested such painstaking effort to deconstruct swordsmanship so flawlessly? This single volume seemed to lay the entire path of the sword bare before him, using the simplest explanations, clearest language, and most direct guidance to show exactly how a sword should be practiced and how one should train. It was so simple that if your opponent struck vertically, you just had to block horizontally. Learning this sword technique required almost no talent at all. What truly mattered was incredible perseverance, an unbreakable memory, and the ability to quickly integrate and apply what you learned. Lu Fan felt like he had been thrown into a raging sea of swordsmanship, completely immersed. At first, he had imagined sword techniques as something mysterious and elusive, like a deity on a mountaintop heard of but never seen. But this book, Basic Sword Manual, ruthlessly tore away that veil of mystery. Swordsmanship was nothing more than mastering practice makes perfect to the extreme. Day after day, Lu Fan made sword practice part of his breathing. At dawn, his long sword sliced sharp arcs through the courtyard air. At noon, he was so absorbed in the sword manual that he almost poked his nose with his chopsticks before snapping back to reality. Late at night, when his senior brothers were all sound asleep, he was still there under the moonlight, repeating moves until his clothes were soaked with sweat. That thin sword manual never left his side. He even used it as a pillow, pressing it against his chest. At first, Han Feng and the others didn't take him seriously. After all, it was just a low-tier personal skill manual, probably the master's way of testing his resolve. But they soon realized Lu Fan's dedication was no act. Who would throw themselves into something so completely, eating without even looking up as food came to their nose? Who else would stare unblinkingly at lines of tiny text for 2 whole hours until the lamp wick burned out? Lu Fan, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Someone finally dared to ask. Lu Fan just smiled faintly, barely responding, and kept grinding through every move. Time shot by like a streak of swordlight. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and Lu Fan still clung to the book. Han Feng and the others secretly tried all sorts of experiments talking to distract him, practicing rough punches nearby, even trying to sneak the manual away at night, but none succeeded. For Lu Fan, training was like breathing. Once he sat down, he held firmly to his book all night, never giving them a chance. One day, Master I Ching stood in the corridor, watching Lu Fan sweating profusely as he practiced non-stop in the yard. With a smile, he said to his disciples, When Lu Fan finishes this round of training, his level will most likely catch up to yours. Master, you can't be serious, Han Feng blurted. I've trained hard for over a year, and Lu Fan will catch up after just 2 months? Did you give him some miracle pill? Master I Ching folded his hands behind his back and cleared his throat gently. If there were such a pill, I'd have taken it myself first. Whether it's true or not, just wait and see. So the disciples turned their gaze to the figure in the courtyard swinging his sword without cease, their hearts filled with both doubt and quiet anticipation. They just couldn't understand, could a low-level personal sword skill really be that powerful? Time flies, and March has already passed. A gentle breeze still brushes against the eaves, while white clouds drift lazily across the blue sky. In the courtyard, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, his left palm radiating a faint surge of energy as his fingers delicately flipped through the pages of the basic sword techniques. He cleared his mind completely, as if enveloped by heaven and earth, leaving only the spirit of the sword rising and falling within him. A heavy longsword with a metallic golden sheen rested quietly on his lap. Occasionally, he would lift it and swing, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. After each flourish, he'd lower the sword and turn the pages again, smoothing out even the smallest creases as if trying to extract every bit of essence hidden in the ink and paper. Outside the courtyard walls, sudden chaos shattered the stillness. Senior brother Han Feng was running after something, sweat streaming down his face, yelling angrily, "Stop right there! Don't make me stew you!" Ahead of him darted Little Black, a blur of black lightning, carrying something small in its mouth and wagging its tail high as it zigzagged along the stone path. Ever since swallowing the core of the purple fire sky-burning sparrow and devouring an entire zhu fruit ginseng, its growth had been nothing short of explosive. In just a few months, the little creature had grown to the size of a wolfhound, too large now to perch on Lu Fan's shoulder. Its jet-black skin was like tempered black iron, reflecting not a glimmer of sunlight. Not long ago, senior brother Chu Xing had taken Little Black hunting in the mountains. When he returned holding a pile of wild beast crystal cores, he was full of admiration. That little guy lets out a roar, and all the low-rank wild beasts drop like vegetables. That day, the sect's kitchen was buzzing with excitement as everyone enjoyed a rare feast of wild beast meat. The surprises didn't end there. Master I Ching had personally taught Little Black a cultivation technique during a secret session in the bamboo grove. No one knew exactly what had transpired, but it ended with Master I Ching's sharp command, "Howling Sky Beast Art, you may cultivate on your own." Since then, every late night, Little Black would sit upright before the door, facing the heavens, absorbing the moonlight and starlight. Its aura soared with each passing day. Now, even Han Feng's full-speed footwork could only see Little Black's dust from behind. Back in the courtyard, Lu Fan ignored the commotion. He flipped through his book, rose, swept his heavy sword through the air again, then returned to reading before trekking to the mountain peak to sit on a solitary rock for days on end. The rising sun, setting moon, the sound of water, and the colors of the mountains all failed to capture his attention. Over these months, he had almost no communication with his fellow disciples. The few sentences exchanged were all with Han Feng, and mostly complaints like, 1. Senior brother Han Feng, please stop sneaking my books. If you want to read, we can study together. 2. Han Feng, why are you pouring water on my head? 3. Han Feng, don't disturb me while I'm reading. 4. Han Feng, I don't want to see your private books. The pictures are inappropriate. 5. Han Feng, do you think I wouldn't notice if you swapped the basic sword techniques for a risque book? How can we be comparing swords and end up fighting on the bed? Han Feng always had a high-sounding excuse for his antics. You're always buried in that old, dusty book, looking like those nerds back home. We're warriors who need to move. Then head wink and pull Lu Fan along. Come on, let's cross this mountain and visit the Piao courtyard. I heard the female disciples there are getting even more lively, you know what I mean. Lu Fan naturally refused, but after some coaxing from senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian, he finally accompanied Han Feng on the outing. By dusk, the three returned to the sect gate, looking grimy and bruised. Master I Ching questioned them closely, and only then learned they'd been roughed up by the senior sisters of the Piao courtyard. Lu Fan was puzzled. Didn't he think his three senior brothers were pretty strong? How did they end up beaten? Later, Lu Fan figured out that whenever these three faced off against a beautiful girl, they would only take the beating without fighting back, usually ending up badly beaten. The morning mountain breeze carried a slight dampness as senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian once again carried empty baskets up the hill. They were planning to cut some high-quality timber to build Lu Fan a new wooden cabin. It wasn't right for him to keep staying in the eldest senior brother's room, especially since it would be even more awkward once the eldest brother returned from his retreat. Actually, this was Lu Fan's own business had planned to get started months ago, but Chu Xing and Chu Tian had quietly held him back, telling him to wait a little longer. The millennium-old iron tree in the mountain was only a few months away from blooming. Since it was rare for the iron tree to flower, and its flowers were a top-tier ingredient for alchemy, if they could cut the whole tree down, then it wouldn't just be sturdy building material, but have great uses as well. The problem was the iron tree's incredible regenerative and armor-like properties. They had to sever it within a few strokes, or it would suddenly retract underground, making it nearly impossible to find again. After much thought, the two decided to borrow a weapon from Master I Ching. Master I Ching treasured a legendary axe razor sharp and said to be able to cut through anything. With that axe, their chances of chopping down the iron tree would be much higher. However, if they told the master the true reason, he would never agree to destroy the sacred wood. So they came up with a dignified excuse: to build a house for Lu Fan. Lu Fan had no choice but to keep staying in the eldest senior brother's room and wait a few more months. Until today, Chu Xing and Chu Tian finally got their hands on that legendary axe. Before dawn, they rushed into the mountains confidently, expecting a speedy victory. Outside the courtyard, the chase between Han Feng and his black dog Xiao He had just ended. Both man and dog were panting heavily, staring at each other. Creek Master I Ching opened the door, patted his full belly, and said to Han Feng, "Han Feng, I'm heading to Yuling Mountain. The eldest senior brother should be coming out of retreat soon, so I need to go welcome him. You and the others stay here and focus on your practice. No more trouble. Rest assured, Master," Han Feng replied brightly. "Please send my regards to the eldest senior brother and hope he returns soon." Master I Ching nodded slightly, stepped lightly into the air, and his figure became a streak of blue light, disappearing into the clouds. Han Feng looked up at the sky, clicking his tongue enviously. "When will I be able to fly just like that? Never mind. Xiao He, you win today, I won't hold it against you." He feigned a few punches at the black dog, then turned to head back inside for some rest. Just as he turned, a staggering figure burst through the door. "Third senior brother?" Han Feng exclaimed. Chu Xing's clothes were torn and slashed all over as if a dozen people had surrounded and fiercely attacked him, looked utterly disheveled. "Don't ask questions. Put the axe away first." Chu Xing gasped, shoving the legendary axe into Han Feng's arms. "Grab your sword and come with me to the mountain. Quick, we're surrounded by people from Qianren Courtyard. I barely escaped, but Chu Tian is still trapped." Han Feng said nothing more, caught the axe, tossed it into his room, then drew his jade water Long Tian's sword with a sharp clang from behind. He roared, "Damn them! How dare they lay a hand on my second senior brother? Let's go." Inside the study, Lu Fan heard the commotion outside. He closed his book with a frown, stood up, opened the door, and said, "I'm coming too. Every bit counts as help." Han Feng and Chu Xing exchanged a glance, both momentarily stunned. They looked down and realized that Lu Fan's hands were completely empty. A treasured book he always carried was missing. Han Feng immediately burst out laughing. "Haha, junior brother Lu Fan, you finally finished reading it. Come on, let me see what skills you've developed these past few months." Chu Xing frowned, his tone laced with concern. "Junior brother Lu Fan, over there are the elite disciples of Qianren Academy. Even the weakest among them have reached the 5th internal realm. Are you sure you're okay?" "No problem." Lu Fan nodded and casually picked up the heavy sword resting by the door. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "I'm tired of reading. Time to move around a bit." Han Feng immediately clapped his hands in approval. "That's the spirit, junior brother. I like the way you talk. Third senior brother, stop dawdling, let's go. If second senior brother really gets into trouble, I'll be bad." With that, he grinned at the little black dog squatting by the door. "Xiao He, watch the place well." The dog rolled its eyes, clearly uninterested. The three charged side by side toward the mountain path. The Qingtian mountain range stretched thousands of miles, its peaks rising and falling like a coiling dragon, truly a vein of great fortune. The peak where the One Origin Academy stood was called Yinshan. A modest hill renamed after the academy was established there. Beyond Yinshan, 300 miles to the left lay the vast Piaomiao Academy, covering thousands of acres. 200 miles to the right was the even larger Qianren Academy. Now, Chu Xing led Lu Fan and Han Feng racing toward the right. The 200 miles passed in a flash. Lu Fan frowned slightly, while running this was clearly Qianren territory. Suddenly, sounds of clashing weapons and angry shouts reached their ears. The three glanced at one another and swiftly followed the noise. Their view suddenly opened up. Dozens of Qianren Branch Academy disciples circled in a semicircle. In the center stood a burly man wielding an iron tree several dozen zhang long, swinging it to sweep all directions. That was Chu Tian. Han Feng bellowed, "Get out of the way," and charged into the crowd, with Lu Fan and Chu Xing close behind. Their fierce momentum forced the Qianren disciples to part reluctantly. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Chu Tian laughed loudly. "You finally came. If you'd been any later, these guys probably would have gone wild." He slammed the iron tree down with both arms, the heavy trunk shaking the ground slightly. Han Feng stepped forward, hands on his hips, shouting, "Why mess with my senior brother? All of you from Qianren Academy are so arrogant? Damn your ancestors. If you've got the guts, come one by one, this young master will take you on." Before he finished, a Qianren disciple leapt forward to retort, "Who's the arrogant one? You trespassed into Qianren territory and chopped down a millennium-old iron tree personally planted by our master. Which academy are you from? You have no respect for rules." Lu Fan paused, quietly tugging Chu Xing's sleeve. Is what he said true? Chu Xing smiled awkwardly. Well, it's hard to say. Nearby, Chu Tian offered a nervous chuckle. Their expressions said it all. Lu Fan's face shifted, and he whispered to Han Feng. Senior brother Han Feng, what they said is true. Let's put the tree down and get out of here. So what if it's true? Put it down? Not a chance. Han Feng raised an eyebrow, puffed out his chest, and declared loudly. Heavenly materials and treasures belong to whoever can claim them. This tree sat in your academy for 1,000 years untouched. It clearly isn't yours. Now that my senior brother's carrying it off, it rightfully belongs to us. Listen well, I'm Han Feng of One Origin Academy. I will never change my name or my ways. The Qianren disciples' faces darkened instantly as they burst into a chorus of curses and insults, vile language flooding the air. Lu Fan opened his mouth, but found no words. Chu Xing leaned over and whispered, thin-skinned and not strong enough. Junior brother Lu Fan, this is the style we have at One Origin Academy, you'll get used to it. At that moment, Lu Fan's face twisted painfully as if had been struck. Lu Fan finally understood why Chu Xing and senior brother Chu Tian didn't dare to approach Master I Ching to explain the situation, and instead came straight to borrow the axe. It turned out that the tree they planned to cut down was the prized iron tree treasured by the Qianren Academy. At this moment, behind the Academy's mountain, senior brother Han Feng stood with his hands on his hips, berating over 30 Qianren Academy disciples. Both sides exchanged fierce insults, but Han Feng's momentum never waned. For the first time, Lu Fan witnessed someone curse with such effortless flow. Han Feng stood firmly in place, nonstop for half an hour, never repeating a single phrase. Meanwhile, the Qianren disciples' faces grew ashen, their voices growing quieter under the relentless barrage. Finally, several enraged disciples drew their blades and stepped forward, intent on confronting Han Feng. Han Feng didn't even bother to draw his sword. Instead, with 2 punches, he knocked them flat on the ground. Uft! You bunch of losers dare to fight me? Go home, drink your mother's milk till you're full, then come back. After striking, he added this insult, causing his opponent's eyes to redden with rage. The crowd swelled noisily as more Qianren disciples gathered, quickly surpassing 200. Lu Fan felt a chill crawl up his spine and lowered his voice to warn, second senior brother, third senior brother, maybe that's enough? Should we take advantage of this and leave now? Don't rush. Chu Xing patted him on the shoulder. Han Feng's almost done. Done? Done with what? Lu Fan was puzzled. Before the words finished, Han Feng suddenly drew his sword, its blade gleaming sharply as he stepped forward. Since you refuse to obey, bring out someone in charge to duel me. If I win, you all leave and cultivate quietly. The iron tree is mine. If I lose, the iron tree goes back to you, and he'll personally apologize. Does Qianren Academy not even have someone in charge? Before he finished, a burst of shouts and curses erupted. Who says we don't? I, a brother from the First Yuan Academy, will take you on. Imin too. The roars rose up as swords were drawn, sleeves rolled up, grips tightened, everyone ready to rush forward. At that moment, a commanding shout silenced the crowd. Do any of you have authority here? Step aside. The crowd parted with a murmur as a burly man strode out, carrying a wide-backed horse-slaying blade. Senior brother Xing Kong. Qianren disciples instantly rallied with renewed morale. Senior brother Xing Kong, kill those First Yuan Academy bastards and take back the iron tree. Xing Kong is our man in charge. He'll fight for us. Amid the uproar, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. Xing Kong? Never heard of him. Big guy's got size, but does he dare to fight? Xing Kong slammed his blade into the ground, the blade's tip cracking the earth. What's there to fear? Come on, let me see what tricks the weakest First Yuan brothers have. Han Feng smiled wider, resting the jade spring sword across his chest. Meanwhile, Chu Xing and Chu Tian also smiled. Chu Tian lowered his voice and whispered, Ha! As long as Han Feng beats that big guy, the iron tree will be ours. Junior brother Lu Fan, your iron tree house is nearly yours. Lu Fan gave a bitter smile. So this is Han Feng's plan: antagonize the other side, then make a wager. Win or lose, at worst he just has to say he's sorry and walks away unharmed. Chu Xing nodded. If it works, it works. Unless the real experts from Qianren show up, Han Feng will win for sure. Lu Fan fell silent in agreement. Han Feng's cultivation sat around inner Jaya's 6th layer. Ordinary fighters weren't a match for him. Coupled with his powerful sword technique, even outer Jaya warriors were not truly threats. At that moment, Xing Kong from Qianren Academy unleashed his own powerful energy. His concentrated force looked to be around the 5th or 6th internal level. 2 invisible waves of energy collided fiercely. The air seemed to tear apart, sending ripples visibly radiating outward. Judging from the density of their true qi, the two were evenly matched. Huh! Xing Kong shouted fiercely, his veins bulging like coiling dragons in his swollen arms. He raised his 18-foot warhorse saber above his head and spun it rapidly, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, like a sudden whirlwind. Then in the next instant, a cold flash swept low over the ground. The blade grazed the blue stone floor, gouging a deep semicircular trench and sending shards of stone and dust flying. Han Feng reversed his grip and lifted the jade water sky sword. Its blade was straight and steady, casually parrying that violent blow. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Xing Kong's heels dug deep into the stone slab as his fierce strength pressed relentlessly forward, but Han Feng held his sword with one arm, like a towering mountain unshaken and immovable. No matter how much force Xing Kong added, the sword's tip did not retreat an inch. The surrounding students from Qianren Academy exchanged astonished glances, shock plain on their faces. In their minds, the Yuan Academy had always been the weakest faction in the Martial Tao Academy. Yet today, such a formidable expert had appeared from them. Suddenly, the sword sang softly, vibrating as Han Feng twisted his wrist. A cold sword blossom bloomed at his fingertip. He took advantage of the momentum to flick aside the warhorse saber. The cold gleam flashed thrice in rapid succession. Shing, shing, shing. Blood spattered as three simultaneous strikes pierced Xing Kong's shoulder, arm, and waist, crimson staining his clothes. The warhorse saber was knocked flying halfway into the air and then fell again. At that moment, its blade unexpectedly expanded several feet wide. Earth shatter slash. Xing Kong gritted his teeth and forced his energy to surge. The blade struck the ground with a thunderous boom. The earth cracked instantly, spiderweb fractures spreading out accompanied by a heavy rumble. The ground turned into a chaotic tide of rubble. Han Feng leapt back half a step, but was still forced to plant his foot into the cracked blue stone by the overwhelming stones erupting beneath him. The violent energy struck like a hurricane in the face of death, but at a critical moment Han Feng pointed his long sword to the ground. The azure globe burst wide. Boom. Sword energy exploded like raging waves, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever the aftershock passed, dust and debris were instantly flattened, and the earth smoothed out again. The shock waves surged through Xing Kong, shattering his warhorse saber inch by inch into flying fragments. Agonizing pain crippled Xing Kong's legs, which trembled like sacks of chaff. He couldn't stand anymore and let out a wailing cry, dropping heavily to one knee. Han Feng's sword strike had completely crushed his fighting spirit and weapon. Han Feng sheathed his sword, his gaze cold and indifferent. He snorted scornfully, reckless arrogance. With that, he glanced back and raised his brow at Lu Fan, Chu Tian, and Yin Chung full of pride. Chu Tian didn't say a word. He bent down, hoisted the unconscious Tai Shu onto his shoulder, and turned to leave. Retreat, he shouted, striding away. The Qianren Academy students surrounded them in anger, but none dared to stop them. Their eyes swept over the trembling Xing Kong, still kneeling on the ground. The pride in their hearts was shattered. Could it be that even the weakest Yuan Academy concealed such fearsome power? Lu Fan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate they escaped unharmed. Watching his senior brother Han Feng's confident figure, he could only smile wryly and urge, "Let's go, hurry back." As they prepared to weave through the crowd, a clear but cold voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Wait, coming here and planning to leave so easily?" Before the voice had arrived, a faint sword intention preceded it, like a chilling breeze brushing past. At this, Lu Fan and his two senior brothers' expressions changed drastically. Senior brother E Bai is here. The Qianren students erupted almost hysterically, shouting and clamoring. The crowd parted swiftly, revealing a young man in snowy white robes who walked over slowly. His clothes gleamed like fresh snow, his face smooth and jade-like. For long swords were sheathed parallel on his back, the hilts wrapped in silver thread that shimmered with his every step. The cold gleam they gave off made passing female students gasp behind cupped hands. Clearly, this gentleman's sword Bai held immense prestige in Qianren Academy. Chu Tian's expression grew grim as he gently set down Tai Shu and quickly pulled Han Feng behind him, a subtle gesture showing that even Han Feng might not be able to withstand this newcomer. Yet Han Feng snorted softly and raised a brow teasingly. "Gentleman's sword Bai, big deal. If my master hadn't forbidden me from using graded martial skills against other academy students, I'd have finished you off in one move." Lu Fan heard Han Feng's words and asked in confusion, "Senior brother Han Feng, what did you say? Our master forbids you from using martial techniques?" Han Feng shrugged. "Yeah, not just me, senior brother 1, 2, and 3 are all the same. Once you learn the earth-level martial arts taught by our master, the #1 rule is you absolutely must never use them against fellow disciples. Otherwise, do you really think the First Yuan Academy would lose to other academies? Huh. Aside from that Yinyang Academy and those freaks from the Qingjian Academy, who am I scared of?" Lu Fan suddenly understood and thought to himself that no wonder the First Yuan Academy ranks so low. Training martial skills is useless if you're not allowed to use them. Second senior brother Chu Tian stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Bai. "Bai, long time no see." Bai's gaze turned cold. "Chu Tian, don't be so polite. You barged into our Qianren Academy without permission. You want leave without sparring a couple rounds with me. Chu Tian replied calmly. Unluckily for you, our academy just made a bet. If we win, we walk. That's all there is to it. With that he turned away. Suddenly, a long sword sliced through the air and stabbed into the stone slab at Chu Tian's feet, the blade vibrating slightly. Ibai sneered, what a joke. He thinks he alone speaks for all Qianren Academy? Chu Tian retorted, and you think you do? Ibei's face darkened. I say I do, so I do. If you defeat me today, and any other Qianren disciples give you trouble afterward, I'm the first to oppose them. I guarantee it in the name of the gentleman's sword. Is that enough for you? Han Feng's temper flared, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn your ancestors. Your so-called gentleman's sword reputation is nothing special. Before things escalated, Chu Xing quickly covered Han Feng's mouth and pulled him back, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. Chu Tian's eyes flickered as he considered whether to fight. Lu Fan quietly asked, second senior brother, are you thinking about whether to use your martial arts? Chu Tian lowered his voice, not worth it if it means he'll be expelled by master. Lu Fan pressed on, what about his strength? Chu Tian frowned, internal GA level 8, maybe even 9. He spent 3 years in the academy. His cultivation and martial skills are solid. Lu Fan was surprised. 3 years? I thought you could only stay 3 years? Chu Tian explained. That rule is for ordinary students. Anyone who can't reach internal GA level 5 in 3 years is kicked out, but externally it said they graduate. The truly talented can stay up to 10 years. Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully and then smiled. Second senior brother, let me handle this round. You can't use your martial techniques, but I can. Our master never said I couldn't. Chu Tian was stunned. Your basic sword technique is just beginner human level, you definitely can use it. Wait, Lu Fan, are you serious? That opponent is internal GA level 8 or 9. Lu Fan smiled confidently, don't worry. As long as they're not outer GA practitioners, I'm fine. Even against outer GA, I won't lose easily. I'm confident. Seeing Lu Fan's determined gaze, Chu Tian laughed heartily. Alright, I've been wanting to see what you've practiced so far. He then turned to Ibai. Ibai, want to spar? Let my junior brother face you first. If you beat him, he'll spar you myself. Ibai scoffed. Chu Tian, have you forgotten you once lost to me? Chu Tian smirked. Who lost is well known in your heart. Ibai's face darkened as he looked at Lu Fan contemptuously. A new student at the First Yuan Academy? I've heard about you. He'll make sure you regret choosing to join our academy. War fervor surged as blades were drawn. Lu Fan slowly turned around, fingers gripping the wide, heavy sword strapped to his back. His arm veins bulged slightly, and the low scrape of metal against scabbard carried an oppressive weight. He didn't rush to raise the blade, but instead plunged it vertically into the green stone ground by his foot. Stone fragments scattered like a distant rumble of thunder. Ibai moved too. His shoulder twitched as a long sword leapt from its sheath. The blade shimmered like frost-covered snow, with a fine chill running along its edge. The cold light reflected in his half-closed eyes, making it appear even sharper. Spectators instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide space. Among the crowd, Han Feng cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, Junior brother Lu Fan, don't hold back. Hit him right in the face. Pretty boys hate getting slapped down. Ibei's expression darkened. A cold gleam sparked in his eyes as he cast a fierce glare at Han Feng. But Han Feng acted as if he hadn't noticed, continuing to shout hoarsely. In the arena, Lu Fan inhaled deeply, internal energy surging along his meridians. The energy was thick and dense, igniting a layer of dark red fire patterns across his skin that flickered like real flames. Many senior students at Qianren Academy whispered among themselves. His energy aura is so strange, like actual flames. Probably not orthodox. Looks a bit like the energy of a qi refiner. The onlookers, unfamiliar with the freshman contests, buzzed with speculation. Ibai snorted coldly. The true battleground is cultivation level. Judging the thickness of the energy aura, he assessed silently it was only inner energy stage 3. Stage 3, and he dares to show off before me? He probably won't even be able to draw his second sword. As the thought crossed his mind, Ibai let out a powerful wave of his own energy. Gray-white, nearly solid energy rippled like an iron wall surrounding his body. It was a terrifying cultivation inner energy stage 9. Han Feng's eyelid twitched. Hasn't advanced for a while, but this guy took a big step. Stage 9 inner energy, one step away from becoming a tutor. Junior brother Lu Fan, can he really win? A flicker of worry passed through him. Make your move, or you'll lose your chance. Ibei's voice was cold, but laced with condescension. Letting the other attack first was a way to preserve his own pride as a stronger fighter. Lu Fan said nothing, only offering a faint smile. Since the opponent insisted on attacking first, he would oblige. Grasping the sword hilt, his toes tapped the stone, cracking it into fine lines and kicking up dust. In a blink, he closed the gap just 3 feet in front of Ibai. With a heavy shift of shoulder and elbow, the greatsword came down in a simple, straightforward slash. No tricks, no energy waves, just pure power. Ibai sneered, swinging his sword horizontally to block. intending to dismiss the attack easily. The scorn in his heart peaked. Stage 3 inner energy. Using such a cumbersome weapon? Ridiculous. Clang. The clash of metal exploded. Bay's smile froze in immense force like a mountain flood slammed him down almost an inch into the ground. His feet sank into the soil, nerves tingled, and his sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Impossible. His stage 3 inner energy is stronger than mine. Horror struck his mind like lightning. Lu Fan's expression remained calm as he swung again, clean and decisive, an overhead chop. Bai no longer blocked rigidly but spun his body, thrusting his sword forward, his aura crackling like lightning around the blade. But before the attack could travel halfway, Lu Fan's sweeping greatsword struck it aside, shattering the momentum with a sudden change in technique. The greatsword's follow-throw carried him forward relentlessly, closing the distance. The third stroke came down with full force. A flush rose to Bay's chest. His earlier strike had hit a weakness. His desperate stab had missed entirely, leaving him off balance and barely able to stand. Seeing Lu Fan strike again with a heavy sword slash, Bai chose to dodge swiftly. His figure floated like willow catkins drifting in midair, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Yet in the next instant, he was shocked to find that the heavy sword, which should have come down vertically, suddenly swept sideways. Bang! The massive blade crashed solidly into his chest like a heavy door slammed shut. The force wasn't fierce but incredibly concentrated, piercing through his body before exploding violently within. Bai felt his internal organs churn as the impact threw him flying backward nearly 30 feet. Midair, he twisted his waist forcibly and drove his sword into the ground to absorb the blow, finally dropping to one knee. His shoulder trembled slightly, and a line of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The disciples watching around stood dumbfounded. What unfolded before their eyes was beyond anything they had imagined. Second senior brother, third senior brother, am I seeing this right? Han Feng whispered. Junior brother Lu Fan is actually overpowering Bai. His moves are so simple, but why do I feel like there's nowhere to run? Second senior brother nodded slightly. Indeed, he only uses slashes and horizontal sweeps, but every stroke feels like a solid wall pressing down, impossible to evade. And did you notice? Whenever Bai tries to change his move, junior brother Lu Fan instantly matches it perfectly. Each strike flows smoothly, as if they were meant to connect this way. Third senior brother frowned. Strange. Could this be a sword technique he developed himself? Han Feng suddenly laughed. Whatever it is, we'll ask later. Hey, junior brother Lu Fan, don't aim for the chest, aim for the face. In the arena, Lu Fan turned briefly, gave him a small smile, then resumed swinging his sword. The other students from Qianren Academy exchanged glances, beginning to wonder if senior brother Bai had been injured before the fight. How could he look so weak against blows? Wiping blood from his lips, Bai felt a surge of caution in his heart. He had been too careless. Though this boy's internal energy was weak, his strength was frightening, and that strange sword style was hard to predict. He must never underestimate him again. With that thought, he reached behind and drew a second blazing red sword, its blade molten and glowing with a blood-red light. Gripping both swords together, he formed a strange arc in his initial stance. Meteor instant prison slash. His energy suddenly surged as Bai's body and swords merged into two blazing streaks of fiery light, hurtling toward Lu Fan. Facing the storm of twin blades, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and lifted his heavy sword, moving deliberately but steadily, blocking horizontally, slicing sideways, turning to strike, vertical strikes, upward pricks, and heavy sword spins. His movements seemed slow compared to Bai's lightning speed, almost sluggish, as if he could be cut down any moment. Yet each clang of metal resounded sharply, every clash precisely stopping deadly strikes, and even pushing back to force Bai to change tactics continuously. The sharp disciples realized every seemingly clumsy move of Lu Fan was perfectly timed to shut down Bai's attacks, even turning counterattacks into seamless continuations. Chu Tian, Chu Xing, and Han Feng watched intently. They recognized the set of moves. This was exactly the routine Lu Fan had casually practiced while holding a book that morning. I remember, junior brother Lu Fan's next move in this sequence. Han Feng suddenly broke the silence. Chu Xing and Chu Tian seemed to think alike and exclaimed simultaneously, could it be a finishing move? The three exchanged glances, their faces marked by astonishment. After dozens of sharp cracks, Lu Fan remained completely unscathed, while Bai gradually revealed his true state. This was a sign that his inner energy was about to be depleted. Lu Fan's movements stayed calm and measured, barely consuming any of his own energy. The surrounding forces of heaven and earth surged toward him like a tide, quickly refined by his constitution, the Bingshin meteorite, and his family ring. His recovery speed even surpassed that of most external energy cultivators. Lu Fan was secretly eager for his opponent to keep exhausting himself, but it was clear Bai could no longer hold on. Suddenly, Bai's twin sword lights abruptly stopped. His left hand reached behind him and drew out a third long sword. With a flash of cold light, He threw it fiercely at Lu Fan. The sword's gleam pierced through the air, aiming straight for Lu Fan's face. Lu Fan calmly raised his blunt greatsword to block. This heavy, massive sword felt like a steel shield in his hands, deflecting the flying blade with sparks flying before it clattered to the ground. Yet the moment it landed, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. The energy in that long sword instantly seeped into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 brown spikes, each about 3 meters tall, erupted from the ground, nearly impaling his feet. Lu Fan swung his sword horizontally with a sharp flash, slicing through the rocky spikes and shattering them all. Just then, Ibai suddenly appeared in midair, diving down. The last long sword bit between his teeth as he whispered fiercely, "Deadly sword formation." 4 long swords glowed simultaneously, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to churn wildly. Lu Fan clearly sensed a treacherous shift in the natural forces. This feeling was the same as when he used the condensed matter of heaven and earth technique. Unexpectedly, these 4 swords were the work of a chi refiner, manipulating heaven and earth in unison to trigger a killing move. 3 immense crescent-shaped sword lights fell from the sky like thunderclaps, their deadly chill sealing off all directions, as if even the air had frozen. Onlookers felt their chests tighten. The killing intent was bone-chilling. Yet Lu Fan smiled softly amid the formation. Mere natural energy dares to bind me? He suddenly expanded his stance, veins bulging in his arms, as his greatsword howled sharply, pointing straight toward the dome of the sky. From afar, Han Feng couldn't help but shout, "Haha, so it's this move after all." Chu Xing and Chu Tian exchanged knowing smiles. Surging spiritual energy shot up along the sword's edge, precisely piercing the core where the 3 crescent lights intersected. The point of strongest force, but also deepest weakness. In the next moment, the energy transformed like a dragon. Lu Fan's greatsword spun furiously, whipping up a storm. This was Lu Fan pushing the foundational sword technique of spinning sword to its ultimate form. Boom! The storm exploded outward, centered between the 2 fighters. Ripples of force visibly radiated, toppling nearby trees and swirling leaves into the air. Some less experienced disciples were blown staggering by the gale, barely able to keep their eyes open. After a long while, the wind and dust settled. 2 figures stood apart, facing each other silently. Lu Fan slowly retracted his blunt greatsword, his expression calm as ever. Opposite him, Ibai looked stunned, his eyelids twitching as he struggled to speak. This move, what is it called?" Lu Fan pondered briefly, then replied coolly, "Greatsword technique, spinning dragon sword." "Spinning dragon sword," Ibai murmured, as if trying hard to remember the name. "Good name, he'll remember it." Before he finished speaking, blood rapidly seeped through his chest, and he collapsed straight forward. The disciples of Qianren Academy fell into stunned silence, frozen like statues. Just as Lu Fan was about to turn away, his inner energy surged wildly like a rising tide signaling a breakthrough. He quickly sat down on the spot, beginning to absorb the heavenly and earthly energy with frenzy. "Haha, junior brother Lu Fan fought well." Han Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily as he strode over to Lu Fan. "What are you idiots standing around for? Hurry and carry senior brother Bai away. You want to watch him die right here? What a bunch of fools." The students from Qianren Academy, scolded harshly, finally snapped back to their senses. They rushed to the edge of the arena and carefully lifted the badly injured and unconscious senior brother Ibai. Their gazes flickered back and forth toward Lu Fan, filled with anger, fear, and shame, but no one dared to defy Han Feng. Begrudgingly, they slunk away. Silence instantly fell over the arena. Only Lu Fan remained, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, regulating his breath. Chu Xing and Chu Tian hurried forward, half kneeling to check on him. After palpating Lu Fan's pulse gate for a moment, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows with a smile. "Junior brother Lu Fan is about to break through. Looks like this battle really benefited him. We should thank that Ibai. Everyone, step back and don't disturb him." Hearing this, Han Feng and Chu Xing each took 2 steps back, holding their breath and focusing their attention. The primal energy of heaven and earth surged like a flood into Lu Fan's body. Though invisible to others, they could all feel the overwhelming pressure. Heat rolled off him in waves, and faint wisps of white smoke rose from his body. TSK, junior brother Lu Fan is no ordinary cultivator." Han Feng clicked his tongue. "Usually when people break into the 4th inner strength layer, it's like letting out a fart. His aura almost matches when I first entered the 7th layer." Chu Xing studied him carefully. "He probably also practices a powerful body refinement technique. Look at that skin like forged steel. He's almost like those monsters at Hengshan Academy who can't be cut with knives." Chu Tian's heart burned with excitement. "It looks like our Yuan Academy is about to rise. Once junior brother Lu Fan improves some more, even without using earth-level techniques, we can stand up to the other academies. I bet next year, Yuan won't always finish dead last. Right? Always coming in 9th sounds so embarrassing," Han Feng muttered. Our master learned earth-level techniques, but doesn't let us use them. Other academies don't have this rule. Chu Xing frowned. Master has his reasons. Chu Tian shook his head. You still don't get it. At our inner strength stage, the foundation matters most, not flashy skills. Earth-level martial arts are life-saving trump cards, not for reckless sparring between fellow disciples. If we want good rankings, we need to build a foundation as solid as junior brother Lu Fan's. He can win beyond his level without earth-level moves. Second senior brother teaches well. Han Feng and Chu Xing said seriously, clasping their hands in respect. Chu Tian looked at Lu Fan and sighed deeply. Once senior brother returns, I also have to go into seclusion. If he agrees to compete in the academy rankings, our Yi Yuan could not only surpass Qingjian and Yinyang academies, but definitely defeat Hengshan Academy. Han Feng chuckled loudly. Senior brother doesn't like fighting. He only enjoys cultivation, drinking, and eating meat. He's too lazy for these kinds of competitions. Chu Tian and Chu Xing laughed and nodded together. They all clearly pictured the eldest brother enjoying wine and meat. It had indeed been a long time since they last saw that hardy figure. At this moment, Lu Fan's breakthrough was still underway. Countless elemental forces from heaven and earth were being refined inside his body, condensing into a surging, fierce energy that coursed through his meridians. The powerful force rose and fell like tides. His body resembled a parched sponge, desperately absorbing every bit of essence. The so-called breaking through the realm meant pushing the physical body to its limits, and then reshaping it, and new meridians expanded, bones and flesh tempered simultaneously. Legend says that a true Yin-Yang martial sovereign possesses a body as sharp and formidable as the fiercest divine weapon, and such resilience is not born overnight, but forged through countless trials, until finally it fears nothing under heaven and earth. Lu Fan sat cross-legged in place for a full day and night. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian stayed close by, silently guarding him. First, this area still belonged to Qianren Institute's territory. Although Lu Fan had defeated Yi Bai, ordinary disciples wouldn't dare provoke him for a while, but one couldn't rule out someone looking for trouble on purpose. Second, Lu Fan was at a critical stage of his breakthrough, and any interference could ruin everything. As the moon set and the sun rose, the first rays of morning light fell on Lu Fan's shoulder, and he finally opened his eyes. The surging fierce energy filled his chest, almost bursting out. Before he could let out a long roar, Chu Tian smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu Fan, you finally finished your cultivation." Lu Fan turned his head and saw Han Feng and Chu Xing asleep back to back, leaving a shiny puddle of drool on the ground. Suddenly Chu Tian raised his voice. "Get up! Someone's coming to attack." Han Feng jolted awake, drawing his Bai Shui Chang Tian sword reflexively, and looked around warily. Who? Who's the blind fool? Chu Xing rubbed his eyes and grumbled. Han Feng, can you calm down? Your sword nearly cut me. Chu Tian and Lu Fan exchanged amused looks. Han Feng glared at Chu Tian. Second brother, that joke was not funny at all. Chu Tian shrugged. I thought it was pretty funny. Come on, get up. It's time to head back. Han Feng, carry the iron tree. Let's go home. All right. Han Feng replied, hoisting the heavy iron tree onto his shoulder. The group set off cheerfully. On the way, Han Feng deliberately got close to Lu Fan and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, when we get back, spar with me a bit. Your sword technique is pretty good. Let me see if I can learn it. Lu Fan scratched his head. Should be fine, but I don't really know how to teach. It's kind of complicated. Han Feng grinned broadly. Don't worry, there's no martial skill I can't learn. It's just swordsmanship, after all. Let's get to it. No time like the present. Lu Fan chuckled and could only nod. About an hour or two later, the four of them returned to a Yuan Institute. As soon as they entered the gate, Lu Fan saw three people standing quietly in the courtyard. One was Master I Ching, but the other two were strangers: an old man with white hair and beard that nearly touched the ground, a frail figure with a kindly smile. The other was even taller and stouter than I Ching, round and plump with a pronounced belly, like a giant inflated ball. Many shapes exist among the thin, but for the fat, each has its own exaggeration. This fat one and the thin one stood on either side of Master I Ching like two spirit-imbued beasts, a fat hog and a wild beast. The especially fat one was bald, with a scalp so smooth and shiny it seemed to reflect the light. Senior brother, Daoguang Master, Han Feng and Chu Xing called out together. Only then did Lu Fan realize the two figures before him, so different in build, were none other than the famed Daoguang Master and senior brother of the first Yuan sect. Master I Ching approached with his hands behind his back, casting a sharp glance at the four of them. He snorted coldly. Where have you four been running off to again? Han Feng, didn't I tell you not to wander around? His voice was tinged with displeasure. Speak up, what exactly have you been doing? Han Feng dropped the tree trunk had been carrying onto the ground with a heavy thud. The tree was as dark as iron, its bark like steel plates, marked with fresh axe cuts that gleamed faintly cold. Master Yiking's eyes lit up immediately. This is a 1,000-year-old iron tree. No wonder you insisted on borrowing my axe before. Han Feng brushed some wood chips from his hands and smiled. We're gathering materials to build a house for junior disciple Lu Fan. Naturally, we have to choose good wood. Indeed, excellent timber. Master I Ching nodded with satisfaction. Later, bring along a few dozen iron tree flowers too. I've been short on tea leaves lately, and want to try making iron tree flower tea. Chu Xing and Chu Tian's faces instantly fell at that the flowers were precious, and a few dozen meant almost none left. Just then, Dao Guang Master strolled over casually, hands behind his back. He inspected the trunk and clicked his tongue in amazement. Fine stuff. Though it looks kind of familiar, forget it. Bring me a few dozen flowers too. He added with a laugh. I've heard they leave a pleasant fragrance even used for wiping. Chu Xing and Chu Tian's expressions turned from pale to black. You actually said that out loud about such a treasure flower. Lu Fan gaped in surprise, had expected the ethereal Dao Guang Master to be dignified and aloof, but his first words were unexpectedly cheeky. Dao Guang Master turned his gaze to Lu Fan, eyes deep but twinkling with amusement. You must be the newcomer, Lu Fan? Heard you want to learn the first Yuan Dao technique. That's fine, but show me some skill first. I won't teach easily otherwise. Lu Fan hurriedly cupped his hands. I will do my utmost as your disciple. The master nodded, narrowing his eyes in a sly smile, one that sent a strange chill racing down Lu Fan's spine. Just then, a round-faced, chubby man shuffled through the crowd, chuckling. Wrinkles folded over his smiling cheeks like plump steamed buns. Hello, fifth junior brother. Wu Wei, but you can call me senior brother. If you ever run into trouble, come find me. Senior brother's here to be your meat shield. That one sentence immediately made Lu Fan feel a fondness for this senior brother. The chubby fellow's honest look matched the straightforward words. It was clear he was a steady, dependable type. Lu Fan bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother. Wu Wei beamed wider and rummaged through a bulging cloth sack on his back for a long moment, then pulled out a radish-shaped object and pressed it into Lu Fan's palm. I don't have a proper gift, so take this. Lu Fan studied it for a while. It looked like some kind of medicinal root, but he couldn't recognize exactly what. Dao Guang Master explained from nearby. Lu Fan, this is the Pinshin pill your senior brother struggled to get. Take it when the time is right. It repairs your internal organs and strengthens your meridians and body. Lu Fan's mouth dropped further open. A pill? Since when do pills look like radishes? Wu Wei scratched his head sheepishly. I can't swallow pills, so I crush it into powder and sprinkle it over dry radish slices. Fifth junior brother, please tolerate it. It shouldn't be bad now, just, well, I may have accidentally sat on it a few times. Lu Fan's eye twitched wildly, so it really was a radish, and it had been sat on. For a moment, Lu Fan felt like he absolutely did not want to eat it at all. A few hours later, everyone stood before Lu Fan's new wooden cabin, their faces beaming with smiles. The ironwood tree had been sawed and planed flat, with even the smallest wood shavings stuffed into the gaps. Nothing went to waste. The leftover timber was carved by Chu Tian into a wide wooden bed and a matching set of tables and chairs. A faint, fresh ironwood scent drifted on the evening breeze. Standing at the door, Lu Fan felt his chest expand with a sense of calm and clarity. Chu Tian wiped sweat off his brow with one hand, laughing heartily. Junior brother Lu Fan, from today on, this is your house. Ironwood is harder than stone, so if one day the roof gets blown off, or Han Feng messes it up with his clumsiness, don't be mad when we come crashing in to crash on your bed. No problem at all, Lu Fan respectfully replied with a bow. Senior brothers, feel free to drop by whenever you like. The eldest senior brother rubbed his belly and chimed in. Brother Chu Tian, while you're at it tomorrow, help fix up my room too. I've put on some weight recently, and the space feels a bit cramped. Chu Tian gave his round belly a sidelong glance and clicked his tongue in mock sympathy. Senior brother, honestly, I can't even tell you've gained weight. Maybe you're so fat now anymore won't even show. The eldest senior brother laughed and patted his belly proudly. Don't underestimate this, fat. It's the secret to my cultivation. Chu Tian, Chu Xing, and Han Feng all nodded knowingly, while Lu Fan raised his eyebrows in curiosity at the idea that the eldest brother's fat might be tied to some unique cultivation technique. As the sun set, golden light filled the courtyard. Little Hay trotted in with steaming dishes, carefully placing plates on the table with his short legs. The eldest senior brother and Master Dao Guang, who were seeing a wild beast cook for the first time, stared wide-eyed. When they finally took their first bites, they both exclaimed in amazement. Tears welled up in the eldest senior brother's eyes. It's been 5 years since I last ate something this delicious. He wiped his eyes as he quickly shoveled rice into his mouth, gobbling up half the dishes in no time. Han Feng shouted, Senior brother, no cheating. Don't use your thousand shadows hand to steal food. Everyone hurry before he clears the table. They didn't even need to warn them. The room quickly erupted into a flurry of flying chopsticks. Little Hay dragged a chair up to the table and sat down like a human, clutching a big bowl of meat with great satisfaction as he gnawed on it. Master Dao Guang tucked his long beard behind his ear and ate ravenously. Meals at the Yuan sect were always a fierce battle. Speed and precision of chopsticks counted. With Master Dao Guang and the eldest senior brother's unbeatable appetite added to the mix, the competition was even more intense. In the blink of an eye, all the plates and bowls were emptied, leaving only a sheen of oil catching the sunset's glow on the table. The eldest senior brother dug food debris from his teeth with his nails, sighing contentedly. Starting today, I'm not going anywhere. No more secluding myself on that lousy Yuling mountain, surrounded by wild beasts, struggling to get a hot meal. The Yuan Academy is the place to be. Little Hay, come with me, I'll train you into the greatest spirit beast in all creation. Little Hay rolled his eyes, clutching his bowl and waddling off to continue eating. Master Daowang rubbed his round belly, his beard trembling as he said, I'm not going anywhere either. Brother I Ching, you've taken on a great disciple, one who's not just good in person, but has a fine beast too. Lu Fan, why don't you let Little Hay stay on as the sect's guardian spirit beast? I promise to train him well. Doesn't he have dragon blood in him? I feed it the essence of the dragon clan's bloodline every day. In less than 10 years, I can turn it into a true dragon. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, but that's not for me to decide. Let Xiaohei make up his own mind. I think he might like it here already. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Xiaohei resting at the door of Lu Fan's cabin, holding a wooden bowl half a person's height with his two front paws, wagging his tail as if saying, this is where I'm staying. Master Daowang laughed out loud. If I had known the first Yuan sect had such a spirit beast chef, I would have come back much sooner. Since Xiaohei has shown this favor, his gaze landed on Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you want to cultivate the first Yuan Dao secret? I had prepared several trials for you. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and Han Feng and the others paused their actions. But now, Master Daowang raised his hand to stop their questions. I will give you just one test. Starting tonight, you and your senior brother Wu Wei will cultivate the first level of the first Yuan Dao secret. If you can enter the path within a month, I and I Ching will teach you the entire scripture. Han Feng, Chu Xing, Chu Tian, the same standard applies to you all. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian's eyes instantly lit up like lanterns. Lu Fan hurriedly asked, Master, what counts as entering the path? If you can use it effectively, that counts. Master Daowang left them in suspense and then turned to leave. Twilight fell, and the lights gradually came on. The two masters, I Ching and Daowang, retired to their rooms early. Only then did Lu Fan discover that the old, dusty gray cabin next to I Ching's was actually Master Daogang's residence. Han Feng quietly added, it was so full of dust and crawling insects that only blessings for a peaceful night could be wished upon the master. Inside Lu Fan's room, the voices were lively. The group had planned to gather at senior brother's room, but when he opened the door, they realized it was crammed with no room even to stand, so they moved instead to the slightly larger room of Lu Fan. Everyone pulled over chairs to sit around. Senior brother plopped down on the bed's edge with a heavy thud, taking up half the bed with just his backside. Han Feng couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, have you really mastered the first Yuan Dao secret? Does Master allow you to use it? This isn't some local-level martial skill, so it should be no problem, right? Senior brother rubbed his belly and admitted, to be honest, I've only mastered 2 levels. Master Daowang says my spirit is too indifferent. The 3rd level probably not in this lifetime. It's not even halfway cultivated. He changed tone. The first Yuan Dao secret has no grades or ranks. Those destined for it receive celestial level power. Those not destined, even if they force it, only have a hollow shell. The same mantra, practiced by different people, can yield vastly different results. Lu Fan exclaimed in awe, so mysterious? Senior brother nodded slightly. Han Feng grew even more eager. In that case, senior brother, show me first what exactly can this first Yuan Dao secret do? Senior brother shrugged. I can't use it right now. I've stored the entire first Yuan Dao secret in this fat belly of mine. Unless you attack the fat, it won't work at all. Han Feng laughed. Senior brother, don't fool me. Is it really true the first Yuan Dao secret can be cultivated in fat? As Han Feng spoke, he slapped his senior brother's belly, which was adorned with a significant layer of fat. But before he could react, a flash of golden light appeared, and Han Feng was sent flying through the air. Thud! The muffled sound was deafening as he crashed into the ground, creating a pit nearly a yard wide and half a foot deep. Debris scattered in all directions, and Han Feng lay in the crater, groaning in pain. The senior brother shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. Junior brother Han Feng, I've told you before, never mess with my protective layer of fat, but you wouldn't listen. One of these days, your curiosity will get you into real trouble. From the pit, a dust-covered middle finger rose into the era classic greeting of defiance from the streets. The senior brother pretended not to notice and raised his voice. Any other questions? If not, he'll hand over the first level of the technique. He bent over and retrieved a palm-sized sheet of paper from behind him. In the center of the page was a single character, bold and saturated in black ink. The character was 1, written with a powerful initial stroke and a clean finish, with no extraneous flourishes. Senior brother, is this secret technique really just 1 brushstroke? Han Feng muttered from the edge of the pit. The senior brother waved the paper lightly and spoke in a deliberately slow tone. Take a good look. Study it carefully. Once you understand its essence, you'll know how to use it. Lu Fan took the paper and examined it, but at a glance, it appeared simple and unremarkable. Yet his brows furrowed instinctively. Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, what on earth is this one origin technique supposed to train? What can we possibly learn from just one character? The senior brother gave his forehead a light slap. What you can learn depends entirely on you. My job ends here. If you don't get it, come back and ask. But for now, I'm going to take a nap. Oh, Chu Tian, don't forget to expand my house tomorrow. With that, he leisurely got to his feet and strolled toward the door. Before leaving, he bent down and rubbed the head of Little Hay, the dog squatting by the entrance. Strangely enough, the usually ferocious dog didn't move an inch, allowing the senior brother to pet it peacefully. Only after he left did Han Feng climb out of the pit. Quickly dusting himself off, he took 3 hurried steps to catch up. Wait, has senior brother left? Did he give us the technique? Lu Fan handed the paper over. This is it, brother Han. What do you think? Han Feng scrutinized the paper back and forth for a long while. Suddenly, he tossed it into the air and let out a stream of curses. Damn it, senior brother's messing with us. He's definitely still mad about us turning his pants into a fishing net last time. That's it, I'm going to have a word with him if I have to. I'll even buy him a new outfit. The paper was still floating midair when Chu Tian caught it in one hand and grabbed Han Feng with the other. Don't lose your head. Senior brother wouldn't joke about cultivation. Look at this paper, it's no ordinary item. Even the ink isn't just regular ink. Hearing this, Lu Fan leaned in closer. Sure enough, as Chu Tian had pointed out, the surface of the paper was smooth, yet under scrutiny, faint scales of light shimmered across it. The character one seemed plain at first glance, but the more he stared, the more it seemed to draw his consciousness downward, as though luring him into a deep, unfathomable abyss. In that moment of hazy reverie, Lu Fan noticed a faint, crystalline stream of energy shimmering within the character's strokes. That energy felt cold and sharp, so piercingly dangerous that his heart clenched, a chilling warning of imminent death at the slightest touch. He snapped back to reality, realizing that Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian were all similarly affected, their foreheads slick with sweat as they fixated on the paper, pushing themselves to uncover its profound secrets. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his mind racing. What kind of power was this? It wasn't like chi or internal force, yet it exuded an aura of peril that sent shivers down his spine. Could this be the true essence of the one origin technique? That thought lingered as he leaned closer to the paper once more. At the same time, Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian flinched simultaneously, their bodies trembling involuntarily clearly. They too had felt the immense force radiating from the character. Throughout the entire night, Lu Fan and the other 3 immersed themselves in deciphering this seemingly simple single character. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, and the room was so quiet that only the sound of their pounding hearts could be heard. Time and again, Lu Fan plunged his consciousness deep into the core of the character. After dozens of attempts, each time he touched that layer of crystalline, glaze-like power, his spiritual awareness would shatter in an instant. He would suddenly jolt awake, sweat streaming down his temples, his clothes quickly soaked through. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian were in similarly miserable states, their gazes flickered between clarity and emptiness, cold sweat continually beating on their foreheads. After a dozen consecutive tries, Chu Xing was the first to collapse from exhaustion. Like someone pulled from icy water, he turned deathly pale, drenched head to toe, and staggered onto the soft couch in Lu Fan's room, breathing out faint, barely audible groans. Soon after, Chu Tian followed. His eyes were bloodshot and strained, and after forcing himself through more than 20 attempts, his legs finally gave way. He slid to the floor in a daze and was helped aside by Lu Fan to rest. Only Lu Fan and Han Feng remained locked in battle until the break of dawn. Han Feng's face alternated between pale and sallow. His curses were intermittent, shifting from loud, gruff shouts to low murmurs, as if only this bitter anger kept him barely conscious. After enduring a few more hours, he finally shakily stood, clutching his head and grimacing in pain. I can't hold on anymore. Junior brother Lu Fan, you keep going, I need to rest. Damn it, my brain's about to explode. With that, he tottered back to his own room, not even bothering to close the door behind him. Lu Fan took a deep breath, feeling a faint ache emerging at his temple, but still bearable. He understood that if he kept forcing it, that relentless power would again mercilessly crush his spiritual awareness, and the result would be the same as his senior brother's. After considering the situation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to draw in the primal energy of heaven and earth. The fierce energy circulated within his body without waning, yet his flesh felt as if repeatedly hammered by a heavy mallet. His pain remained a mystery. All Lu Fan could do was slow his breathing and allow the cosmic power to gradually repair his damaged body. Morning light filtered through the window lattice, illuminating dust particles dancing in the air. At that moment, Master Daowang and Master I Ching emerged from their respective rooms almost simultaneously. Their gaze was sharp and penetrating, spotting from afar the faint yet resilient ripple of fierce energy within Lu Fan's room. Their eyes also caught sight of Han Feng slumped asleep in the opposite room. Master I Ching smiled lightly. To cultivate the Yi Yuan Daoju is no easy feat. Even the fragment of the Yi Yuan martial sovereign's divine soul left behind has blocked countless disciples who thought themselves geniuses. Master Daowang stood with his hands behind his back and replied calmly, "Those who get blocked cannot truly be called geniuses. Although that fragment of divine soul is formidable and nearly indestructible, there is a way to overcome it. Either, like you and me, we grasp the soul-controlled fierce energy technique to outwit raw power, or, like Wu Wei, intimidate the divine soul with unmatched perseverance until it yields." Master I Ching nodded but still wore a trace of melancholy. Even so, it's difficult to reach the peak. The true ultimate of the Yi Yuan Dao Ju is for fierce energy to transform into a divine soul itself. Only if someone manages to conceive this method while confronting that divine soul can the legacy of the Yi Yuan sect be considered genuinely passed down. Master Daowang sighed. Easier said than done. The divine soul's power was a method innovated by the Yi Yuan martial sovereign after breaking his limits. Even for such a top-tier master, it was barely attainable. For later disciples to grasp even a fragment is a lifelong blessing. If someone truly crosses that divine soul's barrier on their own and comprehends how to transform fierce energy into divine soul, that talent would surpass even the Yi Yuan martial sovereign himself. Such a person would be a truly extraordinary genius, shining through the ages, unrivaled across the continent. Even among the young heroes from all corners of the world, he would still rank as a top-tier prodigy. Master I Ching stroked his beard, his laughter hearty and clear. Absolutely. Back in the day, Master Yuan's reputation was made overnight by winning the grand tournament of the 10,000 realms. If our Yuan Academy could one day produce a student capable of competing in that tournament, it would truly be a blessing from the heavens. Master Daowang waved his hand, pouring cold water on the optimism. Don't waste time chasing such unrealistic dreams. Right now, we don't even know if anyone from our Martial Dao Academy can make it through the selection rounds in Wuan Kingdom. Master I Ching smiled wryly. Our Yuan Academy ranks at the bottom within the Martial Dao Academy, haha. In the end, it's just a ranking, shrugged Master Daowang. What does it really matter? The rank may be meaningless, but it still stings to hear. Master I Ching sighed. You don't socialize much with the stronger departments otherwise. You'd know how much scorn comes with being ninth. Master Daowang was indifferent. What does their mockery have to do with me? If you're capable, get those kids to secure a good rank without relying on Earth-level cultivation techniques. The rules can't be broken. Master Yuan passed away millions of years ago. We still have to depend on Martial Dao Academy to pass on his legacy. It's not like our Yuan lineage has many disciples. The two masters exchanged a glance and smiled, but there was a trace of helplessness in the air. At the doorway, Xiaohei stretched lazily after lying there all night, its joints crackling. It glanced back disdainfully at Lu Fan and the others still fast asleep inside the room. Even I, a wild beast, am awake, and you humans are still sleeping, lazybones. Woof woof, Xiaohei barked twice in annoyance, wagged its thick tail, and darted into the morning mist. It had to forage for food to fill its belly and find time to train its howling beast technique. Time sometimes flowed as cheaply as pebbles on the roadside. For cultivators who quiet their minds, days and months fly by swiftly without leaving a trace. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and only Lu Fan remained steadfastly practicing the One Yuan Dao decision. It wasn't that Han Feng and the others lacked willpower, but their bodies couldn't endure it. One day, Han Feng was tormented so badly he barely resembled a person and nervously asked the senior apprentice for the secret to success. The senior only replied calmly with 7 words. Persevere 3,000 times to advance one stage. 3,000 times. Han Feng and the others were shaken to their core. Even after risking everything, they could only manage a few dozen consecutive meridian cycles before blood seeped from their orifices. Going for 3,000 cycles? Who knew how much time and effort that would require? Master I Ching had long warned. Without 10 years of hard training, it was nearly impossible. Han Feng gave up immediately. When he first entered the academy, he also wanted to cultivate the One Yuan Dao decision, but Master I Ching gave him a different martial skill and cautioned that his talent didn't match that path. At the time, he felt underestimated but now understood the master's thoughtful care. Rather than struggling for 10 years without progress, it was better to devote himself to mastering the martial art he already had. Chu Xing and Chu Tianxin, unwilling to give up, clenched their teeth and persisted for 10 days, but ultimately had to stop helplessly. Thus, the fragile scroll bearing the One Yuan Dao decision became solely Lu Fan's to study every dawn and dusk. Of course, Lu Fan would never give up. That was the very reason he had come to Martial Dao Academy in the first place. Although he couldn't sustain even 100 attempts, let alone 3,000, Lu Fan kept striving desperately to comprehend it. When half a month passed with no success, he gritted his teeth and extended it to a full month. When that still failed, he was even prepared to stretch it out to a year. Lu Fan firmly believed that as long as he endured, he would eventually see the clouds part and the moon shine through. However, Master I Ching and the others clearly lacked his patience. Master Dao Wang reminded him once Murray was only given 1 month to achieve the breakthrough. Lu Fan clenched his molars silently, folded up the page transcribing the One Origin Dao manual, and climbed the mountain alone to meditate, not even bringing Xiao He with him. He knew full well that if he wanted to break through within such a short period, he had to go all in without distraction. The summit of Yun Mountain was shrouded in mist year-round, with cold winds howling. Lu Fan selected a jagged stone and spread the paper flat on its surface, pressing it down with a fist-sized rock. His clothes fluttered wildly in the fierce wind as he quietly calculated. Right now, I can only sustain 70 circulations at most, far from 3,000. At normal cultivation speed, there's no way to catch up. To make it within a month, I have to rely on alchemy. In the One Origin Institute, he dared not reveal his identity as an alchemist, but on this remote mountaintop, he planned to give it his all. Lu Fan was not only talented but also ranked as an alchemist. Since the warrior's path was blocked, he would forge a path through alchemy. The spiritual ring flashed, and a palm-sized gentle fire cauldron fell onto the stone with a splash, quickly expanding and standing steadily. Many elixir recipes taught by Master Wu Chen flashed in Lu Fan's mind. He finally settled on the Mingjing pill, a 4th-grade pill that clears the mind and brightens the eyes, detoxifies and dispels miasma, and especially relieves persistent headaches, exactly what he needed at this stage to fiercely battle the manual. He took a deep breath and laid out the few remaining herbs, carefully selecting the portions required to refine the Mingjing pill. Master Wu Chen always said, pills may be lifeless, but herbs are alive. Lu Fan followed this principle, using the simplest herbs to produce the finest elixirs. Almost every formula allowed for different herb combinations, so he weighed their medicinal properties carefully and blended them precisely. Once his selections were made, he knew this was his one and only chance. Failure was not an option. Drawing another deep breath, Lu Fan circulated his true energy and delicately began refining the herbs, removing dregs, purifying impurities, condensing extracts, every step executed with utmost precision. When all the liquid medicines were ready, his gaze was both calm and fierce as he poured them into the gentle fire cauldron. With a flick of his palm, flames surged upward. As his energy surged, he skillfully manipulated the power of the 5 elements. The flames blazed fiercely, then split into 2 streams. Water vapor was injected at the right moment, finally adjusting the temperature upward. Inside the cauldron, the medicine pulsed and slowly condensed. An unusual elixir fragrance wafted over the mountaintop, drifting with the wind. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingtian mountain range, not far from Yun Mountain, an old man in a wooden hut suddenly caught the scent of the fragrance and stepped outside. Standing before him were several young disciples, exchanging astonished glances. One of them couldn't help but say, "Master, we're all here. Could there really be another alchemist at the martial academy?" The old man stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. "Normally no, but we can't rule out the arrival of a new alchemist." Then his gaze settled on one of the disciples. "Xiao Su, come with me and take a look." Inside the slow-burning cauldron, the thick medicinal liquid gradually coalesced into pill after pill. Blue-white flames flickered steadily and precisely beneath, licking the potion at exactly the right intensity. A misty herbal fragrance arose and then dissipated. The crystal-clear pills formed one by one, perfectly round and smooth, faintly glowing with a soft radiance. Lu Fan opened his eyes and glanced over the fire, judging that the timing was right. He gently tapped the lid of the cauldron with his left palm and commanded, "Release." Instantly, a soft rustling sound filled the air as the pills scattered like raindrops. Sweeping his arm through the space, Lu Fan's afterimage blurred as he caught dozens of pills into his palm. Already holding a small celadone bottle, he deftly twisted the cap, inserted the pills, and sealed it in one fluid motion. The bottle's surface shimmered with a gentle glow, locking the medicinal power securely inside. After storing the cauldron away, he opened his palm to find a single pill the size of a water droplet remaining. Although the ingredients were common and the pill naturally small, the sheer quantity had produced meant he had plenty for future cultivation. Lu Fan tossed the small pill into his mouth. As the medicinal energy diffused, warmth spread along his meridians. Closing his eyes, he felt his meridians tingling and the fatigue rapidly fading away. His mind cleared, and even the lingering aches from strained muscles soothed into comfort. A faint smile formed on his lips. The Mingjing pill truly lived up to its name. With this batch of pills supporting him, he was confident he could continue contending with the Yuan Dao technique, and perhaps even pushing his breakthrough attempts to 3,000 times. His confidence soared as he bent down to retrieve the parchment before him. The intricate talisman patterns danced before his eyes, fueling his determination. Suddenly, A sharp whoosh echoed from the ridge's end. Lu Fan looked up to see two figures riding the mountain breeze toward him, surrounded by swirling blue light, clearly using wind riding techniques, not the lighter footwork of martial artists. Five elements wind riding their chi refiners. Lu Fan's brow arched, silently guessing. They were probably drawn by the unusual alchemical phenomenon here. If that's the case, this is going to be troublesome. His mind raced. With a flick of his sleeve, he drew the parchment into his ring, then retrieved a black robe and iron mask from storage, swiftly donning them and tucking away his woofing heavy sword. This disguise was specifically meant to handle chi refiners. Prepared, he leapt down from the summit of Yunshan Mountain. As the fierce wind hit his face, he used wind riding power to slow his descent, landing lightly before disappearing into the thick forest. Climbing a towering ancient tree, he activated the body melding with heaven and earth technique. With his cultivation advancing, this divine skill grew ever more refined. Standing on the branch, his aura blended seamlessly with the mountain wind and foliage, making him nearly undetectable even to energy probes. Moments later, an old man and a young man arrived, following the lingering scent of alchemical fragrance. The elder wore a white robe embroidered with yin-yang and five elements patterns. His goat-like beard trembled with the breeze, and deep wrinkles couldn't hide the sharp gleam in his eyes. Lu Fan recognized the young man Zhao Su, the one who had previously battled him in alchemy. Lu Fan curled a faint smile and subtly activated his keen spiritual hearing. Amid the wind, Zhao Zu's voice came through clearly. Master, it seems he has already left. The elder, addressed as Master, spoke in a calm tone. He left only after seeing us. Then he raised his voice, letting it carry on the mountain breeze. I am the aged Feng Ling. May I ask which Taoist friend is refining pills here? Would you kindly reveal yourself for a chat? I assure you I mean no harm. The echoes reverberated through Yinshan, but no response came. Hidden among the treetops, Lu Fan remained cloaked in shadows and leaves. With just Zhao Su here, there was no way to converse normally, and if Zhao Su recognized him beneath the iron mask, the situation would almost certainly turn hostile immediately. Moreover, this elder named Feng Ling was also Zhao Zu's master. Feng Ling stood in a clearing among the trees, his gaze sweeping repeatedly over the surrounding rocky cliffs and grass, but there was no response. Frowning slightly, he raised his voice again. Though the world is vast, cultivators are as scarce as stars in the morning sky. Since we share the same path, why not show yourselves and have a talk? Exchanging spiritual energy and alchemical recipes would be a wonderful thing. The leaves rustled softly as the mountain wind stirred them, yet no one appeared. Hidden behind an ancient pine, Lu Fan stood steady. He could tell Feng Ling's words held no hostility, but he remained silent all the same. Zhao Su couldn't help whispering, Master, either they've already left or don't want to show themselves. Why insist on? Unaware of their place in the world. Feng Ling shot a sharp glance at his disciple, his tone lowering further. Don't you know how rare it is to find a cultivator here in Ningzhou? If they hold a rare formula or method, this is a priceless opportunity for us. Zhao Su opened his mouth but stopped himself from bringing up the embarrassing incident in Zhonglin City when he not only failed to trade for a formula, but ended up losing a precious 5 elements pill. He bit his lip quietly, hoping to cross paths with that iron-faced cultivator again and redeem himself. Seeing still no reply, Feng Ling cupped his fists and bowed. Since you refuse to show yourselves, don't blame an old man for trying to investigate. Though the Qingtian Mountains are vast, they are the domain of the Martial Academy. Intruding uninvited breaks the rules. Me apologies. At once, he formed hand seals, and the roaring mountain wind gathered around him. Visible translucent blades of wind shaped like willow leaves sprang from his fingers, slicing swiftly in all directions. This was the first time Lu Fan had seen such a searching technique, but instead of panic, he remained calm. As the wind blades neared, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and veered off. He stayed perfectly still, though inwardly alert. His integration with heaven and earth's Tao wasn't yet complete. Any movement now would stir the surrounding energy and reveal his location. After a moment, all the wind blades dispersed. Feng Ling lowered his hands, murmuring, seems they really left. Moving so decisively, their cultivation can't be below mine. Zhao Su cupped his fists. Master, could a cultivator suddenly infiltrating the Martial Academy be coming for that treasure? Silence. Feng Ling's fierce gaze swept him, and Zhao Su immediately bowed his head. From the shadows, Lu Fan's heart stirred at the mention of treasure. Feng Ling went on. They refuse to acknowledge us, and no fate remains to build goodwill. Next, the Academy's warriors will seek them out. Unless they leave immediately, they won't escape pursuit. Zhao Su silently nodded. Suddenly, a crack of thunder sounded in the sky, and a figure streaked down like a falling star. The Martial Academy's revered master, Dao Guang. Dao Guang landed, scanned the surroundings, and smiled. I thought a cultivator had come to Yunshan, but it's just Feng Ling, the Qi master. Long time no see. Feng Ling returned the greeting with a bow. We tracked the scent of alchemy here and found a cultivator refining pills, but unfortunately, We couldn't meet them. Dao Guang Wushi, the matter is now in your hands. A chi refining cultivator unwilling to show his face arrived at Yunshan, ever a good sign. After the rain cleared, white mist still clung to the mountainside, pine winds rolling like surging tides. Feng Ling, steward of the Yunshan outer courtyard, stood before the cliff with hands clasped, his voice low and steady. Don't worry, I will find him. Then I leave it to Master Daiguangwu. Feng Ling smiled faintly and gestured. Disciple, let's return. If Master Daiguangwu does find him, be sure to confirm his intentions. Should he harbor ill will, he must be turned over to the martial Dao Academy. But if he merely wandered into Yunshan by mistake, perhaps, as a fellow chi refining cultivator, allow him to come meet with me. Master Daoguang nodded, understood. We won't kill any chi refining cultivators recklessly. Feng Ling nodded in satisfaction. Good. With that, he and Zhao Su flew away on clouds, their departing wind swirling through the valley. Once their light vanished, Master Daiguangwu scanned the surroundings. The ancient pines rustled sharply in the wind, his brows furrowing. Suddenly he soared skyward, transformed into a streak of blue and red, disappearing into the horizon. Silence returned to the forest. Lu Fan, pressed into the crevice of a rock, dared not move. After half an hour, certain that Master Daiguangwu and the steward wouldn't return, he slowly emerged. Retracting his internal energy concealment, body merging with heaven and earth, he exhaled thick breath and prepared to continue cultivation. At Yunshan's peak, jagged stones jutted out. Lu Fan sat atop a sharp boulder, adjusting his breathing as he pulled out a yellowed sheet of paper, running his fingertip over its rough texture. Just as he reached for a Mingjing pill, a cold shadow shot through the air and landed before him abruptly, without any warning. So close, a voice suddenly rang out. Friend, skulking stealthily atop my Yunshan. Care to explain yourself? Lu Fan sprang up, clutching the paper, stepping back 2 paces. The figure hovered, sleeves flapping. It was Master Daiguangwu himself. His icy gaze sliced like a blade, locking tightly onto the black-robed man behind the iron mask. Oh no, I forgot to hide my disguise. Lu Fan's heart sank, but the other hadn't seen through him. Unexpectedly, Master Daiguangwu had been lurking here silently for half an hour. He hastily gathered his energy, lowering his voice to speak. Suddenly, Master Daiguangwu's tone darkened. This is the One Origin Dao Manual? What have you done to our disciple Lu Fan? Rage erupted like a volcano. In the next moment, Master Daiguangwu's entire body blazed with radiant light, dazzling as the midday sun. Blue and red energy condensed into battle armor, layer upon layer enveloping him. The clear sky turned dark with swirling clouds. The light of heaven and earth reversed. A terrifying pressure crashed down like thunder. The overwhelming force rolled over Lu Fan like a giant wave crashing heathen. His body stiffened in place, blood surged fiercely, a metallic tang rising in his throat threatening to spill. Speak. Master Daiguangwu pressed his palm downward, shaking the void. Invisible power pinned Lu Fan firmly among shattered stones. Rock shards scattered as he kneeled on half-bent legs, chest crushed nearly to the ground, breath a struggle. The mask creaked, cracks spreading across its surface. The dreadful pressure only intensified. Master Daiguangwu clearly believed this black-robed figure was the killer responsible for Lu Fan's suffering and stealing the cultivation manual, since he held the torn page of the One Origin Dao Manual. Will you talk? His voice cut through the bone-chilling cold, murderous intent unhidden. Lu Fan opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Blood trickled down the cracks in his mask, dripping onto the paper in his hand. The crimson droplets seeped into the fibers, faintly shimmering like stardust, yet amid their fury and struggle, neither noticed. Breath rapid, vision blurring, Lu Fan's consciousness slowly slipped away. Master Daiguangwu stepped closer, fingers outstretched, suddenly grabbing at his mask. He intended to see who this black-robed man really was, daring to harm a disciple of his academy. A hand slowly reached out. Master Daiguang's fingers were about to touch Lu Fan's iron mask. Just as his fingertips neared the mask, a long howl reminiscent of both wolf and dragon broke the mountain peak's silence behind him. Master Daoguang whipped around sharply to see Xiao He charging in, eyes glowing red, mouth spewing a black flame as dark as ink. The scorching flame whipped fierce wind straight at him. Alarmed, Master Daoguang swept his sleeve, transforming his energy into a luminous shield that instantly extinguished the fire. Still, a few stray embers flickered down, landing precisely on Lu Fan's chest. Xiao He, what are you doing? He shouted fiercely. But Xiao He seemed oblivious, smashing through rocks with every step as the black flames churned in his mouth, scattering with each breath. Lu Fan collapsed on the ground, felt the searing pain swiftly turn to warmth. A strange power surged through his right hand into his meridians. Through a crack in the iron mask, he saw the black flames crawl into his palm, transforming into a soothing current that raced through his limbs and bones. Xiao He. Lu Fan's heart jolted. Mustering all his remaining strength, he suddenly rolled over and leapt up. Landing from the rocky ledge, he dared not hesitate and dragged his nearly depleted body straight into the forest. Master Daoguang had assumed the man in black was already unconscious, not expecting him to feign death and flee. Fury boiled within him. Raising his hand to the sky, sword energy condensed into a massive blade of light, its brilliance piercing the clouds like a sudden rift in the heavens. Flash! With a low shout, the giant sword transformed into a pillar of light, descending upon the trees with devastating force. Xiaohe howled toward the sky, anxiety in his cry. Just as the sword's light neared, Lu Fan's voice rang out from the forest. Master Daoguang, stop. The voice was too familiar. Master Daogang's wrist trembled violently as he checked his strike. The sword's glow dimmed tenfold, but still descended dozens of feet with a raging roar. Then boom! The Yinshan Mountains trembled. Down below in the Yuan courtyard, Han Feng, Chu Tian, Chu Xing, Wu Wei, and others looked up in awe. Han Feng clicked his tongue in admiration. Wonder who pissed Master Daoguang off this time. That sword light. It's huge and deadly. Chu Xing hugged a pile of timber and called out. Enough chatter, help out. Senior brother's house is expanding again. It's been rebuilt so many times already. Master Yiking's eyes flickered sharply as he glanced toward the peak, frowning. The sword's light had surged to the summit moments ago. Why had it suddenly weakened? Could something have gone wrong? At the summit, the sword light had raised the entire patch of forest flat. Though the aftershocks hadn't subsided, Lu Fan lay battered and bruised. The moment he broke into the trees, he stowed away his black robe and iron mask and drew his blunt great sword in front of him. Yet the force of Master Daogang's strike still pushed him to the brink of life and death. The sword energy tore through the air, and though Lu Fan's blunt sword blocked most of it, he could not stop the remaining sword rays. Blood trickled down his blade. A fragile parchment from the Yuan Dao Sutra floated down amid the sword wind and landed beside Lu Fan. The fierce sword light left no trace on it, but Lu Fan's blood seeped into the page, deepening the character E1. Suddenly, a gentle white light from the page entered Lu Fan's body. The character dimmed as the parchment was carried away by the mountain wind. Lu Fan, Master Daoguang came crashing through the air, torn between shock and fury. Seeing his disciple drenched in blood, his heart Aketa had grievously injured his most treasured successor. If Lu Fan were to perish, he would never find peace. Without hesitation, he pressed his palms against Lu Fan's back, unleashing overwhelming energy like a flood breaking through a dam. Lu Fan's nearly extinguished body ravenously absorbed the life force. Lu Fan coughed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, it was just a serious injury, not death. Daoguang Master breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Fan was still alive, and he was confident he could save him. He raised his hand, channeling his energy like a flexible protective barrier that gently lifted Lu Fan and slowly brought him closer. Xiaohe came dashing over, baring sharp teeth and snarling fiercely at Daoguang Master, even biting him hard. It's your fault for recklessly breathing fire and letting that man in the black robe escape, which caused me to accidentally injure Lu Fan. Daoguang Master's beard trembled in pain as he scolded while patting Xiaohe's head. Let go now, I need to save him. Only then did Xiaohe release his grip, but he kept growling lowly. Daoguang Master shook his head. Couldn't control a spirit beast fiercely protective of its master. But where had that hateful man in the black robe gone? He glanced around and saw only ruined walls and debris, no one else in sight. Chi condensers were masters of strange escape techniques, nearly impossible to catch. Suddenly, Daoguang Master's eyes flickered as he noticed scattered papers of the One Yuan Dao manual on the ground. The One Yuan Dao manual is still here. He picked it up, feeling a bit relieved, but his brow furrowed. The character for one on the page was dimmed, and the once strong spiritual imprint was now a faint remnant. Damn it, that black-robed condenser tampered with it. He knew the opponent had drained most of the spiritual imprint, but since the manual only recorded the first level, the loss wasn't fatal. He dismissed the worry. Using his left hand's energy to support Lu Fan, and lifting Xiaohe with his right, Daoguang Master flew swiftly toward the One Yuan courtyard. Moments later, he landed inside the courtyard. Han Feng and the others, seeing Lu Fan covered in wounds, rushed to his side immediately. Junior brother Lu Fan? What happened? Who did this? Daoguang Master's face flushed red as he stammered. A man in a black robe. Lu Fan's condition is serious. Lay him flat and give him this pill. He pulled a jade vial from his sleeve, a top-quality ice-fire dual element pill. Thinking of how he had accidentally harmed Lu Fan, he clenched his teeth in pain, but still handed the pill to Han Feng. Carefully, the others helped carry Lu Fan back to his room. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth. Instantly, cold mist rose from his body, freezing his flesh and blood. Then a surge of scorching heat followed, with new flesh crawling beneath his skin. His wounds visibly healed rapidly, and his breathing steadied. Only then did Han Feng and the others breathe a sigh of relief. But as soon as they stepped outside the door, Han Feng's anger exploded. Which bastard did this? A man in a black robe? I'm going after him right now to skin him alive. He said that as he grabbed Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and the others and headed out in a rush. They're condensers, and though their realm isn't high, you all might Daoguang Master try to stop him. Catch him first, then talk. Han Feng ignored him completely. Grandmaster I Ching turned to look at Wu Wei. Wu Wei, rubbing his swollen belly, stood up. His gentle smile had vanished, replaced by a low, stern voice. I'm going with Han Feng and the others. Don't worry, they'll be fine. He looked into the distance, his killing intent icy cold. Anyone who dares harm my junior brothers is asking for death. When even Wu Wei, known as the calmest disciple in the entire Martial Dao Academy, showed signs of anger, Master I Ching no longer held back. At his order, all the disciples from the Yuan sect immediately scrambled up the mountain, searching everywhere for the mysterious man in the black robe. The wind howled through the trees, branches swayed, and the disciples weaved between them, their robes billowing as they moved swiftly. Inside the main hall, Master I Ching withdrew his gaze and turned to Master Daoguang in a low voice. A Qi refiner? An outsider Qi refiner has actually broken into the Martial Dao Academy. Daoguang stroked his streaked white beard and replied gravely, yes. He wears a black robe and an iron mask. His cultivation isn't very high, but he shrugged off my full-strength strike without dying. He's at least at the Qi refiner level. Even a Qi refiner is no trivial matter. Master I Ching nodded slightly. He'll notify the senior elders in the other sects right away. If they are willing to act, that man in black won't be able to hide. Go ahead, Daoguang nodded. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Master I Ching pushed off with his toes and shot upward, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gust of wind sweeping past the doorway. Silence returned to the room. Daoguang stood by the bedside, stroking his beard as he gazed down at the unconscious youth, softly murmuring, Lu Fan, your master never meant to harm you. I just hope when you wake, you won't blame me. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohe burst into the room, nimbly leaping onto the bed's edge. It curled up beside the boy, its large, wet eyes full of worry, letting out a faint whimper. Lu Fan's brows twitched ever so slightly. Actually, he heard every word Daoguang said clearly, but his body felt trapped deep in a dark abyss, unable to wake no matter how hard he tried. His consciousness drifted through boundless darkness. Sounds from the outside world came clearly to his ears, but he couldn't find a way out. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through, like a sword cutting through the night, tearing open a crack in the void. A deep, ancient voice echoed through space and time. Finally someone has come here. Lu Fan looked up and saw the beam of light slowly coalesce into an elderly man. The figure's back was slightly hunched, his white hair delicate as silk, his expression gentle but unfathomable. Who are you? Lu Fan exclaimed. The old man chuckled softly. You don't know who I am? Think carefully who else could converse with you inside the Yuan realm? Didn't you come here by cultivating the Yuan technique? The Yuan realm? What is this place? Lu Fan was stunned. The old man shook his head with a rueful smile. You bear the mark of the Yuan sect, but don't recognize me. Kid, my name is Yuan, your ancestral master, the Yuan martial sovereign. Ancestral master. Lu Fan blurted, disbelief all over his face. Yuan sighed lightly. Yes, the ancestral master. I have no idea how many years have passed in the outside world, at least 1,000,000. Over 1,000,000 years of change, my true body has long since perished, leaving only this fragment of divine consciousness in the world. True body, divine consciousness. Lu Fan struggled to understand. He looked at Yuan and asked, if you are the ancestral master, why bring disciples here? The Yuan Dao technique holds my divine consciousness, but it's not that I brought you here. You came in on your own, Yuan explained calmly. You activated the Yuan realm with your blood and gave birth to your first strand of soul power, so naturally you were drawn in. Now, I will teach you the first layer of the Yuan Dao technique. Ask if you have any questions. Only now did Lu Fan realize this was a place for inheritance. Still puzzled, he asked, what is soul power? I don't remember having such an ability. You don't believe me? Yuan gestured with his hand. Then take a look at your current form. Lu Fan glanced down and suddenly saw that his body had become a tiny speck of light. What is going on? Lu Fan exclaimed in shock. He looked down at himself and realized he seemed to be made of mist, his form blurred and glowing faintly with a soft light. Yuan's laughter echoed through the vast spirit space. The most basic soul power is always so ethereal. But if you cultivate it beyond the 5th level, you'll be able to condense it into a human shape, just like me. But why have I become like this? I have no memory at all. Lu Fan reached out confusedly, but his hand only passed through empty air. No memory at all. Yuan's voice was distant. Transforming your spirit with Ging torque is incredibly difficult. Crossing the sea of blood, passing through life and death, converting force into energy, breaking through the heavens. Lu Fan frowned, trying to remember, murmuring, sea of blood? Life and death. I was almost beaten to death. Yuan immediately responded, exactly. Near-death experiences are the easiest paths to forge soul power. Back then, I hovered on the edge of death hundreds of times before I created my soul power. Unfortunately, no matter how strong, it cannot break the restraints of heaven and earth. Perhaps only by completely fusing Geing torque with vital energy can a power beyond all limits be born. I'm afraid I cannot do it. My successor, if one day you can refine your soul power to its peak, try to fuse vital energy into it as well. That is my unfinished wish, and I hope you will fulfill it. His voice was heavy with regret. Complete fusion of Geing torque and vital energy? Lu Fan's heart jolted. Isn't that the form his own Geing chi takes? Could it be that this is why he was able to crystallize soul power through that life and death ordeal? Before he could think further, Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, commanding, "Accept my full inheritance." As soon as the words fell, a blinding pillar of light shot down. Lu Fan felt his soul split open like a sharp blade, and countless pieces of information and visions flooded his mind. Yuan's entire space began to collapse, while Lu Fan's own soul power surged wildly in response. His consciousness was swallowed by darkness, and Lu Fan fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he felt like a bystander watching a venerable old man in snow-white robes, ethereal and serene, battling countless demons and beasts. Each palm strike shattered the sky, cracked mountains, reversed rivers, and turned floods back upon the heavens. The old man's soul power in his palm was like the dawn of destruction, a terrifying pressure making all living things tremble. Lu Fan quietly observed, absorbing the overwhelming might of the soul's application. His own Geing chi surged on its own, the faint soul power he had condensed flowing into every limb and bone. In that instant, his Geing chi roared like hot oil poured onto a blazing fire. The transparent Geing chi gradually dyed itself with 5 colors: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the vital energy of a chi refiner, representing the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Next, a pure white light, symbolic of Geing torque, joined the swirling vortex, the 6 colors blending and spinning faster. At the peak of rotation, a trace of deep black suddenly emerged, like the human soul itself. When the black appeared, the vortex slowed abruptly. The 5 elemental energies quickly contracted, forming a small 5-element array and sinking into the dantian. At the same time, the black and white energies intertwined and fused in the energy sea, slowly rising to the brow center. There they merged into a perfect yin-yang symbol, radiating intense black and white light. The 5-element formation in his dantian and the stark black and white yin-yang array in his mind were sharply distinct, yet as they operated, both began to generate a translucent power simultaneously. This power condensed into crystal-clear droplets, slowly flowing and merging through his meridians. If someone were to cut open Lu Fan's meridians, they would see dazzling 7-colored lights shimmering inside those droplets, resembling a miniature rainbow bridge. Unaware of the transformation within, Lu Fan remained in slumber, but a majestic and fierce aura suddenly surged from his body. In an instant, every expert in the martial arts academy felt a tremor in their hearts. They all turned their heads to look toward the distant sky. No one knew where the aura came from, only that whoever possessed it must be extraordinarily formidable. In the main hall of the martial arts academy, the dean rose into the air above the hall, concentrating to sense the aura. Is it the emergence of a divine weapon, or has someone broken through to the yin-yang realm? His brows furrowed more tightly as he murmured a denial. No, the yin-yang realm doesn't emit this kind of aura. Then what exactly is it? At that very moment, Master I Ching, hastening along the horizon, suddenly stopped. What a terrifying power! What's happening at the academy lately? Could someone be targeting the martial arts academy? With this thought, he immediately sped toward the main hall, vanishing into the clouds in a blink. Within the Yuan sect, Master Daoguang pushed open the door and strode directly into Lu Fan's room. Scanning the scene, he muttered softly, "Strange, where did this immense power come from?" His gaze fell on the bed, where the shocking wounds Lu Fan once had already healed more than half. He chuckled lightly. "Your recovery is like a wild beast. Those pills I fed you weren't wasted. Lu Fan, when you wake up, it'll teach you some truly powerful martial techniques. Don't blame me then." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fan's brows twitched slightly. Master Daoguang immediately raised his voice. "Can you hear me? That's good. If you want to learn advanced martial skills, wake up quickly." Lu Fan's eyebrows twitched again. Master Daoguang extended his palm, slowly pouring a wave of energy into Lu Fan's body to speed up his healing, then turned and left with his hands behind his back. All along, Xiao He lay under the bed, looking up at Master Daoguang's retreating figure with a sly grin. Only it knew that the terrifying aura came from Lu Fan himself. In the next moment, Xiao He let out a low howl, transforming into a streak of black light that entered Lu Fan's body. It condensed into a slender black dragon coiling around his arm, weaving through the meridians. Lu Fan's energy uncontrollably flowed toward his right arm, nourishing the black dragon and making it grow rapidly. From deep within his arm came a relaxed, resonant hum. 3 days later, amid the noise around him, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had slept 1,000 years. Two sharp beams of intense light shot out from his eyes, slicing through the air in an instant. The world in his sight seemed like a trembling painting, as if with a mere touch of his finger, he could pierce a hole through it. Huh. He exhaled a long breath and slowly sat up. Xiao He lay by the bed, while his heavy, blunt-edged sword rested by the door. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the little black dog beside him. Could it be that he had been unconscious for a very long time? The dog before him had clearly grown quite a bit, its fur glossy and jet black, especially those two small lumps on its head that puzzled Lu Fan. He reached out and gently stroked the dog's big head. Immediately, the dog licked his face nonstop, its tongue wet, leaving Lu Fan's face soaking. Hastily, he pushed the dog away, straightened his rumpled clothes, and stepped out the door. The sunlight outside was so bright it made him squint involuntarily. "Ha ha, junior brother Lu Fan, you're finally awake," came the hoarse, slightly squeaky voice of senior brother Han Feng from a distance. 3 days. You just lay there like a dead pig the whole time." Following the voice, Lu Fan saw several senior disciples standing in the courtyard. They were neatly dressed, their faces shining with fresh grooming. Master I Ching and Master Daoguang were also present, both wearing new clothes, sitting calmly on nearby chairs. Master I Ching smiled warmly and said, "Lu Fan, your injuries have just healed. Come, sit down." Lu Fan was confused and asked, "Master, how long have I been asleep?" Master I Ching chuckled, "Only 3 days. Not long at all. Considering how badly you were hurt, sleeping for 30 days wouldn't have been unusual. You owe Master Daoguang your lifey, gave you a life-saving medicinal pill." Lu Fan turned his gaze toward Master Daoguang with a complicated expression as fragmented memories of his injury flashed through his mind. Master Daoguang looked slightly embarrassed and waved a hand dismissively. "Don't dwell on it, Lu Fan. Come, have a seat. You've woken just in time. Today is the day for the Yuan sect's challenge battle." Then he moved his lips silently to pass a telepathic message to Lu Fan. "Don't bring up the incident where I accidentally injured you. Later I'll teach you a few Earth Tier martial techniques, and we'll call it even." Lu Fan blinked several times. The offer of those Earth Tier techniques was very tempting. He nodded slightly and sat down beside Master Daoguang, who quietly breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have saved face. "Challenge battle?" Lu Fan frowned. "Challenge battle against whom?" Senior brother Han Feng shouted loudly. "Of course, we're facing off against those bastards from other academies. They come every year around this time. Officially it's called friendly sparring, but really they're just here to test us out. Junior brother, I promise, this time I'll make sure those guys lose face. They must be close by now." Lu Fan was still confused. At that moment, senior brother Wu Wei dragged over a huge chair, sat down, and with a smile explained, "Lu Fan, you only joined the Yuan sect this year, so you don't know the situation well. You know about the academy ranking battles, right?" Lu Fan nodded. "Yes. So the ranking battles are starting today?" Wu Wei rubbed his belly. "No, the official battles start in 2 months. Today, those participating come here to spar with us. They don't wait for the official event. This is more like warm-up and showtime." Lu Fan asked, "Warm-up? What do you mean?" Wu Wei smiled. "The ranking battles have rules. Only lower-ranked academies can challenge higher-ranked ones. Each academy sends 5 fighters, 3 rounds, best of 5. Yuan always ranks last, so technically we should only be challenging others. No one should be challenging us. But some from other academies like to show off or warm up, so they come here to test their skills. They fight and then leave. Winning is expected, losing doesn't affect rankings." Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. "So Yuan is basically their training ground?" Wu Wei gave a bitter smile. "Put bluntly, that's exactly it." Just then, several figures were seen flying slowly through the air. The disciples of Yuan all squinted against the sun, turning their gazes toward the distant newcomers. Figures appeared with the wind. 6 people in total, 3 young women and 3 men. Leading the group was a man with delicate features, roughly 30 years old, tall and slender, a long sword hanging at his waist, and a silver ring glinting on his left hand. Every gesture he made carried the effortless confidence of someone accustomed to authority. Behind him, the other 5 men and women alike wore fine clothes and possessed striking appearances, standing there with an undeniable radiance. Lu Fan's gaze swept over them, then suddenly paused on the young woman at the very back. Wasn't that Zhang Yuehan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time? His brow furrowed, but he kept his feelings buried deep inside. The 6 settled in place, and a woman standing beside Zhang Yuehan covered her nose and looked around with disgust. "This is the Yuan sect? It's no better than a pigsty." Though her voice was low, every disciple present heard it clearly, as if just breathing the air here might make her faint on the spot. The insult instantly ignited tension in the air. Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian's eyes flashed cold. Even their usually smiling senior brother wiped the smile off his face. The lead man raised his hand to stop his companions from speaking further. Then, Bowing respectfully, he addressed the seated masters I Ching and Daoguang loudly. I Ching, Daoguang, long time no see. But the two masters clearly harbored little goodwill toward him. They glanced at him indifferently, without bothering to stand. Master I Ching spoke coldly. Lang Jian, spare the pleasantries. Are these the disciples of your Piamiao sect? They all look scrawny, nothing impressive at all. At those words, Han Feng and the others burst out laughing. Han Feng even doubled over with amusement, causing Lang Jian's group to pale. Lang Jian frowned slightly, cursing inwardly that these old men of Yuan had no idea how to recognize talent. Why did the dean still allow them a foothold in the martial academy? Behind him, a narrow-eyed man snorted. I'd heard Yuan was full of roughnecks. Now I've seen it for myself. Hearing this, Zhang Yuehan smiled softly, her radiant smile stunning to behold. The narrow-eyed man stared, then swallowed nervously. Lu Fan noticed and smirked silently. Yet another one fallen under Zhang Yuehan's charm. Han Feng cursed loudly. So what if I'm rough? Screw your ancestors. Today I'll show you what rough means. Before he finished, he flicked a small black iron ball from his hand. Bang! The sphere exploded, releasing a cloud of foul yellow smoke that rapidly filled half the courtyard. Lu Fan immediately held his breath. But Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian seemed prepared. Each quickly brought out a medicinal herb to their noses, and the smoke swirled harmlessly around them. Zhang Yuehan and the woman beside her were nearly overwhelmed, faces pale, as if about to collapse. Lang Jian reacted quickly, sweeping his sleeve to disperse most of the smoke, though a murderous gleam burned between his brows. What is this? Grinning widely, Han Feng sneered, a welcome gift for you. How's the smell? I've got a whole bag of these, want to try some? He then brandished another handful of black balls. Lu Fan was taken aback seeing these in senior brother Han Feng's room before, assuming they were weapons, not realizing they were used for this disgusting trick. Master Yiking's face darkened with displeasure. This Han Feng people say you're crude, and now you're actually going on to throw manure. That smell really is no different from actual dung. Master I Ching couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, Han Feng, stop messing around with these things. Han Feng was holding up a dark brown spherical object and immediately stopped when he heard that. Lang Jian and his group nearly stepped back at the same time, much like proper young ladies trying to avoid a notorious ruffian, keeping as far away as possible. Master Daoguang rubbed his forehead wryly. With all this chaos today, once the Piao Miao Institute spreads the news, the Yuan Institute is going to become famous again for all the wrong reasons. Master I Ching shot Han Feng a fierce glare. Han Feng shrugged and gently set down the foul-smelling balls. What else you got? Han Feng rolled his eyes and shook his long robe. Clang clang, an assortment of strange and weird items tumbled out. Slender silver needles glowing faintly. A broken dagger dripping dark red liquid. Several bottles and jars whose colors were indistinguishable. And instantly a pungent stench filled the air. These random junk pieces littered the ground around his feet. Lang Jian and the others felt their scalps tingle with discomfort and silently regretted following their teacher to a Yuan institute. Was this really a righteous martial artist in front of them? Chu Xing and Chu Tian pretended not to know Han Feng and quietly moved aside. Master Daoguang waved his hand. Lang Jian, weren't you bringing your disciples to practice? Hurry up and finish the sparring. Lang Jian gritted his teeth and agreed, just as I thought. Tao Xing, you go first. Then he called out, which student from Yuan Institute wants to step up? Tao Xing tensed, took a few steps forward, then shook his head repeatedly. I don't want to fight that guy. Pick someone else. Han Feng grinned. If you don't want to fight me, I don't feel like playing with you either. Chu Xing and Chu Tian exchanged glances, and finally Chu Xing stepped forward, sword in hand, bowing. I'll go. Please show me your skill. Tao Xing snorted and drew a curved sword glowing purple. Chu Xing unsheathed his long sword, and their auras spiked instantly. All the students from Piao Miao Institute looked on confidently, certain that Tao Xing had victory in the bag. On the other side of the crowd, Zhang Yuehan's gaze was fixed on Lu Fan. Suddenly, she tugged on the sleeve of the man beside her. Senior brother, you have to avenge me today? The man she called senior brother smiled confidently. Don't worry. Since you're here, he'll make sure justice is served. That kid, right? His good days are over. Lu Fan sensed something and turned to look at Zhang Yuehan, clearly catching the hatred burning in her eyes. Senior brother, the other senior brother whispered. Do you have a grudge with that girl? I heard they want to cause trouble for you. Lu Fan nodded. Something like that. The senior brother laughed lightly. Want me to help? They might challenge you directly later. Thanks, but I want to handle it myself. Lu Fan declined, then closed his eyes to look inward, examining his condition after awakening for the first time. At that moment, his mind quaked, power surged wildly inside him, like a clear stream rushing through his meridians. He even heard the gentle gurgle of water inside. Opening his eyes, he lightly circulated his true energy, and the world's vitality poured in furiously. Both his dantian and consciousness lit up brightly, radiating two magical arrays of 5 elements array, and a yin-yang array shining brilliantly. Lu Fan stood frozen in place. This strength was far greater than before. He couldn't even tell if he was at inner gang level 5 or 6 anymore. And frankly, Lu Fan had no idea either. A fierce energy surged like a rainbow, a sudden gust of wind signaling the start of the battle. Swordlight crashed like a tidal wave as senior brother Chu Xing struck first. His long sword twisted and turned like a silver dragon, flashing countless cold sparks. Tao Xing stood firm, gripping his curved purple blade, his gaze icy yet fearless. Countless sword rays came at him, but he simply took a deep breath and released a powerful aura that formed a protective wall around him. Purple Hua protection. A sharp shout cut across the arena. The spine of Tao Xing's curved blade suddenly emitted a violet glow, and several bands of light surged into his energy field like roaring waves. In an instant, his protective aura shimmered in shades of blue and purple, rippling with fluid radiance. As Chu Xing's long sword slashed in, the clash rang out like metal striking stone. Ding, ding, clang, clang. The sword tip barely pierced an inch before it felt as if it hit an iron wall, unable to advance further. The blade bent slightly, making Chu Xing frown in frustration. Trivial tricks, Tao Xing snorted coldly, swinging his blade sharply. Take this. The blade sliced through the air with a sudden crack, releasing a terrifying soundwave roar like an eagle's screech combined with a beast's howl. The soundwave solidified like rippling water expanding outwards. Chu Xing's mind was shaken, and he couldn't help but retreat 3 steps involuntarily. Soundwave martial technique. Someone outside the arena called out softly. Lu Fan frowned slightly. Soundwave techniques were rare and power-consuming. Tao Xing was almost certainly channeling the strength of his purple curved blade to enhance the attack. Chu Xing was pushed back half a breath, but Tao Xing's figure pressed forward relentlessly. His feet moved in the pattern of the 7 stars constellation, stepping as swiftly as a shooting star, leaving afterimages like illusions. His curved blade whipped up purple mist, its sharpness weaving a net that forced Chu Xing to retreat step by step. At the arena's edge, Lang Jian's lips twitched in a satisfied smirk. As he had expected, the lower-ranked academy's fighters were no match. Master Meng Yun's earlier warning to be cautious was clearly overcautious. Still, he had to admit, Tao Xing's skill had improved significantly. This level of cultivation would surely shine in the academy's ranking battles. At the center of the arena, layers of purple mist almost swallowed Chu Xing's figure. The disciples of the Ethereal Institute were famous for their agility, and Tao Xing was currently using the 7-star step. If perfected, this technique could produce 7 afterimages that attacked simultaneously with the blade, an impressive display of power. On the other side of the arena, Han Feng and Chu Tian held their breath, tension gripping them tightly. After a moment, Han Feng moved beside senior brother and whispered, "Senior brother, you have sharp eyes. Is Chu Xing struggling to hold on?" The senior brother chuckled softly. "Han Feng Jr., do you really have so little faith in our third senior brother? Don't rush. He's steady. If anything, I'm afraid that guy Tao will be the one who falters first." "Is that so?" Han Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Fan nodded nearby. "Senior brother's right. Chu Xing seems to be on the defensive, but his swordsmanship balances offense and defense perfectly like an unbreakable fortress. Even after Tao Xing's relentless hundreds of strikes, not one has truly hit. In fact, Chu Xing has already struck him 3 times, so wait, that's for now." No sooner had Lu Fan spoken than senior brother, Han Feng, Chu Tian, as well as Master I Ching and Master Dao Guang standing nearby, all turned to him simultaneously, eyes wide with shock. Startled, Lu Fan asked nervously, "What's wrong with you all?" Senior brother Han Feng opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Junior brother Lu Fan, you can actually see through everything? You can catch every single sword move? My God, how did your eyes grow like that? Hurry up and take them out so I can have a look." His shout startled Elder I Ching beside him into speaking up. "Lu Fan, are you really able to see clearly?" Lu Fan nodded stiffly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Can't you all see clearly?" The 2 elders, I Ching and Dao Guang, exchanged a glance but said nothing. Given their much higher cultivation compared to Tao Xing and Chu Xing, they naturally could track every move. But Lu Fan's realm was lower than those 2 opposing disciples. That made his ability seem strange. Especially since Tao Xing came from Piamiao sect and had mastered the treading 7 stars martial art, making his footwork extremely elusive. If Lu Fan could easily see through that, Tao Xing would effectively be laid out on the ground. Senior brother, Han Feng looked Lu Fan up and down and lowered his voice. "I can see so clearly because I have the twofold Yuan Dao Ju cultivation. Could it be you have also mastered Yuan Dao Ju?" At these words, everyone's eyes turned sharply to Lu Fan. Lu Fan touched his nose, quickly recalling everything he knew about the Yuan Dao Ju and the Yuan martial lord. He secretly activated his spirit power. The transparent energy inside him surged into his mind, spinning lightly and transforming into a crystalline spirit force that instantly multiplied over 10 times 1 unit of Gaki exchanged for 10 units of spirit. It was as if the yin-yang formation acted like a refining cauldron. Any input energy could convert into the power needed. Lu Fan then tried converting Gaki, equally smooth, but this time the Gaki output multiplied 20-fold. Next, he converted Yuanqi. The transparent energy entered the 5 elements array, circled once, and emerged as 20 times purer Yuanqi. Combining the two distorted forces, he condensed them into a drop of transparent Gaki water. A 20-fold transformation. Lu Fan's heart pounded wildly. With only 5 or 6 layers of inner Gaki accumulation, he could unleash 20 times the power of a normal inner Gaki martial artist, even able to challenge most outer Gaki fighters single-handedly. This shocking realization left him frozen in place until Han Feng shouted again in his ear, "Junior brother Lu Fan, have you mastered it or not?" Lu Fan swallowed hard and forced out, "You could say I have." That single sentence caused everyone's expressions to shift drastically. A barely concealed excitement glowed in elders Yi Qing and Dao Guang's eyes. Meanwhile, Lang Jian saw the sudden change in the Yuan sect crowd's faces and mistakenly thought they had realized Chu Xing was about to lose. Ridiculous, he raised his chin smugly. Panicking after just losing one round, could that be their strongest disciple? Knowing Head uncovered the truth, Lang Jian's grin nearly split his face. Tao Xing's senior brother is really impressive, Zhang Yuehan chuckled, looping her arm through the woman beside her. With the Yuan sect's strength so weak, it truly remains the worst sect. The woman agreed, and even the senior brother tugged on her sleeve laughed out loud. But at that moment, the arena's situation suddenly shifted. A purple light curtain was abruptly cut through by a long sword. Chu Xing, under heavy pressure, slipped a step. The tip of his sword flashed like lightning, aimed straight at Tao Xing's right elbow. Hit! With a sharp exclamation, Chu Xing's long sword pierced through Tao Xing's protective energy shield like a hot knife through butter. The moment the sword's tip broke through the energy barrier, a crackling wave of fragmented qi burst forth, like thin ice shattering beneath foot. Tao Xing was stunned. With a sudden movement, he left behind 3 clear afterimages, attempting a counterstrike. In the next instant, Chu Xing's sword swept in a smooth arc. A glint of cold light flashed as he accurately struck one of the afterimage hit again. Blood splattered as a faint smile curled at Chu Xing's lips. Following through, his sword slashed across Tao Xing's wrist, red lines of blood trailing downward. From the stands, Lu Fan smiled slightly. It looks like senior brother Chu has already predicted Tao Xing's movement patterns, even deducing the weaknesses in his protective energy. Only then did Han Feng and the others come back to their senses. Lu Fan's recent breakthrough in mastering the one element, Dao, had been so shocking it nearly made them forget about the fierce battle happening before them. The senior disciple reigned in his surprise and smiled warmly. Junior brother Chu's calculation skills have always been remarkable. Using the same moves against him too often will inevitably be seen through. Seeking victory through steadiness, that is his fighting style. As he spoke, Chu Xing launched a comprehensive counterattack. Sword strikes targeted Tao Xing's elbows, wrists, knees, precisely the joints where the protective energy was weakest. Tao Xing relied on the purple glowing curved saber blessed with energy protection, confident no one below the outer energy realm could break through. Yet Chu Xing's straightforward sword strikes pressed him back step by step. Each time the sword tip cut in, it was like a lock was being pried open. The sounds of cracking energy rang out one after another. In mere moments, Tao Xing was wounded all over. Lu Fan watched quietly as their movements played out in slow motion in his mind. Each strike seemed to first shatter the dense layer of primal energy between them before reaching the opponent. He had a faint sense that if only that layer of resistance could be removed, their attack speed might increase tenfold. No sooner had the thought arisen than his eyes subtly changed. Deep in the left pupil appeared shifting black and white hues, while the edge of the right eye sclera shimmered with a faint glow of the 5 elements so slight, it was almost imperceptible, yet unmistakably real. Inside the arena, Tao Xing finally couldn't hold on any longer. Gritting his teeth, he raised his saber and roared, "Purple Qi from the east." A surge of purple light enveloped the weapon, preparing for a killing blow. But Chu Xing's sword intercepted it, sending the purple energy, curved saber flying and simultaneously slashing deep into Tao Xing's palm. Tao Xing let out a miserable howl before Chu Xing kicked him, sending him flying. Tao Xing tumbled on the ground, and Chu Xing caught the saber midair, then casually tossed it back to him, saying indifferently, "You're not qualified to challenge the One Element Academy." The word struck like a knife to the heart. Infuriated and desperate, Tao Xing spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Students from the Ethereal Academy were furious, their faces contorted as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Lang Jian stepped forward to feed Tao Xing a pill, then turned sharply to the woman beside Zhang Yuehan and barked, "Zhao Ling, you're up for the second round." "Yes." Zhao Ling's clear voice rang out as she strode forward without even glancing at Tao Xing, loudly taunting, "Who wants to face me next?" Both Chu Tian and the senior disciple looked at Han Feng. Master Qingyi, Lu Fan, and Master Daoguang all stared intently at him. Even Xiao He ran over, eyes wide with expectation. Han Feng pointed at himself and cursed, "Damn it, I go?" But she's a woman. The senior disciple smiled and patted his shoulder. Exactly, because she's a woman, it's your turn. Men can't refuse. With that, the senior disciple and Chu Tian together pushed Han Feng forward. Han Feng looked thoroughly reluctant as he sluggishly drew out the Bai Shui Chong Tian's sword. Seeing that he was facing Han Feng, Zhao Ling immediately clenched her teeth, her expression darkening. Han Feng shuffled forward with his feet turned outward in a lazy, careless manner and casually asked, "Hey, what's your name again?" Forget it. Just admit defeat already. I'm a man of principle, I never fight women." With a flick of her sleeve, a slender long sword slid into Zhao Ling's palm. She shot back coldly, "A shameless, vile scoundrel like you talks about principles? Admit defeat to me right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Han Feng scratched his ear, flicking away some earwax with his fingertip, then shrugged. "So no room for negotiation, huh? TSK, makes things difficult. I really don't want to fight a woman. Why make trouble?" Before he finished, Zhao Ling's internal energy surged sharply, her robe billowing fiercely. Though she looked delicate, she had reached the 7th level of internal energy. Her pale yellow martial robe hugged her shapely figure, and her long, straight legs swayed, drawing Han Feng's gaze unconsciously. In terms of looks, Zhao Ling was indeed a beauty if only her vicious mouth wasn't such a headache. With a sharp glare, she sneered loudly, "You trash from the Yuan Academy. Fight me now? Just being in the same academy as you suffocates me." Han Feng's face darkened. "You can insult me all you want, but don't disgrace Yuan Academy. Since that's the case, they'll have to break my rule today, women or not. I'm still fighting." He advanced steadily, the Bai Shui Chong Tian sword glinting coldly. Outside the arena, elder brother Chu Tian chuckled. Little brother Han Feng is really angry. The real show is about to begin. The chubby senior brother patted his belly, causing ripples in his fat. Yeah, if he uses the Duo Tian sword technique, they'll have to give him some respect. Then he glanced sideways at Master I Ching. Master I Ching rolled his eyes. If he dares use the Duo Tian sword technique in Yuan Academy, he'll be expelled from the martial arts school early. His calm words still clearly carried into Han Feng's ears. Han Feng twitched at the corner of his mouth, still not allowed to use it. All the hard training, yet forced to hold back, so frustrating. Meanwhile, Lang Jian and the others frowned ever so slightly when they heard the name Duo Tian sword technicia, move none of them had ever heard of. From the sound of it, it was a powerful sword skill, yet it was banned. Lang Jian sneered, probably an unfinished technique. Otherwise, why forbid it? In his opinion, Yuan Academy had never produced any truly powerful skills. In every academy ranking battle, their opponents would just give up when Yuan revealed their tricks. On the arena, Han Feng raised his sword, his internal energy radiating outward. Humph! Zhao Ling's figure jolted as she suddenly dashed out. Her steps traced an odd zigzag pattern, leaving behind huge afterimages. Her speed was lightning fast. Watching intently, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, barely able to track Zhao Ling's movements. The lightning-fast zigzag footwork was indeed intriguing. Han Feng's eyes went wide as he lost sight of her immediately. Before he could react, Zhao Ling's sword surged forward with a killing aura, launching a fierce strike. The sword's energy stopped just 3 feet from Han Feng, making his skin tingle with discomfort. In his palm, the Bai Shui Chong Tian sword suddenly spun fiercely, a cold gleam swirling with fragmented air currents. He forced himself to block Zhao Ling's long sword. With a muffled grunt, he twisted his wrist, deflecting the blade. The edge scraped along his left arm, tearing a half-foot slit in his sleeve with a sharp shring sound. "Damn it, that was my favorite outfit, me last set of formal clothes, and you actually ripped it." Han Feng looked down at the torn fabric, cursing, but he had no time to dwell on it. Zhao Ling ignored his complaint. Her toes barely touched the ground as she spun upward, sword light erupting like a storm. One sword, starry sky. In an instant, a cascade of cold, starlight sword flashes poured down. Han Feng twisted and dodged repeatedly, his protective energy buzzing under the force. The Bai Shui Chong Tian sword in his hand shone ever brighter amid the assault. Though his stance grew awkward, he stayed composed. Suddenly, a streak of light grazed him, causing his grip to tremble. He nearly dropped his sword. Seizing the moment, Zhao Ling surged forward with intensified attacks, her sword tracing constellations, sparks flying. One heavy slash knocked Han Feng's Bai Shui Chong Tian sword clean out of his hand. Impressive swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's technique is as elegant as ever. Zhang Yuehan cheered first from the stands. Lang Jian smiled in approval. Such power, speed, and grace perfectly exemplified the elite of Piaomiao Academy. On the other side of the crowd, Lu Fan frowned deeply, muttering, "What is senior brother Han doing? I clearly saw he loosened his grip just now." The head disciple sighed and shook his head. "Here we go again. Junior brother Han is about to pull something foul." Senior brothers Chu Xing and Chu Tian followed suit, their simultaneous shaking of heads showing they were used to this. In the arena, Han Feng retreated rapidly without his weapon, trying to create distance. Zhao Ling's figure blurred like a shadow in the wind. She pressed relentless attacks, layers of dazzling sword light swirling, yet never quite touching the hem of Han Feng's robe. The head disciple whispered, sword techniques all flash, but no substance. The energy is wasted in chaos. Chu Tian agreed. Looks good, but the results? Terrible. Junior brother Han's sword pattern is perfected. She's lost. Before their words finished, Han Feng's left hand swiftly formed a seal. In the next moment, a brilliant sword light appeared out of thin air. Clang. The Bai Shui Chong Tian's sword, knocked flying before, returned with the force of thunder, stabbing sharply into the ground along their central line. The blade trembled, humming continuously. All afterimages vanished instantly. Zhao Ling's form solidified. Startled, she instinctively touched her neck and found her palm wet with warmth. Looking, she saw a thin line of fresh blood. Her neck had been slashed, the cut shallow but close to a vital spot. Shock took over, twisting Zhao Ling's face with rage. Han Feng stood by his sword, eyes cold. The outcome is decided. You can leave. If ID shifted the sword just an inch to the left, you'd be dead on the spot. But alas, I still pity you. Lang Jian, the instructor, froze in place. Zhao Ling had long been a favored student of Piaomiao Academy. He had even planned to have her compete in the academy ranking matches. No one expected Han Feng to turn the tide. You despicable scoundrel. Zhao Ling screamed hysterically, I haven't lost. This was a sneak attack. A trash student from Yuan Academy can never beat me. I will kill you. Zhao Ling's frenzy caused Master I Ching and Master Dao Guang to frown deeply. Lang Jian hurriedly intervened. Zhao Ling, that's enough. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Ling charged forward, her sword flashing like lightning as she aimed straight at Han Feng. The dazzling blade streaked through the air, tearing it with a low, piercing whistle. Han Feng hadn't expected Zhao Ling to risk such a desperate strike now and instinctively tried to retreat. Just as Lu Fan was about to spring up, a huge shadow stepped in front of Han Feng, none other than Wu Wei, the burly senior disciple of the First Yuan Academy, who stood like a solid wall of flesh. In the next instant, Zhao Ling slammed heavily into Wu Wei's rounded belly with both her body and sword. There was a muffled thud as the sword light dissipated, and she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing down and tumbling fully dozens of yards before finally coming to a stop. Lang Jian hurried over to catch her, but was shaken inside by the surging force in his body, sustaining minor internal injuries. He held Zhao Ling firmly to keep her from sliding any further. Everyone fixed their gaze on Zhao Ling, whose lips were stained bright red with blood and who had lost consciousness. The long sword she had gripped for half a year was shattered bit by bit in the impact, fragments scattering all over the ground. Zhang Yuehan stood dumbfounded, speechless for a long moment. Is this really the First Yuan Academy, the 9th-ranked martial arts institute? How are all their disciples unbelievably strong like this? The senior brother standing beside her wore a similarly grave expression, his eyes turning warily toward Wu Wei. Wu Wei chuckled and patted his belly with a broad, fan-like palm. It's just a spar, no need to get angry. You all saw clearly it was her who ran into me, not me making a move. Luckily, my bell is tough enough. Otherwise, if she had pierced right through, I'd be down, and you probably couldn't even lift me. Han Feng poked the thick flesh and teased from behind him. Senior brother, your bell is all fat. Even if pierced, only fat gets hurt. Haha, looks like I should grow some protective fat myself. Wu Wei gave him a sharp glare, lifted his robe, and turned back to his seat. Master I Ching raised his voice. Winning is winning, losing is losing. Is this the extent of your spirit, disciples of the Piaomiao Academy? Seems I need to have a serious talk with Master Mingyan. Lang Jian's face clouded. Losing 2 matches and causing this uproar had almost trampled the Piaomiao Academy's dignity. The competition was best of 5. Another loss would mean no chance for reversal. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the young man beside Zhang Yuehan. Lin Qi, you're up for the 3rd round. You must not lose again. Lin Qi nodded and slowly stepped into the arena. Chu Tian laughed upon seeing him. This guy's here too? He'll take this round. He took 2 steps forward, but Lin Qi suddenly called out loudly. I don't want to face anyone else. I fought Chu Tian a year ago. Today, I only want to challenge Lu Fan of First Yuan. Lu Fan, do you dare accept? Lu Fan's gaze flickered between Lin Qi and Zhang Yuehan, unsurprised. He looked first at Zhang Yuehan, a faint smile curling his lips. Zhang Yuehan. So this is the new partner you found? Your taste hasn't improved one bit. Zhang Yuehan snorted coldly. Why don't you try and see for yourself? Fair enough. Lu Fan gave a quiet laugh, standing up. Facing Lin Qi, his voice was steady but carried undeniable sharpness. A challenge is a challenge. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Fan walked out slowly, and then turned toward the door of his room. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Qi sneered. Aren't you going back to get some sleep? Don't worry, I can wait for you. No need for that, Lu Fan replied calmly. I'm just grabbing a weapon. He reached out and took up the heavy sword by the door. The cold blade pressed against his palm, and Lu Fan was slightly surprised. The once heavy greatsword suddenly felt much lighter, and the sealing stone on the hilt's suppressive force was clearly weaker against him. Gripping the sword, He turned and walked back to the center of the arena, his voice indifferent. Let's begin. Lin Shi's eyes darkened instantly, and a fierce energy burst from him. Milky white ribbons of light spiraled around his body, forming a tornado-like storm. The sand beneath his feet blew away, revealing the hard ground. His right arm shook, condensing the energy into a long blade glowing with a pale light and razor-sharp edge. Energy formed into a weapon outer energy realm. Han Feng exclaimed on the sidelines. The senior brother studied carefully and shook his head, correcting. It's just energy shaped into a blade, but it lacks a proper hilt and energy patterns. It's only halfway to the outer energy realm. Han Feng stuck out his tongue and joked, see, Lin Shi's talent is only so-so. Chu Tianshi has yet to make a breakthrough, so there's no way Lin Shi could suddenly reach outer energy. Chu Tian glanced at him coldly and warned, Han Feng, next time you make comparisons, try comparing yourself to him, or he'll make you spar with a true outer energy expert from another branch. Han Feng laughed nervously and looked up at the sky. Great weather today, huh? Lu Fan frowned. Lin Shi's energy was indeed formidable, just the right opponent to practice on. He released his own energy, still blazing like fire, but now faintly shimmering with a rainbow glow under the sunlight. A subtle detail unnoticed even by masters I Ching and Daoguang. Lin Shi glanced at Lu Fan's energy level only inner energy realm. Tier 4 and smirked contemptuously. He wouldn't have bothered fighting such a low-level opponent if not for Zhang Yuehan. To win the woman's favor, he was willing to engage. You go first, so no one says I'm bullying you, Lin Shi declared loudly, looking down arrogantly at Lu Fan like a king surveying ants. Zhang Yuehan's expression was excited. She had waited a long time for this moment. Only after Lu Fan was defeated, injured, or even killed, could she finally feel vindicated. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Since Lin Shi insisted on the first move, he would not hold back. Silently circulating his energy, he converted part of it into spiritual power, recalling the soul technique of a first-rank martial sovereign in his mind. Crystalline spiritual power surged from his palm, enveloping the great sword's blade. He stepped forward, stopping 10 paces from Lin Shi, then lightly swung the sword. Though seemingly weak, the strike created a strange ripple in the air as the spiritual power on the blade instantly poured out. Han Feng, Chu Xing, Zhang Yuehan, and the others all felt a sudden jolt in their minds, as if something heavy had struck their brain with brutal force, like a severe blow rattling their very thoughts. The next moment, Lin Shi's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His raised arm froze midair, leaving him no chance to dodge. With a sharp, explosive crack, the spiral gaunt energy around him shattered like broken glass, scattering in all directions. His upper garment was torn to shreds by the force, scraps of cloth flitting through the air. A spray of blood burst forth as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Lin Shi was blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the training ground, sending up a cloud of dust. His body dragged along the ground, gouging a half-foot deep trench as if plowing through the earth, almost burying half of his body in the dirt. Lu Fan was stunned on the spot. The power of that soul force far exceeded his expectations. He had never seen such a terrifying outburst from the gaunt energy before. Normally, 1 unit of gaunt energy is equivalent to 10 units of soul force, so by proportion, the gaunt energy should have been stronger. Yet the outcome just now was completely the opposite. Frowning, he circulated his gaunt energy again. As the vital chi flowed, the primal power of heaven and earth surged like a tide into his meridians, quickly replenishing the earlier expenditure. Lu Fan nodded silently. This recovery speed was impressive. He decided to test the gaunt energy again later to see exactly where the difference lay. At the edge of the training ground, Han Feng and the others' jaws nearly dropped. The blow was just one sword strike. Lin Shi, who had reached half a step beyond gaunt energy, was sent flying and couldn't even keep his shirt intact. Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and the senior brother stared blankly, while on the opposite side, Zhang Yuehan, Lang Jian, and the others turned pale as if they had seen a fierce ghost. Zhang Yuehan was especially white-faced, his legs trembling. Master I Ching and Master Daoguang barely kept their composure, but couldn't stop their eyelids from twitching. What Lu Fan had just unleashed was indeed a complete soul force, and it was soul force that could be used as gaunt energy. Heaven is watching. Master I Ching took a deep breath and forcefully uttered those words. Master Daoguang was too overwhelmed to speak and could only curse silently. I almost killed Lu Fan by accident. If my master were still alive, he would have beaten me to death for nearly killing the inheritor of the Yuan Meridian. The two masters looked at Lu Fan with eyes burning hot like hungry ghosts staring at a naked beauty. Han Feng finally snapped out of it, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Serves you right for pretending. Damn it, if you don't court death, you want die? Don't you get it? Acting tough, and for that you get struck by lightning. You can't even block one sword strike, and you still dare act high and mighty? You think you're me? Lu Fan, junior brother, finish him off. One more sword. Chu Tian's face twisted completely. Lin Shi had been his equal opponent a year ago back. Then he hadn't used the Earth-level martial skill left Heaven Blade, and Lin Shi hadn't gone all out either. With the background of the Piaomiao Academy, it wasn't surprising Lin Shi had mastered an Earth-level martial skill. Now that Lu Fan had shattered Lin Shi's clothes with one sword strike, did that mean he could do the same to Chu Tian, cutting him down to his underwear? Thinking of this, Chu Tian sighed deeply. Lu Fan Jr. brother has only been in the Yuan Academy for half a year, just half a year. Everyone from Piaomiao Academy looked as sour as if they had eaten rat poison, faces so ugly they couldn't utter a word. They could only pray silently that Lin Shi wouldn't lose too badly. Just one sword strike, come on. Get back up soon. Perhaps their prayers worked, as Lin Shi, buried in the trench, slowly pushed himself up. A sword wound ripped open across his chest, exposing the muscle beneath. Lin Shi wiped the blood from his wound and stared at it. Every strand of his hair stood on end. Lu Fan. His voice was like iron scraping against stone, forced through clenched teeth. In the next instant, the fierce energy within him exploded outward. His robe billowed wildly as his long blade suddenly doubled in length and thickness, gleaming with a chilling steel light. The blade and his body seemed to merge into one. With a determined step that cracked the bluestone beneath him, he charged Lu Fan with deadly intent. At that moment, notions like holding back or brotherhood among disciples were meaningless to him. There was only one word: kill. His roar echoed like a wild beast's howl, shaking the edges of the arena and sending dust swirling. Lin Shi's aura surged uncontrollably, no longer restrained like an inner gang warrior but the fierce force of a half-step outer gang beast. His sword slashed down with force, so sharp it tore the air like a needle. Yet Lu Fan remained calm, as ever. Raising his heavy black iron greatsword, he blocked with a seemingly slow but actually lightning-fast motion. Blades clashed continuously, passing 100 strikes in the blink of an eye. Every slash from Lin Shi screamed through the air, gouging deep grooves into the bluestone floor and stirring up swirling dust. Still, Lu Fan was as steady as a mountain. In his hands, the greatsword seemed almost alive each time Lin Shi's blade came down. The sword would intercept to seal off any vital opening moments before the strike landed. What looked like a thunderous onslaught from Lin Shi appeared painfully slow, as if smeared out in time, in Lu Fan's eyes. Master one technique, master them all. Lu Fan relied on the most basic sword form to respond: block, counterattack, then parry again, with each move clean and precise. His casual composure under such pressure pushed Lin Shi to the brink of madness. Sparks flew with every collision as Lin Shi ground his teeth. Blood seeped from the tiger mouth of his hand, but not a single hair on Lu Fan's head was grazed. Confusion grew deeper in Lin Shi. Lu Fan was only an inner gang 4th level, so why was his energy shield so impenetrable? His movements were as slow as an old lattice slow-motion Tai Chi, yet he blocked every flaw Lin Shi tried to exploit. Unable to understand, Lin Shi attacked even more violently. His aura flared again, his blade slicing through the air like a lethal afterimage. Lu Fan didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, he gathered his energy shield quietly, savoring the feeling of entering a new realm. Defense is solid, he judged silently. Despite Lin Shi's frenzied assault at half-step outer gang strength, Lu Fan handled it with ease. His stamina recovery was astounding even after taking blows for 3 days and nights straight. He wasn't worried about exhaustion. It was Lin Shi who might falter first. Every time he cycled his energy, he could feel his physical strength layering and hardening as if his muscles contained steel. Even without relying on my energy, I could probably go 300 rounds with Lin Shi, he thought. Only his offense was mediocre. Apparently the weak point of his energy control, perhaps, because he had yet to master the proper attacking method? Lost in thought, Lu Fan tested a counterstrike. Though Lin Shi's attack speed was fast, he still left many openings in Lu Fan's view. Spinning the greatsword, Lu Fan effortlessly blocked 10 more strikes. He closed his eyes, relying on sound and chi sense to spin and strike, immersing himself in the flow and transformation of his energy. Energy comes from self-refinement, but vital energy is the direct force of heaven and earth. What if, when striking, I completely clear away the surrounding vital energy in front of my sword? A flash of insight appeared, and Lu Fan immediately acted. Without even moving his fingertips, he subtly drew the celestial energy around him using his chi techniques. In an instant, the vital energy that had blocked his sword's path cleared away. Resistance to his sword vanished, and the speed of his greatsword surged tenfold. The air tore apart, creating a vacuum as the sword's light flickered a streak of pure light that crashed with a thunderous impact into Lin Shi's body. Lin Shi couldn't dodge at all. No one could have guessed that Lu Fan's sword would suddenly accelerate halfway through the strike, and at an astonishing speed. Lu Fan barely exerted any strength. With just a focused gaze locking on the target, the violent speed effortlessly drove the heavy sword through Lin Shi's protective energy shield. The sword was still blunt and hadn't even been sharpened yet. The cold sword tip pressed against Lin Shi's lower abdomen, but Lu Fan restrained most of his power in time. He knew that even a fraction more force would pierce Lin Chi through with a single strike. He had no desire to kill a fellow disciple from the Yuan sect and be expelled from the academy. Lin Chi was blasted backward by the single blow, an agonizing pain piercing through his abdomen, causing blood to spray wildly like an underground geyser. The energy Lu Fan injected into him first forcibly suppressed him, then rampaged through his meridians, finally erupting explosively inside his body. Lin Chi crashed heavily onto the ground, his body trembling violently. Lu Fan slowly withdrew his sword, his expression calm and collected as always. From start to finish, he had only struck a few casual blows, as if slicing vegetables, yet he had completely defeated Lin Chi, who was at the half-step outer energy level. It was clear his internal energy was far beyond the fourth layer, deep and unfathomable. A freaky Yuan sect has produced a freak, Lang Jian murmured, his gaze trembling as he looked at Lu Fan. As his mentor, even he wasn't confident he could win against Lu Fan. That power, as deep and boundless as a chasm and sea, involuntarily made him utter the word freak. But Zhang Yuehan stared blankly at the fallen Lin Chi, the once renowned senior disciple whose name was famous throughout Piaomiao Academy and the entire martial arts academy, defeated by Lu Fan, who had only been enrolled for half a year. What kind of divine pill had Lu Fan taken? What kind of fate had he obtained? Fear gripped her legs. This wasn't Jianglin City. If even senior Lin Chi couldn't protect her, Lu Fan could eliminate her as easily as stepping on an ant. She had once planned to secretly take revenge on Lu Fan, but now he could destroy her completely without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, the abyss of terror consumed Zhang Yuehan's eyes. Lu Fan, however, couldn't be bothered to glance her way. Revenge? In his mind, Zhang Yuehan had long since become an insignificant minor character. Right now, all that mattered to him was the path of martial arts. It made no sense to waste effort taking revenge on a woman like her. On the ground, Lin Chi still gritted his teeth and struggled. Even a slight movement caused his internal organs and fractured meridians and bones to churn painfully. Proud as he was, he refused to admit defeat even in death. Glowering fiercely at Lu Fan, he shakily pushed himself up. Lu Fan, you actually fought me with your eyes closed. You look down on me. How dare you look down on me? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. He had closed his eyes only to better sense the flow of energy. It had nothing to do with disrespect. Han Feng shouted nearby. And what if he looks down on you? Lin Chi, you weakling, losing like this. Even all the students from Piaomiao Academy behind you look down on you, let alone Lu Fan, your junior brother. Loser who can't even handle defeat's not worth my time. Han Feng said with a smug grin. He casually brushed off his sleeves and lifted his chin, his face full of disdain for his opponent. Putting others down to elevate himself was exactly his favorite tactic. The eldest senior brother raised an eyebrow upon hearing that, and turned his head slightly, speaking calmly. It's not that you can handle losing, it's that you have an incredibly thick skin. His precise remark drew nods, even from the Chu brothers, Chu Xing and Chu Tian. Han Feng flashed a playful smile and spread his hands wide. If I didn't have thick skin, then my cultivation just isn't strong enough. Master, you said that yourselves. The expressions of senior masters I Ching and Daoguang darkened simultaneously as their eyes shot daggers at Han Feng. Senior master I Ching frowned and snapped. Instead of learning anything good, you pick up only this nonsense. The mocking words reached Lin Chi's ears. His eyes, already bloodshot, seemed to ignite like they were doused in burning oil, red veins nearly bursting through. His disheveled hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. His right arm muscles tensed, and the energy in his palm quickly condensed into a large blade, the blade now wrapped in a crimson aura that looked like dripping blood. Lin Chi, no? Lang Jian's pupils constricted suddenly as he shouted and rushed toward the arena. He knew very well that once that blood blade appeared, it was a do-or-die move with no turning back. But just as he took a step forward, a cold, sharp energy wave swept across, knocking him stiffly back to where he started. Dust billowed as Senior Master I Ching stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze frigid. Stand still and don't move. No interference during a duel, understood? Lang Jian gritted his teeth in frustration but dared not advance another step. Against the pressure of a master of that rank, this mere instructor didn't even have the right to argue. At center stage, Lin Chi's momentum kept rising. Lu Fan had already analyzed Lin Chi's state perfectly. He could have struck first and ended things quickly. But he stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly, wanted to see just how far Lin Chi could explode in power and what martial skill he would unleash. Lin Chi roared, energy sparking explosively beneath his feet. Blood-red thunder crackled from his blade, like a furious lightning bolt crashing from the sky. Thunderstorm blade. Boom. The ground beneath Lu Fan cracked wide, stones flying everywhere. Even the wooden houses near the First Yuan Institute shook violently. Such a terrifying blade technique, Lu Fan had only seen the likes of it when second senior brother Chu Tian wielded the left heaven blade. Just this move alone gave Lin Chi the strength to match Chu Tian Heaton. Lu Fan's expression grew grave, no longer holding back. He drew a deep breath and unleashed the energy coursing like a river within him into his heavy sword. Whirling dragon sword. The heavy sword swung out, spirit energy forming a mighty azure dragon that surged forward to meet the blood-red thunder heathen. Boom. The roar of thunder tore through the sky as two extreme forces collided at the center, creating a visible circular shockwave. Roofs of nearby wooden houses were blasted off in an instant, leaving only Lu Fan's own hut barely standing. The crowd watching was knocked back several steps, with some weaker cultivators like Zhang Yuan even collapsing onto the ground. Stones rained down like a storm, and a massive crater sunk into the floor of the arena. When the dust settled, Lu Fan and Lin Qi stood at opposite edges of the pit. Lin Qi's bloodblade had long vanished while Lu Fan's clothing was scorched and torn, but he stood upright and steady. "You're ruthless." Lin Qi stared at Lu Fan, his voice rough, each word choked with blood and bitter resentment. Lu Fan met his gaze calmly, waving his hand to dissipate the last lingering crimson aura. Lin Qi's fearsome strike had only torn the corner of Lu Fan's robe. It hadn't even pierced through his energy defense, let alone harmed his body. With a physique as solid as iron and strong energy shields, Lu Fan had been undefeated from the start of the duel. In the next moment, Lin Qi staggered and crashed to the ground, his breath fading. Lin Qi. Lang Jian rushed to the crater's edge and caught the badly injured Lin Qi in his arms. He glared at Lu Fan, face dark as iron, and ground out. This time, the First Yuan Institute wins. With that, Lang Jian turned and left immediately, unwilling to stay a moment longer. Zhang Yuan and the others stayed rooted in place until someone beside her tugged on her sleeve, prompting her to turn and leave. The members of Piao Miao Academy arrived like a gust of wind and left even faster, almost as if fleeing for their lives. Within a few steps, they turned off the long corridor, their figures quickly swallowed by the shadows among the trees. The courtyard fell silent again, with only fallen leaves swirling in the breeze. Lu Fan lowered his eyes to appraise himself, his clothes torn, cuffs singed, and frowned. He had hardly any clean clothes left to change into. "Lu Fan, you're seriously amazing." Han Feng's hearty laughter burst out as he strode over, nearly slapping Lu Fan's shoulder hard enough to sound like an anvil. "Piao Miao Academy just got absolutely crushed this time. I bet no other academy will dare come challenge our Yuan Academy again. No way they can survive us." With that, he threw a punch into the air, the gust of it roaring. Chu Tian couldn't help laughing too. Lin Qi's probably going to miss the academy ranking battle this time. That slash of his was brutal, but forcing his energy like that when he was already at his limit just backfired terribly. He's going to regret it big time. Who cares if he dies? Han Feng waved him off casually. Suddenly, he threw an arm around Lu Fan's neck and lowered his voice. "Lu Fan, you've got to tell me, how exactly did you master the 1 Yuan Dao technique?" Lu Fan smiled wryly. "Senior brother, I honestly don't know. I just walked the edge between life and death once, and when I came back, I could do it. Just one stroll on the line between life and death." Han Feng raised his eyebrow. "That's exactly how I trained it." Lu Fan blinked and nodded enthusiastically. Han Feng gave him a look that said, "I get it now," and gave his shoulder a light pat. Lu Fan forced a laugh, but kept silent about the secret of fusing his energy and qi into gang qi. Nearby, Master Yiking's wrinkled face was bright with a smile. "Lu Fan, well done. This year at the Academy ranking battle, our Yuan Academy can finally join in the fun." Dao Guang Master rolled his eyes silently while standing aside. The eldest brother rubbed his round belly and grunted. "Do we really have to participate? Fighting's exhausting, and you'll lose your precious fat in the process." "Don't worry, eldest brother." Han Feng's voice boomed. "With Lu Fan around, you probably won't even need to draw your sword that much. Our academy only has 5 disciples, just enough. You just need to put in some effort." Eldest brother scratched his head and pondered. Han Feng deliberately glanced toward the nearby Xiaohe and poured on more fuel. "Xiaohe is coming along to challenge other academies too. It's Lu Fan's spirit beast and a great help. Are you really planning to stay behind with Dao Guang? Can you handle eating wild vegetables while smelling roasted meat?" Eldest brother and Dao Guang Master exchanged glances, both seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Clearing his throat, Dao Guang Master spoke first. "The academy competition is a grand martial event. I must accompany you." Han Feng then asked eldest brother, "Then you'll be guarding the academy alone?" Eldest brother's face immediately twisted into a grimace. After a long sigh, he said, "It's easier to go from frugality to luxury than the other way around. After getting used to Xiaohe's delicious cooking, I'm supposed to gnaw on bitter radishes? Fine, fine, I'll go with you. Yuan Academy deserves a respectable ranking." Chu Xing laughed heartily. "Now that even eldest brother is coming out, we're set. Tomorrow, we'll prepare for battle by heading to Treasure Appraisal Mountain first and pick up some weapons." Chu Tian nodded in agreement. His and Chu Xing's weapons had been destroyed in battles. Relying on the few ordinary swords in the academy was barely enough to handle common fighters. If they really wanted to fight in the academy rankings, they needed some sharper, better weapons. The eldest senior brother waved his hand and said, "Suit yourselves. You don't have to buy anything for me." He tossed the words casually, then spread his arms and patted the solid roll of fat around his waist, grinning with self-satisfaction. "All this fat is like divine armor." With that, he turned lazily and strode steadily back into the room. To him, going back to sleep was the real priority, spent at least 10 or so hours buried under the covers every day, fast asleep. Even Lu Fan couldn't figure out how his elder brother managed to cultivate such profound power with so much time spent in bed. Han Feng and Chu Xing exchanged a glance. Then each went back to their rooms to pack. They still had family savings untouched, so on this trip to the treasure appraisal mountain, they made sure to bring along money, talismans, and spare pills without fail. At the courtyard gate, Master I Ching suddenly called out, "Lu Fan, come with me." Lu Fan quickened his pace, followed closely by Master Daoguang. The three of them passed through the courtyard wall and descended the stone steps down the mountain. The mountain wind whipped around them, tree branches swayed, and scattered sunlight flickered across Lu Fan's face, making him squint slightly. The path wound onward, and after rounding the last patch of bushes, not even the fluttering eaves of a Yuan temple were visible. Only then did Master I Ching stop. Before them stood a towering ancient tree, over 100 zhang tall, with a thick trunk so wide that several dozen people would be needed to wrap their arms around it. Its massive roots twisted like coiled dragons burrowing into the earth, and its dense canopy billowed like a rolling sea of emerald waves, blocking out almost all the sky except for tiny pinpricks of light. Beneath the ancient tree lay a simple burial mound marked as a Clothan crown tomb. In front of it jutted two broken weapons, a sword and a saber, both corroded and pitted by the ravages of time. Master I Ching stepped forward, bowed deeply, then turned to Lu Fan and said, "Hold them." Though puzzled, Lu Fan obeyed. He stepped up to the tomb and placed his hands on the hilts of the sword and saber. At that instant, the energy within his body surged, as if drawn out by a force beyond his control. "Release your spirit power along with it," Master I Ching said solemnly and deeply. Lu Fan transformed his internal energy into spirit force and let it flow from his palms. When the spiritual light touched the weapons, they vibrated with a clear, ringing tone like a mountain spring striking rock, shooting straight into his mind's sea. He felt sudden dizziness, as though sharp blades were stabbing at his soul. Fortunately, the buzzing ceased after only a moment, and the sword and saber shattered simultaneously into dust. The fragments scattered across the ground, stirring up a swirl of dust. Master I Ching and Master Daogang's faces were moved, their eyes slightly red. As expected, that was a complete spirit force. "Master, you may now rest in peace." Master Yiking's voice choked with emotion. Lu Fan looked up in confusion. Master Daoguang explained, "Do you know whose tomb this is?" Lu Fan shook his head. "This is the burial place of our shared master, the martial sovereign Song Yang," Daoguang said in a low voice. "At the moment of his death, he instructed us to bury him here and left a will. If any disciple from future generations could form a complete spirit force, bring them here." The sword and saber you just held were his personal weapons, accompanying him through countless battles. Over time, they fused with fragments of his spirit essence. Without a full spirit force, no one can truly return those weapons to dust. Master I Ching nodded. Now that the wish is fulfilled, he can finally rest. Before their words had faded, the metallic dust on the ground suddenly glowed, transforming into a flowing light that ascended and enveloped Lu Fan's entire body. Before he could make sense of what was happening, an incomparably pure and vast power surged into him. Lu Fan suddenly felt his entire body surge with powerful energy, his strength rising rapidly as scales gradually formed across his flesh. He looked down at the dark blue-black scales now emerging, feeling a wave of confusion. Nearby, Master I Ching and Master Daoguang watched quietly, their expressions calm and unreadable. Boom. In the next moment, a violent force exploded within Lu Fan, causing his meridians and bones to nearly shatter. Agonizing pain tore through him, nearly making him lose his footing, and he spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. But the power did not subside. Instead, it rapidly flowed back like a furnace reforging, instantly repairing and reforging the broken meridians and bones. New meridians formed, clear and unobstructed, while a layer of pure white bone armor grew over his skeleton, shimmering with faint light. The energy kept surging within moments. He surged through the 5th, 6th, and 7th layers of internal energy realms. Lu Fan realized that if he let this continue unchecked, he would jump straight into the outer energy realm, but his foundation would surely become unstable. He forced himself to suppress the raging energy, gripping it firmly under control. He channeled the energy, funneling the pure power into his dantian and activating the 5 elements array there. The moment the energy entered, the array flared brightly, expanding threefold in size and causing his dantian to tremble violently. Next, he sent the remaining power into the yin-yang array above his head. It also expanded 3 times in scale. Repeating this cycle several times, he finally exhausted the overwhelming energy, leaving both the yin-yang and five elements arrays enlarged to over 5 times their original size. As the violent energy gradually subsided, Lu Fan's breathing steadied. The scales covering his body slowly dissolved, leaving only a thin line running along his spine, faintly outlining a one character. Masters I Ching and Dao Guang had watched the entire process carefully. As the light faded, Master I Ching smiled and said, "The power of this inheritance is truly vast. I thought you would at least break into the outer energy realm, but you managed to forcibly suppress it." Lu Fan cupped his fists and voiced his lingering doubts. "Master, where exactly did these scales come from?" Master Dao Guang explained loudly, "This is your destiny. My own master, Wuzuan Songyang, also known as the Scale Dragon Wuzuan, specialized in martial arts connected with scales. Since you inherited from him, you naturally can form scales. As long as you activate them with your soul power, they become impenetrable. If perfected, even heavenly thunder cannot harm you." As for that violent surge just now, it was a trace of energy sealed in a weapon by Wuzuan Songyang at his death. "A single trace of energy raised me 3 levels." Lu Fan was secretly shaken, contemplating how terrifying Wuzuan Songyang's own cultivation must have been. Then he asked, "But why did it fall to me?" Master I Ching replied, "First, it was a plan left by Wuzuan before his death. Second, your soul power is whole and intact, far stronger than the fragmented soul power we acquired through great effort. You can bear this inheritance, others cannot." Master Dao Guang added, "There should be methods written in the inheritance for transforming the scales. Spend time here studying carefully." Lu Fan nodded solemnly and turned to kneel by the tomb of Wuzuan Songyang nearby, pressing his forehead to the ground and bowing 3 times. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lu Fan felt as if a hand had lightly patted his shoulder twice before fading away without a trace. That night, Lu Fan sat by the ancestral tomb all through the hours. The scale transformation technique taught by Master I Ching seemed imprinted in his mind. Under cover of darkness, he silently practiced and pondered, reaching full comprehension by dawn. Before the first light, his skin shimmered faintly with scales, pure white plates etched with intricate, mysterious patterns. They looked like armor embedded with magic array marks, cold and heavy in texture. When covered in the white scales, from afar he resembled a warrior clad in ornate armor from the weapon's forge, but it was actually over 100 times stronger. In sunlight, the scales radiated dazzling light. Normally, the scales could retract inside, morphing into bone armor enveloping his skeleton and organs, forming the sturdiest shield. When his spirit surged, the scales instantly extended outward, even condensing into a dragon-shaped helmet that sealed off and protected his head completely. Lu Fan scooped up some clear water and inspected his reflection carefully encased in scale armor. He looked remarkably like the legendary dragon slayer from the old tales. With a heavy sword strapped to his back, he exuded an even fiercer, commanding aura. He punched his chest, but the armor absorbed every ounce of force so thoroughly that there wasn't even the slightest tremor. This defense was more reliable than his dragon blood skin. The cultivation method left by Martial Lord Songyang stated that if the scales were perfected, they would rival the ancient giant dragon's scales, unbreakable by divine weapons and indestructible by heaven and earth. After one night of trial, Lu Fan could now freely retract and extend the scales, needing only to nourish them day and night with his sacred energy. For most people, even the first step of spirit-condensed armor would be insurmountable, but Martial Lord Songyang had effectively bypassed that stage for him. Now all he needed was to advance his cultivation, and the scales would naturally evolve alongside. Inside his body, the enlarged 5 elements and yin-yang arrays kept running continuously. The 5 elements array absorbed the primal energy of heaven and earth, while the yin-yang array refined it into the purest essence, continuously infusing his flesh and blood. After expanding the arrays 5-fold, their absorption speed likewise increased 5-fold, accelerating his progress by leaps and bounds ahead of his peers. His earlier decision to channel that pure energy into the arrays had proven absolutely correct. At the horizon, the first pale light of dawn spread across the earth. Lu Fan rose and prepared to leave. Before departing, he carefully tidied up Martial Lord Songyang's ancestral tomb, then turned to return to a Yuan courtyard. Just as he stepped inside the courtyard, harsh wails rang in his ears. In the courtyard, Han Feng crouched, clutching his head, while senior brothers Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and even the usually kind-hearted eldest senior brother surrounded him, raining blows down. Han Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he roared, "Hit harder! Harder!" Lu Fan stared in disbelief, then rushed forward in 3 quick steps and dragged Han Feng away from the kicking senior brothers. "What's going on?" "3 senior brothers. Why are you beating senior brother Han Feng?" Han Feng, bruised and battered, gasped out indistinctly, "Junior brother Lu Fan, please put me down." Chu Xing rubbed his sore wrist, twitching his eyelid. "Don't ask us, ask him. This guy asked for it. He wanted us to beat him, and we're just giving him what he asked for." Chu Tian and the eldest senior brother nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lu Fan looked at Han Feng. Senior brother Han Feng, what's going on? You let them hit you? Senior brother Han Feng forced a smile on his swollen, battered face and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, didn't you say that you have to go through the life and death realm to master the one yuan Dao technique? Well, I'm experiencing the life and death realm right now. Come on, hit me again. His voice was hoarse, but he still couldn't resist provoking others. His gaze wandered through the crowd, then suddenly shouted at Senior brother Chu Xing. Senior brother Chu Xing, remember last time when your pants ripped? That was me. Running around the academies, but naked felt great, right? He abruptly switched targets and taunted the burly senior brother. Senior brother, huh? That time you threw up after eating that meat? I spiced it up myself. Lu Fan's eye twitched uncontrollably. Han Feng was clearly courting trouble. Chu Xing, Chu Tian, and the senior brothers' faces darkened instantly, their anger flaring like molten lava. Sensing danger, Lu Fan hurriedly threw Han Feng off his shoulder and stepped aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Looking for a beating, huh? The senior brother roared, swinging a heavy fist. Chu Xing and Chu Tian surged forward with fists and feet raining down. The wind howled as Han Feng was beaten until his face was bruised and purple, screams echoing nonstop. In the corner of the yard, Master I Ching and Master Dao Guang sat calmly at a stone table, sipping tea and chatting about the weather, as if watching a lively performance. The little black cat by the window was disturbed from its nap, glanced disdainfully at the noise, then lazily wandered back inside to sleep completely indifferent to the commotion. After a long while, the flurry of fists finally ceased. The senior brother clapped his sweaty hands, his shiny belly jiggling as he laughed heartily. I always knew it was you. Didn't bother to call you out earlier. Today's beating felt great. Chu Xing and Chu Tian stretched their tired limbs, panting. Han Feng Jr. brother, if you want to get beaten anytime, just come to us. Throwing fists without care feels pretty good, huh? They exchanged amused glances and strolled off. Han Feng lay half dead on the ground, his body bruised from head to toe, but still muttering excitedly. This is the feeling. Exactly the feeling. Trembling, he pulled out the one yuan Dao technique scroll he had begged from Master Dao Guang the night before. With swollen fingers, he forced his eyelids open and stared hard at the inscrutable runes. Moments later, a piercing, agonizing scream shattered the air. Han Feng trembled violently, the paper slipping from his grasp as he collapsed backward, unconscious. Master I Ching glanced sideways, shaking his head with a hint of pity. What an idiot. If this method really worked, the one yuan sect would have been a laughingstock long ago. Weakly, Han Feng lifted his head and asked in gasps, Master I Ching, you knew all along it wouldn't work? Master I Ching sipped his tea and replied coolly, of course I knew. Lu Fan's success came from fate, spirit, and comprehension all aligning. You have none of that. Why would you succeed? I didn't tell you because I wanted to see you take a beating. Master Dao Guang chimed in lazily, a smile playing on his lips. That's right. Watching a early morning beating is so satisfying. It feels like being back in the cultivation days. Hearing this, Han Feng's chest tightened, and he spat fresh blood before collapsing into unconsciousness again. Master I Ching chuckled softly, then stepped forward and injected a pulse of energy into Han Feng's body. Anyway, the senior brothers wouldn't have gone all out. Senior brother Han Feng looked pretty badly hurt, but in reality, he wasn't seriously injured. Lu Fan just shook his head lightly and turned back to his room. Half a day later, Chu Tian, Chu Xing, Han Feng, and Lu Fan walked side by side out of the Yuan courtyard. Their purpose was Cleardo head to the trading district called Jianbao Mountain at the Martial Arts Academy to pick out suitable weapons. That's when Lu Fan learned that besides the 9 main branches, the academy also had various spots for disciples to interact, shop, and take on missions. Jianbao Mountain was the most famous among them. Han Feng, who had been knocked unconscious earlier that morning, had now recovered about 80 to 90% of his energy, though the purple bruises on his cheeks still made him look a bit rough. Jogging to catch up with the group, he muttered, Junior brother Lu Fan, you really put me through hell this time. If you told me that method wasn't very effective, I could have been mentally prepared. Chu Xing and Chu Tian laughed heartily, clearly finding Han Feng's complaints amusing. Lu Fan shrugged helplessly. I didn't know the effect would be so weak either. Han Feng sighed helplessly. Looks like I'm completely incompatible with the Yuan Dao Ju. Such a powerful technique, yet I just can't master it. By the way, did Master mention any restrictions on it? Lu Fan shook his head. No, the Yuan Dao Ju doesn't seem to have any prohibitions, since it's not a conventional offensive martial skill. That's not even considered restrictive? Han Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Tian all widened their eyes in disbelief. You even took down Lin Shi with a few of your swish-swish slashes. What more could you want? Lu Fan explained, that's just a special application of soul power. Though it's powerful, it consumes an enormous amount of energy. I haven't yet learned the true soul martial art. Han Feng suddenly understood. I see. The more terrifying the power, the greater the cost. Looks like Junior brother will have to end fights quickly. If it turns into a drawn-out battle, the Yuan Dao Ju probably won't hold up. Lu Fan only smiled faintly, not mentioning that his strong regenerative ability could make up for the energy drain. The Yuan Daoju also had a method to circulate energy, but compared to the yin-yang array and five elements array within him, it was too weak, so he didn't bother using it. As the four joked and chatted, they followed the mountain path deeper into the Qingtian range. Night fell. Then morning arrived. They had been traveling for a full day and night. At sunrise, a strange peak resembling a pagoda with colorful rocky walls appeared ahead. Han Feng pointed to the peak and said, "Junior brother Lu Fan, we've arrived at Jianbao Mountain." Gentle breezes and white clouds mingled with a thin mist. Among the rolling mountains, a towering peak resembling a fortified city abruptly roseate was Treasure Appraisal Mountain. Lu Fan stood on the mountain path, hesitating whether to call it a mountain. At all, the 3,000 tall massif was nearly covered with buildings. Pavilions, towers, taverns, and shops spiraled up the cliff face, while a broad staircase of green stone stretched like a waterfall straight into the clouds. The summit had been sliced flat like a sharpened blade, forming a wide platform that could easily span hundreds of miles. Lu Fan estimated that if the peak were intact, the whole mountain would be at least 6,000 zhang tall. Now it resembled a majestic peak cut in half and remodeled into a city. Mist swirled, and tiled roofs and flying eaves appeared and disappeared like beauties hidden behind a screen, adding to the mysterious charm. Travelers came and went along paths weaving through the mountains, their voices carrying from afar. Through the mist and haze, Lu Fan focused his keen eyes to look far ahead. This was truly a magnificent city nestled among the peaks. Huh, little brother Lu Fan, you're scared, aren't you? Han Feng patted his shoulder, eyes glittering with excitement. I was humbled the first time I came here too. Come on, everything we need has to be bought here. The four of them pressed onward, climbing over a small hill until finally reaching the foot of Treasure Appraisal Mountain. Up close, the bustling splendor was even more striking. A massive gate towered skyward, with the golden characters Treasure Appraisal Mountain shining brilliantly even through the mist. The stone steps were wide, smooth, and freshly polished without a speck of dust. Flower beds and fragrant trees flanked the roadway, while pavilions stood shoulder to shoulder. The lower levels were constructed from massive stones, the upper floors crafted from fine wood, stacked in dozens of layers stretching to the horizon. The flying eaves and upturned corners were carved with fierce birds and mythical beasts, glittering brilliantly. Lu Fan, used to three-story pavilions back in Jianglin City, looked upward in awe at these soaring buildings. Thinking if they were transported to Jianglin City, they'd become a marvel, but here they were as common as stepping stones. Farther off, round and square towers soared hundreds of zhang high, the central white tower standing out especially. Adorned with countless golden bells that jingled melodiously in the breeze, its body shrouded in a faint white glow. Lu Fan squinted, sensing this tower was no ordinary structure. A continuous stream of pedestrians passed by, mostly martial arts academy students from various places, with hundreds venturing past within minutes. Chu Tian spoke up as a warning. Treasure Appraisal Mountain is a peaceful zone set by the academy heads and masters. Don't cause trouble. Especially you, little brother Han Feng. If you want to fight, the arena at the summit is your place, but don't get caught by the patrolling masters, or no one here can save you. I know, Han Feng waved dismissively. You remind me every time. My ears are full of calluses. Chu Tian sighed and shook his head. But you never listen. Lu Fan kept scanning around, then couldn't help but ask, why is this place so bustling? Why are there so many people? Chu Tian paused for a moment, then gave Lu Fan an odd look and said, Junior brother Lu Fan, it seems you've been corrupted by the atmosphere of our Yuan Academy. Lu Fan frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Han Feng jumped in with a knowing smile, lightly slapping Lu Fan's shoulder. Second senior brother means that after spending so much time in a Yuan Academy, you probably think the whole martial arts institute is like this place. But in reality, it's completely different. He looked up toward the sky with a tragic pose. Junior brother Lu Fan, do you know how vast and magnificent the other branches are? How dazzling and grand, filled with beauties. Really? Han Feng slapped his own forehead. The first time I set foot in Ming Xian Academy, I was stunned. It's even bigger than the entire city I grew up in. Every disciple gets their own estate spanning hundreds of acres, with pavilions, terraces, flowers, trees, and rocks, all the trappings. Cultivation levels rise quickly, and the masters even reward extra servants and stewards. Life there is comfortable and carefree. All the disciples act like lords, just focusing on cultivation. At this, Chu Xing and Chu Tian both sighed, their breath echoing along the mountain path. Chu Xing took over. Ming Xian Academy is already considered modest. I heard Yang Academy is even more extravagant. Students receive thousands of gold coins, top-tier herbs, or high-level techniques every month. Those who contribute to the school can enter the Star Veil Tower and choose their own techniques and weapons to use, or even copy back to their families. You know how many people want to get into Yang Academy? Just the position of being a servant alone is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The gap, that's the gap, right there. Han Feng wailed, holding his head, his voice so loud that passing students turned to stare as if to say, is this guy crazy or what? Lu Fan swallowed nervously, his heart pounding. Could the difference between academies really be this huge? Such a vast gulf even among students? He couldn't help but wonder if he had chosen the wrong academy. The contrast between Pigpen and Imperial City, and that day when a disciple from the Piaomiao Academy called Iyuan Academy a pigsty, suddenly became impossible to deny. The four of them sighed in unison and continued climbing toward the mountaintop. At the end of the stone steps, the scene suddenly opened up. Sprawling Jianbao Mountains, prosperity spread out below. Tea houses and taverns lined up tightly, roofs extravagant and curved, red lanterns hung high. A lively, grand atmosphere washed over them. Chu Tian stopped and pointed toward a banner flapping by a weapons store in the distance. Han Feng, you take junior brother Lu Fan around and show him the sights. Chu Xing and I will go pick out weapons. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain at dawn tomorrow. No problem. Han Feng agreed with enthusiasm, hooking his arm through Lu Fan's. Junior brother Lu Fan, come with me. Like listening to music? I know a great place where the beautiful girls from Ming Xian Academy often perform. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Let's go hear some music. Lu Fan had actually just wanted to casually stroll and take in the bustling market street. He wasn't really interested in music. But Han Feng didn't give him a choice and pulled him along without asking. Seeing the ravenous gleam like a starving wolf in senior brother Han Feng's eyes, Lu Fan wisely swallowed the words he was about to say. At this moment, no mere mortal could stop Han Feng's determination to listen to the melody, not even gods or demons. Turning onto a wide bluestone street, the two came to a halt before a three-story pavilion. The upturned eaves soared gracefully, and the large vermilion door stood wide open. On each side of the entrance stood a tall white jade phoenix statue, nearly a person's height, its feathers finely detailed, radiating an air of luxury and grandeur. Above the doorway hung a gold-lettered plaque on a crimson background bearing three bold characters, Feng Xiuhuang. No sooner had they approached the threshold than a woman in a pale purple-fitted outfit stepped forward, blocking their way. Entrance fee, 3 gold coins, she said. Han Feng paused mid-step, voice rising in disbelief. Damn it, last time it was only 1 gold coin. Why the sudden price hike? Mingxin Institute can't just raise prices arbitrarily. What kind of rules do you have? The woman shot him a sharp glance. Last time was last time. This time senior sister Ling Yao is performing. 3 gold coins for a song is already a bargain. Honestly, after what you just said, I should kick you out. Ling Yao? Lu Fan murmured. That name sounds familiar. Han Feng's eyes lit up as he grabbed Lu Fan's sleeve. You know her? Lu Fan strained to recall, then suddenly remembered. Oh, she's that girl who chose Mingxin Institute, made it into the top 10 of the new students competition with me. The purple-clad woman sized up Lu Fan again, her tone softening slightly. You're also in this year's top 10? Fine, they'll cut you a deal 2 gold coins each. Han Feng swiftly steered the conversation back to the main point, lowering his voice. Lu Fan, is she beautiful? Lu Fan nodded honestly. She's quite pretty. That's enough. Han Feng laughed heartily and, without hesitation, reached into his pants pocket and pulled out 4 gold coins, shoving them at the woman. For coins it is. Beauty comes first. The woman's face instantly flushed red, and she stubbornly refused to take the coins, hissing, you. Han Feng ignored her resistance and roughly pressed the coins into her palm. Furious, she unleashed a surge of inner energy. Her palm trembled, ready to strike. Sensing danger, Lu Fan quickly tugged Han Feng's sleeve. Run. Like startled rabbits, the two dashed through the open door. Behind them came the sharp sound of angry stomping, followed by several metallic clinks as the 4 gold coins were violently tossed to the ground. Inside the pavilion, the scent of sandalwood blended with a faint tea aroma. Han Feng's steps quickened as he raced toward the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the sound of a qin flowed over them like a clear mountain stream. The tone was pure and crystal clear, the lingering resonance weaving gently like a breeze brushing the skin or soft rain washing the heart. Lu Fan involuntarily paused. The 3rd floor was simply furnished, several desks and tea tables arranged here and there, with hanging paintings of elegant ladies on the white walls. The inclined flowing robes and the artwork seemed almost alive in the breeze. The room was packed, and everyone's faces were filled with rapt enchantment. Not far away, a young woman in a cyan dress sat poised before a qin. Her fingers, slender as jade shoots, lightly plucked the strings, sending out bright, lively echoes. Her eyes, like pools of autumn water, seemed to speak. Last night's east wind, the drizzling autumn rain. She parted her red lips, singing with a melodious voice that intertwined with the music to paint a delicate poem. Leaning against the door, gazing far outside the window, a passionate soul stands in wind and rain. Who softly sings? The melody lingers, carrying countless daughters' dreams, endless tales of the martial world. She was none other than Ling Yao of Mingxin Institute. Han Feng stood frozen to the side, his entire body stiff as if carved from stone, drool almost dripping from his mouth. It wasn't just him, countless others on the third floor wore equally mesmerized expressions. Lu Fan closed his eyes, letting the Qin's melody whirl around his ears, smoothing his emotions bit by bit. At that moment, he seemed to hear the spiritual energy of the entire world pause its flow, leaving only the music and his heartbeat in perfect sync. The surrounding cosmic forces suddenly stilled, pulling Lu Fan into a wondrous realm of sensation. The mind was as calm as still water, with only the celestial melody lingering softly in his thoughts. Lu Fan sat upright in place, seemingly isolated from the outside world. All noise and distractions instantly dissolved into nothingness. The fierce energy within him quietly circulated, illuminating his meridians with a faint shimmering light, while a barely perceptible glow swept beneath his skin. If anyone looked up at that moment, they would be stunned to find Lu Fan's presence had completely vanished. The primal forces of heaven and earth spun around him, but passed through as if he were nothing but air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. After a brief moment of daze, Lu Fan acutely sensed his own transformation. The cultivation technique body, merging with heaven and earth, had quietly matured to a new level while he was absorbed in the music. The power of that single song had broken through a crucial bottleneck. Smiling slightly, he thought to himself that coming to listen with senior brother Han Feng had definitely been worth it. Moments later, the sound of the Qin gradually faded. As the last note ended, all the young talents in the three-layer pavilion shivered in unison and refocused their attention. After a brief silence, a wave of praise erupted. Excellent. Miss Lingio's music is truly outstanding. Such a heavenly sound, it's absolutely unparalleled. Everyone generously showered Ling Yao with admiration, lifting her name to the skies. Lu Fan gently applauded as well, inwardly agreeing that the piece was worthy of being called celestial music. Nearby, senior brother Han Feng had already wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Great music, a great person, so beautiful. Junior brother Lu Fan, come with me to meet Miss Ling Yao. Haha, I am charming and debonair. I ought to find a partner, don't you think? Lu Fan shot him a sideways glance. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm fine standing here. Han Feng immediately made a disdainful face. In battle, blood brothers stand together. You're my junior brother. If you don't come with me, who will? Lu Fan turned his head away. Go on your own. I can't afford to embarrass myself. Han Feng took half a step forward, but then sulked back. Lu Fan watched him with amusement. Senior brother Han Feng, don't tell me you're afraid to go say hi. Han Feng's thick skin still flushed red at the jab. You don't know anything. I'm just being careful. Matters of the heart aren't a joke. How can I speak casually to a lady? I need to choose my words carefully. Lu Fan smiled lightly, aware that this senior brother had plenty of intentions, but not much courage. He whispered teasingly, Senior brother, I'm no innocent child anymore. I wonder if you haven't yet. Han Feng was taken aback and blurted a curse out of shock. Damn your ancestors. You've already. His face reddened, caught off guard to learn that the usually pure and innocent Lu Fan had long since left childish days behind. Lu Fan smiled faintly, but his mind drifted to Zhang Yuehan's image. He sighed quietly. How radiant she was in those days. Yet fate is unpredictable. Some shine ever brighter, while others gradually drift away. While they were speaking, Ling Yao on stage put away her guqin and rose gracefully. She bowed slightly to the assembled students and then descended the steps. The crowd glanced sideways as a young woman grasped her hand eagerly and exclaimed with sparkling eyes, Ling Yao sister, you're incredible. You truly live up to Master Meng Yun's words calling you a genius. You've already mastered all the dream mountains of Mingxin Academy. How long have you even been here? Yanran led Ling Yao toward the private room, eyes scanning the surroundings as a smile tugged at her lips. Junior sister, you really deserve the title of Mingxin Academy's #1 genius. Lingio's ears flushed slightly at the compliment. She whispered shyly, Senior sister Yanran, you flatter me too much. Flatter you? Give it some time, and you might even surpass me, Yanran said with a spark in her eyes, but Ling Yao, looking down, missed it. No sooner had they taken their seats than the clatter of chairs filled the air. A group of talented young men swarmed around them, practically hemming the two sisters in. Miss Ling Yao, I'm Feng Kua from Hengshan Institute. Dinner's on me, anywhere you want to eat. Miss Ling Yao, I'm He Dong from Leitang Institute. May I have the honor of enjoying the scenery with you? Miss Ling Yao, I'm Gu Ling from Kongtong Institute. The voices overlapped and grew louder. Yanran's brow twitched sharply. She shouted clearly, this is a place for listening to music, not for your disruptions. If you bother my junior sister again, don't blame me for not being polite. Though not loud, her voice cut through the crowd instantly, causing them to shrink back. In a corner, Han Feng muttered to his companion Lu Fan, that woman's fierce, loud, and fiery. Whoever marries her is doomed. Not wanting to get into a bigger fight, Yanran grabbed Lingio's hand. Come on, let's go eat. Ignore them. Okay, senior sister, Ling Yao obeyed meekly. Suddenly, a calm voice came from the doorway. Miss Ling Yao, may I have the honor of joining you for lunch? Everyone turned to look. Feng Qua, who had been about to curse, froze and lowered his voice. Senior brother Lung Han. It's you? Lung Han stepped forward. His silver-white martial uniform fit perfectly, black hair draped over his shoulders, striking features, and a slender silver sword at his waist gleaming coldly in the light. He looked noble yet defiant. He swept his gaze over the crowd. I'm inviting Miss Ling Yao. Any objections? The room fell completely silent. Lu Fan whispered to Han Feng. Who exactly is this Lung Han? That pretty boy from the Inyang Institute, all of them, are jerks. Han Feng hissed. Lung Han stopped before Ling Yao with a gentle smile. Miss Ling Yao, may I be so honored? His eyes flicked briefly to Yanran. The sharp glance made her shoulders shudder slightly, a subtle movement Lu Fan noticed, suspecting something was off. After a moment of silence, Yanran softly advised, Junior sister Ling Yao, senior brother Lung Han, is a rising star at Inyang Institute and a genius like you. Perhaps. Lung Han smoothly continued, it's just a meal. I'm somewhat knowledgeable in music too, would love to exchange skills with you. Ling Yao twisted the edge of her sleeve, glancing between them. Finding no reason to refuse, she gently agreed. All right. Lung Han stepped aside and extended his hand. Then, Miss Ling Yao, please. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Yao rose and stepped out beside Lung Han. Han Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He stomped forward angrily, shouting, damn it. Lung Han, are you up to no good with the good girl again? Lung Han paused briefly. Then his expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Han Feng lifted his chin proudly and took a few steps forward, his finger nearly poking Cold Han's nostril. Lung Han. His voice rang out forcefully. Not long ago you brought trouble to the junior sister of Piaomiao Academy, and now you've got your sights set on a junior sister from Mingxin Academy? Damn it. This martial arts academy wasn't built for you to cause chaos. In an instant, the surrounding crowd fell completely silent. Ling Yao took a startled step back, instinctively creating distance from Cold Han. Beside her, Yanran's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with unease. The other students exchanged glances but showed no surprise clearly. Cold Han's misdeeds had long been whispered about behind closed doors. Cold Han's eyes were as sharp as blades. If his gaze could transform into raw force, there would already be bloodshed here. He spoke each word slowly, suppressing his anger. What do you mean by troublemaker? Explain yourself. As his low voice faded, an invisible energy began to pulse around him, his robes billowing slightly. A faint white light flickered in his palm, causing Lu Fan at the back to raise an eyebrow. This man's aura was stronger than Lin Chi's, clearly reaching the outer gang realm. Lu Fan quietly stepped forward and stood behind Han Feng. He knew this senior brother's abilities, but still remained cautious facing someone at outer gang level. Han Feng snorted coldly, sarcasm dripping from his tone. Abandoning after starting, ruining reputations that qualify as causing trouble? Haven't you been up to enough dirty tricks over the years? Need me to remind you? Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. Cold Han's palm energy condensed into a 3-foot-long azure blade that felt almost solid. Covered in intricate patterns reminiscent of dragons and tigers, it radiated a chilling aura. He raised the sword tip toward Han Feng and said coldly, Junior brother, you're spreading baseless rumors. I'm quite angry about that. State your name, and academy, aren't you afraid it'll sweep you and your reputation out of this martial arts academy with one strike? The cold light shimmered across Han Feng's face, but he didn't even blink. Instead, he flicked his little finger under his ear, as if brushing off insignificant dust. I am Han Feng from a UN Academy. If you're really capable, come try to kick me out. If you can't, then you're a spineless coward. His words landed like a slap. The female students around instantly scowled and glared at him. Yet Han Feng grinned widely, completely unaware that this single insult just destroyed any chance of a romantic encounter for him that day. Cold Han froze for a moment at the mention of UN Academy, then threw his head back and laughed out loud. Ha, UN Academy? So it's you worthless lot. I thought, who else but your idiots would dare to slander me? Before his laughter died down, many nearby students joined in mocking him, their jeers rising in a chorus. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. It seemed UN Academy's standing in the martial arts academy was far worse than merely a bad reputation. Cold Han withdrew his energy, a sneer curling on his lips. I'm too lazy to bother with trash that only lowers my status. UN Academy's losers, get lost before I move. Then he turned to Ling Yao, retracting his phantom sword mockingly. Miss Ling Yao, you don't actually believe a fool from a UN, do you? Yanran quickly chimed in, forcing a smile. Yeah, Ling Yao Jr.'s sister, UN Academy is ranked 9th. They only accept people with brain problems. Don't be fooled by them. Ling Yao knit her brows and quietly retorted, but senior sister, Mingxin Academy only ranks 8th, not much better, right? Her words left Yanran speechless, her face flushing in embarrassment. At that moment, Han Feng scanned the crowd and bellowed, what are you laughing at? If you've got the guts, come and face me for a few rounds. Big brother's waiting. Does the ranking of the academies really reflect their strength? With a bunch of fools like you, if I fought you unknown, you wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Fan sighed helplessly. All right, senior brother Han Feng is stirring up trouble again. The surrounding students immediately changed their expressions, all eyes locking onto Han Feng in unison. Lung Han snorted coldly. You really have something wrong with your brain. With that, he suddenly spun around, finger pointing at the crowd. Yu Hua, go spar a few rounds with this junior from the First Yuan Academy. Let him see why their academy ranks so low. The summoned Yu Hua stepped forward, his knuckles cracking ominously. Don't worry, senior brother Lung. They'll show him just how powerful the Inyang Academy is. Kid, you got the guts to step outside and fight me? You won't be able to use your skills here. Han Feng let out a cold snort. You? Worthy to spar with me? Dream on. Junior brother Lu Fan, go deal with them. Lu Fan blinked, tilting his head to ask quietly, Senior brother Han Feng, why don't you fight yourself? Han Feng chuckled, I'm injured. You're stronger, so take care of them for me and show them the First Yuan Academy isn't to be messed with. Afterwards, they'll bask in the admiration of the female students. Once I settle my life's biggest problem, I'll help you find a beauty. Sound good? Lu Fan rolled his eyes, but stayed still. Han Feng lowered his voice. Junior brother Lu Fan, you ruined me before, got me beaten up by the eldest senior brothers, nearly killed me. Not even this small favor. Fine, I'll go myself if I die. You're responsible for cleaning up. With that, he assumed a fearless stance and was about to charge out. Lu Fan sighed and reached out to stop him. Forget it, I'll go. He stepped to the center of the courtyard and announced loudly, First Yuan Academy, Lu Fan. Yu Hua sneered disdainfully, walked to the window, and leapt down. Lu Fan followed closely behind. The height of the three-story pavilion was like nothing to him, and he landed steadily in the open training ground behind the academy. The ground was a flat square, hundreds of feet wide, with weapon racks lining both sides, clearly made for sparring matches. Crowds of students eager for entertainment descended from the windows to watch. They loved fights the most, and if it involved beautiful girls, even better. Han Feng floated gracefully to a stop and glanced sideways at Lung Han, senior brother Lung Han of Inyang Academy. Care to bet? Lung Han cast a glance at Lu Fan and sneered. What bet? Lay it out. First Yuan Academy trash. The repeated insults about First Yuan Academy trash made Han Feng's face turn ashen. I'm not betting on anything else, just a kick. Han Feng hissed through gritted teeth. If you lose, I get to kick you hard. When I turn your face into a pig's butt, it'll be quite a sight. Lung Han refused to back down. Fine. But if your junior brother loses, he has to loudly shout First Yuan Academy is trash 10 times, loud enough for all of Jianbashan to hear. No problem. Han Feng extended his hand. Lung Han raised his own. The two struck palms to seal the bet. The spectators around them erupted into cheers as both senior brothers wagered. Place your bets. First Yuan Academy pays 10 to 1. Inyang Academy pays 1 to 10. I'm betting on Yu Hua from Inyang Academy. Me too. Inyang will win. The shouts echoed again and again. The two chubby guys immediately started taking bets. The bigger one collected the money while the smaller one kept track, both grinning ear to ear. Lu Fan, seeing everyone wagering on him, casually rummaged through his storage ring and suddenly tossed out a plain little cloth pouch. With a calm tone, he said, I bet on myself to win. The smaller chubby guy squatted down to pick up the pouch, just about to open it and record the wager, when Yu Hua stepped forward with a confident smile. I'll bet on myself too, same amount as him. Are you sure? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Don't come crying if you can't pay up. Yu Hua held up his heavy badge, voice steady. If you can put it on the line, so can I. I just don't think you'll win. Lu Fan tilted his head and instructed the smaller chubby guy, don't open the pouch yet. Wait until the match is over. The smaller guy placed the pouch back in full view, tightly closed and looking plain as could be. This drew some good-natured chuckling from the surrounding students. They figured it was just a bag of gold coins, so why wait until after? From the crowd, Ling Yao suddenly stepped forward, pulling out a dozen or so shiny gold coins. Her clear voice rang out. Wait a moment. I want to bet too. I'm betting 1 coin on Lu Fan from the First Academy to win. The scene fell silent for a beat. Even Yanran standing beside her was speechless, while Lung Han's expression turned dark instantly. Yanran grabbed Ling Yao's hand, whispering anxiously, Ling Yao, are you crazy? Betting on that fool from the First Academy? Do you have a lot of money? Ling Yao placed the coins beside the pile of wagers and quietly explained, not much, but I believe he'll win. Then she looked up at Lu Fan, her eyes bright, almost sparkling with starlight. Lu Fan gave her a slight smile, thinking to himself, this girl actually has good instincts. Elsewhere, Lung Han gave Yu Hua a meaningful glance. Yu Hua understood immediately it was a signal to go all out. He slowly drew his weapon, a massive axe gleaming with cold light. The blade shone fiercely, radiating a chilling aura. Coupled with his burly, powerful frame, he looked utterly menacing. The moment the axe came out of its sheath, Yu Hua's internal energy erupted with a thunderous force, making his robe snap in the wind. The strength of internal qi at the 7th level. This would rank near the top in other academies, but in the Inyang Academy, it was only average. Lu Fan's expression remained calm, as he also unleashed his internal energy, Matching Yuhua blow for blow too was at the 7th level of internal chi. The two similar energy auras collided, prompting whispers among the gathered students. This kid's cultivation is impressive, 7th level internal chi. Does the First Academy really have talents like this? I thought the First Academy ranked last. Even they have masters, huh? Masters? I heard the First Academy only has 5 people total. Seriously? Can you even call that an academy? Lung Han frowned deeper upon seeing Lu Fan's power. Ling Yao smiled with eyes curved warmly, while Yanran remained skeptical. His cultivation is so-so, but does he have strong martial skills? The First Academy never produced any impressive techniques. Compared to the monstrous skills of Yang Academy students, he's doomed. Ling Yao blinked and replied softly, Senior, he's actually very strong. If I remember correctly, he ranked first in this year's freshman competition. Yanran was stunned. The idiot who rejected Yang to join the First Academy? Ling Yao nodded slightly, thinking inwardly, he's definitely not an idiot. He doesn't look the least bit foolish. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.